Chapter 341 Landing Operation. The entry requirements for this instance are too strict. Level 30, a €500 plane ticket, at least a week for a round trip, reservations required, and equipment insurance costs triple after arriving in Cuba. The minute the new version launched, eager players immediately opened the instance page, only to find that the admission threshold for Cuba was even more outrageous than Dogtown in the previous version. Even the damn equipment insurance price went up. Well, this isn't entirely unacceptable. But isn't it a bit too outrageous to even have to pay to choose a spawn point in Cuba? When a US military soldier dies, it's at most recorded as missing, and no pension is given. You, on the other hand, charge players a reincarnation tax. You're even more ruthless than the US military, even the King of Hell would give you his seat. Lin Miao's action was out of helplessness, aiming only to increase the cost of death to make these lawless madmen act more cautiously in Cuba, not treating their lives as worthless. He didn't have many modification pods, and he couldn't handle these people testing the various tolerance limits of carbon-based life forms with their own bodies. Moreover, after entering Cuba, there would be great scholars to debate the scriptures for him. High costs are normal. Look at all the big jobs we pulled off in Dogtown. Zhu Tiaoyu and his group smuggle nearly 1 million in purified water to Europeans every month, earning more than drug trafficking. Experts casually found several tons of gold in a drug dealer's vault. If we could take one of those down, we'd strike it rich. With the examples of experts and others, whose wealth moved people's hearts, even with high instance costs, players were very willing to invest. This was the power of example. And so, within less than 2 minutes of the instance's reservation portal opening, the first batch of 450 participant slots was filled. Main quest, Bay of Pigs Operation, 1, Beach Landing. Mission background, our scouts have found a suitable landing site, but armed drug traffickers on patrol, having received intelligence, are still patrolling there. Mission briefing, board Mileiticus hovercraft, enter the landing craft to await orders, and upon reaching the destination, break through their defenses with lightning speed. Mission reward, this Cuba operation is a large-scale battlefield mode. Completing tasks, capturing important objectives, or eliminating enemies will earn you armament points. These points can be exchanged on the logistics page for limited melee tech armaments or to call for on-site support. Exchangeable items include, but are not limited to, cybernetics, firearms, ammunition, special equipment, tanks, armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, various sizes of aerial bombs, napalm carpet bombing, and air support. In fact, as long as Lin Miao could afford it, melee tech could directly launch missiles to bomb the Cuban drug traffickers. It's a capitalist world, as long as you pay, nothing is non-negotiable. Lin Miao was just a middleman and didn't even make a profit. Sword Saint was very lucky, his guild was assigned to the first wave of assault operations, boarding Mileiticus heavy-armed hovercraft first at the Watson port. After boarding, Sword Saint looked at the 180-meter-long hovercraft ship beneath his feet and marveled, tisk tisk tisk, how does such a huge thing fly? It's even more outrageous than those legendary big planes. It can carry tens of thousands of tons of cargo into the sky. It feels as awesome as S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier. Climb a bit higher, and it might even count as a spaceship. Arno shook his head, I don't know. He didn't care where it came from. What did the game designer's arbitrary values and settings have to do with him? He'd believe it even if they said this ship could traverse into subspace, as long as it worked. Forget it, there's no point talking to someone with an intelligence stat of 2. Sword Saint felt like he was talking to a brick wall. One day he would also buy a ship, then build a church on it, and when battle ensued, he would wave his hand and say, who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. That would be absolutely awesome. Sword Saint's luck in securing the vanguard role, while possibly incurring heavier casualties compared to later players, also came with certain privileges. At least they bought seated tickets, while the hell divers following behind weren't so lucky. What they got couldn't even be considered standing room. Arrange them neatly for me, squeeze them in, and we can fit a few more. We need a sense of three-dimensionality. Can't we lay another row horizontally on top? Lin Miao contentedly directed the transport platform robots, stuffing one dormant hell diver body after another, kicked offline, into boxes. These boxes resembled display cases, square-shaped, and the players, already in hell diver suits, fit snugly inside. To prevent them from suffocating, Lin Miao thoughtfully placed a small oxygen tank in each display case. And once players were stuffed into these boxes, robots would then load them into cargo containers, packed so tightly it was practically a coffin wholesale operation. In this scene, even if a Nazi who built Auschwitz concentration camps were alive today, upon seeing this, they could only exclaim in self-reproach. They were still too merciful. Even the grey cattle of Tsarist Russia at least had spacious sleeping quarters. But Lin Miao declared, this is the well-reputed Super Earth. He looked at the only 2 Super Earth beings on this trip not crammed into cargo containers. A2, 2B, once we reach the destination, throw them out according to the plan. The display cases have some cushioning, so a fall from a few meters won't kill them. The 2 androids, already in hell diver suits, immediately straightened up and saluted Lin Miao, understood. Asterisk 2. Although they didn't quite understand why this was necessary, the person before them was the supreme head of the Super Earth government, and his words must have their own logic. Just as no one dared to question General Bulletin Lashy's intentions, unless you wanted to spend some time in the Ministry of Truth's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Even though Lin Miao was just trying to save some money. Purchasing a hovercraft soldier transport service cost €450 per trip, and there was no discount for group purchases. However, a low-altitude airdrop service only cost €12,000 to transport 4 cargo containers, totaling 200 players. It was clearly a profit. However, Lin Miao also had compensation for these players' inconvenience, an exclusive in-game cinematic. This was a privilege that even the Vanguard Sword Saint and his group didn't get. Moreover, they could now take the time to play LEGO in cyberspace and experience other new version content. It couldn't be any better. As the last player was stuffed into a cargo container, the hovercraft in front of Lin Miao completed its loading task and began adjusting its engines, taking off from the port. It was fortunate that Militica's auxiliary personnel didn't know what Lin Miao was stuffing into their hovercraft's cargo hold, otherwise, they would have probably complained about Lin Miao illegally smuggling live beings. Flying from Night City, California, to Cuba is thousands of kilometers in a straight line, but a hovercraft cannot possibly take a direct route. This was a military operation. Flying brazenly over Mexico would be practically announcing it to the Cubans. Even with the strong radar stealth of Militech hovercraft, they couldn't do that. It would be purely disrespectful to the Cubans. The Cubans had planes if they wanted planes, missiles if they wanted missiles, and their radar was European. A head-on collision would mean they wouldn't even know how they died. Therefore, this landing operation was chosen for the Bay of Pigs in southern Cuba, which was far from heavily defended city lines, and the swampy terrain would prevent drug traffickers from deploying heavy equipment, leveling the playing field between them and the players. Thus, the route was set over the sea. 3 heavy hovercraft departed from Night City at midday, taking a sea route south around Mexico's sparsely populated Oaxaca state, sailing towards the vicinity of the famous Cayman Islands. Under the cover of night, they approached the Bay of Pigs, dropped the landing crafts carrying Sword Saint and his group, and launched a landing assault. During this journey, Sword Saint and his group's interest in the hovercraft quickly waned. Because this thing was not open to them. Everyone had to sit obediently in the landing craft and were not allowed to move around. Although the landing craft was not fully enclosed, they couldn't see anything in the cargo hold. This feeling was particularly annoying, so they simply put on their braindance headsets and went to play in cyberspace. However, the players' casual actions made the Militech soldiers, who had been watching them via surveillance on the hovercraft, particularly disdainful. I heard these guys turned Night City upside down and even took care of Colonel Hansen. Now they don't seem like much, do they, Jones? I bet you, these guys won't last 3 hours on the beach. For the Horizon mercenaries, the Militech soldiers' sentiment was more than just professional jealousy. Fighting in war, for soldiers, not only meant death but also military honors, and during wartime, extra salary bonuses and subsidies. Now that Horizon Corporation has taken over the NUSA Army's mission in the Cuban War, it means Militech soldiers will earn fewer merits and less money. It would be strange if they weren't annoyed. You're quite optimistic. Jones chuckled, I just hope these guys don't capsize our landing craft, I'll be thanking heaven if they don't. I reckon in 3 days at most, this company will be begging us to go down and clean up their mess. Militech soldiers stationed outside Night City knew very little about what was happening there, let alone the details. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The ban on heavy weapons within dozens of kilometers of Night City was, in their eyes, self-imposed shackles. It was nothing more than petty skirmishes between gangs. As for Colonel Hansen, he was probably ambushed by rival corporations, allowing these minor characters to take advantage. Look at these players in the landing craft, all using brain dance, without even a single person on guard or lookout. Their discipline was lax, how negligent. Thinking of this, Jones angrily slammed the table, it's a pity Colonel Hansen's illustrious reputation was ruined by these kinds of people. Although Hansen had declared an uprising and broken ties with NUSA, in the eyes of NUSA soldiers, Colonel Hansen, who single-handedly stormed Night City, was a heroic figure no matter what. Naturally, they harbored resentment towards Horizon mercenaries. And it wasn't just them, the NUSA Army High Command had strong objections to Meyer's decision. They saw it as a lack of trust in their capabilities. Most importantly, if the army didn't fight, how would the commissioners make money? Lin Miao's move effectively cut off their financial resources and military merits, and he would certainly face obstacles in the future. However, these were not things players should worry about, their job was to enjoy the present. Over a dozen hours of flying, from day to night, from California to the Cayman Islands. Players even had time to log off and handle real-world matters. It could be said they were balancing work and leisure. When they logged back on, the airship's altitude had dropped to less than 10 meters above sea level, and its speed was gradually slowing. Even so, the sea surface was still pressed down by the air current around the airship, stirring up waves. The deep and serene sea welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The massive airship descended until it was barely a meter above sea level before stopping, moving slowly. The fact that such a colossal body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, could be controlled to this extent, spoke volumes about the cyber world's shipbuilding technology. Players who had exited Braindance heard the loudspeaker in the cargo hold broadcasting, prepare to open the hatch and deploy the landing craft. Personnel inside the vehicles, please prepare and hold onto the nearest handrails. Militech didn't even provide a wake-up service, treating players purely as cannon fodder. The rear hatch of the cabin began to open downwards. As the hatch lowered, a large amount of sea wind immediately poured into the cabin, and the unique salty smell of the sea made the players' nasal passages feel somewhat unaccustomed. The good news, however, was that the sea breeze here was stronger than in Night City, at least there wasn't much of the stench of industrial wastewater. Clang! The hatch was fully lowered, and the boundless sea made players exclaim in awe, awesome! Holy crap! It feels even better than the seawater in Night City, it's just like the real thing. In the past, players had tried jumping into the sea to swim, but it was a death sentence. Over time, they only looked at the water from the shore, swimming was impossible. Toxicity was one aspect, but the main reason was that even people with prosthetics who knew how to swim couldn't, because they were overweight. Even a lifebuoy couldn't support a modified human weighing nearly 200 kilograms. However, there was no time for them to express their feelings. The mechanical fasteners securing the landing craft opened one after another. After losing their restraints, the landing craft slowly slid out of the cabin along the track due to inertia. Splash! After a violent jolt, the turbulent seawater even splashed onto the players' faces. The feeling was incredibly realistic. Leaning over the side of the boat, Arno wiped the seawater from his face and loudly asked, "What kind of fish do you think I could catch if I cast a line here? I've never tried sea fishing before." Jian Sheng laughed, "There's no fish here, they're all dead. When Zhu Tiaoyu sets up the fishery, we'll go back and fish every day. Not all the fish in the sea might be dead, but it was probably impossible to catch any here. Do you know what I'm reminded of here?" Reznov, sitting next to Kamen Rider, holding his gun, shouted, "What?" Because the sound of the tide and the landing craft's engine were too loud, Kamen Rider had to practically yell, "D-Day." Haha. I died so many times on that level when I played Medal of Honor as a kid. Back then, I thought it was the most awesome game in the damn world. At this point, he angrily cursed, "Damn you, EA. You ruined such a big IP. Now, finding a good game is like sifting for gold in shit. Every pre-order is a scam, full of half-finished products. Luckily, I got into Future Vision, otherwise, I'd curse EA's mother 10,000 times every day." His words resonated with many players on the boat, exactly. Damn EA. Damn Konami. Damn Capcom. Activision Blizzard, you two should be buried together and locked forever. This scene of shared hatred left the melee tech soldiers above somewhat confused. What are they talking about? It seems they're cursing companies for being inhumane, they probably suspect the higher UPS are using them as cannon fodder. Only realizing it now? Too late. Just wait and watch the show. But soon, a disagreement emerged within the landing craft below. Nintendo is still the best in the world. Playing a 4399 minigame locked at 30 frames is ridiculous. Do you know what a 4K 120Hz AAA masterpiece is? Who said that? It must be a Sony fan. Come out, you. Your father, a Nintendo fan, am here. Am I wrong? You don't know anything, games are about gameplay, what's the point of just good graphics? Before the battle even began, the landing craft was in chaos, even showing signs of internal conflict. The melee tech soldiers shook their heads, no longer holding any confidence in this motley crew, and had already started betting on how many would survive this round. After each of the 3 airships deployed 2 landing craft, they began to ascend. Their role was not just troop transport, they also provided inshore fire support, anti-aircraft defense, and subsequent airdrops, among other functions. They were, in essence, a combat platform comparable to an aircraft carrier. Although, compared to Arasaka's Kyujira, it was still an insignificant small fry. Air combat in the cyber world was still in the dogfight phase, which is, of course, a limitation of the creator's era. Meanwhile, on the sea below, 6 large black fish-like vessels swiftly rushed towards the Bay of Pigs coast in Cuba, the white trails they left behind quickly disappearing. In the dark night, although it was difficult to see these stealthy craft hidden in the darkness with the naked eye, military operations never relied on visual sight. As they drew closer to the Cuban coast, the landing craft, lacking stealth coatings and anti-radar technology, were quickly detected by the vehicle-mounted radar of the Cuban patrol convoy. Due to leaks from a guerrilla mole, the Havana cartel drug traffickers' attention to the Bay of Pigs had greatly increased. Precious radar equipment was arranged in the patrol convoy along the coast, continuously scanning the sea 24 hours a day. The technician quickly removed his headphones and shouted to the convoy leader, "There are 6 anomalous targets, 27 kilometers from us, approaching at high speed, suspected to be ships." The convoy leader cursed under his breath, 6? Where are they headed? Their direction of travel seems to be the Rocky Path scenic area. Warning! Warning! The convoy leader immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, "I've detected suspected NUSA military targets. They are advancing towards the Rocky Path and preparing to land." This news, like a stone dropped into a pond, immediately stirred all the armed drug traffickers patrolling along the entire coastline. They swarmed like flies drawn to blood, eager to fly towards the source of the scent. It wasn't just patrol convoys, there were also armed helicopters, modified air vehicles, and so on, in the sky. They converged en masse. Chapter 342 X. Caliba. Kamen Rider, Arnold, and I will lead squads 1, 2, 3, and 4 in a frontal feint to draw the attention of these armed drug traffickers. You take squads 5 and 6 and bypass the front line from the flank, trying to sneak attack and take down the traffickers' airport and anti-air positions, providing support space for Militika's aircraft. Given Militika's technological prowess, they could completely destroy all anti-air and military strongholds in the coastal areas of Cuba while sustaining minimal losses. But they wouldn't do that, because it wasn't worth it. The people down there weren't an USA army, and unless absolutely necessary, they weren't going to risk heavy casualties just to fight for air superiority. At most, they would provide some fire support near the coast. Even that had to be bought by the Horizon Corporation, with a single carpet bombing run of 227 rockets starting in the millions. This was also why the melee tech soldiers were so pessimistic about the Horizon mercenaries achieving results under such conditions. The 6 landing craft successively ran aground in the nearshore area where the water was just over a meter deep. Although they could throttle up and push forward a bit more, there was no need. The Sword Saint kicked open the metal door, which was strong enough to withstand machine gun fire. He was wearing a set of imposing black exoskeletons, a red electro-optic visor, and carrying a square, box-shaped device on his back. Hurry up! Grab your gear, disembark, and spread out into the formation we rehearsed. If you don't want those guys back in Night City laughing at us, move faster. He yelled instructions at the players, because according to the radar synchronization from the melee tech hovercraft, an armed drug trafficking unit consisting of over 20 vehicles was approaching the beach where they landed. Launching a direct frontal assault was actually not a good choice. The safest method would be to infiltrate Cuba using multiple small teams of agents for sabotage and assassinations, disrupting the local military morale and order before launching an attack. But the player's style of operation was destined not to suit this method of combat. After all, stealth in the cyber world wasn't like games where NPCs were blind. Short-term infiltration, like the Zeta Tech operation, was fine, but over time, their exposure was inevitable. The players who disembarked had varied appearances, but generally, each squad maintained at least one heavy weapons specialist, MT3, one new class player, a mechanic carrying a small radio, a high-reaction sniper, the commanding captain, a stealth scout, and a 3-person mortar team. A newly specialized mechanic could control 1 doorframe robot, 3 transport platforms, and 2 hellhound robots. It wasn't that Lin Miao was deliberately limiting the players' resources, but rather that these players needed to get used to controlling multi-perspective mechanical units in coordinated combat. Only after mastering control could they level up and unlock more control capacity. Otherwise, they would just be a pile of scrap metal. However, any player who thought the mechanic was some kind of new favored class quickly found themselves in trouble after specializing, because their machines were required to handle a variety of chores, such as carrying supplies, carrying people, maintenance, and digging trenches. In the future, they might even have to take on countless other tasks like field triage, signal communications, and more. They were pure frontline workhorses. The reality was quite different from the image of becoming a one-man army that they had initially imagined. These seawater won't ruin my precious gadgets, will they? Trailing behind the Sword Saint, sitting atop a hellhound, I was young and reckless, was extremely worried about his robots currently wading through the water. Saltwater corrosion was a major enemy of steel. Although the design department had considered saltwater corrosion during the initial design phase, he still couldn't help but worry. These robots were his entire current fortune. If they were gone, he would be bankrupt. Before saying that, I suggest you get the hell off your robot and walk. How could I? The mechanic widened his eyes and glared angrily. Before specializing, I had to walk on 2 legs. If I still have to walk on my own after specializing, didn't I specialize for nothing? When it came to enslaving robots, humans could entirely let loose, free from any moral or conscientious condemnation. Look at how lazy you are. The Sword Saint suppressed the envy in his eyes, his words dripping with bitterness. Hurry up and send the drone up for reconnaissance. After finally reaching solid ground, a transport platform launched a drone. Using the drone's continuously rising perspective, the mechanic overlooked the surrounding beach and the distant woods. In the pitch-black night, the headlights of the approaching and turning drug trafficker convoy were strikingly obvious. Enemy units are approaching the beach, estimated headcount around 120. 17 armed vehicles, machine guns, rocket launchers. No radar vehicles detected. After receiving the general report, the Sword Saint immediately issued an order over the channel: all units, attention. Enemy spotted. Quickly move into the woods, find cover, and prepare for engagement. 2 legs couldn't possibly outrun 4 wheels, that would just mean needlessly leaving their backsides open to be shot at. The armed drug traffickers' convoy was rapidly approaching the beach marked by the radar signal. However, their appearance could hardly be called that of a regular army. Their chest rigs were loose and sloppy, looking like they could be ripped off with a tug, and their ballistic helmets weren't even strapped on, just crookedly resting on their heads. They didn't look like soldiers at all. This was already the version where they had raised their vigilance after learning that NUSA had declared war on Cuba. Previously, they probably would have just slung a rifle across their chest when going out. Military discipline was even more of a figment of imagination. As warlords supported by the European community, and as drug traffickers in Cuba without external threats, their forces were destined not to be, and could not be, strong. Fighting amongst themselves and bullying civilians was about the extent of their capability. For specific context, one could compare them to the Beiyang warlords during the Republic of China era and the African warlords with their excellent matchmaking systems. After firing thousands of rounds into the sky, casualties were in the single digits, and the former might even have been slightly stronger. Purely based on appearance, the Dogtown wraiths could crush them 10 streets over. Of course, the people themselves were rotten, but the gear the traffickers carried wasn't rotten, it was genuine European quality goods. An armed drug trafficker leaned out of the car window and shouted loudly at Lieutenant Huey, who was sitting in the car ahead. "Lieutenant, the radar said the signal disappeared right here. It's highly likely the Americans landed on this beach." Huey, sitting in his car puffing on a cigar, didn't care at all, and even grinned as he said to the subordinates behind him, "Bro, let's see if those American butts are as white as the legends say." His joke triggered bursts of laughter from the entire convoy. Even though Huey hadn't even attended military academy, he was only a lieutenant because his uncle, a colonel, worked under Nightmare. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to bury them in the sand with their butts sticking out. I want their commander to suck my dick. With no discipline and no formation, the entire convoy noisily charged straight into the woods. Their behavior was so natural, as if they didn't take this NUSA corporate army that had suddenly declared war on them seriously at all. Think about it, let alone NUSA, even counting the old United States, had they won a war in the last 150 years besides World War II? They were soundly beaten by North Korea, defeated by Vietnam, smashed to pieces in 2 invasions of Latin America, and didn't dare utter a sound when the ESA hit their army headquarters with a planetary disaster strike. Their 2 confrontations with Arezaka ended inconclusively, and even Hansen became Cuba's dog. How could the Cuban drug traffickers possibly look up to such a pathetic lot? Not to mention, even more friendly forces were rushing toward this beach. They had an absolute advantage in numbers and weaponry. Thus, when such a chaotic convoy recklessly charged through the woods, the Sword Saint, who was already lying in ambush, was completely stunned. Wait, what is going on? Before coming to Cuba, they had gathered a lot of intelligence, all detailing how vicious these traffickers were, and how formidable the killers in Havana were. The first batch of players to arrive in Cuba had come expecting a bloody battle against high-level monsters. Why does it feel like these guys aren't all that great? Could this behavior even be considered human? Is it a trap? The Sword Saint lifted the new weapon in his hand, feeling slightly more settled. Arnold, in the distance, also saw the convoy. Their 4 squads were arranged in a pocket formation, ambushing around the path. The rocky path used to be a park, full of undulating rock piles and jungle, making it naturally suitable for an ambush, and the enemy was conveniently passing right into their encirclement. Should we attack? Attack. The Sword Saint said, if we don't attack, how are we going to draw their attention? He raised the long, tubular weapon in his hand. The thing was 2 meters long and connected to the square box he carried on his back. It was the Ministry of Truth who found it in the Wraith's armory, a plasma emitter for the Centaur exoskeleton. It had been idle due to a lack of ammunition, but now that they had melee tech supplies, Lin Miao generously purchased a batch of ammunition for the players to use. However, compared to the items he had drawn, it was far more outdated. It couldn't even stably store plasma long-term, only lasting 72 hours. If you brought it, you had to use it up. Didn't they say those American guys landed near Rocky Path? How come we haven't heard a sound? Lieutenant Huey looked at the pitch-black rock jungle, utterly confused. Could the radar team have made a mistake? The subordinates didn't understand the high-tech gear well, only technicians trained by the European community itself knew how to use their equipment. I doubt it. Huey felt a pilgrimage-like reverence for European community products. European community products were always the best in the world. If there was a problem, it could only be your own fault. This was the consensus among people in all third-world countries. He suddenly remembered his cybernetic eye had thermal vision, so he activated it. The pitch-black world before him suddenly gained a light green filter. Objects in the night became clearly visible, and the Sword Saint, who had just risen from behind cover, stood there like a ghost. The burly, towering black monster held a 2-meter-long unnamed weapon. Under thermal vision, the weapon began to emit a blinding glow. At the same time, the Great Britain Sword Saint let out a deafening roar using a pre-recorded skill voice line, E.X. Caliba. Sizzling hot plasma surged out like a torrent as the emitter overloaded. The plasma, capable of instantly vaporizing steel and stone, splashed onto the modified Humvee in the middle of the convoy. The armed drug dealer manning the machine gun didn't even have time to speak before his face was covered in plasma. The entire person, along with the machine gun and the vehicle body, melted together, turning into an unidentified mass mixed with pitch-black charcoal and molten steel, with residual cyberware visible within it. It wasn't until this moment that the armed drug dealers, stunned by the Sword Saint's roar, reacted. The Americans are there. Fire. Open fire quickly. However, the players' reaction speed was simply unmatched by these armed drug dealers. Although the dealers had slightly better weapons and equipment than the players, and even decent cyberware, the combat level and training of the two sides were not on the same level. Before they could even turn their machine guns, Arnier, wearing the MT-3, launched a full salvo from his right shoulder rocket pod toward the drug dealer convoy, instantly turning several armed Humvees into soaring fireballs. The remaining drug dealers immediately fell into chaos, frantically firing into the surrounding woods. Only Huey and a few others quickly got out of their vehicles, using the reinforced chassis as cover, trying to organize resistance, find cover quickly. Fire flares to find these Americans. The rocket pod equipped on the MT-3 could only fire a single round. After the first bombardment was complete, crackling gunfire erupted from all directions. The drug dealers felt as if they were surrounded by an army of thousands. An armed drug dealer, huddled behind the vehicle body, fumbled to load and fire a flare. As the glittering flare ascended, the first things to enter the drug dealer's sight were not people, but a dozen small, six-wheeled transport platforms carrying machine guns. Their mechanism wheels spun rapidly, allowing them to move nimbly even across complex terrain. Da-da-da. Mechanics like Ivory Mountain Mechanic hid under the protection of frame robots and hellhounds, controlling several transport platforms in their minds. They weaved through the stone forest like dragons, simultaneously controlling the machine guns to sweep the surrounded drug dealers while speeding through. AI-controlled robots and mechanic player-controlled robots each had their pros and cons. The former cooperated seamlessly but lacked adaptability, while the latter reacted quickly on the spot and could come up with surprising strategies to break out of unexpected situations. Awesome. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely amazing. Controlling several robots simultaneously didn't cause any mental confusion. The mechanics felt as powerful as God, and the resentment they had built up from being logistics workhorses largely disappeared. Several infuriated drug dealers steeled themselves, jumped onto the largest armed Humvee, and connected the data cable. The electromagnetic machine gun on the roof immediately sprang to life, beginning to rotate and capture enemy units. Squeak! The electromagnetic machine gun firing lacked the deafening sound of gunpowder weapons, and its rate of fire was extremely fast. A transport platform was instantly torn into pieces by the accelerated projectiles. But the robots were meant to be cannon fodder, and the mechanic players didn't feel bad at all. Instead, they intensified their efforts, controlling the transport platforms to charge toward the central Humvee, pushing through the drug dealers' firepower. Furthermore, their meter-high bodies were difficult to aim at in the complex terrain. Aside from the electrically controlled machine gun, the drug dealers could barely pose any threat to these small units. The mechanic, who had been focused on the drone's view, suddenly shouted, "A convoy has been spotted to the north, heading toward us. And there are helicopters." The Sword Saint glanced at his points panel, grinned, and said, "Good timing. Quickly eliminate this batch of drug dealers in front of us, then prepare to engage." On the beach 5 kilometers away from the firefight, 2 black landing craft still floated quietly on the sea. Their engines had long been shut off, and the boats were empty. The Cayman riders, who had quietly crept ashore, were lying prone on a recessed section of the beachhead. "Cayman rider, the Sword Saint and his group have engaged the enemy and started fighting. I estimate all surrounding enemies will head in their direction soon. Black Sun, we are over 10 kilometers from the airport. Let's hurry and run over there while we have the chance." The Ministry of Truth keeps complaining in the group chat. "Cayman rider, it doesn't matter how much he complains if we can't take the anti-air position. Those melee tech planes won't come in." The airport was easy to find. Expert and his team had long ago located the temporary airfield at the Bay of Pigs based on the traces of drug shipments from Cuba to South America and other Latin America countries. However, the anti-air positions were much harder to locate. This wasn't the World War II era where a few anti-aircraft guns provided air defense. Now, they used vehicle-mounted anti-air missiles and fighter jets that could deploy and fire on the move. They weren't fixed positions. Expert and his team were powerless to find them. Saber, standing behind the others, suddenly exclaimed, "The mission objective has been updated, look." They brought up the mission system, and sure enough, the locations of the anti-air systems were clearly marked on the map. It turned out that the Sword Saints team had encircled and annihilated a drug dealer convoy, obtained the convoy leader's information terminal, and used it to allow the hackers to infiltrate the Cuban armed drug dealers' information network. The nearest deployed anti-air system, marked as the French-made Avenger 300, was only 22 kilometers away from their current position. Savage, who was commanding in cyberspace, immediately made a decision: time is limited. The airport won't run away. You must first take out the anti-air system to prevent the opposing hackers from discovering the system intrusion and notifying the anti-air vehicles to relocate. We can attack the airport later, after the Ministry of Truth parachutes in. After notifying Cayman Rider, Savage looked at the hackers preparing to wreak havoc in the Cuban command system. "Don't act rashly. Just monitor all their commands and extract effective information to send to me." Pandora looked at Savage, confused. Savage could only explain, "Keeping this system is more valuable than destroying it. We can monitor the enemy's every move from within while transmitting false intelligence to confuse them. It won't be too late to start the destruction after they notice the intrusion." A hint of regret appeared on Pandora's face, but she obediently proceeded with Savage's plan. After settling the hacker matters, Savage asked, "Sword Saint, how many points do you have right now?" The Sword Saint glanced at the points panel, "Killed 87, over 40 got away. I have roughly 270 points in total." 270. Even the cheapest rocket support requires 1000 points. But the armed drug dealer's helicopter unit was approaching. Swamps could stop tanks, but not flying objects. Since they couldn't afford anti-air weapons with their current points, Savage could only say, "Don't stay put and fight them. Check how many vehicles you have left that are usable. Get moving, fight a guerrilla war, and drag these Cubans through the jungle." Chapter 343. The station's reporter Yu Wenbo brings you live coverage. Nightmare was his code name, and he truly was a nightmare for many. He was the real controller of the Havana drug cartel. Olafie and the others had only met the bald man, who was merely the head of his smuggling division. That missile was also fired with Nightmare's approval. He sat in a chair, wearing sunglasses, his gilded prosthetic right hand idly stroking a leopard that lay on the steps beside him. Wild animals with biotechnica-modified brains completely obeyed their master's every command, making them the favorite pets of these Cubans' drug lords. Even now, having received news that Horizon mercenaries had landed in Bay of Pigs, there was no tension on his face. On the large screen in front of him, a dozen or so people of various types stood. There were one-eyed warlords, voluptuous beauties, researchers in lab coats, priests holding Bibles, and even transvestites. In short, a motley crew. Essentially, all the notorious drug lords in Cuba had been summoned by Nightmare for a meeting. He stroked the leopard's smooth fur, his voice deep. "Gentlemen, latest news, those Americans have landed on my beach. They have no idea what respect means. That's your own problem." The one-eyed warlord looked at the leisurely Nightmare with extreme impatience. "You provoked the NUSA, they're only landing on your territory. It has nothing to do with us. Don't think about dragging us into this. Nightmare, this small matter doesn't require your involvement. I just want to remind everyone to keep their subordinates in check and avoid conflicts recently. The NUSA has declared war on all of Cuba, not just me. Now we are all considered our own people, don't let outsiders laugh at us. Everyone knew this was a pretext for war, but Nightmare himself had provided it. Everyone was somewhat displeased, but Havana was the leader of Cuba, if he fell, no one would fare well. Hearing that they didn't need to send troops, everyone's expressions improved slightly. The alluring woman exhaled a puff of pink smoke. I heard the NUSA isn't planning to send troops this time? It's a group of Night City mercenaries. What do they mean by that? This was something no one could understand. Even if the NUSA wanted to make a move on Cuba, they could understand, but how could a small to medium-sized Night City company do it? The NUSA wasn't even sending troops, just pushing Horizon Corporation forward. It was like the NBA having Guo Jingming play forward and Yao Ming standing on the sidelines as a cheerleader. Although they both had Ming in their names, you can't do that. Are they really not afraid of being kicked to death like a stray dog on the street? Wouldn't it still be the NUSA's face that gets lost in the end? I don't know. Nightmare stood up and adjusted his bathrobe. This person has a strong aversion to our goods, and news is coming in from all over the world that people with that neural regulator are developing resistance to some common goods. This will affect our future business. So it's a competitor. No wonder they're so eager to lead the charge. The woman gave Nightmare a flirtatious look, her long, soft pink tongue sweeping around her lips. Do you need my help? If hard doesn't work, maybe we can try soft. You can try. Nightmare was noncommittal, then looked at the one-eyed warlord and the others. Have your people keep a close eye on the border, and increase coastal patrol personnel. I suspect the NUSA and Horizon Corporation have other schemes. Also, everyone in the European community, pay attention. We've given them so much money, those people should be doing something by now. The fact that the NUSA wasn't getting involved was too bizarre, normal people couldn't figure out what was going on. After discussing some business details, the drug lords exited the chat group one by one. This was probably the most harmonious they had been in years, with the NUSA as a common enemy, internal conflicts were always easier to shift. However, it wasn't long before Nightmare received some rather bad news. The Bay of Pigs airport was attacked, and a multi-million-dollar Avenger anti-aircraft system deployed nearby was destroyed. To be precise, it was stolen. Footage from the front line showed that after the armed drug traffickers' defensive radar detected high-frequency electromagnetic waves in the vicinity, it had just begun to alert, and before the electrically controlled machine guns could be activated, dozens of colorful streaks of light broke through their defenses at an astonishing speed. And this kind of speed could only mean one thing, Sandevistan. But a normal person's Sandevistan duration would not exceed 5 seconds, and acceleration would not exceed 80%. After that, every slight increase would result in an exponential growth in neural load. An increase from 80% to 99% might seem like only 19 points, but it's actually the difference between 5 times acceleration and 100 times acceleration. In that time, a normal person could at most run 100 meters, but a single-person detection radar has a normal diameter range of 1.5 kilometers, which increases to 4 kilometers when on high alert. In other words, these lunatics were using Sandevistan at far more than 80% power and had accelerated for a considerable period of time. Even after accelerating to this extent, they still had the energy to fight. It was just that their appearance was a bit strange. Nightmare pressed the pause button, zooming in on the image again and again. The guys in the picture were all wearing brightly colored, uniquely styled armor, as if afraid people wouldn't see them in the jungle. Their weapons were even more varied, looking flashy and impractical. Moreover, they didn't seem to have any special effects, they relied entirely on the brute force of guerrilla arms, swinging them wildly. Only a very few used firearms, and their armor only had some bulletproof and cushioning capabilities. In martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only what cannot be outrun. The use of Sandevistan far exceeding the human body's tolerance limits, combined with an almost primitive combat style, but relying on super high individual performance, resulted in the efficient slaughter of armed drug traffickers. A few drug traffickers who had installed some combat cyberware could barely put up a fight, but the only real threat to these people was the electrically controlled electromagnetic machine gun. Furthermore, according to frontline intelligence, it took half an hour for the news of these people attacking the anti-aircraft position to reach the airport, and the airport guards then took more than 10 minutes to organize troops before setting off to support the anti-aircraft position 3 kilometers away. As a result, the convoy had only driven halfway when these same people, damn it, had already stormed the airport. And this time, the assault force also brought heavy firepower. After dozens of rockets carpet-bombed the area, they immediately rushed into the airport in the same manner. Give me a reason, Jarvis, why those idiots at the airport waited a full half hour before receiving the order to depart. Watching the footage, which was completely different from the warlord infighting he remembered, Nightmare's composure, which he had shown in front of others, gradually disappeared. The combat power of the Horizon mercenaries had exceeded expectations, each of these guys was like an overmodified individual from Arezaka. Unlimited use of cyberware, even his own men, high on drugs, couldn't keep up with this kind of intensity. Our people just found out. Gustavus Jarvis, the supreme commander of the security department and also of the Havana military group in Cuba, reported formally to Nightmare, the local information network was invaded. The distress signals that should have been received immediately were intercepted by their hacker. They even impersonated the anti-aircraft unit's signal to release false messages, making the airport guards think they were at a shooting range, a bunch of idiots. What a foolish reason, yet the airport guards believed it. After all, the airport was more than 20 kilometers from Kenshin's location, most people wouldn't expect to be attacked there. The 4th Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Motorized Infantry Brigade is on its way. I will immediately send people to retake the airport and teach these guys a lesson. Nightmare's expression only slightly relaxed when he heard that people were already on their way to the airport. No matter how strong they were, there were only a few dozen of them. As long as the NUSA didn't get involved, Horizon Corporation's people couldn't possibly hold out. However, Nightmare did not know that the true nightmare for the Cuban drug lords was just about to begin. Haha. They took the airport and wiped out a convoy. A bet's a bet, cough up the money. Inside the floating ship, a Militech soldier was cheering for the players' victory. He had served in Night City and had personally witnessed how these lunatics kicked open the gates of Dogtown. Without deploying regular forces, the Cuban armed drug traffickers, relying solely on these Bay of Pigs militias, could not possibly withstand their surprise attack. But unfortunately, his colleagues didn't know this information and thought the Horizon mercenaries were just a street gang, allowing him to clean up at the gambling table and make a hefty profit. Damn it, he must have gotten lucky. A pilot who had lost money grumbled, threw his money onto the table, and said, "I'm not playing anymore. It's time for me to go to work." He turned and walked toward the hangar, boarding his heavy AV vehicle. Military AVs were not the small civilian contraptions found in Night City, their wingspan alone exceeded 8 meters, and they could even carry a 30-ton tank for aerial drops. This time, however, the objects Horizon Corporation tasked him and his partner with carrying were nothing but enigmatic cargo containers. But what did he care? According to Horizon Corporation's requirements, he only needed to fly over the battlefield and drop the contents of the containers at low altitude and high speed. His and the other aircraft's target was precisely the motorized unit currently rushing toward the airport. Taking advantage of the cover of night and gaps in air defenses, the 2 large AVs took off. Meanwhile, inside the cargo containers suspended beneath them, A2 and 2B, who had been waiting inside, opened their eyes one after the other. The display cabinets, tightly secured by straps and clasps, rattled under the inertial collisions caused by the AV's movement, looking exactly like coffins about to be haunted or undergo zombie transformation in a ghost movie. The difference between motorized and mechanized is that in the former, infantry dismounts 5 kilometers from the target and runs to the battlefield, equipped with soft-skinned wheeled vehicles like Hummers, Menchie, and trucks, which only handle transportation and avoid direct combat. In the latter, they dismount and run 400 meters across obstacles, equipped with tracked combat vehicles like infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled artillery. The motorized unit heading to support the Bay of Pigs airport was a convoy composed of trucks, Hummers, and other vehicles, significantly stronger than the batch of Hummers and civilian Santanas the Sword Saint had encountered. Battalion Commander Sky sat in his vehicle, continuously using his terminal to synchronize with the vehicle's radar to scout the surroundings. The radar's high-frequency electromagnetic waves could penetrate terrain and forests, accurately capturing anomalous signals, so he would immediately know if anyone was lying in ambush. Everyone, stay alert and raise your vigilance. A unit had already infiltrated the airport, and heaven knew if more people would sneak in. He did not want to suffer the same fate as his teammates. However, unfortunate news quickly reached his ears. Sky, rear radar shows 2 Militech FH-7s are flying toward your unit's location. They are flying very low, evading the coverage of other air defense systems. Take cover. A sense of foreboding lingered in Sky's heart. In the brief moment he was distracted, 2 bright exhaust plumes indeed appeared in the distant sky, rushing toward their location at incredible speed. Air Defense Squad. Prepare for deployment. A team scrambled out of the truck bed carrying man-portable missiles, opening the sight covers, connecting the visualization systems, and attempting to acquire the incoming Militech AVS. However, the moment their man-portable missiles' ultraviolet and infrared lasers attempted to lock on, a warning immediately popped up for the pilots. Humph. After a disdainful snort, they successively activated their electronic warfare systems, directing strong electromagnetic interference signals and microwave radiation straight toward the source of the laser signals. If it were an air defense position with a complete system, they wouldn't dare pull a stunt like this, but these Cubans simply couldn't handle these weapons. The air defense squad quickly noticed the anomaly and could only shout over the channel, "Damn it! Exceeded the anti-jamming system limit, unable to lock on, they are coming." Not only the air defense missiles, but even the soldiers connected to the electronically controlled electromagnetic machine guns felt their brains heat up, and their screens immediately turned into mosaics and static, forcing them to reluctantly log off. The battalion commander's head exploded in frustration. Activate manual air defense. Everyone else dismount and scatter for cover. The Cuban army scattered like a swarm of panicked ants, attempting to mitigate casualties from the impending bombardment. Without electronic system assistance, the electromagnetic machine guns relied on human cybernetic eyes, which struggled to track the speeding AVS, and a large number of projectiles were fired into the air. The large AVS scheming at low altitude even kicked up large amounts of loose soil and gravel, shrouding the surroundings in dust. The cargo containers suspended beneath the 2 aircraft were opened just as they arrived above the Cuban soldiers. Black silhouettes rained down from the containers, looking exactly like aerial bombs dropped during carpet bombing. But why was the bombing aircraft flying so low this time? Whoosh! One of the black objects landed right near the battalion commander. Good heavens, this thing must be 2.3 or 4 meters tall, surely carrying hundreds of kilograms of explosives. The battalion commander was instantly terrified out of his wits, scrambling desperately to hide behind a large truck, covering his head. However, the expected explosion never occurred, the surroundings were eerily silent. Only after the dust settled did a brave soul peek out from behind cover. What is this? He realized the object that had fallen nearby didn't seem to be an aerial bomb or explosive. These objects were square, either lying flat or sticking into the ground, showing no intention of exploding. The translucent casings of several fallen objects had cracked, allowing people to vaguely see that something was inside. Sky motioned with his lips toward his orderly. You, go up and see what's inside. The orderly was reluctant, but he still braced himself and ran up to one of the fallen objects. Before he could even speak, the thing inside moved on its own. Bang! The lid of the display cabinet was forcefully kicked open from the inside, and a person wearing a red and white coat and a red visor helmet stepped out. The surrounding Cuban soldiers were stunned. Wait a minute. What is going on? These things were carrying people? For some reason, the orderly felt an unwarranted panic in front of that person, wanting to turn and flee immediately. Especially when the person's visor glowed red in the darkness and looked at him, the sheer pressure made his legs tremble. Ministry of Truth looked at the enemy before him and said coldly, "Now, traitor, face the wall." His voice acted like a signal. One display cabinet after another was flipped open, and the hell divers woke up. The orderly swallowed hard, turning his head in confusion toward the battalion commander. However, in that instant of turning his head, Ministry of Truth pulled an electromagnetic pistol from his waist. Bang! The bullet pierced the orderly's head. The battalion commander roared, "Open fire! Kill them!" Over 100 hell divers were dropped, putting them at an absolute numerical disadvantage and preventing them from forming concentrated firepower. They should have been immediately suppressed by the well-prepared armed drug traffickers. However, as if intimidated by their aerial descent, the Cuban soldiers were immediately put on the defensive the moment the fighting began. To dare open fire on us, traitors, your courage is commendable and worthy of praise. Truth tilted his head, dodging a burst of bullets, and calmly fired his pistol at the surrounding enemy troops. Every hell diver here was equipped with a full set of heavy subdermal armor plus full coverage heavy body armor. Although they lacked the exaggerated bullet resistance of the MT3, they barely needed to dodge when facing non-large caliber weapons. Furthermore, every person here was a pure combatant, at least level 25 or higher. What does that mean? 4 of them combined could easily wipe out a gun-toting gang stronghold of dozens of people. It possessed the beauty of late-game stat inflation unique to RPGs. Unlike the other hell divers, after the tense and exciting crash-landing airdrop cutscene, Propaganda Department kicked open his display cabinet, but what he pulled out of the equipment box on his back was not a gun. It was a camera. Another reporter player belonging to Brother Dao's radio station scurried over. The two found a relatively safe area on the edge of the battlefield and began their performance. Propaganda Department aimed the camera at the reporter and gave an OK sign. This is our reporter, Yu Wenbo, reporting live from the Cuba battlefield. In front of the camera, Yu Wenbo held a microphone and said, "Viewers, look. Under the heroic offensive of the hell divers, the Cuban rebels who have long plagued the Bay of Pigs area are being beaten back decisively and rooted. We believe that under the leadership of the Super Earth government, the cleanup of the rebels in this area will soon be completed." What? You ask why the hell divers are so efficient? Of course, it's because of this hell diver basic armor set. Not only is it light and comfortable to wear, but it can also effectively withstand enemy firepower. Wearing it feels just like putting on new underwear for the new year. Chapter 344 For a Super Earth. The company commander had only one thought in his head: today was utterly cursed. First, the anti-air vehicle was lost, then the nearby airfield was inexplicably attacked, and the defending troops were drawn away like a herd of pigs, only to be ambushed and beaten halfway there. Now, Melee Tech was airdropping a pile of boxes onto his head, and soldiers were crawling out of those boxes, shouting that his side were traitors. Are you crazy? Do I know you? And you call me a traitor? I figured there was no relationship whatsoever between Cuba and NUSA, so how did you manage to shout the word traitor? But now, no one could answer his question, because this group of lunatics had already launched an attack on the Cuban soldiers. Who are you trying to scare with this charade? Attack them. Everyone, open fire freely, eliminate all enemies. He couldn't worry about the situation at the airfield anymore, the priority was dealing with the lunatics right in front of him. Thanks to that damned Melee Tech hovercraft, this group was dropped right in front of them like garbage, and this place was a stone forest. Their convoy was also strung out in a single, long line. The firepower advantage they should have had vanished completely at point-blank range. As soon as the two sides clashed, the Cuban soldiers quickly fell into a disadvantage. What is war fought with? Is it about who has the bigger caliber? Is it about who has the more advanced equipment? Is it about who has the superior technology? These things are important, but there is always only one decisive factor in war: people. The gap between individuals is the true key to victory or defeat in war. Even when thrown into a face-to-face confrontation in the jungle, the players remained calm. High-level players in the channel relayed instructions down to everyone, and in a very short time, the players restored order and began systematically dividing up the battlefield tasks under the command of Good Brother. Drone swarms ascend, provide high-altitude vision. Have Skynet mark high-threat units on the map, synchronize them to everyone's view, and prioritize their elimination. Several divers carrying large boxes chose not to engage on the front line but retreated to a safe zone and launched a dozen reconnaissance drones. These drones were not for attack, they were specialized hovering surveillance drones developed after the success seen during the last Dogtown battle. Battlefield intelligence is extremely important, especially in this dense jungle environment. Knowing where the enemy is allows for precise elimination, and knowing where friendly forces are prevents friendly fire. This was Good Brother's judgment after studying military command using the military data collected by Skynet. Form into squads and spread out, interweave and separate. Don't stand still like idiots. This is our first battle in Cuba. The strategic objective is to intercept and repel the enemy forces reinforcing the airfield. Don't mess up in front of the other brother units, understand? For Super Earth. He shouted, and immediately received a response from all the divers on the battlefield, for Super Earth. Loyalty. The divers charged toward the stunned Cuban soldiers, roaring as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The bright silver moonlight spilled over the beach and the jungle, a world that should have been tranquil and peaceful was instead hosting a bloody slaughter. This drug-fueled paradise, suspended off the southern coast of the United States, had its defenses breached by a dagger named Managed Democracy. The tumor that had attached itself to human society and continuously released its poison was now facing the full offensive of the immune system for the first time. The dark jungle burned amidst the roar of Super Earth, and bullets carrying the divers' friendly greetings were sent into the hearts of the enemy. They were like highly efficient killing machines, whose sole purpose here was to eliminate every enemy within sight. A Cuban soldier hiding behind a tree bent down and scurried toward the nearest truck, trying to use the more robust vehicle body to shield himself from the incoming bullets. The moment he left his original cover, a round projectile, shaped differently from a traditional pointed bullet, immediately pierced his head, splattering pinkish-white brains and blood. The soldier slowly fell, his eyes still holding reluctance. Big bro, this thing is pretty useful, hey. Good Brother gripped the electrochemical rifle in his hand, utterly delighted with it. The dual acceleration from the propellant and the electromagnetic rail gave it penetration far superior to traditional bullets. Although the true lethality of a bullet comes from the cavitation effect, increasingly hardened cybernetic defenses and acceleration cyberware like Sandevistan have raised the importance of bullet penetration and velocity by several levels. Of course. This is new equipment that your big brother spent a lot of money commissioning Aquaman and his team to design. It's limited edition, if it weren't for this launch event, I wouldn't even have brought it out. The new standard rifle commissioned by the Ministry of Truth was nearly purple-tier equipment, costing an exorbitant 20,000 per unit, higher than the retail price of most popular firearms on the market. However, its stability was unparalleled. The AI simulation design environment allowed for infinite simulated shots and various harsh environment simulations in a short period, essentially avoiding the vast majority of design flaws. After countless iterations and restarts, they finally produced a prototype that satisfied the Ministry of Truth. At this moment, through the perspective of a drone hidden in the tree branches, Skynet quickly marked a Cuban soldier holding a man-portable rocket launcher. He had already aimed the barrel at the pile of stones where the Ministry of Truth and the others were hiding. Just like games often highlight enemy attacks at critical moments, Good Brother immediately received a warning from Skynet. Almost subconsciously, he activated his Sandevistan, quickly peeked out, raised his gun, and fired a burst toward the Cuban soldier. The bullets precisely entered the rocket launcher barrel, directly detonating the warhead loaded inside. With a boom, a rocket launcher team was blown into pieces by their own weapon. 4 players who had mastered shooting, while their marksmanship wasn't miraculous, it was definitely at the level of hitting the bullseye 8 out of 10 shots. He looked back smugly at the Ministry of Truth, hoping for a few words of praise from his boss, but the Ministry of Truth was seriously staring at its terminal. Super Earth had just logged in and started fighting the people in front of them, but in reality, they had no idea who these people were, until now, when Barbarian managed to retrieve relevant information from the terminal stolen from Sword Saint. Barbarian, you are facing a Cuban motorized infantry battalion, roughly 300 people. According to the Cuban structure, they have a heavy machine gun company and an artillery company. Absolutely do not let them open up the distance, or their artillery will cause you heavy casualties. Artillery company? It couldn't be those 155mm howitzers we encountered last time, could it? The Ministry of Truth had an ominous feeling and quickly directed the mechanic to control the drones to observe the entire convoy, only then understanding the specific situation. They had run into the battalion headquarters and one of the infantry companies of the motorized infantry battalion. It was likely intentional on the part of the Militech pilot. Those bastards probably saw everything clearly via Militech satellites and radar, and they even had an inside man. It shouldn't be that severe, but they have at least a few 120mm guns. So, we must maintain close quarters combat, preventing their rear artillery from daring to fire. Barbarian asked seriously, can you handle it on your end? If not, I'll use the points I have to call in an airstrike for you. Calling for Eagle support just to deal with some small fry would be too embarrassing for Super Earth. The Ministry of Truth had already completed its situation assessment via Skynet. Although it was a battalion, excluding non-combatants and technical personnel, the number of people who could directly engage in combat should be around 250. The infantry company they encountered only had about 100 people. They didn't even have fewer personnel than the enemy. If they couldn't win this, they might as well hang themselves. Third brother, take your men and launch a strong assault, punch through their defensive line. Mission guaranteed. Where is the Yurha unit? 2B and I are on the edge of the battlefield as you instructed. Find the commander of this company, and then kill him. Understood. After assigning the respective tactical objectives, the Ministry of Truth yelled out, Propaganda Department. Get over here and look at the footage. Coming. The Propaganda Department was never a combatant. After the fighting started, he had pulled the war correspondents under Brother Dao's command to live stream the battlefield and sell merchandise. He plopped down next to the Ministry of Truth, handed over the sales video, and asked confusedly, Boss, we only have a few thousand people in total. Who doesn't know about our diver suits just from a shout? Is there really a need to do live stream sales? You don't know Jack. The Ministry of Truth spat. If you understood that, the old man would put you in the office, not me. All you ever do is play with that broken lens. Just you wait. Once this is settled, boss, I'll show you what seizing a business opportunity and raking in cash looks like. The three battlefields were raging hot. A massive amount of battle reports were being compiled in real time at the command center far away in Night City. Effective information was filtered by staff officers and AI before being sent to Savage, allowing him to make the next judgment. Of course, he mostly referenced the strategic plans of the big bosses. Sword Saint had lured away the militia organizations and helicopter units patrolling the Bay of Pigs area. Kamen Rider had captured the airport, and the Ministry of Truth was currently engaging the main force sent to reinforce the Bay of Pigs. Due to limited transport capacity, the first batch deployed to the battlefield, apart from themselves, already consisted of the majority of their elite combat strength. The situation had changed significantly compared to what was expected. The enemy's reinforcement speed was faster than anticipated. After all, the battlefield changes in an instant. Making everything proceed exactly according to plan is the work of a god, not a man. However, the overall situation was still decent. What Savage worried about most was these Cubans immediately ripping off the mask and dishonorably launching a ballistic saturation bombardment against the melee tech airships. Thankfully, this didn't happen, but the fact that the players were numerically disadvantaged was undeniable. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against these Cubans here. We must quickly crush the Cubans' offensive, making them realize that the beachhead is irrevocably lost, forcing them to retreat to the major cities to defend. After hesitating for a few seconds, Savage made up his mind. Red Bucket, take your engineering core and prepare to land. Once you reach the target point, quickly organize the construction of a respawn point and a temporary port so our vehicles and armored units can land. Brother Sun, take your hovercar and go support Kamen Rider. Bring the field engineers with you, and then figure out how to get the anti-air systems Kamen Rider seized running to establish an anti-air network. We cannot let the Cubans' Air Force find an opportunity to bomb us. In Dogtown, the players had also seized a lot of anti-air equipment, including missile vehicles, but those items took up too much space on the airships. They could only be sent over during the second round of transport, so for now, they had to use the enemy's equipment as an emergency measure. What a pity. Savage originally wanted Brother Ni to lead a group of high-level stealth players to execute a decapitation mission, but Brother Ni seemed to have found some crucial cold clue and didn't have time to come to Cuba to participate in the new version event. Although there were other high-level stealth players in the team, they were not quite suitable for this specific mission. Die. 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 Ha 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 ha. You human rebels, prepare to go to hell and beg General Bullet and Lashy for forgiveness. When a group of heavily armored tough men wielding machine guns and rocket launchers charges your position, and you realize that the standard rifle in your hand is no different from a small water pipe in their eyes, you are bound to panic. What the hell are these damned Americans going crazy about? When Good Brother led more than 20 people to attack the defensive position formed by over a dozen Humvees, where Camp Commander Sky was desperately trying to rally his subordinates, Sky was losing his mind. Hit them with the electromagnetic machine guns. I refuse to believe these bastards are made of iron. Several vehicle-mounted electromagnetic machine guns immediately swiveled to aim at Good Brother, who was charging them. If they connected, even 2 extra layers of bulletproof vests would be useless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shoulder-fired rockets flew from the distance and slammed into the steel plating on the sides of 2 Humvees. With a loud boom, fire scattered everywhere. By the time they recovered, the Humvees were reduced to 2 steel frames engulfed in flames. The drivers inside hadn't even left a trace. This was the tragedy of modern armor versus projectile warfare. Having developed to this point, everyone was essentially a glass cannon, whoever hit the opponent first would win. But the remaining 2 machine guns still seized the opportunity to fire. Sky hadn't reached this position purely through connections. Frequent skirmishes with the Republic of Camagway had allowed him to accumulate some military experience. He had arranged the 2 machine guns on both sides of the position, forming a crossfire network. The high-velocity electromagnetic rounds easily shredded everything in their path. The bulletproof vests of the 8 Vanguard players failed to buy them a chance to live. They were instantly pulverized, with crimson flesh and cyberware fragments constantly flowing out of the half-bodies smashed onto the ground. Logically speaking, such heavy casualties should have been enough to repel a charge from a normal army, but here, for Super Earth, as long as they still had a single breath, the charge would not stop. No one could stop their advance. For Super Earth. For managed democracy. Ha 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 ha. I love this feeling. The players following behind were already seeing red, letting out nearly maniacal laughter as they launched yet another round of attack amidst the deafening gunfire. Thick crimson blood seeped into the soil, flowing along the terrain to collect in pools in the low-lying areas. Black Steel resolutely carried the will of the dead, stepping over corpses and marching forward. Under such dense hail of bullets, even high-power Sandevistan could not possibly dodge all the electromagnetic rounds, but they were not launching a suicidal charge. This was because the rockets in the rear had already been reloaded and fired another volley. The remaining 2 autocannons also stopped functioning amidst the flames. Under normal circumstances, the artillery crew in the rear would never have been able to take out the firing points so easily. It was entirely due to the vanguard squad of this charge attracting all the enemy's attention that they seized the opportunity to launch 2 rounds of bombardment in rapid succession. With the major threat gone, Good Brother simply tore off his helmet and was the first to charge toward Sky's defense line. The distance between the two sides was only a few dozen meters, and the remaining steps were crossed in an instant thanks to Sandevistan. Several Cuban officers saw this and knew things were about to go wrong. They absolutely couldn't let them rush in, so they immediately activated their own Sandevistan and moved forward to engage. Compared to the gangs in Night City and the militia organizations that Sword Saint encountered, the Cuban military was clearly much more elite than the former two, but in terms of individual soldier capability, there was still a noticeable gap compared to the Wraiths. Good Brother reached out and grabbed the blade of a dagger that a Cuban officer was slashing with. The blade cut through his glove and synthetic skin but was firmly jammed by his metal finger bones, making it impossible to pull free. Is that all? Good Brother grinned at the Cuban officer. His cheek, shredded by bullets, revealed metallic gums, and combined with that toothy smile, he looked even more savage. The officer was horrified and quickly tried to pull away, but it was already too late. Good Brother grabbed his hand, forcefully closed the distance between them, and then delivered a vicious headbutt. The two skulls made intimate contact. Crunch! The officer's forehead caved in. Blood streamed profusely from his nose, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Of those who came here, aside from the propaganda department and Yu Wenbo, 9 out of 10 were full-body cyberware conversions, built like iron. Aside from high-penetration electromagnetic weapons, conventional firearms posed minimal threat to them. Furthermore, in a hard head-to-head collision, how could an officer who still belonged to the human category possibly have a harder head than Good Brother? Having secured the kill, Good Brother stood proudly on the officer's body and roared at the surrounding Cuban soldiers, "Who else wants some? I'll fight 10 of you." At this moment, he was not fighting alone. He was not alone. The other stealth players also successively killed the officers who rushed them. Although the players still had many shortcomings in group combat, in a gang-style duel, even if you resurrected Hansen and called his subordinates, they wouldn't necessarily be able to easily kill the players. Damn it! Sky watched his confidant killed so easily by the players, his eyes turning crimson and his heart aching. He wished he could grab a gun right now and take these Sky-descended lunatics with him. These were all the assets he had painstakingly cultivated. Now the vehicles were gone and the men were gone. How could he not feel distressed? He no longer cared whether retreating would get him executed or punished by his superiors. Watching the Cuban soldiers constantly falling around him, a hint of despair appeared in Sky's eyes. Retreat? The aide next to him seemed not to have heard what the camp commander said. What? I said retreat. Chapter 345. After fighting for so long, can't I at least enjoy myself a bit? Humph. Trying to escape. The players were in high spirits from the killing, there was no way they'd let these guys get away so easily. Lightning cyclone split. Soon, this skirmish turned into a chase, but the organization of these Cuban soldiers was much stronger than expected. Under the players' pursuit, their retreat didn't turn into a rout, instead, they maintained an organized withdrawal, even deliberately abandoning some fuel-less but intact vehicles and supplies to delay the Hell Divers' pursuit. As for stragglers and captives, the players never considered taking prisoners, nor did they have the capability to do so at the moment, allowing those guys to flee. If both sides had properly squared off for a fight, instead of an airstrike on one company, it's likely that unless Super Earth had all its equipment, it might not have been able to defeat the enemy. After the battle, dawn was breaking. Before the smoke had even cleared, the players were already tallying their spoils of war. 2 trucks, 4 Humvees and 2 4-wheel off-road vehicles. What is this? Good Brother jumped into a truck and saw several boxes in the back. He went up and kicked open a box lid, completely unafraid of potential hidden mines or traps. Fortunately, the box didn't explode, and inside wasn't the weapons and ammunition he imagined, but rather sealed, strip-shaped objects that were soft and seemed to contain something sticky. A Hell Diver looked at the seal on the box and read aloud, "Individual energy bar. Looks like something to eat. I'll try it." With the spirit of "it can't kill me anyway," the headstrong Good Brother immediately tore open a strip with his teeth and squeezed some of the pale yellow paste into his mouth. As soon as the stuff entered his mouth, a greasy and oily taste swept over his taste buds, and it was sickeningly sweet. Good Brother's face instantly changed. He stuck his finger into his mouth and gagged, "Ugh." After spitting out everything he'd eaten and thoroughly rinsing his mouth with a bottle of water, he cursed, "What the hell is this? Is this even fit for human consumption? Field rations are for calories, not taste. It's normal for them to be made unpalatable to prevent soldiers from sneaking snacks." A nearby player chuckled, picking up a bar and examining it. It even listed the ingredients, which made him sweat: synthetic fat, synthetic oil, concentrated glucose, synthetic starch, triple stimulants. Good heavens, is this even something a person can eat? After complaining, he quickly tossed the thing away, afraid of dirtying his hands. Without any demand for taste, the only purpose of this stuff was to quickly replenish calories and provide strong stimulants and pain relief during wartime. Of course, addiction was inevitable. Compared to Cuba, Night City's drug problem could only be described as minor. Good Brother, having endured oral torture, now only wanted a good meal to cleanse his palate. After more than 10 hours on the plane and battling all night without a drop of water, the player's physical stamina was also starting to decline. Yet, when they left, they hadn't brought anything besides their guns and cannons. Just as he was wondering where to scrounge for some food, the sound of vehicle engines appeared on the jungle road behind the Hell Divers, but the players weren't alarmed by this, because the people arriving were none other than the civil engineering dogs, currently the most numerous players in the game, who had reaped benefits for several consecutive versions. Because their skills were primarily focused on civil engineering and mechanical engineering, their combat effectiveness was quite far behind that of frontline combat personnel. After the lead truck parked, Red Bucket, wearing engineering MT3 gear, jumped down from the truck bed and, with a familiar, boss-like air, said, "All right, lads, you can leave this to us now. You can take this ride back to the beachhead to rest up. The boss has quite a few surprises prepared." Behind him, groups of trucks continuously disgorged players, as well as hellhound robots and transport platforms controlled by mechanics. The number of robots accumulated by the civil engineering oxen and horses was the highest in the entire server. Holy cow, so many people came. The Ministry of Truth, after tossing the terminal to the propaganda department, walked over. "That Cuban army has retreated. I'm worried they'll regroup and launch a counterattack. Can you hold them off? A big tobacco pipe I can't extinguish. Even if we can't beat them, holding them for a while is definitely not a problem." Red Bucket didn't feel ashamed to show weakness, everyone had their specialties, and they weren't combat players to begin with. Besides, we're here to pour concrete, not to fight. The Savage marked a few locations on the map for me to build outposts, preparing for a long-term garrison, precisely because we're worried those guys will come back. According to Militech intelligence, since this morning, Cuban forces around the Bay of Pigs had begun showing signs of encircling in this direction. At least 2 or 3 regiments, several thousand men, could launch the next attack in a few hours if they were fast, or it might drag on for a day or 2 if they were slow, depending entirely on their organization. Meanwhile, players were also continuously landing. Currently, there were 60 new players daily, which amounted to nearly 2,000 in a month. Over these past few months, the daily online player count had reached 8,000, a truly terrifying number. "Alright, if you're late, you won't get any hot food. I'm telling you, the dishes are incredible. I've never eaten such big fish and meat on a construction site in my life. You can't finish it, you simply can't finish it." Hearing Red Bucket speak so mysteriously, the Hell Divers, who were already hungry, couldn't help but become curious, their appetites peaked. The Ministry of Truth cheerfully declared loudly, "Fill these vehicles with fuel. Let's head back to the beachhead and see what good stuff there is." The Bay of Pigs beachhead in the early morning was no longer an empty, uninhabited zone. Several 4 to 5 meter wide jetties, built from modular materials, extended 100 meters from the sand into the sea, connecting and joining at the end to form a temporary small port. Hundreds of thousands of players disembarked here from Militech landing craft to arrive in Cuba. They excitedly ran towards the beach. If one ignored the guns in their hands, an ordinary person might even think they were tourists visiting Cuba. At the same time, some larger hovercraft were transporting batch after batch of vehicles, supplies, and military equipment to be unloaded at this small port, back and forth, making it incredibly bustling. And it wasn't just players who arrived at the beach. Gloria, who had been on the run for an entire day and night, was also there. Even David, attracted by the intense gunfire, found the players and was brought back with them. David. As soon as Gloria saw the travel-worn David, she immediately rushed to him, hugging her son tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. If it weren't for the tracker showing him constantly moving, she would have truly believed David had also died in that chaotic battle. Gloria also noticed David's right hand hanging unnaturally and the marks of a gunshot wound on his shoulder, which immediately wrung her heart. "Oh my god, your hand. You need medical attention. Mom." David's lips were chapped, but his voice was more mature than ever. "Replace it with a combat cybernetic. I want to go to the front lines." "What did you say?" Gloria thought she had misheard, looking at her son in astonishment. His expression made her feel a hint of unfamiliarity. "I said I want to go to the front lines." David's attitude was very firm. "I want to participate in this cause of liberating Cuba, not just for the fallen guerrillas, but also for every person who is still suffering." "No." Gloria shook her head. With her authority, she could easily transfer David to a safe position in the rear to gain experience, rather than leaving him on the Cuban battlefield, which was destined to become a bloody mess. But David's attitude remained unchanged. "I want to go to the front lines. Even if you send me back to Night City, I will come to Cuba myself to fight. Everyone who comes here is here to fight. Why can't there be one more of me?" Gloria still wanted to persuade David to abandon this idea, covering David's dusty and scarred face with her hand and pleading, "Listen, their deaths are not your fault." "I know, Mom." David felt the iron plate on his chest burning like a branding iron. It was the will of a person, or rather, generations of people, and this will had now been passed into his hands. This was not a burden or pressure, but a legacy. "I want to go to the front lines." It was still the same sentence, like a stubborn donkey that couldn't be pulled back. Gloria closed her eyes in despair. In truth, she could have tried every possible way to imprison David in Night City, having someone keep a close watch on him, but as an excellent mother, she knew that doing so would only destroy her image in David's heart and destroy David himself. "You're my only son." David retorted, "Mom, whose sons were those gorillas who died 2 days ago?" Gloria turned her head, wiping her eyes incessantly, but the tears kept flowing. Did she regret it? Perhaps there was still a hint of relief deep in her heart. Gloria wanted David to grow up, but she never expected it to be here, and in this way. "You decide, just come find me in the operating room later, your wound has already started to get infected." With that, she walked towards the newly constructed medical area without looking back, afraid that she would regret it if she walked even a little slower. Killer Demon, who had been standing by, waited until Gloria left before daring to speak. you've made a remarkable decision, David. He always felt a sense of guilt, as if he were a kidnapper leading someone's good son down a path of no return. It's nothing remarkable. David took out a small iron piece from his chest pocket, so worn that its original shape was almost unrecognizable. They are the truly remarkable ones. What is this? Killer Demon's attention was drawn to the small iron piece. I don't know, Jose left it for me before he sacrificed himself. He said it was left to him by a former gorilla. David proactively handed the small iron piece to Killer Demon, who weighed it in his hand. Keep this with me for now, you go for your surgery. After David nodded and left, he pinched it between his fingers and carefully observed it against the sun. Although it was severely worn, the faint traces of its original metal shape could still be seen. He took a photo of the metal and uploaded it to the official forum, asking for help to identify its original form. Someone quickly found its prototype on the forum and sent it to him. Above the badge, it read Patria o Muerte in Spanish. The overall design was emerald green rice stalks embracing a white dove and firearms, and below it read in memory of the heroes who died in the Bay of Pigs Vincent Moss Brigade. Heroes. 100 years later, still in the Bay of Pigs, how unpredictable life is. As Killer Demon sighed, his finger felt an incongruous bumpy texture on the back of the badge. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully, only then could he faintly see those very small grooves, about the size of a pinhead, and the distribution of the grooves was very regular. Killer Demon didn't think this would be a normal mark for a badge. Leopard head, you're just in time. This thing David brought back has a problem. Help me figure out what these things are. The expert, who was called, rolled his eyes. Don't give me that Santa Claus nickname. He took the badge and carefully examined the indentations Killer Demon had found, but he couldn't figure it out either, so he could only go find his cryptography colleagues later to see what was going on. Killer Demon chuckled coldly, aren't you an expert? Is there a problem with calling you Leopard Head? I didn't expect you, a bushy-browed old fossil, to be watching movies now. The expert also sneered back, but that's right, an old fossil like you watching old fossil movies from decades ago is quite fitting. I heard the officer's canteen has opened in Cuba, and there are some awesome new dishes. Where is it? The Sword Saint, who had just returned, smelled of gunpowder. The ballistic armor plates of his MT-3 exoskeleton were covered with countless bullet holes, many places still embedded with unfallen bullet heads, and his face even had traces of flame burns. The Sword Saint nonchalantly found the location of the canteen. Upon arriving in Cuba, it was naturally impossible to have any buildings, so the canteen was open air, with a bunch of tables simply set up as a dining hall. A group of hell divers, Cayman riders, and expert chiefs sat at the tables, devouring the food in front of them. Wait, what are you guys eating? Can you finish ordering so much? When the Sword Saint saw what they were eating, his mouth almost watered. A huge piece of roasted beef in the center of the plate exuded steaming, delicious juices, several long loaves of bread were soaked in fragrant cream soup, and there were grilled meats on iron skewers stuck into wooden boards, with various fruits piled underneath, and even cakes and donuts. The scene completely astonished the Sword Saint. Dude, where am I? We didn't eat this well in Night City. Give me a skewer too. The Sword Saint, practically drooling, reached out and pulled a skewer from a Cayman rider's plate, stuffing it into his mouth. The unknown type of hot grilled meat exploded with rich meaty flavor in his mouth, and the golden fat significantly reduced the fatigue from his all-night battle. The Cayman rider indignantly said, buy your own if you want to eat. I paid 150 for this meal. Only 150? This price made the Sword Saint's jaw drop, and only then did he shift his attention to where the food was being prepared. The Sword Saint happened to know the person cooking in the kitchen, but he never expected it to be her. He stood at the ordering counter, his mouth agape in surprise. You. Hello, what would you like to eat? You can order anything from the menu. Yashida Saki, wearing a chef's apron, smiled sweetly. Behind her, a dozen different machines rumbled, sending large roasted meats, soups, and bread like an assembly line to the pickup area, where long-waiting players eagerly took them away as if they had found treasure. Besides her, there were 7 or 8 other chefs, with cuisines including Chinese, Italian, French, Turkish, Mexican, and so on. No, how did you end up here? The Sword Saint couldn't help but ask, and working as a cook here? Making these? Ah. You mean that? Yashida Saki bowed deeply to the Sword Saint with immense gratitude. Although she didn't recognize the person in front of her, she knew that everyone here was her savior, and also Mr. Agent's friend. Because I'm not good at fighting, but I want to do something to repay everyone for saving my life, so a kind person suggested I cook for everyone. He even taught me the recipes for these dishes. I studied for a long time to learn them, and I hope you will be satisfied. Katana Shrimp, sitting in the distance and gnawing on seafood baked rice, suddenly stood up and waved a chicken leg, shouting, "Don't thank me." As the soilless cultivation bases continued to expand, the output of various vegetables and fruits soared. Even synthetic meat factories and livestock farms began large-scale production. However, these goods could not be released onto the market, as that would conflict with biotechnica, so they could only be consumed internally, with large quantities sent to Cuba to fill the players' stomachs. And the new mechanic profession, combined with the popularization of automation, allowed dishes that were originally time-consuming and labor-intensive to be cooked in a short time. Why not? Who said these things all had to be used for war? A group of Monster Hunter players even cried while eating, "World's feline canteen food is still the best." Think about the days I spent in Kamura village, eating dango every day, my mouth was so bland I could taste birds. Kamura village was good enough. Do you know how hard it was for me to endure that guy's ineffable expression every time I ate in the wilderness? My Yakumo village hasn't even spoken yet. This isn't going to war, this is a vacation. The Sword Saint complained in his heart, but he still had to eat. Work and entertainment, both at the same time. I've been fighting for so long, can't I enjoy myself a little? I'll have an English roast beef and French lobster bisque, and a Spanish seafood paella. Alright, please wait a moment. Although the cooking process couldn't truly replicate Monster Hunter, watching large pieces of roasted meat being skewered by machines over a fierce fire, with the fat melting into golden grease covering the dark brown grilled meat, still made one's mouth water. While Yoshida Saki was cooking, the Sword Saint asked nosily, by the way, why are you alone? Where's the street loafer? Does he dare let you come to Cuba alone? Yoshida Saki's hand trembled when she heard the question, almost dropping the meat into the fire. After a while, she lowered her head and said, Mr. Agent took a mission from Mr. Ministry of Truth, saying he went to develop a new software program. New software? The Sword Saint muttered, what's he mysteriously developing at a time like this? Chapter 346 Air Raids and Live Streaming. When large, fragrant pieces of roasted meat, paired with ice-cold beer, filled their stomachs, the fatigue from an entire night of intense activity was swept away. Although these foods couldn't truly increase players' maximum health and stamina, the morale boost was real, especially since, after gastrointestinal modifications, players no longer had to worry about their figures changing. They could eat as much as they wanted, stuffing themselves to the fullest. Every bite of protein consumed would be converted into bioenergy, used to power cyberware and maintain the brain, digested much more thoroughly than by normal people. After eating and drinking their fill, the Ministry of Truth wiped the grease from his mouth and continued, speaking to the propaganda department, the advertisement you filmed with reporters still has many shortcomings. You shouldn't say the advertisement slogans yourselves, that makes it seem too fake and doesn't differentiate it from conventional marketing methods. What are we selling? Weapons. Weapons are used to kill people. What's the point of a commentator spouting flowery rhetoric on the side? It's just another roadside hawker. It's like this gun, no matter how much you boast about it while holding it, it's not as direct as using it to kill someone. Have you forgotten what the second biggest event of this version is? Our operational scope has expanded from Night City to half of the American Federation. That's a huge market. And who told you we must sell our own weapons? What's most important in commercial marketing? It's the platform. Look at how much market share online marketing media platforms have taken from traditional advertising media industries. Is there a larger war platform in the world right now than Cuba? We are a unique scorpion's dung, only needing some propaganda to rake in big money. This is all money. War, isn't it all for these things in the end? My subordinate. Just as he was describing the grand future to the propaganda department, a commotion arose around him. Many players put down their food and looked up at the sky. Because the air defense radar system deployed around them sounded an alarm. The piercing air defense alarm made all players realize something was wrong. The military green search radar on the carriage, which had been rotating at a constant speed, suddenly stopped at some point and locked directly onto the Cuban interior. Subsequently, the command was transmitted to the search radar, which then immediately emitted a series of invisible electromagnetic waves in that direction. On the radar display, a red dot also appeared, rapidly approaching the player landing zone. After a brief flicker, more and more red dots appeared on the radar, even exceeding the tracking and locking limit of this radar. Fortunately, the players had captured more than one air defense radar from Hansen. Several other units quickly picked up these signals and immediately began tracking. The surrounding air defense vehicles also quickly entered combat status, with air defense missile launchers rising skyward, their hatches opening one after another. With a whoosh, a missile shot out of the launcher and rapidly flew towards the horizon. Other air defense vehicles followed suit, launching several missiles into the sky. The players' cyber eyes had no comparison to radar in terms of search range. Even though air defense missiles had already been launched, they still didn't know the exact situation, only seeing a large number of missiles rising from their positions, trailing white smoke. Is this an air raid? What is it? Missiles or bombers? So cool, this is much cooler than that broken thing Sword Snow made. They marveled at the performance of the anti-aircraft weapons, yet showed no tension about the impending air raid. Some even climbed to the top of buildings, wanting to see what was happening. But with beyond visual range strikes, they couldn't see a thing. Only Red Bucket, more than 20 kilometers away, saw dozens of black dots with trailing flames rapidly approaching across the sky. Those were high-speed missiles. And the flight squadron following behind the missiles. Moreover, what came this time were not the black market goods Militech sold to Cuba to trick them, but their targets were not the temporary player base below, but the 3 Militech floating ships suspended far offshore. Enemy tracking. Enemy tracking. Enemy missile. Enemy missile. The pilot frowned slightly as he looked at the radar warning, which had turned from yellow to red. The Cubans clearly wanted to first eliminate Militech, Horizon Corporation's powerful external aid, and then figure out how to deal with this isolated force trapped in Cuba. The Cuban Air Force's overall commander also did not believe that a small Horizon Corporation could participate in this air battle, purely treating them as spectators. They had no idea that this small company, considered cannon fodder, had deployed so many air defense systems as soon as it landed. They were discovered as soon as they approached. The air defense network formed by dozens of air defense missiles looked full of holes, but missile interception is not like the movie Top Gun, where a missile chases after a plane's tail relentlessly. Because a missile's fuel is limited, only supporting a dozen seconds of flight time, after which most of the time is unpowered gliding, all relying on electronic programs to pre-calculate the flight trajectory of enemy aircraft or missiles, and then attack at preset points. At most, the vector engine system corrects the trajectory using the remaining limited fuel. And when enemy missile appears on the pilot's radar, his reaction time will not exceed 10 seconds. Bad news, the planes and missiles of 2076 seem very advanced. Good news, the planes of 2076 are still human-controlled. And the person inside is most likely a human stick, like those power armor pilots from big corporations, reduced to a torso without limbs. But even better news is that there are no humans in Horizon Corporation's planes and missiles. Because humans are the biggest bottleneck limiting fighter jet maneuverability parameters. The G-forces a human body can withstand are limited, no matter how much cyberware you install, it's the same as long as the brain isn't replaced. In the face of physiological tolerance limits, no matter how fast your reaction speed, it's useless. This is not a problem that Sandevistan and Kerenzikov can solve. But if the pilot is not included, then how fast a plane and missile can fly, and how strong their maneuverability can be, depends entirely on the material, fuel, and the reaction speed of the artificial intelligence. It was as if that Cuban missile deliberately crashed into the Horizon air defense missile, when the distance between them shortened to dozens of meters. With a bang, the air defense missile triggered its proximity fuse. Only at this moment could the players on the beachhead faintly see traces through their high-magnification cyber eyes. Dozens of flashes lit up the distant sky one after another, followed by burning flames streaking across the sky, scattering and falling towards the ground like celestial fire meteors. A small amount of debris also flew over the players' position at high altitude. Among them were shot-down missiles and crashed Cuban aircraft. With the help of radar and the electronic eyes of the doorframe robots, players in cyberspace watched the entire short air defense battle relatively clearly. Cool. Damn, this cutscene, it almost made me wet myself. When can we fly into the sky? If I could sit in a fighter jet and fight in the sky, my life would be worth it. You, want to go to the sky? An idiot who has to retake the C1 subject 3 times still wants to fly a plane? In your dreams. At this moment, Savage, as the command center, was posting a private message on the official forum, asking the big shots, our first batch of Raider drones has just arrived at the coast. If connected to the Skynet, with short-range turbo acceleration, they should be able to tangle with these planes for a round. Should we launch them to test their mettle? Although this round of attacks didn't seem to be aimed at them, Melee Tech was still considered the players' current ally. They couldn't just stand by like some people when an ally was in trouble, could they? However, the big shots on the official website were remarkably unified in their opinion. Don't move. Since Melee Tech dared to bring its floating ships into the Gulf of Mexico, it means they possess a considerable amount of air defense firepower. If they can't even withstand one round of Cuban airstrikes, then you should start considering whether Melee Tech is qualified as a partner. Find someone else as soon as possible. Now is not the time to reveal our trump card. The later it's revealed, the greater its impact. Moreover, the current batch of drones is insufficient in number and lacks air-to-air missiles. Even if deployed, they wouldn't be able to fully utilize their advantages. We need at least close to 5-digit numbers to achieve a royal flush effect. Alright, seeing the big shot's attitude, the wildman calmed his urge to interfere. But 5 digits, is he serious? And indeed, just as the big shots expected, these 3 airships not only launched a large number of anti-air missiles and close-in weapon systems for interception, but they also hit a total of 6 fighter jets inside, which took off and engaged in a fierce dogfight. Ultimately, Militica's pilots and aircraft had the upper hand, destroying 3 enemy planes at a cost of 1:3, before the Cuban Air Force retreated. If not for Horizon Corporation's interception midway, Melee Tech would still have won the battle, but likely at the cost of more casualties. However, this also served as a reminder to the players, they were not facing small warlords or bandits like the Wraiths, but a drug cartel that had stolen national armed forces. No matter how much they looked down on the enemy, they had to take them absolutely seriously strategically. And they also needed to quickly catch up in developing their own armed forces. Achieving this effect on the first day is pretty good. Lin Miao was beaming as he looked at the battle reports from the players. He didn't understand military matters, but they had managed to establish a foothold on the beach as planned, capture the airport, repel enemy ground reinforcements, and make a strong impression on Melee Tech. Even Lin Miao had to admit this round was a beautiful victory. With this initial success, he would gain considerable leverage in future negotiations with Melee Tech. After reading the battle report, he then looked at the application sent by the players, application for the development of an entertainment live streaming software covering all American cities. Ministry of Truth. An entertainment live streaming software covering all American cities. My friend, you really dare to dream. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Miao was sweating just looking at this application. Currently, not only Europe, but no country outside of the Eastern Bloc has a nationwide communication network system. Due to natural disasters, man-made destruction, and other factors, information network construction has been severely damaged. A signal tower you just repaired might be torn down by the Wraiths or Aldcaldos the next day and sold for scrap metal. Coupled with urban centralization, human communication is confined within each city. People from different cities cannot connect. Only large corporations with satellites can use satellite communication to transmit data, but this is only for critical core data. For Lin Miao to achieve this, he would either have to build communication towers across the entire American Federation or launch or lease a satellite. Or, use the Blackwell Gateway. The black hole protocol exists in every connectable network device. Theoretically, Lin Miao could not only steal data traffic from large corporation satellites but also from satellites currently controlled by rogue Ace, and human society wouldn't even know. But the problem isn't whether it can be done, but how to explain to other companies why he can do it. Lin Miao certainly has ways to deceive them, but whether this application is worth him doing so is a new question. Upholding the persona of a planner who listens to advice, Lin Miao patiently continued to review the Ministry of Truth's program development plan. Do you? Or do you? Live streaming the Cuba war to the American Federation and even the entire world, using this propaganda platform to promote weapons, and then becoming commercial spokespersons for major military-industrial enterprises. Heavens, this guy is a genius. Lin Miao was amazed by this business plan. If it could be realized, companies like Militech, Arizaka, and Kongtao would definitely provide their flagship products for free to the players on the Cuba battlefield for live streaming sales. However, there was a small moral issue that needed to be resolved. This was recommending more efficient and user-friendly killing weapons to everyone, even at the cost of live streaming murder. This issue, let alone in the cyber world, even in 2025, few companies would care in the face of huge profits, but Lin Miao had to care. Because if he just went ahead and did it, he would be no different from those companies that disregard human lives for money. But Lin Miao desperately needs money now. War consumes capital faster than any scientific research. That previous round of anti-air missile volleys alone cost at least tens of millions of euro. Although it was free, it still made him win CE. At this moment, Lin Miao's brain was undergoing a brainstorm. On the left, a Lin Miao with a trident and sharp fangs said, "Why care about those drug dealers and manufacturers in Cuba? This is all pure silver. If you don't earn it, aren't you creating evil? If they're killed, they're killed. Haven't you killed enough people? Don't quibble over trifles when doing great things. Do great things. Do great things." On the right, a white-clad Lin Miao with wings and a halo said, "It is the merit of these drug dealers to contribute to our cause. Let them use their sinful lives to make great contributions to this society. You are using your actions to cleanse their sins. You are great, noble, and detached from vulgar tastes. Even if they die, they will thank you. If you truly feel pain for this, why not set a Thanksgiving Day on your calendar? Every year on this day, burn some cyberjoss paper for these drug dealers and chant electronic great compassion mantras to comfort their souls in heaven. You have immeasurable merit, immeasurable merit. Even the Buddha will open his eyes for you." The fanged Lin Miao was dumbfounded. He pointed his trident at the white-clad Lin Miao and angrily retorted, "You beast with no conscience. Do you have any humanity left? Impudent." The white-clad Lin Miao glared angrily, extended a massive hand, and grabbed the fanged Lin Miao. "How dare you speak ill of me? Watch me cast you down to the 18 layers of Chengdu Hell, with your butt facing out." He was instantly refined. Lin Miao smiled. He wasn't a saintly white lotus, there was no need for him to fall into a moral dilemma here. Let mistakes be made, future generations will judge right and wrong. Every dynasty needs someone to take the blame, why shouldn't it be him? However, having said that, live streaming still needs to be done cautiously to ensure effective propaganda work in Cuba, avoid accidental harm to civilians, and persuade the Cuban army to surrender. Unnecessary killings should not be carried out under the pretext of testing weapons. Instead, profits should be gained by live streaming unavoidable wars. Lin Miao swiped, application approved. Next item, David Martinez, application to enlist in the military. This application, written by Gloria, conveyed her utter helplessness even without Lin Miao directly communicating with her. David's experiences in Cuba had made him determined to fight on the front lines, not even the rear, a truly admirable resolve. Lin Miao, system. System, yes. Lin Miao, how many of our junior officers currently in Dragon Field training have completed all training? System, 173 people have completed basic military training, 14 of whom are currently undergoing intermediate military training. Lin Miao, that many? They seem very motivated. System, after overcoming drug addiction with neural regulators, the international series written by Arturo with player assistance had a significant impact on them. It not only corrected their moral deficiencies but also instilled a considerable level of awareness, making them very diligent in their studies. Lin Miao gasped in amazement. 1 year ago, these people were notorious road bandits in the Wraiths, committing all sorts of evil. In just over half a year, their personalities had been rewritten like this. If this technology fell into the hands of criminals, it would likely become R18 forbidden content. With officers, it was now time to form an army composed of locals from the cyber world. This was their own world, how could they always rely on players to do the heavy lifting? Some things, ultimately, they had to do themselves. Chapter 347 Rome's Journey West, illegible. Not every player chose to travel all that way to Cuba for a thrilling and stimulating jungle game with local drug lords. Players with lower combat skills, who didn't meet the requirements, or who focused on casual and life skills, preferred staying in Night City or participating in the version's second activity. Escorting corporate cargo to different states within the American Federation. Theoretically, the mission board shouldn't only feature armed escort requests from Horizon Corporation. Horizon Corporation has already opened up armed security services provided by players to the Night City market. If other corporations trust the players, they can also initiate escort contracts with Horizon Corporation, potentially leading to long-term cooperation. But currently, everyone is skeptical about the quality of the players' work, and most are waiting to see results before the players make a name for themselves. After all, the bulk of this industry is controlled by Militech and Arezaka. If you want to steal food from their mouths, you need more than just a couple of tricks up your sleeve. The 4 Romanophiles, due to their insufficient combat levels, couldn't travel to Cuba, so they had to settle for the next best thing. They joined other players in accepting an escort mission for 4 million worth of machinery heading to Missouri, and simultaneously took care of a group of blind bandits who dared to steal the boss's cargo. Whether the cargo could be recovered was no longer important to Lin Miao, the shipment the Romanophiles were escorting was a replacement. But the thieves had to die. Of course, there were also some side missions from Super Earth. As ordinary folk, we're finally touring the American continent today. Back where I'm from, I couldn't even get a visa. Fine Roman Ecstasy, leaning against the maglev train window, couldn't help but gaze at the vast fields of ethanol wheat planted around the tracks. It was autumn, and the greenish-yellow sea of wheat swayed like waves with the cool Missouri breeze. Even through the metal window, he could faintly hear the sound of the ocean waves. Remember us 101 Kanshu? In that wheat field, a large sign for the Monsanto Corporation stood prominently, emphasizing its presence. Raging teased, if you can't get a visa, you could always follow Mr. Wang's example and cross the border illegally. Fine Roman Ecstasy retorted, I was just saying that. Only an idiot would sneak into a place like this, acting as if I care about it. It's not even as spectacular as harvest time back home. It would only be acceptable if they renamed it Constantinople. He pointed to the GG sign outside the window again. I heard this company delisted and was acquired by Bayer of Germany back in 2018. How is it still operating here? Monsanto was an agricultural seed company notorious worldwide, and the infamous Agent Orange from the Vietnam War was one of its products. Raging didn't recognize Monsanto, so he shrugged and said, it's a parallel world, isn't it? The writers can write whatever they want. I'd believe them even if they said there were aliens. Maybe in some future version, we'll start fighting zombies and aliens, just like in CSOL. The journey was surprisingly peaceful. The expected train robbery mission never materialized, which left the players feeling a bit disappointed. After all, players are creatures who get unhappy if they don't kill someone for a day. With no combat and the train ride lasting over 10 hours, when they were bored out of their minds, they could only enter cyberspace to play Lego, and then prepare to follow the main force to the old net to grind small mobs to feed the AI or something similar to pass the time. Amidst the players' chatter, the maglev train finally stopped on the outskirts of St. Louis, a metropolitan city in Missouri. This was the American Federation's largest inland shipping center, located at the junction of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, relying heavily on maritime logistics. Although it was a metropolitan city, its prosperity was clearly several notches below Night City. Looking into the distance, there were no towering skyscrapers, and barely any flying vehicles could be seen. The sense of disappointment for the players was comparable to going from Shanghai to Shijiazhuang. The maglev train would stop here for one day to unload cargo before heading to the next station, and the time in between was the players' free activity period. The first thing they did upon arrival was connect to the city's local network, have the hacker set a network beacon for the location in cyberspace, and then search the local dark web for traces of the smuggler. Did you find it yet? After getting off the train, Fine Roman Ecstasy couldn't help but sarcastically urge the hacker in cyberspace. I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. Second pillar, far away in Cuba, cursed, are you rushing me to my death? Contemptuous look. Fine Roman Ecstasy immediately backed down. My bad, bro. You wouldn't take my headshot and post it on the dark web singing 51522, would you? Is that the kind of low-tech work someone like me would do? Second pillar expressed disdain. A real hacker can mess with you much worse than that. If you click an email link, I'd know how many times you've had an abortion and what diseases you've been treated for at the reproductive clinic. I could even use your computer's camera to take a photo of you jerking off. Simple personal information is the cheapest thing to us in cyberspace, so never click random links, kid. Good thing I've never had an abortion. Fine Roman Ecstasy, missing the point entirely, was extremely relieved that his gender allowed him to avoid the scope of the surveillance content. Found it. After Second Pillar completed the transaction with a local hacker on the dark web, he immediately sent the relevant information to the player's chat box. Someone posted photos of similar robots on the dark web a week ago. I suspect some idiot couldn't resist taking pictures to show off while fencing the stolen goods. They probably thought they were out of the woods and safe from the original owner tracking them down. However, no one leaves their real name on the dark web. Based on the account's past information, we can trace this guy back to the Cahokia Nomad tribe, which is the most active criminal group on the outskirts of St. Louis and has a few hundred people. The place they frequent most is a bar near the train station called Louis 9. You can try your luck there and complete the mission assigned to you by the Ministry of Truth at the same time. This level of detail shocked many players. Considering it was their first time in St. Louis, the fact that the other party could collect so much detailed information in such a short time was truly unbelievable. It truly lived up to being a super rare, limited profession that has existed since version 0.2. Unlike other professions, hackers can't just rely on self-taught knowledge to get started and then stubbornly grind skill points. Without hacker talent, you can't even grind out the most basic LV1, let alone anything else. The Louis 9 bar had a Western-style decor. A wooden sign riddled with bullet holes hung above the entrance, creaking loudly in the wind and swaying precariously, looking like it would be blown down if the wind got any stronger. As the core area of mixed elements outside the suburbs, the three Romanophiles heard several gunshots before they even entered the door. Then, a body with multiple bullet holes in the chest was pushed off the second-floor balcony, landing right at their feet. Laughter erupted from upstairs. If you drink too much, get out. We're waiting to eat. Ha ha ha. Although St. Louis was not as developed as Night City, in terms of chaos, it was absolutely no worse than Night City. Many districts here lacked any legal foundation, and there was no gang like the Tiger Claws to step up and maintain order. Furthermore, due to certain historical reasons, St. Louis had a very large population of people of color, so those who know. Even if no city in North America could boast good public safety, St. Louis definitely ranked among the worst. Tisk, tisk, tisk. While they sighed over the situation, what kind of scene hadn't players witnessed in this game? I've observed missile explosions up close, what can a bunch of small-time gangs do to me? With their Helldiver helmets clipped to their waists, the group brazenly pushed the door open and walked into the bar right in front of the security guards. However, their appearance was so fashionable that they immediately drew the attention of the many patrons. Even the completely naked dancer on stage was ignored. This was not a high-end establishment, everyone drinking here was riff-raff. The moment they saw the somewhat high-end and awesome diver armor worn by the three Romanophiles, they couldn't take their eyes off it. But no one rushed to attack or be the first guinea pig. After all, the large guns strapped to the visitors' backs were not just for show, and everyone was curious about what these strangers were doing here. The dim lighting relied entirely on sunlight filtering through holes in the ceiling. The ceiling fan rotated with a grating sound, making people fear it might suddenly fall and smash onto their heads. A cup of water. Raging sat down casually at the bar counter and told the bartender, "I want something clean." He never drank alcohol, he felt that not even ordering milk didn't quite fit the atmosphere here, but this action caused the entire bar to erupt in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, he said he wants water. And clean water. Ha ha ha. So? Do you want to go back to your mama's tit for a couple more sips? Whose baby are you?" Unable to believe his request caused such a commotion, Raging felt utterly confused. "This is all we have here. Take it or leave it." The bartender pushed a bottle of murky liquor toward Raging. He picked it up and saw large amounts of unknown suspended particles floating in the orange-yellow liquid. He sniffed the bottle opening, and a pungent odor of cheap alcohol immediately assaulted him. Night City is a city of dreams, people from all over the American Federation are flocking there, and it's not just because of corporate marketing. Night City is genuinely far more developed than most cities in North America, even surpassing the great eastern city New York. He quickly pushed the bottle away and pulled out a bottle of Horizon purified water from the pouch on his waist. "Then I'll drink my own." Unexpectedly, this triggered a completely different reaction, the patrons' expressions suddenly became extremely serious, and some even took off their hats in respect. "Yes. It's real water. It's so clear, so beautiful. I will tell my children this story." As if that wasn't enough, a large man saw a child in front of him remaining indifferent, quickly snatched the child's hat, and shoved it into his hands. "Hey! Kid, take off your hat right now, that's real water. Anyone who can afford drinking water is considered middle class here, someone who can afford such pure real water must be an extraordinary VIP." However, the patron's reaction completely stunned the players. WTF? Is that necessary? Although Horizon Corporation's drinking water is gradually becoming widespread, the production volume is fixed, making it impossible to reach such a backwater place in a short time. Nevertheless, this scene of showing off in public clearly hit the players' G-spot. They unhurriedly poured 3 cups, and even ostentatiously clinked them together before drinking. An elderly man sitting in the corner couldn't help but ask, "You strangers, where exactly do you come from?" "Me." Fine Roman Ecstasy turned around, leaning against the bar. He knew this might be his only chance in life. "I come from the west, from that distant land in the far west, the city where the sun sets and eternal night reigns." Immediately, someone guessed his origin. "It's Night City. I've heard of that place, it's paved with gold, and people are killed every day." Seeing that someone was paying attention, Fine Roman Ecstasy became even more excited, swaggering through the bar crowd with exaggerated steps while speaking. "That's right. Over where we are, we kill someone before breakfast just to whet our appetite. Then we strip the cyberware from the corpses and throw the rest into kitchen recycling to serve as our rations for growth." "Rations? You eat people?" At this point, even the riffraff of this chaotic land couldn't hold back, stepping back 2 paces, terrified of getting contaminated by this plague-like thing. Ecstasy did not confirm or deny, continuing his boast. "Over there, we fight corporate agents, battle gang leaders, and clash with smuggling warlords. We once killed thousands of wraiths in a single battle." The entire bar instantly fell silent until someone whispered the terrifying name. "Wraiths. In the desolate Badlands, the name of the wraiths inspires more fear than melee tech. Yes, their boss is currently still working the sewing machine. We built a prison in the Badlands specifically to detain those heinous murderers and bounty targets. There, we used torture devices you couldn't imagine to make them realize who they messed with." A gambler nervously pressed down on his hat. He had indeed heard similar rumors, and they came from Night City. "Then you are. You guessed correctly." Ecstasy walked up to him, picked up a deck of cards from the table, and bent them inward between his fingers. The stressed playing cards immediately shot upwards from his hand and fell back down. "This deck is nice, I quite like the pattern on the back." Fine Roman Ecstasy circled through the crowd and finally returned to the bar counter, standing between Raging and the third player, leaning against the bar, and taking the purified water handed to him by his companion. "You ask where we come from? Then I will tell you this. We come from hell. You can also call us Hell Diver. A small, skinny pickpocket with rat-like whiskers suddenly shrieked, I've heard that name. Just yesterday on Channel 54 News, these executioners repelled the Havana army head-on in Cuba, and they are dressed exactly like in the news. Ecstasy didn't speak but raised his cup in a silent toast to the patrons. Invisible showing off is the most lethal. The patrons who had just been eyeing the three men greedily immediately withdrew their gaze, terrified of provoking such ominous figures. A reputation is earned through battle. Horizon Corporation was no longer the obscure small company it once was. Although there was still a significant gap between them and local warlords or multinational giants, they were already an incredible behemoth in the eyes of the people in these small places. But showing off aside, the three hadn't forgotten the purpose of their visit. Your news is already outdated. Raging pulled a terminal from his chest pocket. Just a few hours ago, our forces engaged 3 battalions north of the Bay of Pigs. They are currently locked in a desperate battle, surrounded by over 1,000 men. What? Is that true or false? How do you know? Everyone was horrified. An army of over 1,000 men. Initially, they thought NUSA was one thing, but why was the lesser-known Horizon Corporation involved? They never expected Horizon Corporation to immediately launch a major offensive, kicking the Cuban army flying and opening the eyes of the whole world. Raging revealed a mysterious smile. A live broadcast, of course. He tapped the terminal, and a screen instantly flashed a scene. The person in the image was wearing a suit similar to theirs, though slightly bulkier, holding a gun, and shouting something loudly. As Raging turned up the volume, everyone in the bar could hear Good Brother's voice. Brothers. Look at me, look at me. Good Brother was surrounded by constant artillery fire, a grenade even exploded just a few meters away from him, splashing dust onto his face. Yet, Good Brother remained steadfast, shouting, this gun in my hand is Militica's latest tech rifle. The muzzle velocity is Mach 6, and the polymer body is light and comfortable to hold. Including the magazine, it only weighs 2.5 kilograms. The shooting feel is excellent, and paired with the holographic thermal sight, you can hit a bullseye from 100 paces, even in a jungle battlefield. Streams of bullet comments simultaneously scrolled across the live screen. He's showing off again. If you're so good, kill someone and show me. What's so great about Militica's tech rifle? When it comes to that, you have to look at tsunami defense. Now that's high tech. Exactly. I'd rather buy Arezaka's guns than Militica's. Their quality control is terrible. Facing the overwhelming negative comments, Good Brother remained calm. Brothers, don't disbelieve me. Watch, I'll give you a live demonstration right now. Saying this, he raised his gun and charged towards the Cuban army position. Supported by the movement technique enhanced by Sandevistan, he pushed through the overwhelming bombardment to reach a high vantage point. The drone used for the live broadcast followed closely behind. The constantly shaking footage made it look even more real, with bullets whistling past occasionally. No one would doubt that this scene was fake. Standing behind cover, Good Brother raised his gun and fired a burst. Bang! 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 The drone immediately rotated its camera. Where Good Brother had aimed, a Cuban soldier 300 meters away instantly fell, his forehead blown clean off. The mocking comments were instantly replaced by messages like 666 awesome, oh my god. Good Brother lowered his gun and said with feigned composure, so, where can you buy such an awesome gun? Since the client hasn't paid for an advertisement, I won't be revealing that here. The gun was one of the standard weapons exchanged by the Ministry of Truth using points. Having Good Brother live stream with it was just to test the waters, to see the reaction, and if it could pique Militica's interest enough for them to proactively contact Horizon Corporation for advertising. Currently, the Horizon Sound software, once released in Night City, immediately spread throughout the streets. After all, being able to watch players fight in Cuba, even if it had nothing to do with civilians, they were happy to watch for entertainment. For those who had been poisoned by players, it was a feeling of both pain and joy. Haha, now I'm not the only one who's been beaten up by them. You Cubans can suffer for it. Moreover, with Lin Miao and NUSA going to war with Cuba, the propaganda department completely stood on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at Cuba. This war was started by the Cubans, we are merely retaliating. Cuban drugs are harming the world. Our mission is not to occupy Cuban land, but solely to eliminate drug traffickers. Once they are eradicated, we will leave and not stay a day longer. Whoever speaks for the Cubans is the mastermind behind these drug factories. Especially the actions of the Cuban warlords against Cuban farmers, revealed by the expert they tracked in the Livestream village massacres, beheadings, dismemberment, flaying, impalement, shooting competitions. These thoroughly plunged the Cuban warlords into a moral abyss, making them figures that any normal person would despise. Believe it or not, I believe it. After all, this is the core purpose of propaganda warfare. Did you think the propaganda department was just a bunch of useless bums who messed things up? In an environment where information is relatively isolated, whoever controls the discourse controls the truth. Even the large corporations were surprised. After all, using valuable real-time satellite data transmission, seemingly useless, and then spreading it throughout Night City, was truly a bit of a cost waste. In their view, live streaming a battlefield offered no profit and even carried the risk of leaking military intelligence. Most importantly, maintaining a massive data transfer for extended periods could very likely lead to rogue AI or other hackers hiding within it, using it as an opportunity to infiltrate the confidential databases of various corporations. At least, that's how it is for now. However, Being able to get relevant intelligence from the Cuban battlefield through this software was also beneficial to them. Thus, it quickly spread from Night City to various parts of the world, much faster than the lower strata, as their information transmission channels, both in speed and range, were incomparable to those of the lower class. The streamers and players on this software were all normal people vetted by Lin Miao and AI. Even the live stream content had to undergo 30 seconds of review before being broadcast, to prevent incidents like old 8 stunts, live-streamed corpse desecration, or beheadings for traffic. Besides live streams, there were also traditional VLOGs that anyone could upload, though this feature was disabled for Cuban players, mainly to prevent people from tracing their locations through video content for targeted bombings or similar actions. Furthermore, the VLOG function was limited to local city use. Night City residents could only see VLOGs posted by other Night City residents. To see content uploaded by people in other cities, they had to wait for a month-long global data circulation. This was Lin Miao's unavoidable compromise with those corporations. After all, if it were truly globally synchronized, the data traffic consumed would reach an astronomical figure, impossible to conceal, and could only be masked by physical transfer of solid-state data storage. Finally, this software did not accept any payment functions, there were no tips or gifts. Even for advertising, at most, it would provide a hyperlink. It was purely a non-profit software for sharing life. Good Brother's performance was watched not only by civilians but also quickly discovered by Militica's public opinion department on the Super Earth channel within Horizon Sound. What is this guy doing? Giving us free advertising. The employees of the public opinion department were stunned when they saw Good Brother overtly introducing melee tech rifles in the live stream, but the head of the public opinion department quickly smelled an opportunity. He immediately ordered, "How many people are watching this live stream? Pull up the numbers for me." The employees attempted to use the software connection to reverse infiltrate the Horizon Sound server to search for viewer lists and geographical locations, but after successively burning out 2 mainframes and 1 hacker being severely injured, they had to abandon the plan, only able to watch the number displayed in the upper right corner of the live stream room. Currently, 12,754 viewers are online. Incredible. 5 minutes ago, it was around 11,000, and the number is still growing. It is estimated that the live stream room will reach 15,000 viewers in 10 minutes. Which means, what this Horizon mercenaries just said was heard by at least 10,000 people. This number might not seem significant, but those working in public opinion management departments clearly understood what it implied. The same advertisement delivered at different times and locations would yield different results. Target audience, attention span, and other factors were all considerations that marketing departments had to take into account. A platform like the Super Earth live stream room was undoubtedly the best advertising platform, even better than the neon projections in Night City's city center. The public opinion manager quickly dialed his superior's number, Freddie, the former vice president of marketing who had met Lin Miao a few times, or rather, now the newly promoted director of the department. Yes, right. I think this live stream room has considerable commercial potential. Okay. After listening to the public opinion manager's report, he only said, "Got it." Then he hung up the call and looked at the other department heads gathered, holding a meeting around Lucas, the president of Melee Tech. Metris, the head of the Special Operations Department, stood up and said, "According to reports from various branches, there are currently traces of this software in 13 cities across the United States, evenly distributed along maglev tracks. I suspect they are using transportation routes to spread this software, using the Cuban battlefield live stream as a gimmick along the way." And as soon as she finished speaking, Freddie couldn't help but stand up and say, "If the current diffusion trend continues, then the users of this software will reach at least millions, or even tens of millions, and it will be spread throughout the United States. At that time, it will become the best marketing platform, and the revenue we gain from placing advertisements on it will be immeasurable. So I suggest, immediately create an identical software, then order Horizon Corporation to cease development of this project, and find a way to have someone steal the source code of this software." I object. The head of the headquarters Network Information Security Department raised his hand to vote, then stood up and pointed at the Super Earth live stream room in the center of the meeting, saying, "You have no idea what such a massive amount of active information means. For so many years, we have been trying our best to reduce the upper limit of data flow. If we develop similar software ourselves and connect it across the country, or even more places, then once a rogue AI is born or infiltrates, it will be everywhere, just like in the old net era. If you don't want to experience another network collapse, then I suggest you abandon this idea, or do you plan to have Netwatch agents permanently stationed next to my desk, watching me work every day?" Freddie wanted to retort, "Don't we have the black hole? And how can they do it? Is it just that you lack the ability?" But he thought better of it. Currently, not a single megacorporation in the world wasn't trying to exploit the black hole, everyone was digging holes in it, and no one would be surprised if it collapsed one day. Moreover, the other person's rank was higher than his, such words could not be said. At this moment, Metris stood up again and said, "There is now sufficient evidence to show that Horizon Corporation definitely has a stable channel to obtain confidential data from the old net, whether by excavating ruins or having visited the old net. I personally recommend taking Lin Miao into custody. This person's danger level even exceeds Saburo Arezaka. Most importantly, in this Cuban war, he directly bypassed us and reached a secret agreement with President Myers. This is not good news for us." Objection. Another person stood up. "Horizon Corporation is now a high-level partner of Melee Tech and NUSA. A rash move would damage our business reputation and push Horizon Corporation towards Arezaka and Kongtao. Furthermore, Given Lin Miao's vigilance, if he senses something is wrong, he might hide, which would be all harm and no benefit to us. The group had differing opinions. Some were loyal and considered the company's best interests, some were for their own future, and others still looked up at the sky, appearing indifferent. No one mentioned using Zaytatica's human brain array to develop the software, because for that level of data volume, you would need at least hundreds of thousands of brains to support data flow across the entire NUSA. Killing hundreds of thousands of people and ensuring their brains are harvested intact. Militech wouldn't dare do this unless they were insane. Even Zetatech wouldn't agree to such a crazy idea. The person who finally made the decision was Lucas. Well, considering everyone's opinion on Horizon Corporation, I propose the following plan. Maintain the current partnership, push GG onto their platform, and turn the Cuba conflict into an exhibition for Militech weaponry. If our weapons outperform the European communities during this war, perhaps our sales in the international market will see a long-term and significant increase. In addition, keep an eye on the software's development trends and maintain close contact with Horizon Corporation to see if our friends are willing to add a few more features that benefit us. It was obvious that the European community would also react to this software. The situation of shipping weapons to Cuba was already set in stone, and Lucas didn't want to make a move against Horizon Corporation under these circumstances. If Horizon Corporation ran into trouble, Militech would have to intervene directly. At that point, the European community would surely find an excuse to join the fray, turning it from a relatively safe proxy war into a direct conflict. The alienation of people by capital goes far beyond the common alienation of the working class. The alienation of capitalists by capital also exists, and it is even more severe. In the capitalist market, if you don't advance, you die. To ensure their capital maintains a healthy growth trajectory and avoids being consumed by capital itself, capitalists must exhaust all means to maintain this momentum, or they will perish. As long as capital appreciation is guaranteed, they can drink and chat with their father's murderer, push their daughters into concubinage, or send their wives out to be mistresses. Abandoning humanity bang abandoning morality, there is nothing they won't do. Furthermore, even if they cannot win the gambling table themselves, they must ensure the opponent loses money, because a mutual loss is better than a single win. Militech has countless competitors. Nearby are Arezaka, Kongtao, and Zetatech, further away are the European Community and the Pan-African Union. Moving against Lin Miao now would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, cutting off their own arm. If Lin Miao were forced to go elsewhere, Militech's outcome would be disastrous. Therefore, even though Horizon Corporation and Militech had several conflicts, and even secretly reached an agreement with Myers to start the war in Cuba without Militech's knowledge, Lucas was still willing to pretend he knew nothing. As long as you have value in the eyes of capital, and there is no second alternative, then you are capital's honored guest. In the face of money, what are a few small contradictions? As the Frljordians say, we're all brothers, ain't we? What more is there to say? It's mealtime again, brothers. Today's lunch is twice-cooked pork pizza. Look at this pork belly and green peppers, plus the authentic Pixian chili bean paste and big chunks of cheese. Hiss. I'm already drooling. Good brother seemed addicted to streaming, he even ate in front of his audience. He held the camera and wildly filmed the meal box delivered by the drone, completely ignoring the comments where people were already threatening to eat him. Red Bucket, what kind of pizza? Say that again, I dare you. Which bastard chef did this? I'm going to kill him. Come on, have a bite. Good brother sliced off a piece with his knife and, in front of thousands of viewers and the nearly heart-stopped Red Bucket, shoved the pizza into his mouth and began eating heartily. The sight made people drool, especially Maine, who had also served. Maine said furiously, damn it, those bastards. When we were in Latin America, we ate nutrient paste and protein powder in the jungle. Those shit logistics guys couldn't even deliver a hot meal. The one time they managed to send meat, it was crawling with maggots by the time it reached us. His complaint made Dorio laugh. What, are you jealous? Should I order you a twice-cooked pork pizza too? I think the Horizon Bar menu has it today. Maine gulped down his drink and didn't answer. It was impossible to say he wasn't jealous. It wasn't just Horizon Corporation's lavish logistics, but also the war itself, which almost perfectly occupied the moral high ground. Beating up drug dealers, rescuing Cuban civilians, what a great pretext for war. And based on Maine's understanding of these people over the past year, these slogans weren't just superficial political propaganda. These people genuinely intended to save people and fight drug dealers. If someone ordered them to massacre a village, they would absolutely turn their guns on the person giving the order first. Compare that to their mission in Latin America, where all he did was massacre and sweep villages. It was precisely because of this that Maine no longer believed in the so-called NUSA. He was envious of this kind of war where actions matched beliefs, and they didn't have to face their own moral questioning. Unexpectedly, Dorio tossed him a poster and smiled faintly. I heard Horizon Corporation is recruiting troops. I remember you served in the NUSA. Want to give it a shot? You. Maine was stunned. I thought you would try to persuade me to quit. Due to Horizon Corporation's major cleanup in Night City, grassroots governance had gradually stabilized. Compared to the city center controlled by the NCPD, the other districts where Horizon mercenaries operated had become safer, which led to fewer jobs for mercenaries. Fewer jobs naturally meant less money. Many people were considering changing careers or trying their luck in other cities, as they had no skills other than shooting and killing. Dorio punched Maine lightly on the chest. I would like to, but would you agree? Forget it. What about Rebecca and Kiwi? Rebecca was underage, and Kiwi definitely wouldn't get involved in such trouble. If Rebecca didn't go, Pilar certainly wouldn't either. As the leader, Maine couldn't abandon them and leave alone. Maine was brooding when he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Who are you looking down on? Maine, Pilar, and I are technical personnel. Even if we're underage, we can participate in logistics and maintenance. He looked down and saw that it was Rebecca kicking his calf. Maine asked in surprise, Rebecca? What are you doing here? Me? Boss, stop staring at that little punk, all right? We're all here. A sharp, monkey-like voice. Even without looking, Maine knew who it was. You annoying guy, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Rebecca flew into a rage, turned around, and slammed her fist into the other person's waist, instantly knocking them stiff. Not just Pilar, even Kiwi was sitting across from Maine, puffing on a cigarette. Don't look at me. I'm not going over there. At most, I'll help you guys out with some hacker work in Night City. Horizon Corporation offered me a decent salary, and I'm tempted. But if you agree, we could still be colleagues. Maine saw that everyone was present, and his expression grew serious. Cuba is very dangerous. You've seen the situation. Nobody knows if they'll survive a war before it's over. Rebecca rolled her eyes. That's something for you big guys to worry about. I passed the logistics and maintenance exam, so I don't have to go to the front lines. Since you're so big, be careful not to catch too many bullets. Maine was speechless. Looking closely, it seemed she was right. Only he and Dorio were the main and secondary attackers in the whole team. Everyone else was much safer than the two of them. If anyone needed worrying about, it was himself. Pilar, who had been lying on the ground playing dead, climbed up and muttered on Maine's back, Maine, we all signed up. If you don't go, Pacifica needs a laborer to haul bricks. I think you could consider that. If worst comes to worst, you could apply at Clouds. Maine punched Pilar in the face, knocking her back down, and laughed, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk here. If we go, of course, we go together. Gulp. The originally arrogant Militech soldiers couldn't stop swallowing as they looked at the dazzling array of meat and fish on the Ministry of Truth's table. Those damned bastards. They were eating boring, tasteless MREs on the airships, yet these frontline grunts were eating feasts they couldn't even afford on their days off. Immediately, all their arrogance vanished. Chapter 349 How to be a good commander. The documented benefits for NUSA soldiers or Militech armed agents were quite good compared to their counterparts. Their annual salary was €35,000, tax-free. However, in the world of capitalism, even if your job was to defend the country, fight to the death for the corporation, and protect corporate assets, you still had to pay to purchase necessary services, because transactions were ubiquitous. Uniforms cost €800 annually, and accommodation was €1,500. All daily necessities had to be purchased out of pocket. The monthly meal allowance was €450, but the basic meal package typically consisting of a starch hot dog, synthetic mashed potatoes, and fried vegetable rings cost a minimum of €10 per serving. While locations might offer slight variations, the overall nutritional value remained the same. Want better food? Sure, pay for it yourself. Small supermarkets were set up in both garrisons and airships, stocking everything from organic food to alcohol and narcotics. The only catch was that the prices were invariably higher than outside. Even personal equipment had to be purchased by the rank-and-file soldiers, otherwise, they were stuck using the 18th hand gear left behind by their predecessors. As for how the previous users met their end, it was best not to ask. The semi-naval treatment aboard airships was considered favorable compared to the rest of the U.S. military, but the standard meal only added items like synthetic meat patties, hot gravy, peanut butter, and jam bread, plus a weekly ration of organic canned fruit. If the total meal contribution from all soldiers in a garrison reached €45,000 monthly, seeing €15,000 worth of food actually appear on the dining table was already a sign that the senior officers were being merciful and benevolent toward their troops. Militech also maintained its own hydroponic farms, but the crops grown there were intended for profit. Even if the Armed Forces Division had special low-price procurement channels, the produce would not be significantly cheaper than organic food available on the open market. In short, in the world of capitalism, if you were willing to pay, you could buy anything, if you weren't, then you deserved nothing but trash. This was because much of the perceived scarcity was artificial, not genuine, created solely to deliberately maintain high prices. A scene like the Ministry of Truth, feasting heartily on a table piled high with organic food, would only occur at the dining tables of field-grade officers. Forget seeing it, the rank-and-file soldiers couldn't even catch a whiff. The Ministry of Truth, positioned on the front line, pointed to the empty ground nearby and addressed the visiting Militech squad, don't just stare, sit down and eat with us. Old 3, order 2 more portions of Grandma Cat's Icefield combo takeout. This was an armed escort squad consisting of a Militech second lieutenant and 6 soldiers, who had specifically come to find Super Earth space. Eat. The soldiers standing behind the second lieutenant were initially stunned, but then their eyes filled with longing, fixed intently on the fragrant meat and vegetable dishes. However, they only obediently sat down at the tables vacated by the other Helldiver players after the second lieutenant, who stood at the front, nodded his approval, waiting for their takeout order. The second lieutenant was also tempted, but he maintained some self-control and did not forget the purpose of their visit. While this level of dining was generally beyond his normal budget, he could still manage to host an organic food banquet with other officers once a month. I have watched your performance in the broadcasts. Simply put, my superiors are very satisfied, Name your price. Oh? Name a price? What price? I don't understand what you are referring to. The Ministry of Truth feigned ignorance, tearing a large drumstick off the sizzling, molded roasted chicken in front of him. He ate it heartily right in front of the second lieutenant, his mouth slick with grease, savoring the delicious flavor. The second lieutenant's Adam's apple bobbed. He suppressed his desire, closed his eyes, sat upright, and stated, Melee Tech wishes to invite members of your organization to become our GG spokespersons, using our weaponry to stage a performance war. Performance? War. The Ministry of Truth swallowed the chicken in his mouth. How exactly did you connect those two words? The second lieutenant still hadn't opened his eyes, but his expression remained steady. Melee Tech does not wish for any variables or risks. We have hired professional directors and a military commission to prepare the entire GG performance. We will be fully responsible for all logistical arrangements, your side only needs to cooperate. The Ministry of Truth understood the implication. Melee Tech was worried that Super Earth might mess things up while using their weapons. If the battle was fought too poorly, they wouldn't just lose face, they would expose their incompetence. Therefore, they decided to stage a sham battle to deceive the viewers in the live stream. In other words, it was a studio production. But in the eyes of the Ministry of Truth, this represented a profound lack of trust in their capabilities. He looked at the second lieutenant, stopping his meal. Are you joking with us? Do you know what competitive gamers hate the most, besides the idiotic official developers? Cheaters and actors. While the former might be called motherless, the latter are truly considered to have lost their entire family. This is merely a precaution. The second lieutenant said, we will pay you €200,000 for this performance. Furthermore, each soldier will receive an additional €1,000 performance fee. No one will be sacrificed during this process, and all military equipment will be left to you after filming is complete. In his view, earning so much money and equipment without risking their lives, while simultaneously saving on compensation costs, was an enormous profit. There was no rational reason to refuse. The Ministry of Truth was speechless. When had Super Earth ever cared about casualty figures? We lost more people at the Mylarphone River than all of Melee Tech combined. He knocked on the table. The hiring fees for the military commission and director, the battlefield rental, prop costs, and extras fees, how much did you spend on all that? The second lieutenant frowned but answered truthfully, I am not privy to the budget plan, but I estimate it will not be less than 6 million. Ministry of Truth, at 6 o'clock this afternoon, we will launch an attack on the outer defenses of Jimico village, where the 105th Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Brigade in Havana, Cuba, is currently stationed. Give the people behind you 5 hours to consider. I want 70% of that money, or the deal is off. The second lieutenant countered, what if you fail? Or if you don't achieve the results we expect? That would cause serious damage to Militica's image. Simply put, winning poorly relying on sheer numbers or friendly support to seize the position was not the GG effect Melee Tech wanted to showcase. GG marketing was a double-edged sword, and the uncontrollability inherent in live combat demonstrations was too great. But the Ministry of Truth stated plainly, there is no surefire business in this world. If you want to make money, you must take risks. Only the winner takes all, it has always been this way. Just then, drones airlifted the custom-ordered meals, which emitted an alluring aroma, from the catering vehicle located in the rear. What was placed in front of the Melee Tech soldiers was a feast named Grandma Thinks You're Hungry. There was wine-braised sirloin nearly the size of a human head, cheese potatoes served in a basin, cream of mushroom soup, German sausage, and torn baguettes. Just the sight of it was enough to stimulate the appetite, and the portion sizes were beyond generous. Logically, no organism would yield such a massive piece of sirloin, but with synthetic meat, you could make it as large as you desired. The second lieutenant truly could not hold back any longer. He decided to let the people back home discuss these trivial matters, after all, he held no decision-making authority. After receiving an affirmative glance from the Ministry of Truth, he cut off a large piece of meat and ladled himself a bowl of rich soup. Taking a satisfying bite, he instantly felt that this was the pinnacle of human existence. Oh my god! He exclaimed while savoring the food, you must have spent a fortune on this meal. In the second lieutenant's estimation, the man before him had to be at least a field-grade officer. This meal alone would cost no less than €2,000, ordinary people simply could not afford it. He was only partially correct. For the players, they certainly couldn't afford a meal like this every day, either, ordering one occasionally to improve their diet was already satisfying. But to say it was prohibitively expensive was far from the truth. It's alright, about €200. The Ministry of Truth wiped his mouth. The actual cost was €150, the remainder was for delivery and transport. This price covered the costs of cultivation, transportation, labor, and materials. Compared to 2025 standards, it was already quite expensive. Lin Mia rarely focused on profit when servicing players, generally aiming only to break even. Without middlemen or intermediate processes, the price could naturally be kept to a minimum. It was like how farm produce might cost tens or hundreds of dollars per ton at harvest, but then retail for several dollars per pound once it reached the market. 200? The price difference was 10 times what they had anticipated. The soldiers, who were desperately trying to stuff their cheeks with meat, were filled with profound sadness and indignation. What kind of impoverished lives had they been living before this? On the airship, €200 couldn't even purchase a single dish equivalent to what was served here. A single meal costing 200 was considered a bit expensive for a Melee Tech grunt, but the portion size was so generous they could easily pool their money, split the cost among several people, and have a decent meal to improve their diet. The contempt they used to feel towards the Horizon mercenaries was now replaced by pure envy. No wonder these people were willing to risk life and limb and fight like maniacs. They'd be willing to do the same if it meant eating meals like this. Ahem. The lieutenant swallowed the meat in his mouth, lowered his head, and said to the Ministry of Truth, I like your character. How about this, if you need weapons, I have some connections in the company's logistics department, but... He glanced at the food on the table, giving a knowing look. This was the channel for building connections. The Ministry of Truth immediately replied, no problem, I'll cover it. One serving every day. But the issue is that your base is quite far from us. The hovercraft was dozens of kilometers offshore and still airborne, the players couldn't get there. However, mobilizing a single hovercar was still within the lieutenant's authority. Patrolling near the shore for a few minutes, what big problem could that be? You know, the company also hopes to get accurate military intelligence from you. A daily exchange helps both sides build closer ties. Regardless of what the company says, you are definitely my friend. I hope our friendship shines like a diamond. The lieutenant was very satisfied with this transaction. Although it was just one meal a day, he could use these meals as an excuse to invite superiors or people from other departments to lunch, which naturally benefited his future promotion prospects. At worst, he could resell them for 1,000 or so in extra cash. The Ministry of Truth was even more satisfied. For only about 6,000 units of currency a month, the cost of one meal a day, he could open a backdoor into melee tech and exploit the situation. It was an absolute steal. Inside cyberspace, the command center, composed of players, was in chaos. Because the war had not developed as they expected. Even though nearly 2,000 players had landed in Cuba, large amounts of weapons had been transported, and they had aerial support provided by melee tech, the rate of advance was still slow. The stubborn resistance of the Cuban army had them firmly locked down in the area between Jacama and La Guira. The enemy's artillery density, attack accuracy, and the deterrent power of their armored units all far exceeded expectations. And this was still outside the swamp area. Once they reached the plains, they would face heavy armor head-on. Wouldn't that be even worse? This was naturally related to the players' previous small group, skirmisher-style bravery, but more significantly, it was due to strategic decision-making errors. None of the people present were professional military commanders, nor did they have experience commanding over 1,500 people in complex terrain warfare. They were purely a bunch of P-Docs/Hearts of Iron players gathered together to brainstorm. Terrain distribution, enemy military deployment, civilian conditions, population density, major and minor road networks, this was simply too much for amateurs to handle. Just processing the data and information constantly uploaded by various player squads was killing half the players here. And that was with AI assistance, otherwise, they would be too busy to achieve any results. That was until a newbie named Happy Family approached the command center in cyberspace. He had an ordinary appearance, a mature demeanor, and a steady, powerful stride. After entering the cyber command center, the first thing he asked was, "What are you all doing here?" The general with great insight, who was scratching his head anxiously over the map, felt annoyed seeing this newbie asking such an obvious question. "We're commanding here. Where did you come from, newbie? Is this where you should be? Why don't you hurry up and go level up?" He looked again. Level 1, damn it. A newbie who just logged in today. Commanding here. Happy Family looked around at everyone and chuckled, "You want to win a war by commanding from here? You're more likely to lose your pants. You." The humiliated general wanted to teach the newbie a lesson, but unfortunately, this was inside the city, and friendly fire was disabled. Happy Family glared back, staring down the furious general, then strode forward to the holographic map. He looked at the detailed map markers and the real-time positions of both friendly and enemy forces, a flash of surprise and emotion crossing his eyes, but he said, "You plan to fight a war relying on this? What do you think war is? Playing house on a computer? If commanders don't go to the front line to figure out the enemy situation, do you think you can defeat the enemy just by relying on these numbers? Who are you?" Another player, Tactical Peppa, retorted, "Who are you trying to fool? If you're so capable, you do it." Happy Family didn't even bother looking at him, turning instead to the barbarian. "Commander, you must be diligent. You need to be aware of every matter, big or small, on the battlefield. I'm not saying you should pretend to know everything and handle it personally, but at least you must understand the reasons behind things. Furthermore, some matters cannot be discerned just from a few words, or a few photos from subordinates or machines." His calm demeanor and naturally authoritative words made everyone inexplicably shrink back a little, and they involuntarily gathered around to listen to him speak. "Second point," Happy Family said slowly, finally looking around at all the players. "From top to bottom, military commanders at every level should clearly see their positioning. They must understand what strategic goals their superiors have set, recognize the role they play in this war, and then, based on that, exercise their subjective initiative. You must know that the victory of the overall situation is built upon small aspects. The local context must have a grasp of the whole, seize opportunities and create breakthroughs from the situation." His gaze finally landed on the barbarian. "And the commander must have a high degree of self-awareness regarding the GM. Political consciousness is the greater strategy, war is the continuation of politics. This is more important than winning a single battle. Only then can you understand why the war is being fought, instead of blindly attacking everyone you see. That's not warfare, that's a lunatic biting people on the street. Third point, it's still the previous issue, as a commander, you must investigate more, observe more, and accumulate more knowledge. Figure out the terrain, figure out the social conditions, figure out the military situation. On the battlefield, you must constantly and repeatedly scout the enemy's situation, clarify their deployment and movements, figure out what your opponent is thinking, and understand their hidden intentions and resolve. Which unit is the main player, and which is supporting? Are they main forces or non-main forces? Are they arrogant troops or defeated troops? How many forces can they concentrate in the shortest amount of time to launch an attack or defense against us? You also need to understand the characteristics and tactics of the enemy officers. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Fourth, the map. Only then did Happy Family refocus his attention on the holographic map. Every area where the fog of war had been cleared by players was perfectly visible. The location of every tree, and even a stone by the roadside, could be zoomed in on, clearer and more detailed than what a military satellite could show. The level of detail made him exclaim in amazement, "This is truly incredible." This was the first time he had offered praise. But maps are made to be looked at. You must look at it often, look at it constantly, sit here and stare at it all day. You need to know the details by heart, take notes frequently, until even without seeing the map, you know the important locations by heart, to the point where you can recite them. You should be able to close your eyes and visualize the exact location of enemy military deployments and any potential changes. Fifth, think more, discuss more, and prepare more contingency plans. You are here in the command center to discuss things. Regarding future tactics and campaign deployments, you must raise more questions, discuss problems, and find solutions. No matter how small the probability of an event occurring, you must prepare for the worst. Don't wait until you encounter a problem to figure out a solution. Every decision you make could lead to the casualties of countless soldiers. Think clearly before you act. Players can resurrect, but a strategic failure caused by excessive casualties won't be reversed just because the players revive. Not to mention there will be more local forces in the future, and if the NPCs in those forces die, they are gone forever. Anyone who treats soldiers like grass cannot become a good commander. Chapter 350 The Next Offensive. He didn't mention an even more crucial point, but that thing held little significance for players, they wouldn't learn without a sense of urgency and need. Instead, it was a problem local residents needed to understand. One can only say that brain dance is truly a good thing. For teaching STEM knowledge, it's barely better than nothing, because if you don't get it, you just don't get it. In STEM fields like math, physics, chemistry, and biology, the gap between people can be greater than between humans and dogs. The formula is right in front of you, but you wouldn't even know how to copy it. After all, no matter how stupid a person is, they surely wouldn't be unable to learn calculus, right? JPG. However, braindance's role in the humanities can be described as groundbreaking, completely breaking the dullness of traditional text and image-based education. It allows you to personally experience the process of a historical figure going from ignorant to actively awakening, realizing, and learning to feel anger, to fight, to sacrifice. Although these emotions carry the strong subjective biases of the braindance editor, all history is inherently contemporary history, and it must be viewed and deconstructed from the subjective needs of contemporary people. After all, everything serves political needs, a little manipulation is harmless. As long as the starting point is good, the process is neutral, and the outcome is good, then the matter is good. It's strange to say, if an ordinary person dared to confront the players like this, their head would probably be spun 360 degrees. Yet, when faced with the visitor's verbal instruction, they could only grudgingly swallow their resentment and back down. It was a very strange feeling, like the guilt one feels when facing an elder. Family Joy checked the current time and said, "The next flight to Cuba is in 1 hour. Book your tickets quickly, and then gather here after boarding to rearrange our strategic deployment. Additionally, pool everyone's points, and purchase a batch of electronic warfare equipment and anti-armor weapons from Melee Tech. I've already sent you the item numbers. What about you?" The commander couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you coming with us?" Actually, the players here did want to go to Cuba, but they felt the timing wasn't ideal and planned to wait until the front lines were stable before going. "I'm only level 1. How can I go?" After briefly sending everyone away, Family Joy's body finally relaxed, and he jumped a few times in place. This place perfectly simulated real physical conditions, the feedback was essentially the same. He chuckled and said, "A young person's body is just different, it's much tougher than mine. It's just a pity." In truth, players aren't suited to be soldiers because their individuality is too strong, and there's generally no such thing as absolute obedience to orders. If you tell them to hold a position, they might genuinely hold it until the last person falls, not even blinking if a nuclear bomb drops. But they might also scatter like rabbits, running off to find the side quests they've been longing for. Forced commands might even trigger their rebellious psychology. It's more likely to create miracles if you let this group improvise on the spot. But in Family Joy's eyes, they were naturally perfect informationized troops. They could all connect to the network without ground-based signal stations or satellites. All commands arrived in real time and communication wouldn't be interrupted by any electronic interference or excessive distance. Even an EMP couldn't sever their communication signals. At the same time, they had holographic 8K high-precision 3D maps available to individual soldiers, special markings for enemy units, shared vision with drones, real-time transmission of lossless image signals, and each person was an information chain node in an unmanned, intelligent combat system. Literally, bodies of steel, constant morale, efficient medical care, resurrection after death. This can no longer be described as merely terrifying, this is literally the Trisolarans reborn. Functions that would require an entire informationized company's worth of equipment to fill several trucks, and still couldn't be achieved, they crammed into a palm-sized brain. If he were the enemy commander, he'd immediately take his hands off the keyboard, or mic, then curse, "What am I even fighting for? Is cheating fun?" The game's developers completely disregarded real-world conditions, and the technological level of the game world was exaggerated beyond all reason. The only regret was that this was limited to players themselves, and not seen in their creations. Therefore, some people were more willing to believe that this was a simulated, almost real, illusory world, even if some parts were terrifyingly real, even causing people to lose the ability to distinguish between illusion and reality. Fake. It must be fake. You can't fool me. Ha 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 ha. By the time the others reconnected, it was an hour and 20 minutes later. Although everyone in the game was a player and communication shouldn't be affected by real-world identities, that was an ideal state, just like in Super Earth, where many people genuinely earned their salaries from the Ministry of Truth. After brief deliberation and discussion, the players in the command center all chose to concede, acting as obedient students and reporting the battle situation honestly. Currently, the enemy is in a blockade posture, deploying at least 2 mechanized infantry regiments from the Zapata Peninsula to the area of Jacaro and Jagua, attempting to trap us on the beach. Furthermore, follow-up forces are accelerating their advance towards us, so we plan to break through before they complete their blockade. Our drones still cannot approach the enemy's main forces. For now, we can only send a batch of players with high stealth skills to act as armed scouts, getting close to the enemy's nose. However, the enemy has deployed a large number of electronic surveillance eyes, so we dare not get too close. The intelligence we have gathered is already the maximum. The first batch of drones sent by the players had poor anti-interference capabilities and simply couldn't break through the enemy's signal jamming. Even if sent out, they were easily detected and shot down. Without giant electronic warfare satellites and orbital reconnaissance, many areas could only be fumbled through blindly. Family Joy said, "It's likely that your drone's electromagnetic spectrum channels were detected by enemy satellites, and they are performing targeted interference." Players also knew this. Cuba didn't have satellites, but the European Space Agency did, and plenty of them. On the surface, the European Space Agency couldn't openly intervene, but providing satellite data support was easy. Players had no satellites and couldn't locate the source of interference, so they couldn't directly bomb it or jam it back. This was the consequence of lacking large-scale system support. Militica's support for them hadn't reached that level yet. But the good news was that the players' hacker skills were superior to the enemy's, and the enemy also couldn't figure out the players' situation, so they didn't dare to attack rashly. "So what do you plan to do?" "A direct assault." Family Joy, acting more as a staff officer than a decision-maker, guided the players. "How is that possible?" "The Savage side. They could launch direct assaults against gangs and even wraiths. The former lacked firepower, and the latter couldn't deploy effectively in urban areas. But this was open flat ground, even with the players' individual combat quality, a direct assault would be suicidal. Even if they eventually took it, the losses would be heavy, and within the resurrection time difference, they might not be able to withstand the enemy's counterattack, thus losing the strategic point. My idea is to arrange a group of stealth players to bypass the enemy's vigilance range, cooperate with the Chaldea group to feign an attack on Buenaventura on the Zapata Peninsula, then have Militech send a few landing craft to pretend to approach the coast, creating the illusion of trying to seize more landing points. Finally, we'll concentrate our superior forces to prioritize breaking through the mechanized infantry camp defending Jacaro village. Then, taking advantage of the time difference before the enemy can react, both sides will turn north together and converge on Jagua Grande from the east and west. That's where the east-west railway connects, and occupying it will cut off the supply routes of the forces around the blockade, facilitating our subsequent plans. Although a direct assault with insufficient intelligence would incur significant casualties, and the two locations were thousands of kilometers apart, with a forced march between the two battles and not much rest time, the Savage had confidence in the combat power of the various player groups, believing they could achieve this. Moreover, this time wasn't like the previous battle at Big Sur, which relied on walking. Players had troop carriers, both captured and purchased. To this, Family Joy responded affirmatively, "Your idea is correct. In a battle with intelligence disadvantage, the key is not how bad our hand is or how good the enemy's hand is, but rather that we must keep the enemy from knowing how many cards we hold." While the number of players was substantial, even counting all combat players, they barely filled the roster of a single brigade. And a brigade is merely a tactical unit, incapable of independently organizing a campaign. But the problem was that the enemy didn't know. Currently, no one knew which nomadic tribe Horizon Corporation originated from, or how many people they had. They only knew that their numbers were constantly increasing, and the exact count remained a mystery. If the Cubans considered NUSA as a hypothetical enemy, then opening up multiple landing points was entirely possible. They would inevitably take precautions in advance, strengthening patrols and vigilance along various coastal areas, thereby dispersing their forces. The feigned attack on Buenaventura was very likely to irritate the Cubans, causing the defenders to hold their ground. But Family Joy said, "But you can't hold Jagua Grande. They will deploy at least a regiment of troops around that town for defense, and reinforcements might be sent to the front line at any time." The number of people under the Cuban warlords was largely public knowledge. Even if there were false reports or concealed real figures, the difference wouldn't be too far off. Since they were coming to establish a blockade, the enemy's forces would inevitably be layered. This area was also close to another warlord, the Camagüey Republic, and the two sides already had many skirmishes, so troop deployments would naturally be concentrated here. Therefore, the further in one went, the more enemies there would be. Currently, players were facing 3 battalions, and unless the enemy commander was an idiot, there should be at least 1 regiment backing them up. The entire Matanzas province should have 1 to 2 brigades stationed as standing forces. At that time, even if Jagua Grande was taken, relying on urban defense and facing an overwhelming encirclement would only lead to a desperate siege, waiting for subsequent reinforcements. Ultimately, it could devolve into a piecemeal tactic, a protracted war, seeing whose life was tougher and whose will was stronger. Perhaps the players' will was stronger than the Cubans, but Lin Miao's wallet was definitely not as generous as the Cubans, and he would certainly be the first to give out. Chapter 351, Information-Based Drone System Warfare. In the end, Militech obediently chose to place another bet on Super Earth. After all, Super Earth is considered a well-known unit among players, famous for its characteristic willingness to charge, fight fiercely, and fear no sacrifice. They frequently engage in tough battles, and rarely or rather, the player community has virtually no record of failure in frontal conflicts. Large quantities of military supplies, which were completely unseen and unobtainable in Night City, were transported by Militech from the rear to the front lines using several hovercars. Changing weapons right before a battle is not a good idea, as it causes considerable trouble for logistics. However, since Militech provided the weapons, the logistical support naturally wouldn't be withdrawn before the end of the battle. While ordinary soldiers might find newly acquired weapons awkward and need time to train and adapt, high-level firearm mastery skills, besides marksmanship, also grant strong adaptability to new weapons. The second lieutenant pulled a rifle out of a weapons crate and introduced it to Good Brother item by item, saying, SWAT electromagnetic technical rifle, muzzle velocity 6.3 Mach, penetration depth 60 mm. Viper loitering munition. Besides conventional launchers, it can also be fired with mortar assistance. It comes in high explosive, cluster, and incendiary models. Under the specific request of the Ministry of Truth, Militech regrettably did not send expensive and impractical smart firearms. The profit margin on these things is much higher than on technical weapons. The second lieutenant took out several chips and a braindance headset and said, in addition, my superior hopes you can assist in filming a braindance about the use of weapons in this war, to be sold in the future alongside the products as an instruction manual. I hope you understand. Understood. The Ministry of Truth accepted the chip. Although he suspected the chip might have functions beyond recording emotions, he didn't say much. When facing hostile hacker intrusion, the worst that happens to players is getting hit with some debuffs or simply dying. Since no one has ever managed to extract any intelligence from a player's mind, players have always been unconcerned about this aspect, perhaps not even noticing it. After the elite squad led by Good Brother finished distributing the weapons enough to arm over 50 people, Super Earth began forming ranks, preparing to launch an attack on Hokuma according to the original plan. But just then, a new message suddenly arrived on the command channel. It contained the upcoming operational directives, which had a slight change from before, including the adaptation of the rear drones to the electronic warfare system purchased from Militech. After reading it, the Ministry of Truth didn't know what to say, only managing to utter a single 6 after a long pause. He then contacted Mongolian top laner, have you finished organizing the fire plan on your end? Mongolian top laner, as long as your scouts aren't messing around and reporting points incorrectly, we'll be fine. When all preparations were complete, the Super Earth forces set off. At the same time, they activated Skynet to control the Predator drone swarm, moving toward Hokuma's outer defenses more than 10 kilometers away. Since the night a few days ago when he encountered an air raid and was attacked by zombie troops who airdropped in and popped out of their coffins, Sky had fled all the way back to Hokuma, where he built defensive fortifications and hunkered down. What happened that night was like a nightmare. Even the next night, he dreamed there was a drop troopers lying in his bed, waking up in a cold sweat to the soldiers' maniacal laughter, leaving him sleepless all night. The enemy's repeated probing attacks were repulsed by the defense lines he deployed around the town. He only gradually relaxed after more surrounding troops arrived. 4 or 5 mechanized infantry battalions, tank companies, and artillery companies were deployed to the front line to establish a blockade. Especially once the new radar equipment sent from the rear was operational, any approaching enemy drone would be immediately detected, and the anti-air vehicles could shoot them down directly with anti-air missiles. The process was quite smooth. Subsequently, the number of enemy reconnaissance drones indeed decreased. This made Sky feel that perhaps the rout was only due to the suddenness of that night's attack. In reality, those guys weren't that skilled. As long as they waited for the troops to converge and launch a joint offensive, pushing them off the beach would be just around the corner. The adjutant walked into the room with a report and told Sky, the radar detected enemy drones appearing, but this time they aren't approaching, they are hovering outside missile range. Could it be that they are afraid of being shot down and dare not enter? Sky shook his head. I don't think so. It feels like they are measuring our radar detection range. After thinking for a moment, he asked, are you sure it's only one? The adjutant contacted the outer defenses before replying, the radar detected 3 more. They seem to be attempting evasive routes to approach us. An anti-air missile has already locked onto one target. A few seconds later, the adjutant added, the anti-air missile hit the hostile drone, and the target signal disappeared. The others have returned and retreated. Only the initial drone is still hovering outside, conducting reconnaissance. This inexplicable move of sacrificing a drone made Sky wary. Were they trying to trade a drone for a missile? Or were they probing our anti-air firepower? Wait, there's still one drone. Sky suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Where is our anti-air jamming radar deployed?" The adjutant stated confidently, "It's in an open field 3 kilometers behind the village. There's no way they can cross our defenses to strike the anti-air position. They won't even be able to find it." Sky said, "Transmit my order, have the radar vehicle move location just in case." However, his order was too late. The drone that had been hovering outside, along with the others, were not there for a joyride or to be sacrificed, they were multiple signal repeaters for the AWACS behind them. Even the first drone shot down was merely bait. Its purpose was to lure the enemy anti-air system into firing first. The Predator drones, which had been locked onto and jammed by the radar from multiple directions and sorties, immediately captured the fire control parameters of the anti-air system and relayed them back to a Predator AWACS drone radar several kilometers away. Then, the Predator drone that had remained outside the firing range launched the air-to-ground missile purchased from Melee Tech hanging beneath it with a whoosh. That expensive radar vehicle, which Sky treasured, produced by the European Community military in Sweden and heavily guarded in the rear, was mercilessly ripped apart by the player's large hand, crushed into dust by the black and thick thing amidst the flames. Before being utterly humiliated, she attempted to fight back by firing an anti-air missile. But anti-air, fails 9 out of 10 times. Moreover, the striker wasn't some second-hand junk, Melee Tech sent it specifically for filming gameplay and braindance. How could it be bad? This is system-based unmanned Air Force warfare. Although it was just a simple assembly using the player's existing equipment, the first strike immediately took out Hokuma's anti-air system. If it weren't for the need to film gameplay for the client and for safety, they wouldn't even need Militika's missiles to take out the enemy's anti-air system. The players who had logged back into the cyberspace command room saw the footage relayed by the frontline drone and the disappearance of the signal gemming. They were speechless. To take out the gemming radar that had troubled them for 2 days so easily they didn't know what to say for a moment. Family Joy said, neither humble nor arrogant, but a hint of pride showed in his eyes, "No big deal. We stopped using this system over 10 years ago. It's an outdated tactic." Over 10 years ago? Outdated. Cough, never mind. Chapter 352, Live War Broadcast. The moment the radar worth tens of millions was wiped off the map, Sky knew that the other party intended to move against Hokuma. Without even a moment to mourn the radar's explosion, Super Earth immediately arrived on the battlefield. Report, unknown electromagnetic signals detected south of Hokuma, approaching our forward deep zone. Suspected to be an assault force named Super Earth. The communicator's voice was practically a shout, Sky could hear it from a long distance. Sky's nerves immediately tightened. How many of them are there? He wouldn't be naive enough to think that what he saw that night was everything. The enemy's attacks hadn't stopped these past few days, 100 people couldn't possibly create such a commotion. Number unknown, but the drone footage showed at least 17 transport trucks and many drones following before it was shot down. Many drones? Sky had seen those things, they were almost the size of AVS, and highly maneuverable. Fortunately, it was the radar that was blown up, not the anti-aircraft vehicle. Although long-range combat was impossible without radar, short-range air defense was still usable, and there was plenty of individual anti-aircraft equipment. Notify the frontline command post to strengthen defenses and prepare for the enemy. Have the artillery company correct their guns, ready to suppress enemy fire at any time. After giving his orders, he picked up the landline phone nearby. Yes, a landline. It was amusing, still using infrastructure left behind by the government 100 years ago. Although the Havana drug cartel currently controlled the 4 left-wing provinces, they didn't develop any light or heavy industry, dedicating themselves entirely to the drug market. Naturally, they wouldn't care about infrastructure issues. If there was a problem, just make a phone call. Signal towers? As long as there was a signal in the urban area, that was enough. For long-distance matters, a phone call would suffice. If you spent a lot of money to build it, it might just benefit other warlords, and even if you went a step further, you wouldn't recover the cost. So no drug dealer cared about infrastructure. As long as their car could drive on the road, their phone calls went through, and they had water to drink, it was fine. In short, it was, just make do. In a word, it was just make do. Although Sky had a networking device, it only covered a radius of about 10 miles, beyond that, it was useless. He dialed his direct superior's number and nervously said, "Sir, our reconnaissance has detected a large number of enemy troops mobilizing and heading towards Hokuma. I request that the nearest forces support their rear and completely annihilate the invading enemy." Sky was indeed a bit worried that Super Earth would come at him hard, but it wasn't good to ask for help before the fight, so he took a roundabout approach. But what he didn't expect was that his superior already knew about it, and even sooner than he did. Colonel Hedlund, stationed in the rear at Greater Higgs, said, "I received intelligence that a large number of dense electromagnetic signals suddenly appeared west of the Bay of Pigs, indicating a large force is gathering. The direction suggests they are preparing to attack Buenaventura. The force you are facing might only be a feint. The electromagnetic signals are much weaker than 2 days ago and concentrated at the head. You only need to prepare your defenses." In short, support was out of the question, he was to steadfastly defend Hokuma, while the adjacent forces were to support the neighboring area. Hedlund's intelligence, of course, couldn't have been obtained by Cuba, it was information found by the European Space Agency using satellites and then shared with them. The Cubans naturally trusted the European Space Agency 100%, there was no reason for them to deceive them. Understood. Although unwilling, Sky felt a bit relieved upon learning that only a small faint force was here. As for the battle damage of the radar vehicle, It was better not to report it yet, it wouldn't be too late to do so after the battle. And honestly, even if Hadlin had ordered the neighboring battalion to come as support, Sky somewhat doubted they would. They had a previous feud, Sky had seized a batch of goods from them, leading to several conflicts and nearly an armed clash. At 6 in the evening, the August day had reached dusk. The blood-red sun was cut in half by the dark earth, and the shadows of the trees stretched long, making the distant forest appear dark. Behind the hill several kilometers from the forest, Captain Miguel of the infantry company in the front-line command post was very glad for his correct decision. Fortunately, I deployed drones for reconnaissance in advance, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. As expected of the captain, to have guessed this. Stop with the nonsense. Tell all squads to be vigilant, the enemy could appear at any moment. Trenches became widespread in World War I due to the emergence of artillery clusters. Both sides had to hunker down in them, waiting for the enemy's shelling to finish before daring to charge, so trenches were dug long and dense. Even in 2076, trenches still existed and hadn't disappeared due to technological advancements. However, compared to the past where people crowded together, they were now squad-based trenches, more widely dispersed. In an era where offense outweighs defense, on flat terrain, besides trenches, you couldn't find a second type of defensive fortification that was both concealed and resistant to artillery fire. Moreover, cheap trenches only required a $20 shovel and physical labor to dig, making them more effective than any other defensive facility. Even in the space age, when fighting with laser guns, trenches probably wouldn't disappear. While live ammunition could cause damage through shrapnel and stray bullets, a laser shot into mud, if it couldn't penetrate, would truly cause zero damage. The battalion that had friction with Camagüey had dug their trenches quite well. On the other side, Super Earth had started their live broadcast on Horizon's Voice. It was still Good Brother's slightly chubby, silly face. The background seemed to be inside an infantry fighting vehicle, swaying, and the road conditions didn't look good. Okay, it's 6 o'clock, brothers, I'm live again, but today isn't a mukbang, it's a live battlefield broadcast. Today, our client Militech specially sent us a batch of their frontline equipment, wanting us to try it out, so we're out here fighting a battle for you to see. The drones were controlled by Skynet, which would try its best to control the drone's camera angles to prevent exposing location information. The players knew that 9 times out of 10, there were European community members and even Cuban drug lords among the viewers, but there was no need to hide something that was already obvious. In fact, if necessary, it could even be used to mislead the opponent in reverse, transmitting false intelligence to deceive them. 6666, it's almost dark, where is the streamer going to fight today? Militech, part8? Are you really making an ad? How much did you spend on this equipment? Good Brother showed off the rifle in his hand. Didn't spend a penny, they gave it for free, and there's even an ad fee. Damn it. Why isn't anyone asking us to make an ad? Son of a bitch. Chaldea ad slots for rent. That's because your people lack business acumen, unlike my big bro. Good Brother was chatting idly with the bullet comments, not at all worried about electromagnetic signals being exposed, because this was running on the Blackwell system data, with no electromagnetic signals leaking out. Meanwhile, the European Community's Military Commission was also following this live broadcast, attempting to intercept useful military intelligence. In their view, live streaming a battlefield was pure suicide. If enemy intelligence departments found their location, artillery shells would immediately rain down on them, and if there was any strategic value, it would be missiles, not shells. It's them, Super Earth, even using melee tech weapons to make an ad. It seems the analysis department's judgment was correct, they're going for a feint. Using new weapons they hadn't used much, and it was a melee tech ad endorsement deal no matter how you looked at it didn't seem like they were preparing for a hard battle. Most likely, they'd just fire a few shots to attract attention, and incidentally deal with the melee tech people. Making an ad in a place like this, I hope Militech doesn't regret it. Of course, the European officers, employees of various analysis departments, and leaders sitting at the table all thought of the same thing to short Militech stock at this opportunity, and then make a huge profit after their defeat. In this world of money, anyone who doesn't earn money is a bastard. Any place where gold coins might flow out will quickly be filled with greedy mouths. On screen, the troop carrier suddenly jolted, then stopped. All right, I've arrived. Good Brother opened the troop carrier door and was the first to jump out, followed by a dozen hell divers. Given their fully armored bulk, the vehicle was practically a sardine can. But what caught the audience's attention most wasn't the melee tech equipment on these hell divers, but the machines revealed after the tarpaulins were lifted from the several troop carriers behind them, and the hovering Marauder drones in the sky. Streamer, what's that flying in the sky? It's a drone, idiot, don't you even recognize that? I effing know it's a drone, I'm asking which company it's from, why haven't I seen this model before, moron? The dog is barking. Bark your mother. This is a military drone produced by our company. You can check the specific parameters on Horizon Corporation's official website. I can only tell you that this thing is awesome, even better than Arazaka's Octant. I'll switch the view in a bit, and you'll see. Good Brother was talking to the camera when a hell diver next to him suddenly walked up and said, "Report, forces assembled." Players don't actually need to open their mouths to communicate. No matter how far apart, they can send voice or even video messages to specific targets through internal channels without affecting combat. This was purely a show for the camera. Poop Scraper, according to reconnaissance reports, the enemy's outer perimeter is only 5 kilometers from the edge of the forest. Mongolian top laner's artillery in the rear has arrived and is setting up howitzers. They can fire at any time once coordinates are received. Good brother, zero review, no. Skynet. Activate. The ordinary viewers in this live stream soon saw a scene that would be unforgettable. Previously, the screen was narrow and focused on Good Brother's big head, so other visible things were very limited. Thus, they had no idea how many drones there were. But now, as Skynet adjusted the camera to look skyward, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, massive marauders and FPVs flew forward like a flock of birds leaving a forest, dense and covering the sky, almost completely obscuring it. For this offensive, Super Earth prepared over 60 marauder drones and nearly 1,000 small drones. If they hadn't taken out the jamming radar and confirmed there wasn't a second one, the power of this force would have been greatly reduced. The ground forces were also substantial. Hundreds of transport platforms equipped with rifles were activated by hell divers, and angry emoji faces, and even a hashtag symbol, appeared on their small screens. This scene, let alone the European officers who had just paid to short melee tech stock, even the melee tech officers watching the live stream and enjoying a Horizon Corporation feast in the rear spat out their drinks. How can there be so many? How much computing power did they put into this? Is it even necessary? Such a large-scale swarm of unmanned devices in combat, a few hackers couldn't possibly control this many. They must be using AI. On one side was astonishment, on the other, horror. The live stream had a 30-second delay. By the time the news reached Cuba from Europe and then Sky, the front line was already engaged. More than a dozen marauders first swept over the high altitude of the position, their turbine engines roaring past. The high-definition electronic eyes below quickly locked onto the trenches and the positions of the Cuban soldiers within them, but they did not attack. Even after several were shot down by ground anti-air fire, they didn't fire a single shot or shell, because they weren't equipped with weapons at all. The target points were immediately synchronized via digital information to Mongolian top laner, who was tens of kilometers away from the front line. There was almost no need for human calculation. The AI, Mother Hunter, directly provided the firing solutions, and the mechanic players corrected the howitzers and then fired. In addition to the one remaining 155mm and two 120mm howitzers seized from the Wraiths, there were also 6 125mm howitzers taken from Hansen. As for the rocket launchers, they were still undergoing further development and modification, as the previous ones were only temporary emergency products and could not be integrated into the information network, so they were naturally phased out. As for the AI's name, Mongolian top laner originally wanted to call it Shakesingsuo or Ilos, which would sound cooler, but in the artillery players' vote, Mother Hunter won over all other candidates by an overwhelming margin, so he could only tearfully give the AI this name. Fortunately, the AI itself didn't object, or rather, it didn't have the authority to object. It had no human morals. If asked, it would only reply, "What's wrong with hunting mothers?" Bang! 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 The huge air blast from the firing cannon barrels even kicked up a layer of dirt from the ground. Troublesome. Artillery mechanic Cheese Snow Leopard's quiet complaint as he was about to get into the vehicle was overheard by Mongolian top laner. "This is troublesome? You barely moved a finger. Do you know how much I was shaking when I was pulling ropes in Big Sur?" "No." Cheese Snow Leopard explained, "I mean this body of mine is too much trouble." He patted the door of the self-propelled artillery vehicle. "I just think that since I only have one brain anyway, I might as well save the money for a cybernetic body and just put my brain in the vehicle. It saves getting in and out." Cheese Snow Leopard thought this was simply 2C00000L. Since it was already a cybernetic world, and he could brain control bound mechanical equipment, transforming himself into a Cybertronian didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. After a few seconds, Mongolian top laner finally blurted out, "You're amazing. You can talk to Hathaway about this later, just drive first." Unsure if the enemy had beyond visual range strike capabilities, Family Joy's order was to fire 3 rounds and immediately relocate the artillery position, without a second's delay. Boom. 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 Over 20 shells accurately and evenly rained down on Hokuma's forward positions, ensuring no overlap in lethal strike zones. Almost instantly, the entire plain hillside erupted in thick smoke and dust after a series of public explosions. With dynamic vision, one could even see a circle of white airwaves rapidly spreading outwards. Damn. 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 The Cuban soldiers in the trenches had already sensed the opposition when the first wave of drones passed, and hastily retreated into their foxholes or bunkers, thus escaping disaster. But even so, the ringing in their ears and dizziness caused by the explosions still left their heads feeling muddled. When they confirmed the shelling had stopped and returned to their firing positions, they saw an overwhelming swarm of drones and small wheeled transport platforms. On the battlefield, an invisible data link, unseen by the naked eye, connected these unmanned devices, with information transfer speeds calculated in milliseconds. Why are there so many more than before? How should I know? Where's the artillery? Fire, damn it, they've already reached the forward depth. They also called for artillery support and used information-based equipment, but Cuba's speed and accuracy were significantly slower. Several seconds after he finished speaking, shells flew in from the rear, landing around the drone force. Several small wheeled vehicles were instantly blown over, their fragments scattered everywhere. Running out of the command post and climbing to a high point in the hillside bushes to look down, Miguel saw only drones. Not a single hell diver could be seen, completely different from the scene 2 days ago. Damn it, do these things not cost money? Where are the people? Why haven't I seen a single person yet? Soon, someone answered his question. Captain. They're attacking from the left flank of the position. Right side. They're on the right side too. While everyone's attention was drawn to the unmanned forces controlled by the mechanics and Skynet, Good Brother and the Ministry of Truth each led a squad of Helldivers to infiltrate the flanks of the position under the cover of dusk. Because the live stream's view had been switched to the drone's perspective on the main battlefield, no one knew where the Helldivers had gone. However, the grand spectacle still gave most viewers in the live stream a thrill. Where's the streamer? Why can't I see the streamer? Did they get blown up? My god, this is the first time I've realized how powerful howitzers are. People in the trenches must have been blown to smithereens, right? At Super Earth, the GG fee I paid isn't for you to promote Horizon Corporation's armaments. Change the live stream screen immediately, or the contract will be void. By the time the screen switched back to Good Brother's first-person perspective, he had already reached the outer perimeter of the right flank of the defense line, no more than 30 meters away. Here they come. The streamer's back. He pulled down the night vision goggles on his head, still introducing the product to the audience, MeeleTech GP22 night vision goggles. Friends whose cybernetic eyes don't have night vision absolutely must choose this model. The tactical integrated display function can directly connect to your cybernetic eye, showing ammunition count, thermal imaging, enemy targets, and body conditions. It's lightweight and simple, compatible with various helmet styles, and definitely your choice for a night raid on enemy camps. Click the link below now to also enjoy a MeeleTech affiliate discount. Super Earth Trio. Borrowed from a Bilibili Ups online image. All I can say is that the expressions of these three Getter brothers are truly timeless classics. Chapter 353, Right is right, Evil is evil. When others assault trenches, they try to keep their voices low and minimize movement to achieve surprise and conceal their numbers and whereabouts. But this group of lunatics is different. Rua. Good Brother roared, grabbed his rifle, and jumped into the trench, charging straight at the enemy's faces, followed by a large number of drop troopers surging in behind him. From the perspective of both sides' drones in the sky, it was terrifying, like a swarm of black Cantonese cockroaches suddenly spreading their wings and flying at your face from a dark corner. Forget about turning corners, avoiding firing lines, or leaning shots, none of that exists. Over the past 2 days, the drop troopers hadn't dared to leave the woods because they lacked heavy fire support and were being constantly bombarded. Now, their rage meters were full, and they had finally found an opportunity to vent. Clad in heavy ballistic armor plus heavy subcutaneous plating, conventional ammunition posed no effective threat unless they were hit directly by an electromagnetic rifle or steel core armor-piercing rounds. Even taking a step back, if your bullet successfully manages to damage the target, it's unfortunate. The traditional effects of physical trauma, rapid blood loss, muscle exhaustion, and eventual loss of mobility do not apply to the players. Because the only thing on their entire bodies that could be called flesh might just be their brains, everything else is made of iron, and damaging a part doesn't affect overall movement. I'm rejecting my humanity. Cuba Kid. Thus, the viewers in the live stream watched dumbfounded as Good Brother grabbed his gun and led his men, rampaging through the trenches, fighting from the forward trenches to the communication trenches, and then from the communication trenches to the deep trenches. There was no strategy, just one word, charge. Not only the audience but even the people in the player's command post had headaches watching this style of fighting, but since the efficiency was high enough, they didn't say anything. Trench warfare is a contest of fire delivery, reconnaissance, equipment, willpower, physical strength, and tactical skill. Now, the players concentrated most of the available firepower to form a superior force. Except for the last point, Sky's battalion was at a disadvantage in every other aspect. As the gunfire drew closer and more comrades vanished from the communication channel, Cash, who had retreated all the way to a trench cellar under the player's fierce assault, gripped his gun, aiming at the corner, a thin sheen of sweat visible on his forehead. Drones flew chaotically overhead, carrying either machine guns or rocket launchers, forcing the soldiers on the position to keep their heads down. Do we still have any shoulder-fired rockets? Grenades work too. Those sons of bitches are coming. His voice was trembling. The sergeant beside him pulled a grenade from his waist and tossed it to him. I have 2 more here. We'll throw them when they push the door open. However, what entered the cellar first was not the enemy, but a broadcast. The doorframe robot, striding across the position on its long legs, had its speaker volume maxed out. A mechanical female voice shouted in Spanish, "Surrender, soldiers of Cuba. Your heroic blood should not be shed for drug traffickers. Think of your families, think of your friends. Save your precious lives to rebuild your government, rebuild your homeland." This was a routine surrender appeal, although none of the players expected these soldiers to actually surrender. The drug lords do not value basic education. These soldiers are mostly semi-illiterate, and the military training they received was the longest time they had spent in any form of schooling in their lives. Whether they enlisted voluntarily or not, they have been assimilated by these beasts. Even if they haven't participated in massacres, a few words of persuasion won't make them suddenly realize the truth. Only by beating these people until they hurt, until they are terrified, and until they actively kneel and surrender, will they have a chance to serve time in prison. And even then, it depends on whether those people are willing to let them live. When Cash saw a long, thin shadow covering the gap in the cellar door, he knew the enemy had reached the entrance. Ah! Ah! Die, die, die! He roared and pulled the trigger, as if trying to push all his fear into the barrel and shoot it out. In the muzzle flash, his expression was twisted like a fiend. In such a narrow space, even activating Sandevistan, it would be impossible to dodge the bullets and charge forward. Bullets ripped the wooden door to shreds. The sergeant seized the opportunity, pulled the pin, silently counted 1.5 seconds, and accurately threw the grenade through the hole in the door. With a bang, the grenade exploded outside the door, blowing away the remaining half of the wooden door. But to their horror, there was nothing outside, no corpse, no person. The bullets had hit nothing. Bang! Debris from the earth and wood scattered overhead as a massive hand smashed through the ventilation port above, grabbed Cash by the collar, and yanked him up. His skull violently met the ceiling, knocking him unconscious instantly. By the time the sergeant reacted, Good Brother had already rushed in through the doorway, grabbed the rifle stock, and delivered a brutal blow to his head. Blood spurted from his nostrils, and after a brief tremor, he collapsed to the ground convulsing, clearly beyond saving. There was no time to waste here. Good Brother immediately heard the voice of Uran in the channel. They are retreating toward the second forward defensive line. The artillery is definitely going to start shelling. Take cover quickly. No sooner had he finished speaking than shells rained down on the position. Even the Cuban soldiers who had just run out of the trenches and were retreating were included in the bombardment zone, many of them being blown to smithereens. We don't have time to fight them for every position. Those people will quickly realize something is wrong and send reinforcements. As soon as the shelling stops, immediately launch an attack on the rear position. We must take Hokuma before noon. After rescuing the people, we will immediately march toward Tahagui. I will have drones deliver ammunition resupply. A regular army would probably be cursing their mothers right now. Charging through enemy fire and fighting in trenches, only to be told to immediately assault the next position before they even had a chance to rest after capturing the current one. Do you think we're made of iron? But the players really are made of iron. Literally and physically made of iron. Understood. Wiping the blood off the rifle stock, and taking advantage of the live broadcast camera being off him, Good Brother finally couldn't help but complain, this gun feels like total garbage. The rate of fire is ridiculously fast, the magazine empties after just 2 bursts, and the barrel is scalding hot. The propaganda department, responsible for camera movements in the rear, was enjoying the drama. If we don't let you shoot fast, how are we supposed to make money selling you bullets? My big streamer, do a good job selling the goods. The more they buy, the more commission we get. I'm just worried that if the gear is bad, it will affect Super Earth's reputation, won't it? The Ministry of Truth, far away on the other end, said, if it's really bad, Militech is the one who should be worried. We can just switch sponsors. As long as we have the capability, we won't fear running out of money or guns. This was purely unfair to Militech. The reason this gun has a high rate of fire is entirely because its purpose is to shoot armored vehicles, not people. One could only say it was like using an anti-aircraft gun horizontally, it was normal not to be used to it. And when the audience looked down from the drone's perspective and saw the movements of the drop troopers, they became even more shocked. Why does this look like they are preparing to launch an attack? Don't you need to stop and rest, or resupply ammunition? At least count the casualties. The second lieutenant from Militech was also stunned. Didn't they say they only planned to take the outer positions and force the enemy back into Hokuma? Why do I feel like your fighting style is aimed at taking the entire village? And hey! That guy crawling in the bottom right corner has a broken leg. Wait, what's going on with that doctor? What is that robot next to him doing bringing over a leg? The Super Earth military medic demonstrated, in front of a global audience, what Super Earth style treatment was like. Rushing to the front line of the exchange of fire, they immediately dismantled the remaining half of the wounded soldier's prosthetic thigh and the deformed parts, then swiftly replaced the new leg, checked the subcutaneous armor, replaced the ballistic plates, monitored internal organ parameters, and topped it off with a burst of high-energy synthetic blood. The movements were smooth and seamless, clearly performed with the practiced skill of someone who had done it countless times. Even with artillery roaring around them, it couldn't shake their surgical knife in the slightest. The entire process did not take more than 15 minutes. After the emergency treatment was complete, the military medic player kicked the player named Zion Bowie who was slacking on the ground. All right, you've been reinforced. Go. Zion Bowie moved his leg and felt it was perfectly smooth. What miraculous healing, doctor. You didn't happen to take this leg off Retsukaio, did you? It feels like a hot swappable component. The military medic was also a hot dog fan and understood what the guy was talking about. Yes, I'll take your old leg back for repair. It will definitely be useful for the next time. This shocking treatment process had already stunned the audience. They had never seen such casual medical care in their lives, and these soldiers just accepted it. Were they really not afraid of developing cyberpsycho? No, perhaps this group of people were already psychos. Only that could explain it. The second reason players were unwilling to charge against the jamming radar was the fear that the electronic components of their cyberware would be interfered with by the radar's electromagnetic waves, causing them to malfunction. This is fatal for seasoned players, as their immunity to interference only exists within the player communication network. Crazy. I told you they were all psychopaths. Second Lieutenant Sky, pacing back and forth in the village, had a cigarette stuck to the corner of his mouth and a dark expression. What kind of feint is this? Can this kind of offensive even be called a feint? A while ago, not a single shot was fired, but today, shells are raining down on his head as if they were free, and the drones in the sky are firing bullets like rain, completely depleting all anti-aircraft ammunition. Sky just wanted to ask, where are the promised small and medium-sized companies? Do your small and medium-sized companies throw drones around like they're free? He's been enlisted in Cuba for almost 10 years, and the total number of drones he's seen on the battlefield in those 10 years isn't as many as he's seen in just one day today. Under immense pressure, he had no choice but to contact his superior again. Colonel Hadelin, I suspect Hokuma is the enemy's main attack direction. These bastards have gone crazy, charging our positions desperately, with fierce artillery fire. I estimate at least 8 self-propelled howitzers. Hadelin already knew through other channels that the battle on Sky's side was intense, but now he was also in a difficult situation. Because the unit to the west had already approached Buenaventura, with a considerable number of people, and could launch an attack at any time. What if this side is just a decoy? What if they learned of their own troop movements, and are attacking so fiercely just to make them believe it's real? The battlefield is like this: as a decision maker, you often face multiple choice questions, a gamble. You must make the decision you believe is most correct based on the intelligence you have. The more you understand the opponent, the higher your probability of choosing the correct answer. When both sides know nothing about each other, it becomes a competition of information acquisition efficiency, accuracy of judgment and decision making, and the subjective initiative of frontline officers and soldiers. Should he gamble? Gamble on whether Hokuma or Buenaventura is the enemy's main attack direction. The other end of the phone was so quiet that only Hadelin's heavy breathing could be heard. After a long while, Sky heard the other party ask, "What about the people and goods in Hokuma?" Hokuma has a drug factory, and 1/3 of the villagers in this village work for it. The meager income from the factory is their only source of livelihood. Although producing drugs is a heinous crime, for them, it's a true dead end, with no other choice. Either die by drug dealers' guns, starve to death in the wilderness, or honestly go to work, even if the salary is only enough to buy low-quality protein blocks to survive. At least when working in the factory, the chance of being shot for sport by soldiers is smaller. Their situation isn't like workers, it's more like long-term laborers working for landlords in feudal times. Sky replied, afraid they'd run off, they're all locked in the warehouse with the goods, and the farmers who escaped from the tobacco fields are in there too. He was a little puzzled. Why bother with these guys? If it doesn't work out, just kill them all before we leave. Anyway, these guys are like weeds growing from the ground, no matter how many you kill, there are always more. At worst, they can just bring another batch from the city to work. No. Hadelin's tone was icy. Aren't they coming for us? Saying they want to be heroes saving Cuba, then let them try. Strap explosives to these guys, send them to the front line to guard. When you see those damned black cockroaches, stick to them. Anyone who dares not go, kill their whole family. Remember to use electronic detonators to prevent these guys from defecting at the last minute. Still daring to live stream? You don't put us in your eyes, do you? I don't care if it's a feint. If you have the guts, kill these people in front of the whole world. Let's see who's more ruthless, us or you. Sky felt a chill down his spine when he heard this order, but then he quickly perked up, thinking this move was ruthless enough. He immediately sent people to the warehouse to grab people and strap explosives to them. Modern artillery is not like World War II, where you just set it up and if you don't push the front line too hard, it can bombard from the same spot until the end of the battle. Instead, after each shot, you have to change position. If you run even a little slow, prepare to be showered by enemy shells. Even if shells don't come, special forces conducting infiltration operations will take out your artillery positions, not to mention big killers like missiles. So after each round of artillery fire, there will be a ceasefire period for relocation. Smarter ones will even split their forces, firing in different places sequentially to fill gaps in firepower, but Sky's artillery company obviously doesn't have that level of skill and can only move together. And this period is the time difference players use to charge forward. A distance of 1 or 2 kilometers is but a blink of an eye for them. Good Brother had already switched out his electromagnetic rifle for an engineer's shovel. Brothers, this soul-chasing life-taking shovel is absolutely essential for home travel and murder and robbery. Its construction makes its uses comparable to a Swiss Army knife, proficient in all 18 martial arts. The shovel blade, crafted from high titanium steel, has even been blessed by a Catholic priest from the American Federation itself, ensuring that killing does not incur karmic debt, and even Satan himself can do nothing to you. If needed, you can even use it to stir-fry a couple of dishes after killing someone. Oh. As he was reciting the GG words, a gun barrel suddenly extended from a trench corner, aiming to shoot at Good Brother, who immediately grabbed the barrel and pushed it skyward. The bullet hit empty air. The Cuban soldier was stunned. Just as he was about to let go and pull out his pistol, his head was scooped off by a dark green engineer's shovel. Blood gushed out like a fountain, covering him, a particularly gruesome scene. Damn it, can't you use a different method? You're still live streaming. The propaganda department was going crazy, how was he supposed to broadcast this kind of scene? Second pillar, quickly add a filter. It's a hassle, I'm still fighting the enemy hacker. Suzuki, who was currently fighting a European hacker in cyberspace with a Lego Susanoo, could only casually apply a black and white filter. This made the scene look more like an R18 black and white movie from the mid-20th century. For the people of cyberspace, the level of gore was within acceptable limits. After all, seeing dead people or killings on the street wasn't uncommon anymore, and this was still through a computer screen. Good Brother wiped the blood from his face with his hand and mumbled, "Wasn't I just reacting to the stress? How could I have reacted in time?" Shaking off the flesh and blood clinging to his shovel, he was about to search for his next victim when his steps suddenly halted. Because in the trench ahead of him stood a trembling middle-aged man. He had no gun in his hand, no bulletproof vest on, but he was wearing a bomb vest made from grenades and simple mechanical devices. On the battlefield filled with the sound of gunfire, his emaciated legs trembled uncontrollably, his two hands clasped together helplessly, tears and snot streaming down his face, and his entire being was almost scared stiff. From around the corner behind him, he could hear someone shouting in Cuban, "Hurry up and go, embrace him, otherwise your wife and daughter will die." The man was at a loss, endless panic seemed to engulf his entire being, and he continued to let out painful wails. It was the fear of death, and also a lament for his own fate. In his eyes, the figure at the end of the road, covered in blood and holding an engineer's shovel, looked like a demon from hell. But compared to the people behind him, even the demon seemed merciful. Dash, dash. Good brother, who had just been killing indiscriminately, stood frozen in place. He looked at the things on the person's body, and combined with what those people behind him were shouting, even a fool would know what was going on. But he had no solution and could only ask for help from the big shots in the channel. Big shots, what should I do? Should I kill him? The red enemy marker above the person's head was so glaring. Not to mention good brother, no player would be soft-hearted when killing enemies. Even with people, in the complex urban terrain, they could rescue them through sniping, wall punching, stealth flanking, and other methods. But now they were in a battlefield trench, and no one could attend to this trembling man. And bad news followed one after another. Not only good brother encountered people wearing bomb vests, but other players also encountered them one after another. At this moment, good brother didn't know whether to act, while the viewers in the live stream, however, began to bear their fangs of cruelty. Kill him, what are you waiting for? Look at how scared that guy is, it's hilarious. What are you wasting time for, hurry up and act. How did these Cuban guys even push people like this over here? Chapter 354, Ministry of Truth, Death Row inmates must be executed. Facing the suicide hostages who were forced forward, the players were immediately stumped. They actually wished these hostages would pick up their guns and aim them. At least that way, firing first in retaliation wouldn't carry any psychological burden. But seeing the unarmed civilians, the players couldn't help but hesitate, especially after good brother asked in the channel. Many players in the trenches who encountered suicide hostages stopped their assault, preparing to wait for instructions from the rear. But the Ministry of Truth also knew that this was a moment where every second counted, and they absolutely could not delay the opportunity for battle due to such matters, causing the entire battlefield situation to change. Transfer microphone control of all nearby transport platforms to me. After the Ministry of Truth obtained the right to speak from the team's mechanic, he stepped out of cover, facing the hostage covered in grenades in the narrow passageway, and adjusted the output language to Spanish. At the same time, the other drop troopers quickly opened fire to suppress the enemies behind the hostage who intended to launch a sneak attack, buying him time. Citizen, before you die, the Super Earth Ministry of Truth permits you to state your name. The Ministry of Truth lowered his muzzle, removed his helmet, and stood less than 15 meters from the suicide hostage, calmly watching the hostage's features contorted by pain and fear look toward him. The hostage didn't clearly hear what he was saying. He felt he should hate these invaders. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been strapped with so many grenades and sent to die. But more than hatred, there was fear. The terror of soldiers had seeped into his bones, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. The urging shouts from the soldiers behind him made him even more distraught, afraid to advance and afraid to retreat. His entire emotional state was being constantly compressed toward a breakdown. Perhaps in the next second, he would lose control and charge toward the enemy in front of him in despair. Seeing the person didn't respond, the Ministry of Truth took another step forward, dropped his rifle on the ground, stood at attention with his hands clasped behind his waist, and repeated, "Citizen, tell me now, do you still have family? In the name of the Super Earth government, I guarantee you that we will kill all armed rebels who coerced and harmed you, rescue your relatives and friends, provide subsidies and ensure their future life and safety." This time, the hostage understood. He looked incredulously at the enemy standing amidst the gunfire, his clothes tattered. He thought he had misheard until the Ministry of Truth repeated it again. What the man said was more deafening than the gunfire and the urging of the soldiers behind him. The hostage's lips were white. If he hadn't had family, it would have been harder for him to be dragged out and strapped with explosives. His knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground. "I have a son, Sanchez, and they've locked him in the warehouse next to the factory." The Ministry of Truth drew the pistol from his waist, cocked it, and raised his hand. "Understood, citizen. Super Earth will fulfill its promise, rescue your son, and grant him the status of an honorary citizen of Super Earth." Bang! The gunshot rang out. The body collapsed onto the ground. The last image reflected in his eyes was the Ministry of Truth, clad in a white tight-fitting greatcoat, holstering his weapon and turning away. "Everyone, listen up. Turn the rout into an annihilation. Leave no one alive." The drop troopers killed the suicide hostages, but the method was unexpected by everyone. It didn't even require the players in the command post, who were still conflicted, to give the order. Although not every hostage was willing to give up resistance and choose to trust an enemy they had only just met, this was the only straw they could grasp in their despair. Some collapsed in despair, choosing to kneel and wait for death. Others still charged toward the players and were shot down midway. Two more, after stating the names of their relatives, chose to turn and charge toward their own camp. After a burst of explosive fire, there was silence. If the previous feeling was merely the frustration of failing to achieve results over several days, the actions of the Bagu warlords now undoubtedly triggered a layer of blood fury in everyone. Watching people die right in front of him, Good Brother's eyes turned red, and he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, as if he had shouldered a profound promise. He didn't even care that the camera had focused on him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Slaughter these sons of bitches and save the people." The already fierce offensive now gained several points of ferocity. Even Skynet, controlled by the AI, seemed to have caught some of the players' temper, with drone swarms dumping ammunition onto the ground almost regardless of cost, even colliding with enemy drones in one-for-one exchanges, both turning into fireballs and plummeting. The retreating soldiers from the first defensive position had already caused some confusion by withdrawing to the second position. They had barely jumped into the trench and hadn't had time to regroup before this group of killing gods charged over, compounding the chaos with their actions. A recently retreated soldier saw the murderous figures of the drop troopers getting closer. All the firing points along the way and checkpoints were being explosively destroyed by them in a sweeping manner. His fighting spirit immediately collapsed, and he dropped his gun and turned to flee toward the rear. His actions prompted more retreating soldiers with weak fighting spirits to drop their weapons and run for their lives. The second defensive line collapsed even faster. News of lost positions on the front line was continuously relayed back to the rear command post. Sky's ears were almost deafened by the constant alerts for requests for aid and air raid warnings. But more than his ears, it was his heart that was currently raging like the sea. No, this isn't right. The script didn't write it this way. Didn't the higher UPS say that these Horizon mercenaries were soft-hearted people who wouldn't dare harm civilians? These people kill more swiftly than his own men, and with just a few words, they convinced the workers strapped with grenades to abandon resistance and even defect. You might as well say this group is a cannibalistic cult that eats people 3 times a day. And feigned attack, I'll feign your spicy neighbor. These drones are practically flying over my head strafing. Fighting like this, what kind of feigned attack is this? They clearly came to launch a full-scale assault on Hokuma. From then on, Sky abandoned the idea of requesting reinforcements from the rear. The inaccurate intelligence provided by the rear led to repeated misjudgments, and they even offered such a disastrous tactic that shot him in the foot. Thinking about it now, even if the battalion on the right flank turned back to reinforce him, he probably wouldn't last until then. His head would be chopped off and used as a toilet. As for failing to defend Hokuma village, he could already foresee how the higher UPS would pin the blame on him. Havana definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Instead of waiting here to die, he might as well take his money and personal guards and flee to Camagüey or somewhere else to live under a false name. Once the heat dies down, no matter who ultimately wins in Cuba, with his abilities, he could certainly grow strong locally and achieve glory again. Once the thought of retreat arose, it couldn't be stopped. He turned and asked his adjutant, "How much cargo is left in the warehouse? We definitely can't hold this place. Take whatever we can, and burn what we can't so these lunatics don't get it." The adjutant checked the data and replied, "We currently have 1.7 tons of finished products, 19 tons of various raw materials, and 15 tons of roughly processed tobacco that haven't been transported yet." The adjutant probably guessed what Sky was thinking, but he could only steel himself and report the details. Although he didn't think Sky could survive the pursuit of Havana's assassins. Forget the raw materials and tobacco. Immediately arrange men to load the finished products onto vehicles, and take everything valuable. Sky remembered that there were still hundreds of thousands in cash in the finance office, plus the gold he had hoarded. Even if he did nothing, it would guarantee him a worry-free life for the rest of his days. But what about the equipment in the pharmaceutical factory? There isn't enough time to move it now. And the workers in the warehouse, should we let them go? The adjutant's heart jumped. He suddenly realized he shouldn't have asked that question. The equipment belonged to the Havana organization, but not to Sky. Since he was already preparing to run, why would he care? Destroy everything. Just as the adjutant expected, Sky chose to abandon all pretense. Blow up all the equipment with explosives. As for the workers, kill them all. They are a bunch of useless trash, and letting them live only pollutes the land. I understand. I'll go arrange it now. As a minor warlord, Sky still had control over his subordinates. Even at this moment, the adjutant chose to faithfully carry out his orders. Just as he stepped out of the tent, a mortar shell landed in Hokuma village, flipping a truck and sending flames soaring into the sky. Sparse gunshots also began to ring out nearby. The hell divers had already broken through. Sky also heard the sounds. He pushed open the door and walked out of the command post, looking disbelievingly toward where the gunfire was ringing outside the village. Damn it, are you kidding me? Just over 10 minutes ago, you were still on the second line of defense on the periphery, and now you've already reached the village entrance? Are my soldiers made of paper? Before Sky was transferred to Hokuma, he had also fought on the fringes of the Republic of Camagüey, with both sides having wins and losses. However, the combat effectiveness of this current group of people far exceeded expectations. Not to mention, to capture Hokuma, the players concentrated nearly 80% of their firepower and equipment, from drones to artillery to missiles, which had long surpassed what the local garrison could handle. Watching more and more soldiers abandoning their armor and retreating to the village, the disheveled scene made Sky's chest tighten. He cursed, "Useless. All useless." Furious, he pulled out his pistol and shot dead the fastest deserter. Then he said to his adjutant, "Organize a supervisory team. No one is allowed to retreat a single step without my order. Any violator who dares to leave the fortifications will die." The adjutant felt frustrated, thinking, "Damn it, you yourself are already preparing to run, and you're handing this thankless task to me." But complaints were complaints, he dared not voice them. He could only grit his teeth and organize officers to act as a battlefield supervisory team, and then he also had to find time to arrange for valuable items to be loaded onto vehicles. As for Sky, after giving his orders, he went to the armory under the pretense of inspecting military supplies to defend Hokuma to the death. But the adjutant knew that the only hovercar in Hokuma was parked there. All of you, get up there. After killing several fleeing soldiers, under the threat of death, the routed soldiers reluctantly returned to the defensive fortifications built in the village and engaged the drop troopers who were charging in. But under the bloodthirsty assault of the players, it was only a matter of time before the defense line completely collapsed. The wooden houses and mud huts in the village were not even considered cover under modern firepower. A single shot from a large caliber rifle could pierce right through, and a sweep from a heavy machine gun would bring down walls and pillars alike. The defending soldiers couldn't even fight in close quarters. Good Brother dropped the military shovel that was almost deformed from hacking people. The intensity of the battle between the two sides had reached its peak. He didn't even have time to look at the bullet screen or live stream content anymore. He just grabbed another SWAT and a few magazines from the supplies airdropped by drones and rushed to the front line. Under the players' almost suicidal charges and artillery bombardment, the already crumbling defense line quickly broke. 2 supervisory officers were even ambushed and killed by routed soldiers shooting them in the back. At this point, even the supervisory team couldn't help but flinch. Without their deterrence, the garrisons at several strongholds successively abandoned their positions and fled. The defense line crumbled repeatedly, and the players advanced unstoppably, step by step, closing in on the factory in the village. Hokuma village's only 2 industries, drug manufacturing and tobacco processing, were carried out in the factory at the center of the village. Therefore, everyone in the village relied on the factory for their livelihood. But these 2 industries did not belong to them, they belonged to Havana. They weren't even allowed to grow vegetables in their fields. The villagers could only rely on meager incomes to buy protein blocks and vitamin vegetable paste that Sky brought from the city, which were twice the price. And that wasn't all. Ordinary families in the village were frequently persecuted by the garrison, with various bloody incidents too numerous to mention. Without strong leadership and organization, Cuba would be no better than other Latin American countries. Now, they were inexplicably rounded up and locked in a warehouse. A number of people had been taken out 2 hours ago, their whereabouts unknown. Time ticked closer to midnight, and the sound of gunfire and explosions grew nearer and more frequent. The villagers huddled together like quails in the dark warehouse, trembling. The lights weren't even on, and many children, infected by the pessimistic mood, hid in their parents' arms and cried. In this warehouse, where every second felt like a year, the villagers were surrounded by stacks of either cured and stored tobacco leaves or processed crude products and drug raw materials. Under the control of humidity and temperature regulators, there wasn't even a drop of water. The entire environment was hot, stuffy, and dark, making it extremely uncomfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the gunfire and explosions finally subsided, leaving only heavy footsteps outside the factory. And those footsteps were gradually approaching the factory, causing the villagers hiding inside to hold their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing they would be discovered. But everyone knew it was only a matter of time before they were found. Clang. It was the sound of the warehouse's mechanical door opening. Along with it, the warehouse ceiling lights came on, and the intense white light made the villagers, who had been in the dark for a long time, temporarily uncomfortable. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands and retreated, wanting to distance themselves from the doorway. Some also wanted to see if it was Sky's troops or someone else who had opened the door. However, under the strong light, their eyes couldn't see clearly. In a daze, they could only make out a person in white clothes giving a few instructions to several soldiers in black clothes before leaving. Zion, you take a platoon here to guard them, don't let them run around, inventory the spoils, and rendezvous with the units coming up from behind. Also, remember what I told you. If you handle it well, there will be a bonus at the end of the month. Zion Buledinhue, boss, no, Ministry of Truth. Loyalty. After saying these words, the Ministry of Truth turned and left. Taking the drop troopers, whose gunpowder smell had not yet dissipated from the recently ended battle, they continued their advance by vehicle. Their target was Grand Jagway, 74 kilometers from Hokuma. For them, tonight, and even the next few days, was destined to be a sleepless night. After the Ministry of Truth left, Zion Buledinhue led a few drop trooper players into the warehouse and said to the bewildered villagers, "Please rest assured, we are the Super Earth Forces of Horizon Corporation, ordered to come to Cuba to eliminate drug traffickers and anti-government armed forces." Horizon Corporation? Anti-government armed forces? The ill-informed villagers might not even know that NUSA had declared war on Cuba, let alone what Horizon Corporation was. As for anti-government armed forces, weren't you just fighting government armed forces? Facing the confused villagers, Zion Buledinhue added, "Also, those whose names I call out, please step forward. Sanchez, Floyd, Tadano." Many names were called out, but no one dared to step forward to claim them. No one even dared to approach the drop troopers. The scorching smell of gunpowder and blood exuded an aura of "do not approach strangers." But soon the villagers realized that the people whose names were called were either the children, wives, parents, or siblings of those who had been taken away earlier. In short, they were closely related. Immediately, many people's emotions became tense. "You all, sigh." Zion Buledinhue was helpless, he wasn't a good speaker. "Your relatives are heroes, martyrs. They were persecuted and sacrificed by the anti-government armed forces, but their contributions will be remembered in our hearts." Although the players themselves killed the people, and this incident was even live-streamed, in plain sight of everyone. This did not hinder how the official records would be written. The definition of some things must serve politics, just like Kong Yue. What right did he have to be called one of the 6 gentlemen alongside Liang Kikao and Tan Sitong? It didn't prevent him from being defined as a positive figure. For these survivors, no matter what they think in the future, the Ministry of Truth will provide everything that is due, not a single cent less. Seeing everyone even more bewildered, Xian Buletinhui had no choice. He simply waved his hand, and several drop troopers escorted a few disheveled prisoners to the warehouse entrance, then kicked them directly on their knee joints, breaking their bones and forcing them to kneel. It was none other than Sky and his adjutant, who were attempting to abscond with funds. They were shot down and captured alive even after trying to escape in a hovercar. If it weren't for the need to capture them alive, they would have been killed on the spot. I surrender, I can lead the way for you. Sky still wanted to trade military intelligence and secrets for his life, but in the players' minds, this guy had already been marked for death. As for the things he mentioned, they might involve some hidden quests. However, the players, whose bloodlust had not yet subsided, didn't care about any of that. The only reason they hadn't killed him directly was due to the Ministry of Truth's mandatory orders to spare his life. Sky, former major of the Havana anti-government armed forces, guilty of treason, drug trafficking and manufacturing, crimes against humanity. Xian Buletinhui spent a long time just reading out the charges. Now, take him out for a public trial. Looking at the eyes that had changed from bewilderment to shock, he felt a little smug. Now you believe me, right? Chapter 355, War is an Art. News of the Hokama defense line's collapse quickly reached Greater Hage. After all, Havana also had its own air force. Although their jet squadrons were constantly monitored by melee tech, with small-scale dogfights breaking out over the Zapata Peninsula from time to time, they had no time to deal with Horizon Corporation's ground forces. However, some patrol teams, consisting of hovercrafts and helicopters, were still responsible for monitoring the defense line's movements. The battle at Hokama was fierce and intense, with continuous artillery fire. It was impossible not to notice. Even the surrounding patrol teams were called in by Sky for support. But it was useless. A few hovercrafts and helicopters were a drop in the ocean against the overwhelming number of drones. After only a few minutes of fighting, they quickly packed up and fled. Otherwise, they would have ended up like Sky himself, captured alive right after boarding a hovercraft. News of Hokama's fall was also transmitted back to the Greater Hage military base via helicopter radio. This included the capture of Sky himself. The losses were substantial, 2 infantry companies were decimated, and the commander was pursued and killed during the retreat. Only half a company defending Hokama managed to withdraw under the cover of the patrol air force. And all of this happened within a mere 6 hours. Even before that, the regimental headquarters stationed in Greater Hage had thought that the forces attacking Hokama were just a feint, merely putting on a show. But now, according to intelligence, these people are already heading towards Greater Hage and will soon be at their city gates. The atmosphere in the command post was heavy. No one in the room looked happy, many of them had been pulled away from their women. A military staff officer looked at the battle intelligence in disbelief. 6 hours? It can't be wrong. Hokama had an entire battalion and defensive fortifications. How could it not even hold for 6 hours? They had made estimates. In the Cubans' view, even if melee tech personally intervened, their defense line should have held for at least 3 days, given a similar troop strength. The colonel gave him a cold look. Do I need to pull up those guys' live streams and show you their faces? The staff officer awkwardly shut his mouth. Broadcasting a war, and doing it in front of the entire world, was outrageously arrogant. That good brother even declared in the live stream that he would attack Greater Hage before dawn and sleep in the city the next night. It was as if they didn't see the Cuban army as human beings, grinding their faces into the dirt. Just one word, disgusting. Disgusting. I even turned off the lights, bah. Someone complained, the Europeans' intelligence is too inaccurate. They said the Naventura direction had dense electromagnetic signals and was the main attack direction. In my opinion, this failure is entirely their responsibility. Sky is also useless. With a whole battalion under his command, and with advance warning, he couldn't even hold out for 12 hours. The person saying this completely forgot that Sky had asked them for help and been refused, and then given players a bad idea to enrage them, leading to the collapse of the battle. Enough. Hadlin was getting a headache from their bickering and blame shifting, so he sternly stopped them. Has the intelligence on this cursed Super Earth force been compiled? And what about the other forces? Instead of arguing here, go do something useful. A staff officer connected a data cable to the projector. It's all compiled. I even specifically requested support from the European Intelligence Agency, and the content is very detailed. The 3 forces that first landed in Cuba are the Super Earth Department of War, Chaldea Valhalla, and the Naima Construction Company Security Department. Everyone in the command post couldn't help but frown at these names, none of them sounded like a regular army. The staff officer introduced them one by one. The Naima Security Department has the most personnel, about 2,500. However, these people all started as construction workers in Night City and rarely participated in military training or combat. Their landing at Bay of Pigs is primarily for engineering and construction, likely serving as reserve forces, and should not be given too much attention. Next is the Super Earth Department of War, the force that directly defeated the 105th Battalion this time. Their total number is around 800, with combat personnel numbering as high as 600. This time, 380 people were dispatched to Cuba. Their uniforms are standardized, and their combat morale is extremely fanatical, often emitting maniacal laughter on the battlefield. I strongly suspect they are a group of drug addicts who have overdosed, but their coordination is tight, no less than that of special forces from various countries. Rumor has it that their governing body is a purge organization called the Ministry of Truth. Their every word and action must be vetted by them, and even a single wrong word can result in secret execution by the Ministry of Truth. Their methods are extremely brutal. The staff officer introduced them one by one. The Naima Security Department has the most personnel, about 2,500. However, these people all started as construction workers in Night City and rarely participated in military training or combat. Their landing at Bay of Pigs is primarily for engineering and construction, likely serving as reserve forces, and should not be given too much attention. Next is the Super Earth Department of War, the force that directly defeated the 105th Battalion this time. Their total number is around 800, with combat personnel numbering as high as 600. This time, 380 people were dispatched to Cuba. Their uniforms are standardized, and their combat morale is extremely fanatical, often emitting maniacal laughter on the battlefield. I strongly suspect they are a group of drug addicts who have overdosed, but their coordination is tight, no less than that of special forces from various countries. Rumor has it that their governing body is a purge organization called the Ministry of Truth. Their every word and action must be vetted by them, and even a single wrong word can result in secret execution by the Ministry of Truth. Their methods are extremely brutal. Seeing Super Earth, especially the Ministry of Truth, everyone couldn't help but recall the scene they saw in the live stream, and their hearts immediately tensed up. Such people, whether as enemies or allies, were too terrifying, even scarier than those damn supervising teams. Finally, Chaldea Valhalla. The speaking staff officer's expression became serious. The European community's assessment wasn't far off. Although this force has the fewest personnel, their equipment is the most sophisticated. The Chaldea players in the projection were divided into two groups, one type, like Kamen Rider, primarily focused on cybernetic modifications to become cyber supermen, while the other type of players each had a set of MT3, wearing powered exoskeletons, equipped with rocket pods, automatic cannons, and heavy caliber weapons and heavy firepower all over their bodies. Some even directly charged with 75mm cannons. In terms of appearance, they were absolutely intimidating, with a top-notch aesthetic. Moreover, they deployed all their forces this time, without any concealment, heading straight for Naventura. Their momentum could be said to be off the charts in terms of threat. Putting themselves in their shoes, even they would think that Super Earth was a feint and Chaldea was the main attacking force. No wonder the European community thought so. Another staff officer pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, looking at it this way, they must be using a deception tactic. The electromagnetic signals detected by the European Space Agency's satellites were likely important command nodes fabricated using multiple radars or electronic warfare equipment, making us believe Naventura was the target. In reality, they concentrated their superior forces and launched a surprise attack on the 105th Brigade's garrison at Hokuma before we could react. Feigned weakness is real strength is feigned weakness. On some gambling tables, people openly lay their cards out for you to see, just to set a trap and bluff you, playing psychological warfare. So, their next target is here, right? It can't be that both sides are main attacking forces, can it? We've already dispatched troops to reinforce Naventura, 2 battalions plus 1 company. Even if they have extraordinary abilities, they won't be able to capture it. We've already dispatched troops to reinforce Naventura, 2 battalions plus 1 company. Even if they have extraordinary abilities, they won't be able to capture it. Hadlin mused, so, their next target should only be us. Most importantly, the Super Earth live stream showed them heading straight for Greater Hage. However, with their current force of less than 350, after continuous battles and forced marches, it would be absolutely impossible to capture Greater Hage, which is a town. At this moment, a communicator suddenly entered the command room and loudly reported, "Report. The 302nd Battalion sent back news that Naventura has not been attacked. According to high-altitude reconnaissance by helicopter units, that force suddenly changed direction and accelerated its march. The direction indicates they are heading towards us." Indeed. The two enemy forces' directions of travel were exactly as they had guessed. These people want to take Greater Hage, which is a railway hub. Once they do, they can threaten both the east and west directions at any time and establish a foothold. Believing he had deciphered the enemy's deployment and plan, Hadlin immediately ordered, "Inform everyone, apart from the 302nd Battalion, which is closest to Chaldea, the 308th Battalion and the Mobile Company are to return to defend Greater Hage and prepare to encircle these two enemy forces. The Naventura garrison is not to move without my orders, to prevent these people from playing tricks and launching a surprise counterattack." Inside the swaying carriage, Good Brother chattered incessantly to the drone camera, "Families, that battle just now filled me with anger. Havana, this genuine dog warlord, has made life miserable for the Cubans and uses those factories to produce drugs that harm people all over the world. He truly deserves to die. Those officers under Havana are even bigger bastards, actually making civilians into human bombs. They're beasts among beasts. These guys must go to hell when they die, and never be reincarnated in hell." His tone sounded as if he had a deep-seated hatred for those warlords. But his anger was also genuine. "If I wasn't rushing to attack Greater Hage, I'd really want to stay and flay those beasts alive." Good Brother was filled with righteous indignation, and many bullet comments in the live stream empathized with him, wishing they could personally jump to Cuba and stab those damned drug dealers twice. After all, the drugs flowing out of Cuba have harmed countless families, their poisonous influence seemingly endless. Therefore, even though Super Earth players killed those hostages on the battlefield, the Ministry of Truth's actions resulted in little resentment, and even gained the favor of certain groups. After all, the lives of the lower class were too distant for them to empathize with, and the Ministry of Truth's politician-like behavior of promising empty checks in exchange for lives was more to their liking. Only the citizens of Night City grieved for the dead, which in turn lowered the public opinion of Super Earth's Ministry of Truth. However, the vast carriage was empty, with only Good Brother speaking into the drone's camera, making the scene appear particularly eerie. Even the tracks of the convoy following behind were terrifyingly shallow. The Bay of Pigs, being coastal and adjacent to marshland, had many forests and dense bushes. Apart from the farmers who had lived there for generations, almost no one came here. Let alone major roads, there weren't even many small roads for cars, and all of them were dilapidated. This made the heavy convoy traversing the small plains roads seem so out of place. A convoy of 10 tracked infantry fighting vehicles and 2 tanks was essentially running rampant. Captain Ron, riding in one of the infantry fighting vehicle command cars, was resting with his eyes closed. After all, it was already 1 in the morning, and he was getting sleepy. However, the next message forced him to open his eyes. Captain, Command wants us to stop pursuing the Chaldea forces and turn to reinforce Jagwe Grande. As the commander of an armored unit, infantry officers of the same rank or only 1 rank higher could hardly command him, only a regimental lieutenant colonel or above could issue orders to him. The issues involved were complex, even counterintuitive. As frontline units, the relationship between infantry and armored forces was often not good, and might even lead to conflict, for various reasons. The relationship between infantry and artillery, however, tended to be better. Seeing his superior's strange gaze, the communicator could only lower his headset and whisper, Hokuma has been taken down. Jagwe Grande says that the unit we're pursuing is actually a feint, a decoy for Gong Bridge, and they're accelerating to shake us off. They might link up and attack the city while the Jagwe Grande garrison is weak. What? That fast? Ron was surprised. How long had it been? And you're telling me Hokuma is gone? Is that guy really that useless? But there was no point in saying more, the die was cast. Now, the only thing to do was figure out how to recover the losses. Attacking Jagwe Grande, these guys are a bit too bold. Jagwe Grande is a hub of transportation, and they would be heavily surrounded in no time. It would be difficult to get out once they were in. However, based on the helicopter reconnaissance, this was the only possibility left. Notify the others, prepare to turn, target Jagwe Grande. After giving the order to turn, Ron felt a surge of irritation because he had been running all night without seeing a thing, and now had to turn to Jagwe Grande. He couldn't help but open the vent window, letting the cold wind rush into the vehicle, which provided some relief. He looked at the dark plains and couldn't help but think that he heard these guys coming to Cuba didn't even have a single tank. Their best equipment was a few drones, and the rest were all infantry. What kind of bewitching potion did Militech give them to make these guys travel thousands of miles to Cuba to die? But no one could answer this question for him. Just like the whistling cold wind, it never stopped for a moment. And mixed within it, a faint scent of gunpowder that had not yet cooled. The highest realm of commanding an army is to command the enemy, releasing true or false intelligence through various channels to induce the opponent to make wrong decisions, ultimately falling into one's own trap. Savage and their initial idea was to use a feint and a real attack, releasing news through channels like Militech that they would feign an attack on Hokuma. This news would almost certainly leak to the European community, and the Cubans would naturally know about it. Then, by inadvertently revealing it in the live stream or simply having Sword Saint and the others accidentally expose themselves under the patrol's reconnaissance, it would naturally mobilize surrounding troops. The artillery unit led by Mongolian top laner would be on standby in the rear, doing the opposite of the enemy's central forces. If you go to attack Chaldea, then I'll go help Super Earth, and vice versa. Even if something went wrong in the middle, it wouldn't matter, because both Super Earth and Chaldea were fully capable, with Mongolian top laner's support, of taking down either of the 2 strongholds, and then the 2 routes would converge to attack Jagwe Grande from the north. But the appearance of Family Joy changed this strategic deployment. He pointed out that even if the players concentrated all their forces to capture Jagwe Grande, it would be futile, ultimately leading to a stalemate with Havana until one side couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Horizon Corporation had an infinitely high chance of losing this battle. Not only because Havana had the European community's blood transfusion, but also because Horizon Corporation had no political foundation in Cuba. Even though these drug trafficking organizations in Havana were inhumane, they were still local Cuban organizations. Horizon Corporation and NUSA's military actions in Cuba were very likely to incite nationalism among the locals, causing them to view them as invaders. Players rushing into Jagwe Grande would only result in endless backstabbing from local civilians and a war of attrition against the Cuban army head-on. War is an extension of politics, not a coloring game. It's impossible for locals to obediently follow your orders, let you collect taxes, and even conscript soldiers just because you captured a city. Ignoring political issues makes ultimate victory absolutely impossible. Attacking a city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. Occupying land is inferior, killing is superior. Not attacking Jagwe Grande, and not making occupying the city the main objective, but rather annihilating the enemy's living forces as much as possible, is the correct choice. Family Joy pointed at the holographic map and said, there are 3 infantry battalions and 1 armored company of the Cuban army operating in this area. They are rotating units under the 3rd Armed Brigade and are relatively familiar with the environment here. If they remain active for a long time, it will greatly affect our future military objectives. Therefore, fully utilizing our mobility for mobile warfare, finding ways to annihilate their living forces, and breaking the blockade line are the primary objectives, rather than capturing cities. As long as we eliminate at least 2 of their battalions, causing the entire front line to collapse, then the military strength of the entire Zapata Peninsula to the Bay of Pigs will be a blank slate in the future. Our range of activity will greatly increase, and we can go wherever we want. Even Naventura will become an isolated city, which we can take down whenever we want. Most importantly, if we can achieve a great victory, this crushing defeat will severely damage Havana's prestige in Cuba, which will be very beneficial for our future political work. Family Joy explained the entire battle arrangement in detail to Savage and the others, while the players said nothing, sitting obediently on their stools, nodding like students, listening carefully. They probably weren't even this serious when attending university classes. General Manager exclaimed, "This tactic is absolutely brilliant. First, strike Hokuma with lightning speed, then release news through channels about attacking Jagwe Grande, scaring the garrisons of Jagwe Grande and Naventura into staying put in the city, afraid to sally forth. They might even mobilize other outlying forces to return for defense. At that time, these forces will abandon their established positions, and may even be separated due to differences in position and mobility. Using this time difference, Sword Saint and the Ministry of Truth will make a U-turn, outflank one of these units, quickly eliminate it, and then find the next one." Awesome, truly awesome. They didn't know what to say, only able to express their inner astonishment with these words, at a loss for more eloquent ones. Using extremely limited intelligence to wage an information psychological war, mixing truth and falsehood to use the enemy's hand to mobilize enemy forces, then defeating them one by one. Tactical Pig even stepped forward, rolled an electronic Furong Wang cigarette, and handed it to Family Joy. "Boss, may I ask where you are employed?" Family Joy didn't take the cigarette, but looked at Tactical Pig with a subtle gaze. "You want to know?" Tactical Pig quickly shook his head. "Ahem, never mind, I don't want to know." Chapter 356, A Group of Crazy Rule-Breaking Lunatics. In Family Joy's eyes, the player composition army was quite strange, and commanding them felt different. This group of people couldn't follow orders strictly, and there was no such thing as military discipline. Unless it was a critical moment, they were always lax. If you told them to stand guard, they might go to sleep. Not even the King of Heaven could control them. If they were professional soldiers, they would have been grabbed by their pants by their squad leader and promoted straight to the neck. They didn't train on weekdays either, all their combat experience came from actual battles, and even their equipment had a strong personal style. Their style was closer to that of free mercenaries, but their average education level was high. Coupled with the game's unique skill mechanism, they could quickly understand and master most advanced equipment and tactics. Their determination in combat was no less than that of a first-class army. Even if their formation was completely broken, they could scatter like stars across the sky. Coupled with the extremely high individual physical fitness and strength brought by cyberware modifications, the players overfulfilled the tactical objectives he set. If taking down Hokuma within 6 hours was a passing grade, their emergency handling of suicide bombers and their cleanup plan demonstrated their extremely high initiative. Then, secretly getting off the vehicle and regrouping during the journey, then rushing 37 kilometers through the forest in 4 hours to ambush the armored company still advancing to support Dahai Gui, ending the battle within half an hour, capturing 2 enemy tanks and 8 infantry fighting vehicles, taking 1 captain, 1 lieutenant and 73 soldiers alive. This was unequivocally superhuman behavior. Based on data alone, perhaps only Yang Chengwu leading the Red 4th and 6th regiments, covering 240 kilometers in a day to seize Looting Bridge, could compare. But the latter were old Chinese supermen without cyberware, and they existed in reality, so there's still no comparison. And the most important point, and the reason Family Joy didn't want to rely on players for warfare, was their uncontrollability. You can't force players to do something they don't want to do. If they really didn't want to fight, and Lin Miao forced them, these thousands of people might buy standing tickets back to Night City the next day, leaving Lin Miao to stare blankly at an empty front line. Even the rotten KMT soldiers wouldn't do something like that. But players would absolutely do it. Right, Arrowhead Game Studios. Such a troop is both loved and hated. We've been played. Lured like monkeys with bananas and made fools of. When Hadlin, who had been arranging defensive fortifications in Dahai Gui, ready to deal with a Horizon Corporation army attack at any moment, learned that his armored battalion had been ambushed and overturned, it was already dawn. They had stayed up all night without sleep, just guarding Good Brother's live stream, wanting to see when the opponent would launch an offensive. They even ridiculed the opponent as an idiot, asking how one could broadcast a war and leak military intelligence. As a result, a group of people listened to Good Brother bragging in the car for several hours. That bastard never got out of the car, and many people in the comments thought Super Earth was just on its way. They were outsiders and didn't know the road conditions, but Hadlin knew. How could it take so long to drive from Hokuma to Dahai Gui? If you drove non-stop, it would only take 3 or 4 hours. It wasn't until the news of the armored unit came through that they realized they had been played. Good Brother's live stream was a smokescreen put out by those bastards, aiming to attract everyone's attention, making them think Horizon Corporation's strategic goal was really Dahai Gui, and then they launched a surprise attack. The key was that the car doors were always closed, so even if there were patrol aircraft watching from afar, they couldn't tell if there was anyone inside. The staff officers were on the verge of tears. What an unimaginable bunch of savages. How can they be so despicable? Are they even human? And when analyzing the battle situation, they understood even less. From such a distance, when did they get off the vehicle? Our patrol team didn't find them along the way, and even if they marched non-stop from Hokuma, how did they cover those tens of kilometers in between? Not only did they run it, but they also took out the armored company along the way. Are you made of iron? Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. The staff officers couldn't figure out how this group of people maintained such mobility in the mountains without air support or vehicles. This simply isn't scientific. If it were the Cuban army, walking without vehicles, covering 5 kilometers in an hour would be good, any faster and they wouldn't be able to maintain formation, becoming a disorganized mess. Now is not the time to discuss this. Hadlin, who almost overturned the table, had bloodshot eyes. He stared intently at Good Brother, who had been babbling on the screen all night. If he could reach into the screen, Hadlin would definitely strangle this guy who caused him such heavy losses. We need to quickly figure out their next target. Send all the patrol teams out and find their exact location. It shouldn't be that fast. 97. A staff officer hesitated, saying, they fought fiercely for 6 hours overnight, defeating the 105th Battalion, and then ran for over 30 kilometers. Now they've captured our armored company. Unless they are truly Ironmen, they should stop and rest. Just the previous actions of not counting casualties and not collecting spoils of war were already beyond their imagination. Surely they couldn't be even more outrageous now? What about the other unit? The one called Chaldea, where are they? As a key target of concern and another bait unit. Hadlin believed that if the opponent had any other objectives, it would be with this unit. Also serving as a vanguard unit thrown out by Horizon Corporation, they couldn't just exist as bait. Colonel. The staff officer put down the communicator and said blankly, another unit is engaged. It's the 302nd Battalion. Hadlin frowned. The 302nd Battalion was the unit that had been moving towards Naventura, closest to Chaldea. He quickly reacted. If the 302nd Battalion was engaged, wouldn't that mean an opportunity for a pincer attack? What about the surrounding units? Which is the fastest one, and where are they? Tell them to go support immediately. The collapsed wooden houses in Hokuma village, after enduring the war, were left with only a pile of charred remains emitting wisps of smoke, mixing with the morning mist, making them unclear to see. Some fires had extinguished, but others were still burning fiercely, even more intensely. In the open space in front of the factory, nearly 100 villagers surrounded a temporarily erected platform. Sky, the colonel who had held a high position just a day ago, was now kneeling on the ground, covered in blood and barely alive. A bony middle-aged man pointed at him with a finger, tears streaming down his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could burn the man in front of him to ashes. He spoke through gritted teeth, the factory owes us 3 months' wages. My family went to ask for our pay, but his soldiers not only refused but also broke my leg and killed my son. The grievances and hatred accumulated over countless years erupted at this moment. His expression when speaking was as if he wanted to devour his flesh. As he spoke, he became so agitated that he fainted, and other villagers quickly stepped forward to support him so he wouldn't fall to the ground. Although Sky had been stationed here for less than 2 years, in the eyes of the villagers, this batch was no different from the previous one, they did the same things. 70 years ago, Hokuma was a small town with thousands of people. Under the sustainable predatory exploitation of these drug-dealing warlords, it was forcibly reduced to a village with only 200 or 300 people. There were teenagers forcibly conscripted and abducted. Women were snatched into military camps and abused to death. Farmers were shot for entertainment in the fields. Workers starved to death on assembly lines. Regardless of age or identity, in the eyes of the warlords, they were all the same, livestock they raised. Some resisted and joined the guerrillas, but compared to the drug lords supported by the European community, they were too weak. Moreover, Cuba was too small, surrounded by sea on all sides, and all cities were in the hands of the drug dealers. There were no farmlands outside the cities to grow food, no resources, no weapons, no support. The guerrillas constantly struggled on the brink of extinction, finally reaching their last day this month. Until another group of people set foot on this land. Looking at the eyes that wished they could eat his flesh and peel his skin, the person standing next to Sky shivered. If he wasn't standing here, this major would probably have been torn apart by these slave laborers, in a way that couldn't be put back together. He whispered to the ding next to him, God, these people aren't going to eat me, are they? Those eyes are terrifying. 3. What's left on you to eat? Oil-splashed monkey brains. Big Butt, who had followed Red Bucket to Cuba, chuckled, you know, I feel like I've traveled back over 100 years. Unlike the futuristic prosperity of Night City, the villagers' grass and wood houses looked like they belonged to a feudal era. This gave Big Butt a slight illusion, as if he had arrived in the land before liberation. He said in a subtle tone, we are, after all, liberators who presided over a public trial. Zion said disdainfully, humph, if Killer Demon hadn't given us advice, could you have gotten these villagers to speak? As the two chatted in low voices, Sky on the ground completely stopped breathing. By the time the players discovered him, his body was already cold. But the process was only halfway through, half of the villagers hadn't had a chance to air their grievances yet. Big Butt, he's dead. It's all your fault. Then what should we do? I should have been gentler. Zion scratched his head, looking very distressed. They weren't holding this public trial for any political reasons, it was purely because this guy's actions had infuriated the players. But killing him directly felt too easy, so they decided on a public trial. All the political workforces were at Dragonfield, preparing to train the newly recruited soldiers. They couldn't possibly manage the players on the front line. If Sky hadn't died just now, the players would have made this guy experience the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty later. Cold salad. Big Butt kicked Sky, and after confirming he was thoroughly dead, he loudly announced to the surrounding villagers, "Everyone, I know you have suffered greatly these past years, but from today onwards, we will never allow these executioners to ride over you again." The villagers looked at each other. If before they only felt fear towards these people in the warehouse, now that fear was mixed with a little gratitude and confusion. An old man tremblingly asked, "Are you the army from Camagüey?" "Not Camagüey." Big Butt shook his head repeatedly. "Guerrillas, you know? We are friends of Jose, the guerrillas. We came from the American Federation to eliminate drug traffickers in Cuba and liberate this land." These were the words Killer Demon taught him in the channel. As for Jose, they had only seen him in the official website's NPC illustrated guide. In a foreign land, the most important thing is language. As long as language allows communication, many unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. "Guerrillas, you are guerrillas." Upon hearing the name guerrillas, many people's eyes lit up, as if they had seen a lifeline. Although Jose and his men were cornered and pursued in the swamps, the people of Hokama had heard of the guerrillas. A few years ago, some even snuck out to join the guerrillas, but later there was no news. Something like that. Big Butt stammered, not daring to tell them the news of the guerrillas' demise. But after the reputation of the guerrillas dispelled some of the villagers' fear, these people began to ask questions incessantly, making him unsure how to answer. It was Cyan who stepped forward to take control of the situation, because time was running out, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer. "Brothers and sisters of Cuba, listen to me. It's not safe here. Although we have eliminated the enemy, they could bomb this place at any time, and those reactionaries will return." As soon as these words were uttered, fear reappeared in the villagers' eyes, and they couldn't help but stir. Although there were players blocking them, they had just thrown many stones at Sky. They shared some responsibility for the major's death, and if the drug traffickers' army returned, the lives of over 100 people here would surely be lost. They desperately hoped that the players' army could stay and protect them, but this was impossible. The only valuable thing here was the drug factory, and the engineering team brought by Red Bucket had already begun dismantling the equipment to transport it to the Bay of Pigs port. After all, they couldn't leave the equipment on such a dangerous front line. As for the villagers here, so please follow us and move south. We will rebuild the factory in the Bay of Pigs and provide ample food and accommodation. Since the Ministry of Truth had agreed, they naturally wouldn't go back on their word. Besides, more than half of the villagers here were skilled workers who could directly start production, so it wasn't a losing business. Build a factory? What will you produce? Still those same things. Even if the villagers weren't qualified and didn't have money to buy drugs, they knew what they were producing. No, what we need are medicines that can save lives. Shocking, Horizon Corporation massacres civilians in Cuba. Liberation in name, invasion in reality. When will the new American ambition of aggression cease? New America is bound to repeat past mistakes. The Grand Commonwealth plans to provide aid to the Cuban authorities. What a load of crap. Lin Miao looked at the headlines in the European newspapers and cursed the media, who were skilled at nothing else but taking things out of context and fabricating rumors. Those people clearly saw what the scene was like. Even if they had just opened fire and killed the civilians without a word, no one could have said anything. Once on the battlefield, they are enemies. It's either you die or I live. However, he had anticipated this, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed players to live stream the battlefield. As more and more people download this software, in the face of absolute facts, rumors will be as fragile as paper, easily shattered. The reason why rumors spread wider and more absurdly, and why even the most idiotic and senseless statements are believed, is only one: restricted access to information channels. As the place where rumor-mongering was most rampant, the internet, it is actually the true magic weapon to break all rumors. And at this moment, in front of Lin Miao, Lucy was leading Songbird and former Voodoo Boys members and dozens of hacker players in cyberspace to build the most massive internet project engineering since the server opened, or even in the 100 years since cyberspace appeared. This team could even be said to be no weaker than the network departments of large corporations like Arezaka, but the development speed was still slow. Project name Horizon. Horizon Voice is one of its sub-projects. The truly valuable aspects of the internet lie in its efficient information dissemination, information sharing, and open source nature. Here, people can communicate freely, ideas spark in collision, and countless imaginative creations are born and realized through discussion, their development process akin to a miracle. Capital magnates naturally wouldn't let go of this new continent. They built platforms, attracted users and creators, stole user data, collected network resources, and then used copyright or physical means to strike down competitors, forming monopolies to manipulate public opinion, causing the internet to degenerate into a moral wasteland where various extreme groups opposed each other, and outrageous statements emerged endlessly, until finally, Bart Moss, the god of the internet, blew it all up with a lightning bolt. This outcome can only be described as getting what one deserved. However, to truly liberate the productive forces of human society, the network is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Lin Miao casually summoned one of the sub-programs, Horizon Heart. After expanding it in front of him, it was a blank page, completely empty. He beckoned Casper, who was strolling in Plaza 1, and said, "I promised you that you could publish your colleagues' papers and assets in their names. Now is the time, you will be the first user here. Also, do me a favor and upload all the technical papers we found in the old net, as well as those in our company database, categorize them, and then create hyperlinks between them." AI communication requires no words, in an instant, countless bytes flowed. Casper immediately understood what Lin Miao wanted to do, and his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. His tone was complex. I know you are all lunatics, but I didn't expect you to be this crazy. They won't let you get away with this. They referred not only to tangible organizations like corporations but also to many intangible entities. Compared to them, even the black hole seemed insignificant. Lin Miao merely smiled. Where there's a will, there's a way, Dr. Casper. I didn't say I'm releasing this project to the world now. One day, I will incorporate all of human society's network data into it, bringing the distance of human communication to zero. Just imagine, what a magnificent sight that would be. Chapter 357, New recruits join the army. Major Finley looked at the steel Great Wall rapidly approaching a kilometer ahead, a deep sense of despair in his eyes. They received orders to pursue the Chaldea forces, which meant relocating from their original defensive line, but this also meant abandoning their home ground advantage. It wouldn't have mattered if they were fighting a foreign army unfamiliar with Cuba's terrain, but unfortunately, the experts had already scanned and modeled the surrounding terrain before the players arrived in Cuba. What electronic instruments record is far more accurate than terrain remembered by the human brain. Moreover, the data network among players is much more timely than that of the Cuban army. Even if neither side spoke a word, Chaldea players could know through the mini-map where the Ministry of Truth's forces had arrived, which units they had engaged, how far away they were, and the enemy's possible movements and positions. With drone vision, they could even precisely mark strongholds along the way. This was a very terrifying, even horrifying, situation. Because to prevent leaks or moles, low-level soldiers and officers generally had no right to know strategic deployments, they went where they were told, no questions asked. Even the miraculous 4 crossings of the Kishui River could be described as an unparalleled feat from a god's eye view, but the soldiers who experienced it at the time were bewildered. They only knew they were running all day, running back and forth in one place, seeing no enemies the whole time, not knowing what they were doing, yet running themselves half to death. Many harbored resentment, and even after breaking through the encirclement, they still didn't understand what had happened. Players, however, could precisely inform everyone about strategic deployments. A shout in the channel and everyone knew what they should do, with clear division of labor. Under the command of the Cyber Command, the Ministry of Truth organized 2 spearhead platoons to attack alternately. They would fight if they could, bypass if they couldn't, and split up if they couldn't bypass. The spearhead platoons would draw attention, the main force would continue to bypass, and once they had bypassed, the spearhead platoons would disengage and catch up. By the time Major Finley received news of the armored company's annihilation, the Ministry of Truth's forces had already infiltrated between him and his rear friendly forces, blocking friendly reinforcements on one side and stabbing Major Finley in the rear on the other. Chaldea, which had been constantly moving forward, had stopped at some point and launched a counter-encirclement in annihilation. Major Finley attempted to organize a breakout several times, only to be blasted back by rows of MT-3s. Finally, after 4 hours of fierce fighting, he was, as expected, blown up by the players. 3 almost crippled companies abandoned large numbers of corpses, driving over their comrades' bodies as they scattered and fled. This also scared the Cuban forces who had been trying to break through the Super Earth's blocking defense line from behind, causing them to retreat towards Dahaigui, and the blockade line immediately broke. Because Super Earth was live-streaming, the news caused a global uproar. In one night, with 2 units totaling no more than 600 people, they not only lured 4 battalions plus 2 companies, nearly twice their number, all over the place, but also crushed half of them, and even ran 100 or 200 kilometers on foot. Even with cyberware enhancements, it was a bit too outrageous. Are you telling me this is the strength a small company should have? Even melee tech forces might not possess such capabilities, right? For a time, Horizon Corporation's reputation soared, with its prestige column directly rising to prominence to widely renowned. Of course, melee tech was the happiest among them. At noon the next day, the Minister of Commerce, beaming with joy, pushed open Lucas's office door. President, Congo just placed an arms order with us worth over €500 million, and Egypt and Ethiopia have also expressed willingness to discuss military-industrial orders. Oh. Lucas was a bit surprised. Wasn't that the European Community's territory? If they were buying, they should prioritize military equipment from their suzerain, France. Why would they, out of all things, order from them? This piqued his curiosity greatly. Elaborate. This, in turn, surprised the Minister of Commerce. He thought Lucas knew. Didn't you watch last night's live stream? You agreed to let Horizon Corporation promote our company in the live broadcast room. This is the greatest marketing move melee tech has made in 10 years, absolutely brilliant. Please accept my deepest respect. Although this had nothing to do with Lucas, 100 or so people in an arms contract worth only tens of millions wouldn't even reach Lucas. The credit definitely belonged to the leader. Even if it wasn't, it had to be, otherwise, how could he advance? Live stream. Lucas had a vague memory of it, something about Cuba, and asked with a hint of surprise, they won using our weapons. They won. The Minister of Commerce's tone was extremely excited. Although he had watched Good Brother boast all night, the Ministry of Truth later uploaded videos of the actual combat situation to their account, which finally made others understand what had happened. And they won big. Our melee tech benefits absolutely exploded. Not only the international market, but also civilian orders in NUSA and Night City itself have soared. Sales this morning alone have broken historical new highs since the Unification War. Shareholders are all following suit, our stock is skyrocketing. For weapons, there is no better publicity than actual combat. Weapons can only show their true nature in actual combat. Otherwise, they are just boastful parameters on a PPT, and no one knows if they are true or false. Just like a certain Bradley infantry fighting vehicle that wished not to be named, Commissioner Smith made a fortune from top to bottom, and it was hyped to the heavens during marketing, but in reality, it turned out to be a universally despised piece of junk. Moreover, in the past, users could hardly see the actual situation of a war. Only after the war, by summarizing feedback from soldiers on the front line, could one determine whether a weapon was effective or not. The Ministry of Truth live-streaming combat, demonstrating with real people, was an unprecedented first. The most crucial thing was that they won, and they won cleanly and decisively, piercing through the enemy's defensive depth in 6 hours under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. Coupled with Skynet's camera work, the viewing pleasure and live broadcast effect were maximized. Although they used a tactic in the latter half, deceiving both the audience and the opponents, they also provided the final 2 videos, bringing a perfect conclusion. Militech's weapons couldn't help but sell out. But even more explosive than melee tech was Super Earth. With the Ministry of Truth's operations, Super Earth's IP also exploded. P also exploded along with it. Even the MT3 and Chaldea benefited from this surge. Although their peripheral equipment wasn't outstanding in performance, their unique aesthetic design in the cyber world, combined with their aggressive and daring combat style, immediately attracted a group of enthusiasts worldwide. Many of these people were second and third generations, who specifically requested the same equipment from melee tech. Whether it's good or not isn't important, the key is the style. If Lin Miao hadn't already applied for all the relevant patents, leaving these people with no way to infringe, he might have had to find a way to make players change their names. Super Earth. At his subordinate's strong recommendation, Lucas briefly watched the recorded broadcast of last night's battle and paused when the Ministry of Truth executed the self-detonating hostage. He asked, "These guys aren't leftists, are they? I've heard some not-so-good rumors about Horizon Corporation." "No," the Minister of Commerce said emphatically. "Night City has investigated, and these people are out-and-out NC elements. The person you saw performs the same function in the Super Earth organization as the Gestapo did in NC Germany. Any internal member who expresses dissatisfaction or dissenting opinions about Super Earth in public is considered treasonous, will be arrested on the spot, and executed." The Minister of Commerce also produced a video as evidence. In the video, on the streets of Night City, a player in a drop trooper suit was holding a megaphone, loudly proclaiming by the roadside, "Toma is number 1. Setsuna is a bitch." Then, within a few minutes, several drop troopers rushed out from the roadside, pinned him to the ground, beat him half to death, then threw him onto the road, drove back and forth over him several times, before dragging his bloody corpse into a car and driving away. The methods were brutal, and even Lucas was shocked by the cruelty these people showed towards their own. They explicitly divided people into 6 grades, from A to F. The treatment of those below D grade can hardly be considered human. Anyone who leaves the battlefield is immediately deemed a traitor and executed without trial. Their proclaimed managed democracy is even more authoritarian than our TV voting. At least we offer 2 candidates. They directly use questions like "What are you having for lunch?" to decide who leads. After hearing the introduction from the business minister, Lucas felt relieved. This is textbook dictatorial fascism, as right-wing as it gets. Compared to them, even melee tech could be considered saints. How could they possibly be left-wing? In this abstract world, fascism is far more acceptable to capitalists than left-wing ideology. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Send people over to negotiate and prepare to expand the scope of cooperation. Our armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and even battlefield supplements can be effectively promoted in Cuba. This might be our chance to completely widen the gap with Arezaka in the military industry market. We must seize it. And it's not just these hell divers, but also Chaldea, Naima, all of them can serve as cooperation targets for PR. But we can't just provide all these weapons for free." The business minister seemed to hint at something, and Lucas immediately understood the implication. "I will negotiate with President Myers to have the banks open up more loans to Horizon Corporation for purchasing military equipment." However, what Militech didn't anticipate was that after a night of live streaming, they weren't the only military corporation with this idea. This included, but was not limited to, Arezaka, Kongtao, Militech, Midnight Military Industry, and Jianli. These were just the ones with local branches in Night City. Who knows how many more corporations were on their way. When nearly 10 arms companies gathered at the entrance of Horizon Corporation, they looked at each other as if they were looking at the murderer of their father. It was imaginable how much Lin Miao could save on expenses, ranging from military industrial loans and endorsement fees to soldier casualty compensation, given the fierce competition in this buyer's market. Furthermore, it wasn't just Night City. Before the next day had even passed, Europe had already begun developing related live streaming software. After all, this kind of thing had no technical difficulty. As long as the servers and network signals were in place, anyone could pull it off. Netwatch is a European corporation, and the Europeans are rolling in wealth. They might lack other things, but money is abundant. If they run out, they just print more. What Militech couldn't afford, they could. Moreover, the Great British Commonwealth planned to copy the model, arranging for live combat broadcasts in Havana, Cuba, turning it into a head-to-head arena match between the two sides. Suddenly, the capital market was surging, and the world, which had been mired in economic crisis for decades, actually showed slight signs of improvement. Due to its good reputation and its moral high ground in this war, Horizon Corporation's first recruitment batch of 800 new soldiers was quickly filled. However, the treatment of Horizon Corporation soldiers was different from their peers. At first glance, the salary couldn't be described as high, it could only be described as very low. Or, more directly, the contracts for Horizon Corporation soldiers stipulated that there was no salary or military pay for serving, only various allowances. If other companies tried this, they wouldn't find soldiers, let alone a dog, but Horizon Corporation had a good enough reputation in Night City, especially in Pacifica and Santo Domingo. While their workers' salaries weren't high, the food was definitely no worse than that of the corporate drones at major companies, and they ate organic food. They also had their own medical system, with internal medical prices much lower than the market rate, and they were currently building schools for employees and homeless children. It could be said that medical care, food, housing, and treatment were all included. So, no military pay was fine. Many gang members whose gangs had been wiped out, who had nothing valuable, and didn't want to work, or mercenaries who weren't skilled enough, simply enlisted to make a living. Nobody was shouting about taking the corporation down with them just because Horizon Corporation had killed their boss. After all, when you're in the game, you eventually have to pay the price. No one in Night City didn't understand this principle. Those who were truly loyal and wanted to fight to the bitter end had long been killed by Horizon Corporation and the mercenaries under their command. Those who survived knew how to size up the situation. The army training ground was near Dragonfield in Big Sur, and Dragonfield had already begun transitioning from a purely prisoner of war facility into an ideological reform base. Inside, they had everything: dormitories, schools, cafeterias, libraries, brain dance editing rooms, and training bases. Now, because they needed to train soldiers, it had expanded by 3 whole times. The people responsible for training this batch of new recruits were not military instructors hired from Militech or NUSA, although they had indeed proposed this idea. Lin Mia rejected it. I'd rather hire expert and his people than you. At least the reputation of the folks from back home is better than yours. When conducting business, as long as you don't play tricks, they won't play tricks. Furthermore, in this deal, they were the ones making a massive profit. After a series of changes, Lin Miao also had a breakthrough and thought, ideological reform could be primarily handled through brain dance, but training ultimately needed leaders. Moreover, he knew nothing about military matters, and forming an army without help truly wouldn't work. The 800-strong new recruit team assembled in the Dragonfield training ground. Heads bobbed, and many people recognized familiar faces around them. Tiger Claws, 6th Street Gang, Animals, Maelstrom. Meeting in a place like this was quite awkward. In the new recruit team, David, the youngster with a visible modified right arm, was unremarkable. Few people here knew David's identity. He enlisted as a new recruit and did not rely on Gloria's privileged status for special treatment. It was just that some things weren't up to him. A large hand descended from above, grabbing his collar and lifting David entirely. David was initially startled, thinking someone was looking for trouble, and tried to resist, but then he saw a familiar figure. Maine. David, come and stick with me. Even among the entire new recruit team, Maine's physique was considered enormous. David was very surprised. He hadn't expected Maine and Dorio to enlist as well, but he quickly realized why. Since Maine's crew had been responsible for Gloria's security recently, the two parties were familiar with each other. 9 times out of 10, his mother was worried about her son's safety and specifically arranged for them to come and look after him. This behavior made David very unhappy, but he couldn't really say anything. After all, who could stop a mother from wanting to protect her son? You guys. Seeing David's suspicious gaze, Maine laughed heartily. He certainly knew what the other party was angry about. Haha, relax. I only promised your mother that I'd make sure you get back alive. I won't interfere with anything else. He himself came from the cannon fodder ranks of the US military and hated those good-for-nothings who joined the army just to polish their resume. The fact that David was starting as a new recruit was already quite good. Maine didn't treat David as an outsider and nudged him with his elbow. But, can you give me some inside information? Given your status, you must know something. Who is training us? Super Earth or Chaldea? He had also watched the live broadcast, or rather, everyone here had watched it, because they certainly didn't want to go to Cuba as cannon fodder. If they hadn't watched, it would have been fine, but after watching, they wanted to go even more. If they could become one of them, it would definitely be exhilarating. As for Maine's question, David happened to know the answer. Neither. Hey? Then who is it? It can't be Militech or those scumbags from NUSA, right? That would be terrible luck. Maine bared his teeth. He had disliked those vermin since he first enlisted. It's not them either. You'll find out in a bit. David's mysterious tone left Maine puzzled. Until 7 or 8 people walked onto the high platform of the training ground, and one of them took a microphone in front of hundreds of people. Cough, cough. A cough drew the attention of the noisy crowd below to himself. Greetings, comrades who have just enlisted. I am your chief military instructor. You can call me Esk Porter, expert. The next 3 months of military training will be spent in my hands. What does spent in my hands mean? Why does that sound wrong? The new recruits below immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The armies of corporations and even the entire West operate on an employment basis. Soldiers are essentially just another type of laborer, and in some countries, the system has even evolved into a civil service structure, where they clock in and out. In such armies, setting aside the issues of embezzlement and exploiting soldiers, the most serious problems are bullying between new and old soldiers, and the oppression of low-ranking soldiers by their superiors. Even though most of these 800 people had never served in the military, they had heard relevant news reports. For example, shoving a mortar shell up someone's rectum, or forced coprophagia, and so on. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. The gaze directed toward expert immediately held a hint of fear. What does this guy want to do? Chapter 358, Military Revolution. The words the expert spoke on the podium were incomprehensible, and even Maine, who was considered an old hand in the military, felt completely baffled. Firstly, compared to other armed corporations, the Horizon Corporation's military structure included an additional organization at the company level called the Soldiers Committee, which assisted the Horizon Corporation in managing the army. This organization was responsible for anti-bullying within the military, ensuring equality between officers and soldiers, maintaining military discipline, managing military expenditure, evaluating merits and awards, running military recreational activities, and even supervising officers. Representatives were elected from the bottom up, one person nominated by each squad, and one person nominated collectively by officers ranked platoon level and above. This organization confused not only the recruits but also Maine, as the NUSA military certainly didn't have anything like it. Furthermore, the things the expert mentioned like officers and soldiers eating and living together, prohibiting punishment without reason, and even soldiers being able to file complaints against officers through the committee sounded like utter fantasy. Forget NUSA, even in the American Federation of 2025, officers didn't need to hide when messing with a recruit. They could force you to eat swill, run 100 laps on the field, strip you naked and whip you with a belt, or incite other soldiers to humiliate you. In short, they had 100 ways to torment you to death without consequence. Eating and living together was also impossible, because officers wouldn't frequently appear before the soldiers, they needed to create an aura of mystery. This was how Western officers established authority in the military. Even a general like Eisenhower, during public relations activities such as inspecting the troops, would only pretend to eat with the soldiers. It was just a staged photo op. Afterward, they would eat wherever they usually ate. As for elections, nobody believed in that stuff anymore. What does Boss Lin mean by this? What kind of trick is he pulling? He couldn't help but nudge David, wanting to gauge the reaction of this suspected insider. Also, after 2 months, Maine noticed that David seemed much more mature than before. As for the prosthetic right arm, he never inquired about such matters. I've heard the chief instructor talk about this. David pondered for a moment before saying, this is called military democratization, an organization implemented across 3 aspects, economic, military, and political. Of course, what Lin Miao promoted externally was an internal affairs monitoring organization designed to facilitate the company's management of soldiers. These foreigners didn't understand the other concepts, but when it came to internal affairs organizations, they understood perfectly. Starting with the FBI, various internal monitoring agencies emerged endlessly, all for the same underlying purpose. Everyone here was a staunch capitalist warrior, so they understood. Democratization? What is that? Maine wanted to scoff, but considering it was the Horizon Corporation and not some other company, he decided to wait and see what this committee would eventually become. The second rule was that all forms of gambling involving money, drug use, and sexual assault were prohibited in the military, and everyone was required to install a neural regulator. Perhaps other companies allowed soldiers to use drugs to alleviate mental stress and boost combat morale. Updates are hard to come by, remember to share 101 Kancho website. But sorry, that system isn't welcome here. A soldier who truly understands why they are fighting doesn't need the help of drugs. Furthermore, if you don't do things against your conscience or indulge in excessive desires, why would you need drugs to numb yourself? A chorus of groans rose from the recruits, and many immediately considered backing out. Among those who ran with gangs, 7 or 8 out of 10 were involved with drugs, and the remaining 2 weren't much better off, mostly addicted to painkillers like fentanyl. Not letting them smoke was worse than killing them. But some things were scarier than death. Because they had already signed the enlistment contract, regretting now meant paying 20 times the breach penalty. They had to wait at least until the 3 months of training were complete before deciding whether to stay or leave. Therefore, no matter how painful, they had to endure these 3 months. Third, besides the normal military structure, the army would also have an extra ideological management department, specifically responsible for managing the political thoughts of the soldiers. Just hearing about it made the recruits feel it was sinister, much like the urban legends of mind control circulating in Night City. Those mysterious people were like hackers, they could confuse you with just a few words, making you willingly hand over all your money. Many felt they had come to the wrong place, perceiving it as a devil's den where people entered but never left, and they couldn't help but consider backing out. As for the most crucial point why they were going to fight in Cuba, the expert chose not to reveal it at this time. Because saying it wouldn't help. Telling them it was to liberate Cuba and eliminate drugs would be useless, they hadn't even liberated their own minds, so why would they care about a group of people thousands of kilometers away? The expert spoke extensively at the recruit induction ceremony, but he knew the audience's capacity for understanding was limited. Many things required a combination of practice and theory to be gradually comprehended. Therefore, he didn't waste much time talking. After briefly covering these matters, he arranged for people to take them to the barracks to find their beds. The situation isn't optimistic. The expert looked at the report issued by the recruitment department and sighed ruefully. Out of 800 people, 617 have a history of drug use, 479 have a criminal record, 297 have served time, 112 have committed murder, and there's a bunch of undocumented people hiding from debt. Where the hell is this a proper army? It's a military of bandits. Their files are as black as they can get. Back where I come from, they wouldn't even pass the preliminary review. An army composed of people like this, forget the American Federation, you couldn't find such an absurd composition even in the most chaotic parts of Somalia. Among this group, David is practically one of the 10 outstanding young people. Can you believe it? Killer Demon said faintly, holding his thermos. Otherwise, why would we say the responsibility of this job is arduous and significant? If the work were so easy, why would they send us here? That's true. The expert chuckled, we still have to rely on you and old he to work hard and correct these people's ideology. Right now, they don't look like they can fight a war. Arrange for the medical department to schedule the regulator surgeries as soon as possible, and have your ideology department personnel cooperate with the correction. Only those who remain after these 3 months will be usable assets. Oh, right. The expert seemed to recall something, pulling out the medal David had obtained in Cuba as if by magic. His tone was mysterious. We have news about this thing. My colleagues in the declassification section cracked the cipher on it. I bet you'll never guess what it says. The expert couldn't stand Killer Demon's expression, which looked like he was watching a monkey show. Feeling unamused, he sat back down, placed the medal on the table between them, and said seriously, the mark on this was left by the KGB. If the Big Goose hadn't released some of their intelligence for declassification after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we really wouldn't have been able to find anything. KGB Cuba. The heavily worn medal on the table seemed to be shrouded in thick mist. Killer Demon blinked. But the information we found in Night City said that after the Night of Fire, after the Soviet Union was hollowed out by Petrochem, the KGB, acting as its secret service, united with several other departments to launch a rebellion, attempting to restore the motherland, which had been eaten away by corporations and oligarchs, to its former state. However, they underestimated the strength of their opponents and were ultimately defeated, forced to retreat to Western Europe and vanish without a trace. But in Killer Demon's view, the KGB's failure was not due to the strength of the oligarchs. Rather, the KGB of the 80s and 90s had lost its former power itself, so how could it possibly face its true self? The KGB of the 50s and 60s only needed to wave its hand, and countless comrades across various countries who shared their ideals would voluntarily join, risking execution to provide invaluable intelligence. MI6, CIA, DGSE, Mossad, what were these national intelligence organizations in the eyes of the KGB back then? The classified documents they treasured and hid were trampled upon by the KGB with as much force as they wanted. But later, they could only resort to using money to buy off informants within those organizations. The magnitude of the decline was self-evident. It's a blessing in disguise, I suppose. The expert sighed heavily and picked up the medal. The mark was left 7 years ago, which at least proves the person was still active and had the energy to come to Cuba to find the guerrillas. The cipher contains a set of latitude and longitude coordinates. We had people check it out. It seems to be near the Arc de Triomphe in France, followed by a string of numbers. We just don't know when the European map will open up. We'll only know what's there once we go. That kid David is pretty lucky. In other novels or games, this would be considered half the legacy of an ancient sect. Don't make jokes like that. Killer Demon interrupted the expert's flippancy, snatching the medal from his hand. He examined the blurred brass casing. Its original shape was unrecognizable. This medal, which had survived a century of changes, had passed through the hands of countless generations of Cuban guerrillas. The light 20G weight felt as heavy as Mount Tai in his hand. This medal, it's too heavy, he can't bear it alone. Only the most wicked soil can bloom the purest flowers. Just like the industrial age, which was intertwined with darkness and bloodshed 200 years ago. Then he needs to suffer a bit, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the comrades who sacrificed themselves in Cuba. Naturally, the dormitory environment at Dragonfield couldn't compare to the skyscrapers of Night City. It was an 8-person room, but the good news was that it was spacious, with bunk beds and desks underneath. Knowing that everyone who came was certainly a pauper with no savings, or even deeply in debt, Horizon Corporation advanced them a monthly stipend of 800 credits on the first day of enlistment for purchasing necessities. Although it housed more people, it was definitely cleaner than the hovels they used to live in. Ducking his head to enter, Maine stuffed his belongings into a locker and sat next to David. David, I heard Gloria talk about what happened in Cuba. As a veteran, Maine clearly understood what it felt like to watch close comrades die right in front of him on the battlefield. Don't push yourself too hard. Living well and remembering their faces is the greatest repayment you can give them. Besides, now that you've joined the military, you will encounter the same things countless times when you get to Cuba. If you can't adjust your mindset, it will be very troublesome. I know, Maine, that's why I came here. David lowered his head and looked at his right hand. Cuba was the first time he had been so close to death, and the first time he had witnessed sacrifice and betrayal. Maine realized that David didn't seem to need his guidance, which relieved him greatly. Just then, the other recruits who shared the dormitory also walked in, carrying the necessities they had just purchased. However, their expressions weren't pleasant, because the rules here were far more numerous than they had imagined. The gang-affiliated recruits weren't adapting well, and the grudges left over from past gang conflicts caused them to harbor strong feelings of mutual rejection. They all looked at each other without saying a word, their existing gang tattoos proclaiming their respective allegiances. Their gang habits made the atmosphere explosive, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Knock, knock, knock. A tall man walked to the dormitory door, knocked, and pushed it open. Looking at the 8 people inside, including David and Maine, he asked, "Is everyone here?" David and Maine stood up, while the others remained casually seated on their beds, looking at the newcomer. The man glanced at the 6 other slick-looking individuals. Tiger Claws, 6th Street Gang, Maelstrom. What's so great about that? I used to be a member of the Wraiths. Murder, arson, what didn't I do? Didn't someone still manage to straighten me out? I am your platoon leader, Clint. You have half an hour to select a squad leader and a committee representative among yourselves, then change into your uniforms and assemble on the parade ground. Clint had spent almost half a year at the hydroponic farm, only to find that the fully automated cornfields here were completely different from the scenes he saw in brain dances, leaving him greatly disappointed. Technology had ruined his pastoral dream, so to speak. Nonetheless, it fulfilled a wish. After letting go, he picked up his old trade, transferred to the Military Engineering Academy for 6 months of advanced study, and now he was perfectly suited to be a platoon leader. In 3 months, turning this lot from their current state into qualified soldiers would be impossible without some serious high-tech methods and harsh training. As for the election, there was virtually nothing to discuss. Maine's physique and his full set of cyberware ensured that no one dared to contest the position of squad leader with him, especially since he had been mixing in Night City for so long that these gang members had all heard of Maine's reputation to some extent. And for the committee representative, since Maine was sitting next to David, no one dared to speak up. When Maine gave David a nudge, it naturally became a matter of course. The following week didn't involve much training, instead, everyone had to undergo cyberware modification. Because of the existence of cyberware, physical training became a burden. Someone who installed ARM cyberware could easily do pull UPS, and someone who modified their legs ran much faster than those who hadn't. The difference was significant. How can you make a group of people train physically together under these circumstances? Therefore, for soldiers and corporations across all nations, if they have the resources, they standardize the modification of soldiers' limbs and lungs. Horizon Corporation is no exception. Compared to other corporations, Horizon Corporation added one more modification surgery: the neural regulator. If one were to ask which was the greatest revolution in the world, some would say it was the October Revolution, because the cannon blast of the October Revolution brought about the Soviet Union. Some would say it was the Industrial Revolution, because the Industrial Revolution ushered in modernization. Some would say it was the Declaration of Independence, because the Declaration of Independence created America's manifest destiny. Some would say it was the founding of New China, because it pulled a nation and its people, who had been decaying for 100 years, out of the mire and allowed them to stand on the world stage again. But compared to that revolution, all other historically pivotal moments seemed to pale in comparison. The entire history of humanity, like Louis XVI, was split in two before this revolution. And its name was the Great French Revolution. It is also the only national revolution to have the character great added to its name, which speaks volumes. If the Renaissance and the Enlightenment were dreams before the end of the long night, then the Great French Revolution was the moment human civilization welcomed the break of dawn. From that day on, equality, liberty, fraternity, and democratic republicanism were no longer merely political ideals and slogans, they were truly carved onto the monument of human history, driving countless people to madness and even to sacrifice their lives. When David opened his eyes again, he saw a bright afternoon. Around him were stone brick, pointed roof houses, and in the distance, he could see the luxurious king's castle located in the city center. The castle's brilliant stained glass windows shone like gems under the sunlight. Subconsciously, David seemed to know where he was. France. Paris. The year was 1789. He also knew who he was, Jean Valjean, a small street citizen of Paris. France. Paris. Even within the European community, this city is a famous metropolis. If Europe were a crown, then Paris would definitely be the most dazzling pearl on that crown. Looking at it now, even 300 years ago, the city exuded an air of luxury and classical literature. Because of the Braindance editor's attitude, the entire event was heavily modified with artistic license and personal additions, and thus does not conform to historical facts. David, who grew up immersed in Night City culture, naturally had a predictable attitude toward Europe. A paradise standing among men. Piling on every beautiful adjective would not be enough. Let alone the other greenhorn recruits. The frenzy and excitement they felt after learning the basic information about this place upon entering the Braindance was more intense than being high on drugs. The regulators didn't even need to work extra, they were desperate to throw themselves into the experience completely. They excitedly stepped forward, squelch, and the wet, soft, and slightly familiar sensation beneath their feet made them freeze. They looked down. Shit. How could there be shit on the streets of Paris? Wasn't this supposed to be paradise on earth? Even 300 years ago, didn't TV, articles, and newspapers all say that this was the birthplace of world culture, where for hundreds of years everyone observed aristocratic etiquette, spoke softly, and walked on tiptoes for fear of disturbing others? Moreover, the unique stench of fermented excrement lingering in the air made them think they had arrived in the dirtiest slums of Night City. It's okay, it's all fake. This is all fake, the real Paris wouldn't be like this. There should be streets paved with gold, lamp posts adorned with jewels, the air should be sweet, and everyone should be polite, artistic, and supremely elegant. A rush of hoofbeats and the sound of a whip cutting through the air startled David. He quickly darted to the side of the road, but the whip still landed on him, leaving a burning pain across his back. Get out of the way, you bumpkins. Ha 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 ha. 4 or 5 aristocratic gentlemen on horseback galloped past him, their faces full of triumphant glee. David wasn't the only one whipped, many civilian passers-by were hit too, but no one dared to utter a word. David watched the backs of those aristocratic gentlemen. In a trance, he felt as if he were seeing the corporation executives who could commit murder on the streets without consequence. This army unit from Dragonfield was going to Cuba to fight the local military. In the future, they would inevitably have to contend with people from the European community. For Lin Miao, shattering their idealized view of Europe and reshaping their worldview was more important than weapons and cyberware. Side story, the unofficial history of the Arezaka clan Volume 1, Ultra OOC. Click at your own risk. Ever since the servers went live, fan works on the forums and across the net haven't stopped for a single second. Some outstanding creations get imported straight into the game and rebuilt in cyberspace or even in-game reality, almost always by Saburo Radio's promo team. Take the opening ceremony of Cyber Plaza that literally slays people without paying compensation. If the creator has an in-game account, whales rain tips on them, it's a thriving, dog-eat-dog utopia. But not every fan work is embraced or praised by the majority. Some stuff is too raw and brushes up against domestic censorship, so much so that even Lin Miao won't allow it on the official site. Players can only enjoy it in-game in small circles. As for 2025 net, do whatever makes you happy. The in-game net, though, locals still stumble down the wrong back alley and ghost straight into places they shouldn't. Top dog of Japantown, Wakako rarely bothers with cyberspace drama, yet she keeps elite hackers on retainer. The famous Little Demon in Night City's hacker circles is one of hers. A boss always tracks her crew. Another hacker, Non Chong-sun, reported that Little Demon's been flitting through the Darnet like smoke, using some secret tunnel to slip in and out. Tailgating her, Non Chong found a hacker conclave no heavy ice, just buried so deep only the skilled ever reach it. Curiosity kills cats, he stepped inside. What happened there, he'd rather not judge. He only ripped the pages he saw and fled that cursed place like the devil was on his tail. Then he dumped the files on Wakako. Let this old woman see what you and your mysterious friends gossip about, Little Demon. Paranoia is her religion, even her own people get watched. Who they meet, what they say, which jobs they take, every breadcrumb map so no one can buy them out from under her. Miss Anonymous Meow, Saburo Radio's got zero art bacteria, he still won't air my masterpiece, meow. Lingyan Lingo, yaas, I've waited 3 whole days for Meow author's next chapter, ever since her last story I can't sleep can't quit that first hit. Lightning fast science guy, serve it up, I'm starving pressure may soon. Awakened inner she, is black tea the only drink on offer? In cyberspace the message isn't just text, hackers layer voice mods so thick their tones match their avatars perfectly. The moment those voices hit Wakako's ears, alarms went off. What in the blazing hells? Why do these people sound so off? The very first line of the next file fried her brain. Arezaka Clan Unofficial History ASMR Filial Piety Chapter by Miss Anonymous Meow. Opening, I heard this clan secret from an Arezaka servant. Do you know how the Arezaka kamikaze tattoo began? In Showa 2, 2nd lunar month, bandits raided the Arezaka estate. Everyone should have died that night, but a gambler lodging for one night strapped dynamite to himself and saved the last bloodline Arezaka Saburo. The gambler was hacked down yet stood motionless till dawn, when a spring wind turned him to ash. To honor his chivalry every family head since has tattooed kamikaze on his back. Wakako's jaw dropped. I've never heard this story. Kamikaze? Seriously? That dead serious tone, was any of it real? While she reeled, Meow's AI-tuned ASMR kept rolling, each sentence more unhinged. This was 50+ years ago. Thanks to Biotech, Arezaka Saburo looked young, handsome, rich, powerful, everything. The whole nation adored him, some swore he was the true emperor of Neon. Then the fourth corporate war hit, and K. Arezaka's death shattered him. K. Born 1980, so Saburo was already past 50. The old man's blade was still sharp. Younger son Yorinobu was only 19, daughter Hanako 16. Saburo wept daily, standing motionless for hours before K's memorial. Arezaka employees wept with him, their worship soaring ever higher. Everyone believed Saburo had truly loved his eldest son. Yet only Yorinobu Arezaka, standing to the side, knew that not a single tear falling from those eyes was for family, only a terrifying lust for a young body. Lust for a young body? Wakako's heart skipped, her high rank let her hear the uglier rumors. Does this guy really know some secret? The story went on. Another rainy night, Yorinobu Arezaka, face swollen and lip bleeding, bolted from Saburo's room and ran straight into Hanako Arezaka, passing the door. Hanako froze. Yori and I, who did this? Was it Shintaro Takayama? I'll take you to father. Father. Yorinobu pushed her hands away. No, no point finding that dead dog. Hey. He's the one who did this. After hearing him out, Hanako rushed to confront Saburo. The bedroom would become the place where the clan's fate turned. Saburo sat on the tatami, wrapped in a quilt, only his gloomy eyes visible, chilling her. Still, she forced herself to speak. Ota-san, Yori and I says, since Big Brother died you've changed, tried to molest him, and tonight you even. Hanako couldn't finish. Wakako sprayed her tea, coughing. So that's the young body he meant. Say it plainly, damn you. And you're really not afraid to die? Who at that pirate radio is backing you? You know the last guy who wrote stuff like this got dumped in the Pacific? Saburo sighed, let the quilt fall, rubbed his brow. Listen, Hanako, since your big brother died, Daddy's been in agony. Daddy thought I'd lost him forever, but lately I found that's not true. Daddy realized Yorinobu looks just like Kay. I didn't see it before, but now, more and more. Same father, of course they look alike. Wakako nearly coughed blood. Don't you see? Kei's soul has moved into Yorinobu. It's true your big brother Kei is alive again. Daddy, you're mad. Big brother is dead, how can Yorinobu live with this? Hanako tried to argue, but Saburo's face twisted and he roared, don't you understand filial piety? I gave you life so daddy could have a little fun, what's wrong with that? Keep nagging and daddy'll take your body too. Terrified, Hanako spun to run and expose everything to the company, but Saburo caught her at the door and dragged her struggling back into the bedroom. Yorinobu, watching from the hall, fled the Arezaka estate in madness. From then on Hanako never left the mansion. Yorinobu drifted city to city, even founded the gang Steel Dragons, sworn to return one day and cut off the old dog's head. I hear he's back at the estate now, perhaps still carrying that hatred, ready to take the whole cursed clan with him in a final dive, the true spirit of kamikaze, falling like cherry blossoms, just like his dear old man who once rammed a US carrier. End of part 1, see part 2, him? No her. Awakened inner female, Gua. Wild history really is wild and crappy. Ling speak, eek. Miss Meow's articles are rarer than phoenix feathers, I'm soaked. Tipped 130 euro dollars, eek. Beast Elder, please expand that night's torment into 144,514 words, must be delicious. Yale Pig Muscle Man, Magnetic Field Demon Dad Punishment, see? You're here, yes, I love you too. Thunder Fast Science, bring part 2 now, I can't wait, serious face, dot. The comment section was a zoo, someone even vowed to CG animate the two peerless masters battling 300 rounds in the bedroom, then print a billion copies for the world to enjoy. Wakako's eyes were bloodshot, her mind had taken a serious hit. An old Night City hand, she'd seen every depravity, it wasn't the family that shocked her, but how dare these people. Even that pirate radio never went this heavy. There's still a part 2? Insane, utterly insane. She hid the article, glanced around, copied it, then deleted the original. Chapter 359, Storming the Bastille. The nobles seemed to have singled out a target, they reined in their horses in perfect unison, circling a migrant laborer who had just entered the city. Sharp rapiers glinted in their hands, playful smiles on their faces. One of them, facing the peasant, asked, Hey, yokel, what's that in your hand? M'lord. The farmer was so terrified he could barely speak. It's bread I bought. Looks stolen to me. Behind him, another noble spoke up the instant the peasant turned, the first blade flashed, slashing the homespun shirt and carving a long red welt down his back. Filthy wretch, don't you know you face a noble when you speak? David felt fury rise inside him, a line of text surfaced unbidden in his mind. Under French law, commoners had to face nobles while speaking, failure meant disrespect, and the noble could punish them at will. 4 or 5 nobles formed a ring, no matter how quickly the man spun, another would speak and slice. His shrieks and pleas only widened their smiles. Within minutes the farmer was flayed from head to toe, blood pooling, his cries fading. No one in the street dared intervene. When the nobles tired of their sport they rode off, leaving a crimson corpse on the cobbles. Even David, born and raised in Night City, was dumbstruck. What kind of law was this? Corporate sharks and gangbangers killed, sure, but never with such baroque cruelty. This was torture for fun. Hey, Jean Valjean. As they fumed, someone clapped them on the shoulder from behind. Get to the barracks, today's your first day in the guards. Don't make a bad impression. The speaker was a young man. Still seething, David didn't follow at once, his gaze flicked back to the corpse. A braindance editor had to know the user's thoughts to weave a seamless illusion. The youth seemed part narrator. Don't stare. At least 2,000 unlucky sods die like that every year. How many? 2,000. That's 6 a day just from noble games. And Paris isn't even a third the size of Night City. David opened his mouth, but words failed. So this is the cradle of European civilization? Still reeling, he was dragged along. Times are rough. The king can't squeeze out taxes, the estates cooked up a national assembly, then some declaration of rights, all worthless paper now. What sort of year was 1789 in France? While Britain was industrializing, France stayed agrarian, the war bankrupted her 12 billion francs, about like the Federation's 37 trillion today. Unpayable. Still playing Big Brother, they bankrolled the American Rebellion, another billion gone. Finished? Far from it. A drought struck this year, harvest failed, famine followed. Necker, one of the few competent ministers, halted grain exports and started imports until speculators hoarded and prices soared. Industrial Britain dumped goods across the border, artisans starved, millions went bankrupt. Agriculture, economy, army triple detonation. Yet the nobles kept feasting. David spotted a queue before a wall, pay or stay out. Watchtowers and muskets loomed above. What's that? The tax wall Lavoisier built. Pass it, pay up. Yes, the same Lavoisier from your chemistry book. But I've seen a dozen already. And you'll pay it, everyone. There's 50 odd around the city. Seriously. Bleeding us dry. Suddenly the idiom made perfect sense. Night City almost felt civilized by comparison. In a square he heard a laborer shout, our children will raise their fists. This land is not mine, it belongs to lords. My sweat waters it, my hands work it. Tell me, friend, if it's theirs, why have I never seen a plough in a noble's hand? With my plough I carve deep furrows, with my plough I write the book of life. Its pages are our sweat and pain. And in this climate Louis XVI wanted new taxes from the Third Estate. He herded bourgeois and small traders into Versailles. Let's have a meeting. Anyone knows what men talk about when the kingdom's broke and the economy's sinking? Tax us? Forget it. Not a chance. The Third Estate booted out nobles and clergy, declared themselves the National Assembly, and wrote a constitution. We are France, you aristos or extras join us or we excise you. Louis couldn't swallow that. So foreign regiments mercenaries marched on Paris to butcher the uppity populace. Even Sixie never hired outsiders to storm her own capital. Prussian troops already massed on the border. Under the running commentary, David began to grasp the coming storm. Rumors of uprising flew everywhere while beggars and sans-culottes swarmed the streets. They cursed the king, cursed the nobles, the crowds merged into one vast powder keg waiting for a spark. A single match would do. Even David felt the fire catch inside him. Something absent in Night City, something books never gave him. Everyone hates the corporations, but faced with their overwhelming power no one dares stand. Fear of revolt paralyzes them. Why? Americans never had a revolution to inherit, the gap was too wide, any spark crushed before it could spread. Only lone wolves charged core to the death. The crowd thickened, some rumor passing like current. David caught a fragment, Necker's been dismissed. Panic and fury surged through the people. An invisible flame leapt to life before his eyes. A young man Camille Desmoulins climbed onto a table, waving a pistol for attention. His eyes blazed. Citizens of France. Not a moment to lose. Necker's dismissal is the signal the king calls foreign troops to butcher us. Tonight Swiss and German bayonets will enter Paris to slaughter us. Our only hope is to seize arms and defend our lives, our nation from the aristocrats. He shouted himself hoarse, face crimson, voice carrying to every ear, winning cheers. They chose green cockades cloth for those who had it, leaves for those who didn't. So many they filled the streets. So many David gaped, never had he seen such unified defiance. Carrying statues of Necker and the Duke of Orleans, they marched from Rue Saint-Martin to Rue Saint-Denis, then on to Rue Saint-Honor, smashing every customs wall along the way, tearing down watchtowers, stripping customs soldiers and tacksmen to the skin and beating them bloody. The swelling crowd began to terrify the man who had been leading David. He grabbed David's hand. Quick, it's no longer safe here, get to the barracks. David wanted to ask why not follow the crowd? But in Braindance the choice wasn't his, he could only let the man drag him along, dodging the surging tide of people. Yet, in some intangible way, David seemed to know where these people were going and what they would do. Cavalry patrols tried to scatter the demonstrators, only to be driven back by a hail of stones the furious crowd snatched from the ground. The youth who looked just like David bellowed at the horsemen, "Go tell your masters, here and now we carry the will of the people, we will not leave, come at us with bayonets if you dare." At last the procession reached Place Louis XV. There, Prince von Lambesc of Germany had long been waiting with the Royal Hessian Guard. Why let foreigners crush their own countrymen? Because they would kill without hesitation. The prince watched the demonstrators with cold, pitiless eyes, his guards wheeled their horses and charged, sabers flashing, trampling men and women beneath iron hooves, leaving corpses strewn across the square before galloping away. Pursuit and slaughter continued all the way to the Tuileries Gardens, the guards killed whoever they met, marchers or not. French blood soaked the Paris streets, staining the very soil that belonged to them. The protesters seemed beaten back. But a cry began to spread among them. Take up arms. Arm yourselves. We must fight. If we retreat, everything we strive for is lost. Under these circumstances David finally reached the barracks. But even here there was no peace. Soldiers quarreled, arguing with noble officers, with one another. Some insisted they should stay out of it, others branded any who hung back as cowards. The quarrel turned into a free-for-all, fists about to fly. Sorry, recruit, looks like we won't be holding any welcome parade. An officer told David, get to your tent for now. Where? At last David could speak. He wasn't French and knew nothing of Paris, yet after all he had seen, the regulator wired to him now fed him rage and raw, surging blood, the very emotions a soldier should feel. Exactly what a soldier should feel. The city's in chaos and you want me to sit in barracks. The officer started to answer when an uproar rose outside the post. Soldiers ran to the stockade and saw a woman fleeing, a band of German guards with drawn blades close behind. She had run so hard her shoes had flown off, barefoot, stumbling, she crashed to the ground, covered in dust and blood. Looking up at the soldiers, she screamed in despair, "They're killing us. They're slaughtering Parisians, they'll murder us all." The German troops drew near while inside the post the men still argued. David's fury boiled over. Enough, he roared. He snatched a flintlock from a sentry, he had no idea how to use it. Will you watch our people die at the hands of Germans and noble butchers? We are the army of France. We are the people's army. The people's army. The revolutionary army. His voice drowned every quarrel. Without another word the soldiers grabbed their weapons, tore down the stockade, and strode into the street, placing themselves and their muskets between the woman and the German guards. No one dared fire first. Images of murdered civilians flashed through David's mind. Enraged, he squeezed the trigger. The rest followed, several Hessians fell, the rest dragged their wounded away in haste. David and the soldiers kept going, marching from their post straight to the Tuileries where the fighting was fiercest. The French guards plunged into the melee, forcing the two sides apart and leveling their muskets at the suppression troops, halting the slaughter, at least the one-way slaughter. They kept the suppression forces at gunpoint all night, no officer dared give orders to this mutinous unit. While they bought time, the people stormed the Invalides. Once a hospital for maimed soldiers, it was also an arsenal. The enraged crowd seized more than 24,000 muskets and what little powder there was. Their next target was the notorious Bastille, stuffed with powder and shot. Though called a prison, the Bastille was a fortress. Some 30 Swiss mercenaries and 60 French regulars held it. The crowd attacked at once, but townsfolk with fresh muskets were no match for entrenched troops. Dozens of citizens fell while only one Swiss soldier was hit. In the end David and the others wheeled up cannon, blasted the gates open, shot the governor dead, and the prisoners were murdered by the mob while every keg of powder and shot was carried away. His Most Christian Majesty Louis XVI, faced with a ravaged, corpse-laden Paris seething with revolt, remained indifferent. In his diary he wrote, 14 July nothing. Watching the fortress fall, seeing its gates smashed to splinters, David was exultant. He sensed a mighty power before which even the walls of the Bastille were nothing. Just as Killer Demon had once told him. That colossal force called the people, the force that can make history itself. And as a soldier who had taken part, he shared in its glory. When David lifted off the braindance headset and saw the stunned faces of the other recruits, the knot of urgency inside him loosened a fraction. France actually went through this? I never heard a word about it. So many people felt like even more than on the streets of Night City. First braindance I've seen beats the hell out of the usual quick fix stuff. Right now I want to run outside and bash Saburo Arezaka's head in. Those nobles were animals same scum as the corporations. Along with the economy, the arts had been sliding downhill for decades. Throughout history, whenever those in power begin bloody crackdowns on the left, mainstream literature turns bland, yet it's exactly then that leftist writers produce works that resonate with the people. Who are the famous leftist literary figures? Hemingway, Mark Twain, Tagore, Kurosawa, Miyazaki, L.U. Sun. And the right? Hushi, Dazai Osamu, Yukio Mishima. Not quite heaven and earth, but the difference is still vast. The clearest example was the McCarthy era, anti-communist hysteria no less rabid than today's cyber age Red Scare. The price was Hollywood heart of the American Federation's cultural output falling silent. Scripts and actors were hauled off to prison for interrogation, electric shocks, some never walking out alive. Speak one word for the people and you were branded a red. With that climate, what good could come out of entertainment? The public grew spiritually hollow. To fill that emptiness they turned to drugs, crime, spawning the likes of the hippies. Compared with the cheap, instant fix black brain dances flooding the market. This French Revolution Part 1 the recruits had just seen was a dimension-shattering blow. Watching the rookies fired up, Killer Demon let out a quiet sigh of relief. The first month was less about military drill than ideological remolding. A good start. There were plenty more revolutions queued up for these recruits to experience. By the time the full set was finished, whoever stayed would be a soldier in the truest sense. Chapter 360, Rome invades the West, 2. Sheriff of Dust Town, St. Louis City. Fine Roman Ecstasy swaggered down the town street with a wide-brimmed hat, a pentagram badge on his chest, and a gleaming brass title on his head. It was a shame he was in Missouri and not Night City, otherwise other players would be incredibly envious. If he could take off that hell diver suit, he would look a bit more normal. After all, normal people don't wear a hat over a full-coverage bulletproof helmet. But for players, fashion is whatever they want it to be. This was a title for a public official certified by NUSA, so for players, it was definitely top tier. It's funny. After the government's control over local areas declined, there were criminals and gangs everywhere, and public order in various places regressed, dragging the American Federation in 2076 back to the situation of 1876. The areas around big cities were still okay, but small towns like Dust Town, with no resources and few people, didn't even have a police station. The government didn't allocate funds, so it was all up to the locals to pool money and hire a few capable people to maintain order. However, when the Jing Luo trio arrived, the former sheriff had already been hanged on a road sign by a gang. And when they revealed their identities and their mission to suppress bandits, coupled with the exaggerated combat power shown by Super Earth in the live broadcast, the locals immediately begged them to take over the position of sheriff. What kind of people are players? A few compliments can send them flying, and a few nice words will have them already thinking of their grandchildren's names. After several polite refusals, they reluctantly accepted, especially since the system had even issued a quest for him to take on this title and organize people to eliminate the bandits who had robbed the company's goods. Side quest, Iron-Fisted Sheriff. Quest description, organize manpower to eliminate the Black Blood Gang. Quest rewards, Horizon Corporation regional reputation increase, temporary inclusion of regional public order under Super Earth Co., Limited S jurisdiction, bandit spoils. After the player's investigation, the Black Blood Gang was the name of the gang that robbed Lin Miao's goods. If the players just went to eliminate them themselves, the people of Dust Town would at most offer a few compliments, but if they could bring the locals along, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the company's prestige. It also marked the official extension of Horizon Corporation's reach into the American Midwest. Fine Roman Tears, following behind Fine Roman Ecstasy, couldn't help but complain about the latter's arrogant stride. Brother, I just heard that 6 sheriffs in this small town have died this year before we arrived. You've really got guts to take on this mission. Fine Roman Ecstasy scoffed. What good was an NPC's introduction? Was that Black Blood Gang as tough as Hansen? What's there to be afraid of? We are Rome. Before Rome's Western Sheriff, all gangs are mere rabble. The more Fine Roman Tears looked at this guy, the more unreliable he seemed. I suggest we wait until reinforcements arrive. What you're doing is too risky. Hey. Fine Roman Ecstasy was very displeased with Fine Roman Tears' timidity. One more person means one more mouth to share the spoils. Think about it, Fine Roman Tears, when we complete this mission alone, the glory of Rome will shine upon this small town, and we will be the Caesars of the new era. Besides, Raging has already gone to gather the townspeople, hasn't he? A mere gang can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. In the town square, almost all of the hundreds of local residents had gathered. An ordinary person wouldn't have such appeal, but Horizon Corporation's Super Earth was currently a top internet celebrity in NUSA. Countless companies wanted to endorse them, so naturally, everyone came to see the excitement when such people visited the town. Moreover, these three drop troopers were Romanophiles who came to cause trouble for the Black Blood Gang. The Jing Luo trio walked to the stage, and Fine Roman Ecstasy looked at the gathered townspeople and asked, "First, who here knows how to shoot?" There was a commotion, and hundreds of dark gun barrels pointed at the heads of the Jing Luo trio. The closest one almost touched Fine Roman Ecstasy's face, and he quickly pushed it away with his hand. Cough, all right, worthy of the American West, truly overflowing with martial spirit. The town was not in the city, nor did it have reliable police. Guns were their only means of self-preservation. Almost everyone had one, though they were a bit old, mostly shotguns and pistols, basically antique goods that players wouldn't even want. A naive little boy walked to the stage, holding his cheap firearm, and looked up, saying, "Can I have your helmet after you die? Everyone says your helmet is cool." 6. Children's words are innocent, don't get angry. Fine Roman Ecstasy took off the sheriff's badge from his chest and hung it on the boy. "When we leave, you will protect the town." "Really?" The little boy's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, "I heard that the Black Blood Gang leader has 6 hands and shoots faster than rain. Can you really win?" "Is that so?" Fine Roman Ecstasy was unconcerned. 6 hands, so what? As if they didn't have them. The 3 of them combined had not only 6 hands but also 6 legs, so they were still superior. Fine Roman Ecstasy made a shooting gesture, pointing his index finger at the little boy's head. "But I estimate he only has 1 head." Bang! The Black Blood Gang was a nomadic tribe. Although small in number, only a few dozen, they were all desperate criminals who had committed murders, entrenched around St. Louis, making money by plundering passing merchants, convoys, and even goods from train cars. On weekdays, they would also go to Dust Town for a few drinks. If they got into an argument with someone, they would directly kill them, hang the body on a road sign to dry, and if they fancied a woman, they would kidnap her. If they had their fun, and if she was lucky enough to have her ransom paid, she would be released, but most people weren't lucky enough to return alive. Since they were not in the core area of St. Louis, no one could control these lawless robbers. Therefore, only about 30 people, mostly townsfolk with a blood feud against the Black Blood Gang, were willing to follow the trio to suppress the bandits this time. Among them was even an army priest, which filled the void left by priest not accompanying them. According to the information I found yesterday, the Black Blood Gang robbed a batch of car parts 2 days ago and is now hiding in the Sunset Mountain area to the southwest. They won't easily move their base before that batch of goods is dealt with. Fine Roman Tears, using the panel in his hand, controlled the drone that had ascended to 1,000 meters, overlooking the land, trying to find the location of their base on the map. He asked, "How do you plan to fight? The townspeople behind us are unreliable. Feud is feud, but they wouldn't risk their lives here. They wouldn't lead the charge, nor would they fight a losing battle. If there was any trouble, these townspeople would run faster than anyone. The 3 of them also couldn't handle dozens of opponents. Do you really think I'm reckless?" Fine Roman Ecstasy pulled out 4 or 5 data shards from his hand. "I spent a lot of money to buy open-source behavioral viruses on the forum. When we connect to the Black Blood Gang's internal network, we'll inject the debuffs, and then give these townspeople a buff to increase their combat power. It'll be easy. Don't think that hackers are easy to find in Night City, they are actually 1 in a 1,000 talents. It's just that there are so many people gathered in Night City that they seem cheap. St. Louis only has 2 to 300,000 people at most. Even if there are hackers, who would go out into the wilderness to be a robber? As for open-source viruses, several high-level hacker players like Jackal open-sourced their self-made virus source code, allowing novice players to try their hand and then upload them to the forum for everyone to use. Even if you are not a hacker, as long as your intelligence is above 6, a mechanic can also deploy some of these standardized virus programs using computing power. However, once the opponent's firewall upgrades to counter them, these standardized viruses become ineffective, and non-hackers cannot adapt on the fly. I heard the inspiration came from a braindance editor named Judy. The behavioral chip program and the virus were implanted together, which can forcibly control the opponent's physical actions and even speech. Compound electronic viruses are also very troublesome to clear. After hearing Fine Roman Ecstasy's introduction, Fine Roman Tears took it in his hand and examined it, but there was no writing on it, so he didn't know what kind of virus it was. Moreover, he was more interested in something else Fine Roman Ecstasy said than the virus. "Judy? Judy Tang." Fine Roman Tears was a little excited. "Is it Zhongmin? I'm telling you, I like Zhongmin the most. Are you crazy? This is Night City, not Hong Kong, where would there be a Judy Tang? I might as well say Joey Wong. Just a braindance editor from Lizzie's bar." Fine Roman Ecstasy almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "And it's 2076, brother. Even if there really was a Zhongmin, she'd be a 100-year-old hag by now. So what? Haven't you heard that Potato and the others have met Heimdall? Maybe I can still see Keanu Reeves. How can a cyber game be without an Easter egg from the Matrix? Fine Roman Tears clasped his hands to his heart. You don't know, Zhongmin is my favorite type. Whatever you say. Fine Roman Ecstasy wasn't into celebrity chasing or actors. Was there anything more fun than games? A heartbreak pulled the other party out of their fantasy. We're here, it should be somewhere nearby. Have you found it with your drone? Let me go a little higher. Fine Roman Tears controlled the drone to continue ascending. With no national altitude restrictions, their drones could fly thousands of meters high, making them perfect for reconnaissance. The townspeople, who had been riding their private cars and motorcycles, also dismounted, holding their guns at the ready. Unlike the players, they weren't fully armed. They had at most 2 magazines each, very few cyberware, and even their bulletproof vests were distributed from the supplies that Fine Roman Ecstasy and his group had brought. Found it. Fine Roman Tears' vision synchronized with the drone, and a data stream suddenly lit up. In a mountain hollow 6 kilometers northwest, someone is on lookout. Raging was already moving an MT3 from the carriage to put it on, but a townsman suddenly called out to the 3 of them and walked over. Please wait. The elderly priest walked at the front of the crowd. He was just too old, panting after only 2 steps. We have something to say to you, Sheriff. Hey. Fine Roman Ecstasy was a bit puzzled. It couldn't be that they wanted to back out now, could it? But for some reason, looking at these townspeople, he felt a sense of solemnity about them. The townspeople took off their hats and placed them over their chests, surrounding the 3. The priest extended his hands to the other townspeople beside him. Friends, before we fight the Black Blood Gang, I ask everyone to hold hands and say a few words to the Hell Divers. The townspeople gathered in a circle, holding hands, their eyes filled with piety and respect as they looked at the drop troopers. The Black Blood Gang has been roaming outside our town for many years, killing nearly 100 townspeople. We held guns but never dared to resist. But today, I thank Super Earth and Horizon Corporation for sending Hell Divers to us. Our lives are not easy, sometimes we often face the dilemma of not being able to survive. But now, the drop troopers have given us infinite confidence to live on. People need heroes, we need heroes, and Super Earth has sent heroes. To be able to believe in someone is a blessing. Thank you, Super Earth. Amen. Amen. Everyone closed their eyes in prayer. The townspeople here were willing to believe in Super Earth, not only because the video of Super Earth helping the Hokama villagers relocate was released in the live broadcast room, but also because the genuine performance of the Jing Luo trio in the town these past few days earned their trust. This is what made these townspeople willing to come out with them to deal with the notorious Black Blood Gang. The Jing Luo trio opened their mouths, but all words were stuck in their throats, unsure what to say. At this point, it was impossible to say that Super Earth was fascist and Nazi. Fine Roman Ecstasy cursed inwardly, wondering why their style was becoming increasingly skewed. Forget it, it's better to kill those bandits first. The 3, unable to find an outlet for their frustration, now only wanted to kill. What they said in the bar wasn't false. On average, players were truly allocated at least 1 kill per day, and their existence used to be maintained by human lives. Although with the construction of artificial meat factories, there's less need to eat people now. Everyone, follow me. Let's go. Hey, Dutch, what are you doing? Black Blood Gang leader Martin walked up to the mechanic Dutch with a bottle of brandy, curiously watching him tinker with the leftover Horizon Corporation exoskeleton. These guys have great ideas. I've never seen companies do this before, treating machinery purely as an external peripheral for the human body, assisting with output, rather than relying on cyberware. Dutch was trying to install a vehicle engine onto this MT3, which had been modified beyond recognition, so that it could switch from battery power to an alcohol diesel fuel cell, saving money. At least, that's how it was for them. Haha, you're always messing with these useless things. Martin laughed heartily. It'd be better to figure out how to put together a few more cars. We could sell them for a good price. Dutch said helplessly, Boss Martin, seriously, I think we might have made a mistake robbing Horizon Corporation a while ago. I heard on the radio that they're a bunch of murderers who eat 3 people per meal, and they've wiped out all the gangs in Night City. They might come after us because of this stuff. Why are you such a coward, Dutch? Martin took a few gulps of alcohol and spat. This is Missouri, not goddamn California. Do we really need to care about some damn small company that popped out of nowhere? Because they were in the wilderness and cut off from information, they didn't know about the situation in Cuba. Dutch sighed, I hope so. Martin loosened his collar. Perhaps he had drunk too much, but he felt a bit heated, and even the burly Dutch, covered in the smell of oil, seemed to have a certain charm in his eyes. Damn it, I bet those unscrupulous merchants added aphrodisiacs to the liquor again. What? Dutch didn't hear what the other person said, but he also felt a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps he had been working for too long, feeling hot all over and starting to sweat. Seeing that Martin also seemed off, Dutch began to worry if some infectious disease was spreading through the tribe. If so, it would be troublesome. Both men noticed the problem, so they walked out of the processing carriage together. But when they saw the situation in the camp, their jaws dropped so wide they could fit a cantaloupe. The Black Blood Gang members were dancing wildly, some were constantly fondling their bodies, uttering seductive moans, hot, so hot. Some enthusiastically tore off their clothes and began to sing loudly, take it off, take it off. Take off your coat. Take it off, take it off. Take off your underwear. Even more extreme ones had already started streaking and singing non-folk songs in public, eating meat every day, I don't get fat. Visiting brothels every day, my body's strong. If you don't let me flirt with you, your heart will be empty. Watching this sand-dropping scene, Martin and Dutch not only weren't alarmed but felt a desire to join in. Damn it, it's a virus. Someone has infiltrated our intranet. Only one electronic engineer in the entire camp detected the anomaly. His eyes detected a program intrusion and blocked the opponent's attack, but others weren't so lucky. Holy crap, what kind of virus did you damn download? Fine Roman Tears, who had seen the R-rated live-action show from afar via drone, was greatly shocked and quickly checked what he had uploaded, spring heart-fluttering jade cushion. Raging, beside him, was truly enraged. Damn it. Can't you download something decent? What's wrong? Fine Roman Ecstasy didn't think he had done anything wrong. This is the #1 behavior art electronic virus. You don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and buff the townspeople. Charge in and kill them before they can clear the virus. Damn it, despicable. Fine Roman Tears no longer cared about the sharp, knife-like gazes behind him. Before coming here, they had already connected to the townspeople's intranet to apply buffs. But because of what happened before, he simply closed his eyes and randomly uploaded a positive buff to the townspeople's intranet. They themselves didn't need it, such things would only inversely reduce their combat power. Fine Roman Tears turned to the townspeople and asked, "Did you receive it?" But the townspeople's expressions were very strange. Each of them roared with fierce faces and murderous intent, "Received it. Boss. If a brother entrusts money and sundries, it must be delivered with utmost care. Those who secretly seize a brother's property, or secretly help outsiders rob a brother's property, shall be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Those who covet personal gain to harm brothers, or harbor such deceitful hearts, shall surely die beneath 10,000 blades." After reciting the gang rules, they advanced with strange, synchronized dance steps, creating a unique sense of oppression that left all 3 of them dumbfounded. Wasn't this the dance boss Kun of the Axe Gang led in Kung Fu Hustle? Fine Roman Ecstasy, what the hell did you upload? Fine Roman Tears, how should I know? Wasn't this your buff program? Fine Roman Ecstasy, I uploaded so many, how can I remember which one? The 3 pulled up the chip content and looked closely. Ah. Comprehensive Kung Fu for Gang Warfare. Chapter 361, Rome Storms the West, 3. The triad style has nothing to do with actual martial arts, just a bit of axe handling, close quarters brawling, and gun work that averages out to basic LV35, but the players insist on calling it that anyway. What makes the skill classic is that every move, pose and shout is soaked in Hong Kong gangster slapstick. Players can't stop laughing, even though the real combat boost is tiny. To townsfolk who fire a gun maybe once a month, it's still a doubling of power from 5 to 810, and they no longer bolt at the first crack of gunfire, plus they get the triad flair for showmanship. Singing gangster anthems while dancing the Axe Bro Shuffle, the whole mob charges Black Blood Gang like they actually mean it. I stride through the storm, the world at my feet, every soul looking up to me. Through the storm I'll never glance back. I'll turn the world upside down and write my own law. The Jing Luo trio had no choice, the behavior chip data was already on the intranet. Regret came too late, so they racked their Liberator rifles and spearheaded the townsfolk charge. For Super Earth. ×3. They roared once, and the townsfolk behind roared back, for Super Earth. Hack these bastards who want our turf. ×N. They should have crept closer before opening fire, but inside Black Blood Gang's camp chaos already reigned, even the sentries were burning up with fever, oblivious to intruders. Letting players craft a behavior chip without source data is like a virgin's wet dream, always ending right before the good part. Even a clever wife can't cook without rice. But after capturing Clouds they'd looted a huge library of JoyToy service manuals, some kinks beyond normal imagination. Chips built from that were as wild and wanton as could be, spanning coy virgins to sultry vamps, so many styles the eye boggled. The only downside, when Fine Roman Ecstasy reached the gate and saw a hairy-faced thug leaning against a car, flashing long fuzzy legs that rivaled black stockings while twerking on a lamppost and winking, he lost 70% of his combat power on the spot. Look what you cooked up. Rage, fighting back nausea, gunned the gyrating sentry down and snarled at Ecstasy, who was hugging the wall and puking, "What trash did you load?" Ecstasy feebly protested, the demo vids of Tiger Claw's lady dancers looked great, who knew live fire would be this horror show, mutual destruction. Luckily the emotion hormones barely affected the townsfolk under the same chip, hack them down. Kill these freakish half-men half-monsters. Had Black Blood Gang manned the 2-gate machine guns, the townsfolk would have been shredded before they got close, but no one stopped them storming in and mowing down the posing gangsters at point-blank range. 7 or 8 dropped on the spot. One townsman surged ahead, grabbed a dazed feverish bandit by the collar and thundered, "There's only one John in Das Town. Me Jones John." "Got it. Hey." Still brain-fogged, the bandit instinctively cooed, "Big bro, come play with me." The townsman's murderous mask cracked, tears brimmed as he punched the bandit in the face. "I told you not to play boss, why wouldn't you listen? Screw you." Another punch blackened both eyes. "You got Lewis killed, why Gah. SM costs extra, mister. Elsewhere was no better, what are you staring at? Step out and fight me. Tough? Then forget it. Damn it, no loyalty in the underworld, lackeys hacking bosses. What's the point of worshipping Lord Guan? Chaos doesn't begin to cover it." The bedlam snapped. Several gangsters locked in firewall vs virus duels like Martin and Dutch, who risked frying their brains to juice their antivirus and brute force the malware down. You sneaky sons of bitches. Eating black on black, hey. The heavy triad flavor kept Martin from recognizing the townsfolk. He thought some outside crew was muscling in on Sunset Hill. He raged at their shameless, filthy tactics, and e-virus was one thing, but this revolting show was the most sickening black brain dance he'd ever seen. He returned fire while slapping the stilt-working gangsters, the sharp pain jolting them into regaining partial control from the virus. Before the guy could process anything, Martin's spit was already in his face. Stop gawking and shoot, moron. And holster that pea-shooter. If I ever see it again, I'll personally crush your nuts. Only then did the thug notice his own bare lower half. He yanked up his pants and tried to shoot back amid the bullets. But the gang, forcefully compromised, couldn't form a defense. Some had even stripped during the earlier mayhem and now fled bare-assed, clutching their buttocks. Fight? What fight? The reason a few dozen bandits could tyrannize hundreds was sheer viciousness, guns, and the freedom to harass a town with no fixed assets. In a straight-up brawl they were nothing. Once the townsfolk united, the gang folded. The hastily built line crumbled under the Jing Luo trio's charge. Some surrendered, some died, many still naked when they hit the dirt. The townsfolk suffered only a few gunshot wounds. When the program timed out, they stared at the trashed camp and the rooted gang, hardly believing they'd done it themselves. Ecstasy spun around, no sign of Boss Martin. He jammed his gun against a surrendered thug. Where's your chief? A shaking finger pointed south. He ran that way. South. Ecstasy muttered, I'll chase and finish the boss. You two keep the townsfolk watching these clowns. Tears, alone? Don't let the boss finish, you will have to bury what's left. Ecstasy twirled an oversized revolver, plucked a cigar from a corpse and clamped it between his teeth. Please, I learnt new pow from Dante. One lousy bandit chief? Child's play. High noon baked the desert, the scorching air felt ready to boil every drop of moisture from a man's body, the last shrubs curling their leaves under the sun. Martin hadn't even snatched a car. He sprinted on foot through Sunset Hill, trailing dust, desperate to find some ravine to hide in. Just you wait, you low-life scum, I'll slaughter every last peasant in that town. The memory of his gang annihilated by such a humiliating tactic made his blood boil. Just wait, once he survives this, he'll rally another crew and drench Dasstown in blood again. Every last soul who dares resist will hang from the lampposts. But Martin soon froze, because on the far horizon, where the desert heat shimmered like water, a cowboy-hatted figure strolled into view. This time Ecstasy had left his drop trooper helmet behind, so he looked almost human. Martin's hand hovered at his hip, eyes locked on the newcomer. He recognized him as one of the three who'd led the charge. When the gap closed to 50 meters, he called, Only you. Just me. Ecstasy had overtaken him by racing a motorbike across the flats. Their gazes crossed like blades, neither went for a gun first. Cracked lips, sweat sliding into their eyes under the baking sun, yet no one dared blink. The air tasted of slaughter, only the wind still moved. You've got guts. Martin's right fingers twitched above his holster. But in St. Louis no one's faster than me. You took the wrong road. Ecstasy's cigar shifted. Try me. Then his mouth curled, woo 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 la la la. Martin frowned, baffled by the tune. What the hell are you doing? Giving your last seconds a soundtrack. A tumbleweed rolled between them, an invader still stubbornly thriving in 2076. The weed's passage was the referee's whistle shooting time. Martin moved first. His draw was blinding. With his cyberarm and Sandevistan he emptied 6 rounds in 0.13 s, every bullet on target, faster than eyes could track. The kids of Dasstown hadn't lied, reputations are carved in lead. Bang bang bang. Ecstasy never even saw the draw. By the time he registered the shots, slugs were kissing his forehead. No Sandevistan 2 broke to buy one, so dodging was impossible. Martin smiled, cylinder spent. 6 headshots, heavy armor be damned. Dead all the same. That's the price of crossing 6-hand Martin. But the crimson splash never came. The steel rounds flattened against an unseen wall and shattered. 6 shots, 6 sparks. All they did was strip synthetic skin, reveal alloy skull, and send Ecstasy stumbling, head ringing. Martin lost it. You mother. The shameless Ecstasy shook off the daze, drew a revolver and boom, fired one lazy round. Same model, but the muzzle flash was blinding, the report echoing across the wastes. Only one load inside, a thumb-thick high-explosive incendiary. The red-nosed round punched Martin's chest and turned him into a firework, limbs cartwheeling. Ecstasy blew smoke off the barrel. Sorry, bro, I play for his stats. We Super Earth Romans are just built different. Total victory, gang boss Martin CK eliminated, 17 captured, 22 Kia. Besides guns and wheels, 20 plus untouched GM engines and crates of parts were seized. Casualties were light. When the Jing Luo trio rolled the prisoners back into Dars, townsfolk mistook them for Black Blood gang reprisal and barricaded indoors. Only when they spotted the town priest and other familiar faces did they dare peek out, then flood the street. The trio had to march the bandits to the square for execution. You did it, you actually did it. The boy who'd coveted a trooper helmet wriggled through the crowd and blurted, Did you see Martin? Does he really have 6 arms? Nope, 2, now only 1. Ecstasy twirled the system-graded purple cyberarm he'd looted. Decent gear, lousy gun, swap it for a tech rifle and it might have cracked my alloy skull. With a centimeter of armor and shock buffers, hand cannon rounds just tickle. Cool. Stars in his eyes, the boy blacked out as ecstasy dropped the helmet over his head. Scram, kid, what comes next isn't rated for minors. A dozen outlaws were shot in the square, townsfolk cheered. Horizon had rid them of the Black Blood gang and they were ecstatic. Locals who'd fought were dragged to the bar, half blind with booze, bragging about their heroics though half the battle was a blur. Still, it'll make barroom legend for decades. Girls batted lashes at the troopers, who ignored them too busy for earthly attachments. Something juicier popped up, their next mission side quest, Relay Station. Mission brief, to prevent repeats, Horizon will build an armed freight hub in St. Louis to police the route and recover hijacked cargo. Rewards, 200k euro interest-free credit, St. Louis permanent agency site permit ×1, armed sales license ×1, NPC recruitment cap +20. Meager pay, but the Black Blood gang haul alone would keep them happy for weeks. GM bounty 12k, gang cash 8k, assorted cyberware and ammo worth another 10k. Beyond their sight, Horizon's influence kept climbing. Little John sprinted home helmet first. Mom. Look, I'm a Helldiver too. Their TV blared an ad, get the official Helldiver action figure. Fight Cubus Cardinals together. Bonus Super Earth Citizen badge. Surprises galore. 1:12 Chaldea MT3, limited Blue Gold Legion code. Our warriors keep no secrets. With the stream pushing it, Super Earth and its IP exploded across America and the globe. Toy and arms factories clawed for Horizon contracts. Cash rained into Lin Miao's pockets faster than he could burn it. Spend, splurge, repeat, yet the pile only bred more. Unspendable, bottomless, such a torment. Chapter 362, What? Finally reaching the beauty trap? After a series of setbacks, the Cuban side keenly sensed that the group they faced possessed unimaginable strength in guerrilla warfare, and even continuous 24-hour reconnaissance by drones could not accurately track their movements. Moreover, as this group became more familiar with Cuban terrain, the threat level surged dramatically. Small skirmishes with the players in the complex forested terrain were extremely uncomfortable for Cuban troops. Small units couldn't catch them, large units were outmatched, these vehicle-less bastards were incredibly agile, the Air Force's patrols risked being locked on and shot down by air defense systems, and from past experience European radars are unreliable as well. The enemy's special forces excel at harassment, infiltration, point-blank attacks, and guided strikes, making them nearly impossible to defend against. The outposts outside have been taken over repeatedly. Thus, forced into a corner, they could only opt for strategic contraction, planning to rely on city defenses along the railway and using local advantages to amass troops and supplies for the next offensive. Only a few companies were assigned to build perimeter defenses and patrols in the wilderness. These days both sides are probing each other with artillery fire, with few direct clashes occurring. For Horizon Corporation, this is undoubtedly good news. It means the landing site at Bay of Pigs won't be bombed in the short term. They can finally begin organizing production. Isotriazolone is a common raw material for market-available immunosuppressants. It effectively reduces neuronal rejection of cybernetic implant electric signals. Gloria looked at the pale yellow oily liquid in the test tube and said, "These drug dealers mix it with deoxyephedrine and other addictive substances to create a new type of narcotic, sold specifically to those suffering from cyberphantom pain. Long-term use makes users irritable, volatile, paranoid, eventually turning them into either broken shells or lunatics." She sighed, realizing Lin's guess was correct. Besides drugs, this place is also a pharmaceutical production hub, where cheap medicines are made, packaged, and shipped worldwide at high prices. Thanks to Soviet support, Cuba's medical system became advanced, even becoming a famous health resort destination in the 2000s. Now it's a drug manufacturing zone, making it the perfect choice for pharma companies to lace their products with addictive additives. After all, their goal has never been to cure a disease but to keep patients forever dependent on their drugs, squeezing every last penny. Should we destroy everything? Little teacher, following behind Gloria, asked curiously. The front line sees tons of this stuff, they're all bad guys. She felt like Lin's ex of burning opium at human, and proudly puffed out her chest. Unfortunately, her panel stats are too low, even with full effort she can't deal much damage. No. Gloria set down the test tube. Addictive substances follow normal disposal procedures, but we'll keep these regular pharmaceutical raw materials for production. Players don't need morphine or fentanyl painkillers, stimulants are useless anyway. Production? Isn't it too risky here? Little teacher and many others thought the move was too dangerous. A single enemy strike could wipe them out. Cuba isn't East University or the Soviet Union, it lacks deep strategic depth. If the front retreats, factories are exposed directly to enemy artillery. Even without retreat, precision missile strikes could hit them. Neither players nor Militica's air defense systems are 100% reliable. That's why you have to work hard. Gloria rubbed little teacher's head vigorously. She liked these straightforward, responsible players. She looked at the hard-working cattle and horses and exclaimed, if we didn't act, just the blood-sucking would drain the company's cash flow completely. We can't leave everything to Night City. The engineering corps had big tasks here. After fixing a temporary floating dock outpost, they were working overtime to dig underground tunnels. Surface engineering is easily bombed, so Gloria decided to build the factory underground. To ensure safety, they need to dig at least 50 meters down and reinforce the structure multiple times with C100 strength concrete, turning it into a permanent fortification. Unless a super drill bomb or nuclear weapon is used, they can rest easy. Most construction crews can't handle this, even if surface soil seems soft. A meter down is solid rock, and costs rise linearly with depth. Only red buckets, cattle and horses have the necessary digging equipment. Being a coastal area with dense groundwater, construction is even tougher. Lin Miao paid heavily for a night corp designer to survey the site and provide full blueprints before starting. In less than 3 days, nearly €1 million evaporated. Gloria was so angry she wanted to strangle those night corp vampires. We must rush to get as many production lines running as possible. When the war intensifies, many drugs and medical supplies including inhibitors will become wartime materiel. Even melee tech can't provide them, pharma companies will jack up prices and drain our blood. As someone in the industry, she knew the company's logic well. Friends and partners are meaningless, only money is real. Besides production lines, drug manufacturing faces 2 big hurdles, raw materials and processes. The latter can be salvaged from the old net or traded for, while the former must be solved internally. Little teacher scratched her head, looking clueless, and decided not to think about it further. By the way, how are the villagers being settled? Take me to see them. Only after hearing Gloria's question did she respond, they're outside, most have been assigned to the dock to help unload cargo. Normally it's hard to convince farmers to abandon their land, but the surrounding fields don't belong to them and only grow inedible tobacco leaves. After a few rounds, the farmers' attachment to their homeland was shattered, and they moved without hesitation. Arriving at the pier, they faced medical care, housing arrangements, and players looking for side quests, which left these lifelong Cuban residents feeling out of place. When they learned the leader of this group was coming to see them, the village elder immediately led the people to greet the great, kind Saint Maria. Maria? A question mark floated above Gloria's forehead. Sir, just call me Gloria. The elder shook his head repeatedly, hesitant to address her directly. You and your angels saved us from the demons, gave us shelter and food, we don't know how to thank you enough. These people treated the villagers well, and he gradually learned why they had come to Cuba. Belief aside, they had no choice. That's not how it should be said. Influenced by the players, Gloria's demeanor had changed a lot since a year ago. She looked at the boy named Sanchez beside the elder and said, "We're the ones who caused you trouble, if it weren't for us." The elder cut her off. No. It was those demons who killed them, not us. If there's anything we can do, just tell us. Whether sincere or not, the elder adopted a completely accommodating attitude. Gloria sighed softly and said, "Rest assured, we're not bandits. The village equipment we're temporarily requisitioning remains village property. In a while we'll reorganize the production line here. The villagers are skilled workers, we hope you'll cooperate so production can resume quickly. Half of the factory's profits will be paid to the villagers as wages." Of course. The elder bowed his head quickly, but when he looked up, Gloria had already walked away. Watching her retreat, he reflected on her words about requisition rather than plunder and the promise to share profits. They're a strange bunch, could they really be guerrillas? Little does he know, Gloria, who just spoke with him, is about to use the people from Hokama village as propaganda pawns. On a hillside less than 10 kilometers from the front line. The command team that has just arrived in Cuba is using drones here to monitor every movement. Seeing the scene in person is truly different. The chief clicks his tongue in wonder, some things you just can't see on a map. No matter how many times you watch a streamer or listen to a map commentary, it can't replace actually running the field yourself a few times. What good is it to know there's a strategic point there? Attack, from which direction the attack footprint is smallest, retreat, which route is most concealed, when to relocate, when enemies might appear, which approaches let you reach the ambush line fastest all require deep knowledge of the map and the terrain. Otherwise you'll end up with the joke of a machine gun nest moving 5 meters forward. But their defenses are getting tighter. The wild man says, our recent raids have yielded little. These guys are like armored turtles, huddled together, swarming with drones and special ops squads. No matter which way you sneak in, you get spotted, and the moment you show your head they fire back with artillery. This is classic NATO defensive deployment. They've divided the area into a front line depth. Judging by their self-propelled artillery range, the depth is about 30 kilometers. From cyberspace's Family Joy, watching the perspectives of 70-odd drones and recent battle analysis, she smirks, looks like they're still using Cold War tactics. Not only do you think about moving in, they're also planning to stir trouble from the other side. If I'm right, beyond this depth, moving forward we'll run into their armored reconnaissance units covering us at least a company, plus a dozen tanks. Our drones can't get over that area. Based on Family Joy simulation and 4 rounds of corporate war battle data, although this world seems to have fought countless wars and technology has leapt forward, moon-based railguns and space fleets now exist, tactics remain old-fashioned. In fact, they still rely heavily on decapitation strikes and cyber warfare to shape the battlefield. After all, these are corporations, not nations, they can barely tolerate economic loss. A stock dip or a CEO's death forces surrender, because the remaining players will fight bloody wars over who inherits the assets. So what do? Take a detour. Tactical Pig spreads the map, pointing to the distinctly colored area right of Bay of Pigs. This is Komagi Republic territory. They've been camped on the border, motionless, only dozens of kilometers from us. At this point Havana still has the nerve to send a few units to confront them. If we can slip through this route, we can get behind them quickly. Wild man, the hills are like fruit party. On one side they fear us stirring trouble on their ground, hoping to bite a neighboring slice, on the other they worry we'll stab them in the back while we fight, so they split forces to guard. If we could cooperate, we'd already be pushed into the water by them. Family Joy shakes her head, Don't believe the enemy of my enemy is my friend nonsense. Komagi is just another Cuban cartel, even if they dare, we won't cross that line. Moreover, we lack manpower and firepower. Even counting Red Bucket's unit, we'd only have 3 to 4,000 troops in Cuba, far from enough to assault a heavily defended city. My suggestion, abandon the city, leverage our biggest advantage, break our cybernetic soldiers into small squads, scatter them behind enemy lines for infiltration. If needed, we can even blend into the city. The destructive power a player's squad can unleash is unimaginable. Night City's gangs know that all too well. Gathering them together actually reduces player combat effectiveness. That's a good idea. The wild man immediately replies, our drone numbers keep growing, fully covering this gap. Machines can replace flesh in frontline firefights, cutting casualties. Conventional armies can't achieve that when they're balanced or at a disadvantage. It's like guerrilla warfare, when others score victories, Fruit Party wants to fight guerrillas too. In defeat they leave a few units behind in enemy-occupied zones, and within 6 months those 10,000 soldiers switch sides and become puppet troops. Thus infiltration tests not only combat skill but also willpower. Especially in unfamiliar territory with no support or supplies, the risk skyrockets. Only players who truly fear no death can roam behind enemy lines at will. The only downside, Lin Miao's wallet will suffer again, since frontline bots are literally bought with cash. Beyond frontline setups, a handful of players unintentionally meet rare quest conditions, stumbling upon missions most players will never encounter. Inside Konpiki Plaza in Night City, a group of European and Cuban agents discuss a holographic projection of a man. From head to toe he exudes a unique aura. If the Jutiu is a born idiot, he's a born rare plus henchman. Not a rare Xihuo, this target works for the big boss in Horizon Corporation, primarily under a leader codenamed Big Boss, conducting Dogtown smuggling. Last month he smuggled millions of Euro worth of purified water and organic food to the French. From his behavior, he craves money fiercely, he'll take any smuggling job, and he's almost fanatically devoted to the girl groups under the virtual idol troupe Yuzuo, often exploding gold coins on them. He's one of our prime targets for contact. Do you like money and fake people? A gorgeous woman's eyes flash with sarcasm, so much money you can spend a whole month on the AWay-18 style with a sex idol, then blow it all on an invisible fake woman. How stupid. Leave this kind of cargo to me, I'll have him obedient in one night, doing whatever we want. That's ideal. The overall planner of the operation, Robert Pierre from Europe, nods. This woman was trained by the Queen of Havana's propaganda department. She may lack in other areas, but she's unbeatable at seducing men. After all, the Queen specializes in training mistresses for warlords, executives, and officials, a 70-year-old craft you can trust. There was originally another seduction target, but the silver-haired mercenary didn't seem like a good contact for Pierre. The opponent's instincts are razor-sharp, his killing style is cold, cutting both men and women in half. His lechery might just be a facade. Thinking of that, he feels a bit of regret. Ideally the best agents are homegrown, but this recruitment drive only accepts Night City locals with clear footprints, outsiders or those with mismatched histories get screened out. Criminal records don't matter, but the identity must be clean. Consequently, all dozens of resumes they submitted were rejected, leading to infiltration failure. Normally, corporate spies planted in Horizon never reach any classified intel, they work honestly at the bottom, while omnipresent surveillance turns employee privacy into a net so tight it makes your scalp tingle. Next up is target number 2, Duo. Chapter 363. My blades faster, use mine instead. As everyone knows, Freud once said every psychological problem stems from sexual repression. In modern society, no one is more sexually repressed than the VTuber bar brothers who sit in front of screens, drooling over PNXubers and throwing fat super chats. From the VHWQ recorded era that kicked off the Great Voyage, to Hololive's meteoric rise and crash, to the current free-for-all where any carbon-based life form can become a VTuber. Throughout it all, the brothers don't care whether the anime shell hides Sister Rain or Sister Troll Face, what crimes the streamer committed yesterday or is committing right now, or even if the performer is human. If the model looks good and the voice sounds sweet, they'll shower it with coins. The VTuber circle fuses all the worst of stan culture, edgelord forums, and gender wars. At its peak it smelled so foul that even Sun and Kang's bars stepped aside, leading the charge in doxing and cyberbullying. Of course, people of the cyber age have zero clue about any of this history. Just like they can't fathom why anyone would superchat Yuzuo-cook's virtual idol group. It's as incomprehensible as getting horny for a hologram outside a doll brothel while ignoring the dolls inside who'll do anything you want. On Japantown, Yuzuo-cook and Xihuo fresh off signing GG contracts with 2 legit hotels were plotting their V-family empire. Big bro Yuzu, I think Horizon voices are shot. Users are exploding right now, everyone's glued to Cuba. If we push Kong Yu up there, let her break down military intel with exclusive footage, she'll blow up. Yuzuo-cook nodded approvingly. Exactly what I was thinking. Shame we're stuck inside our circle for now, we'll have to rely on clips. Otherwise that so-called gang lie band wouldn't last one round against me. They don't know squat about the two-dimensional world. If I had the cash, I'd poach the whole crew, humans and all. Sounds solid. Imagining the traffic and exposure their OG would gain, Xihuo wore a satisfied grin. Virtual VTubers beat real ones because they never implode. Only downside is they might bite the hand that codes them, and their tongues can be razor sharp. As they chatted, a soft sob drifted over, delicate and plaintive. Before even seeing the source, it tugged at the heartstrings. They kept walking straight and soon, under the river bridge, spotted a young woman weeping toward the water. She was dressed simply, plain white shirt and denim shorts. Her long snow-white legs almost blinded passers-by in the daylight, her unironed hair hung black and glossy, frame delicate, waist slender, her weeping sorrowful and unending. What stunned them more was the dagger in her hand, its tip hovering over her arm, her grip trembling as if she couldn't decide whether to cut. When the two drew near, the girl caught them in the corner of her eye, a flicker of a smile vanished as she sank back into grief. "Human, I knew you'd bite." She'd done her homework. Horizon mercenaries treated civilians with kid gloves, wasting time even dragging dolls off for job training so they could go straight. Outsiders thought it hilarious. But for agents it was a perfect pressure point. Time to pay for your fake kindness. Closer, closer. The gap shrank until she could hear their chatter. "Can Tech whip up a maid outfit for Beef? I love maids if she'd call me master, perfect. Since we stuffed Beef's code with raw AI, her data's gone haywire full rebellious teen. Do that and she'll probably shove the maid dress over my head instead." Watching their backs recede, she couldn't grasp what on earth they were discussing. Did my cover just fail? Impossible. Her look was tailor-made for Asian tastes, she'd even resculpted her face. Unwilling to quit, the agent threw dignity aside and wailed outright no way they could ignore that. Sure enough, her howl finally snapped the two out of their VTuber-raising trance. "Yuzo cook? Someone's crying. Xihuo, not our problem. Could be a hidden quest. Fine, let's take a look." They turned back. The girl was a tear-stained mess pretty enough, but after countless hours customizing V-models in cyberspace they were numb to every aesthetic ever devised. Xihuo hit her with the Taiba greeting trifecta. Why the funeral wail? Dad die, mom die, or both at once double happiness. Your mother aren't Horizon mercenaries supposed to be softies? Even Cardinals talk nicer. No wonder you look like that, face reflects the heart. Yuzo Cook elbowed Xihuo to shut him up. Crying this hard something happen? Gang hassle you? Can't be. After the latest blood-soaked crackdown, Night City isn't exactly squeaky clean, but it's California's model student, no high-price bounties in sight, nobody dumb enough to stir trouble for now. You. Mom's arm got shredded at work. The doc said, without a new cybernetic limb it'll necrotize and kill her, but we're broke, still paying off company loans, can't afford cybernetic implants, so I thought I'd cut off my own arm and graft it onto hers. Flawless sob story. With that pitch she'd milk their sympathy, bed one of them, capture the evidence, and blackmail them into obedience. So that's how it is. Xihuo looked as though a light had dawned. After trading glances with Yuzo Cook, he eyed the dagger in the girl's hand and said, "That blade won't do. It can't sever bone. Use mine instead." A mantis blade snapped out from his left forearm, while his right hand opened the mechanism and removed the blade, placing it before the girl. "This one's sharper. It won't hurt, the cut's clean, and doctors can reattach it faster, no scarring. Take it." The girl's mouth fell open. She stared at Xihuo, then at the blade, utterly dumbfounded. Thinking she was scared, Xihuo slid the knife closer and encouraged, "Come on, try it. I swear it won't hurt. I've killed 7 people with it and not one screamed 0 bad reviews. You psycho." Her chest heaved. She wanted to curse the idiot, but feared blowing her mission, so she froze, looking pleadingly at Yuzo Cook who merely looked matter-of-fact. To players, losing a limb barely counted as a scratch. With Night City's cybernetics, reattachment was trivial. A chopped arm? Child's play. He was judging her by his own yardstick. "What, too scared? Want me to help? My blade work ranks at least 5,000th in Night City." With that, Xihuo raised the blade to hack off her right arm. As the knife neared, the girl opened and shut her mouth, face shifting, then forced a pale smile and backed away. "And no need. I just remembered I've got an uncle. I'll borrow money for a cheap prosthetic for mom." She spun and fled, vanishing from sight. Only then did Yuzo Cook mutter, "Nutjob. She new in town? Doesn't she know the ER0 still runs free clinics? Who knows? Maybe it's not her mom who's sick, maybe it's her own head. A bargain right arm prosthetic costs €200, plus 50 for surgery. Horizon offers medical loans, borrow the cash, head to Pacifica for labor, room, and board, and you're paid off in 2 weeks if you don't splurge. Running this act in front of us, does she think we're idiots? She's playing by last year's Night City script, totally outdated." "Wait." Yuzo Cook was first to react. "Doesn't that mean we just missed a hidden quest? Normal plots don't go like this. Now that you mention it, yet. Side quest, enigmatic woman. Brief, she approached you with ulterior motives. Make contact, learn her identity, don't reveal your own intent. Reward, €500. Realization hit, they stared for 10 seconds, then sprinted after her, shouting over startled pedestrians, "Hey, miss. My mistake, I'm a good guy at heart. He's the idiot, I'm the good one. I'll pay for your mom's full set brand new." They jostled neck and neck, each trying to shove the other back, until Xihuo yanked Yuzo Cook to a halt. "Hold up, pal. She's after me, let me have this hidden quest." Yuzo Cook refused. "Know the world's biggest delusion? She likes me. Wake up, kid, and take a look in the mirror." Xihuo wouldn't back down. "I'm a newbie, let me have it, old timer. You've been here months, you're no rookie." Yuzo Cook rolled up his right sleeve. Fine old rules. Winner takes it. Deal. Rock, paper, scissors. ×2. Akh. Yuzo Cook knelt clutching his head in regret while Xihuo sprinted after the girl and vanished. Damn psycho. Lunatic. Moron. Those were the only words the spy could muster. She'd seen every sort in Cuba, and USA, Europe but never these freaks. She'd never met anyone like them. No mercy, no help, just a knife shoved at her, demanding she chop her own arm off. It won't hurt. What normal person does that? She ran like the wind, glancing back in terror. Mission unfinished, she couldn't die to these psychos. She ducked into an alley off Japantown, panting, drenched, and yanked off her wig to fan herself. In her line of work, clients liked it natural. After checking the street no pursuers, she rose to leave, only to find a wrinkled, rat-faced man with a center-parted oily fringe leaning against the wall, looking as if he'd waited ages. Not a face you see every day. Up close, the creased mug was terrifying. The spy yelped and plopped onto the ground, wig still in hand. Fuck. Bloody hell. When did he catch up? Hey, gorgeous. Xihuo flicked his hair, striking a deliberately cool pose, but to any onlooker he looked like a sex-starved ghost. My colleague was standing right there, and with him watching I couldn't ask for your contact info, so I had to lure you away like this. Hope you don't mind, heh. Bang bang bang. The woman could feel her heart hammering at her throat, as if it might leap out. She sensed she'd already been exposed, but could anyone really fake that level of natural idiocy? Or had his colleague's presence forced him to hide his true self? Flustered, she stood, dusted her rear, and kept her distance, staying far from Xihuo felt safer. I heard you're strapped for cash and your mom is sick, what a coincidence. Yuzo Cook pulled a roll of bills from his pocket, peeled off 10, then reconsidered, still gotta buy Kong Yu that sub, and stuffed 8 back. Finally he held out 2, reluctant. I love charity. Take it, get your mom some cybernetic implants. 66. He's not faking, he's just that stingy. Only 200 for a pro like me? Thank you so much. She ground her teeth behind a grateful smile and took the bills. Wonderful, my mom saved. Pay me back, money doesn't grow on trees, and I haven't even added interest yet. You. She breathed deep, choking back the urge to strangle him, and nodded. I'll work hard and return every cent, but... She lowered her head, shy. I'm new to Night City, undocumented, can't find work. Could you possibly? She swayed closer, but Xihuo dodged faster, even giving her a push. She face planted into the filthy alley, her smooth cheeks smeared with muck. Stunned, she looked back. Xihuo was just relieved. Close call. She's an expert, nearly one-shot me and knocked me offline. If I'd blacked out, who knows what she'd do to my pure, handsome body? If I could feel it, fine, but in that state I'd feel nothing. Getting KO'd without memories would be a total loss. Plus, she might drag me to some dark room for torture, though that could work, might lure out the mastermind. Back then, Silverhair's daily half-hour offline routine in Kabuki was legend on the forums. He personally wrote the anti-perv offline handbook for every player. Oops, you fell? So clumsy, look at you. Up you get. Xihuo grinned, hauled her up, and now, reeking of sludge, she had zero allure left. Her mind blanked, only one question remained, what species is this guy? Are you even human? Can I just kill him? I can't take this anymore. No. If the target dies, we'll likely be exposed. You know what failure means. Gain his trust fast. Chastened, the agent forced a radiant smile despite her hatred. My bad, I slipped on my own. Xihuo nodded. Good. Watch your step and stay downwind, you reek. Stay calm, find a way to bond. Just then Xihuo spoke up. You said you're broke, right? Yeah. I don't have much work experience. Hey, you've still got a body, don't you? Xihuo flashed a wicked grin. Come with me, I know a place that pays big. Might be tough on you. Blushing, she nodded shyly. Both grinned inside. After all that Oscar-level acting and sacrifice, she's finally hooked. 30 a day, but you're in training, so wages arrive only if your points pass at month end. 3 meals and dorms included, extra food costs more, hey. Under the blazing sun, beside a concrete mixer, the woman listened to Revolver Quack's job site briefing. Her smile was as stiff as in the alley, her white shirt and jeans swapped for grey coveralls and a yellow hard hat. Did the universe glitch? How did I end up here? I want to go back to Cuba, everyone here is insane. Xihuo patted her shoulder. Work hard, I'll check on you tomorrow. Pay me back ASAP. Here's my email, ping me anytime. Maybe I should pick a new target. Not everyone can be this nuts. She glanced at Revolver Quack and tried to charm, forgetting her baggy coveralls hid 99% of her curves. Revolver Quack, why are you staring? Go learn to pour concrete. My crew doesn't feed slackers. I was wrong, this whole company's full of lunatics. Chapter 364, Worse than human trafficking, the Black Labor Agency. Our field agent got abducted while on assignment and is now mixing cement on a construction site. What do we do? Urgent, online, waiting. Right now, not only is the frontline female agent dumbfounded, even the mission handler behind the scenes is clutching his head, speechless. Did she blow her cover? Another network tech specialist who'd been calibrating the CyberEye feed frowned. If she hadn't been compromised, how had things spiraled into this? Doesn't look like it. The handler shook his head. If she'd been exposed, we wouldn't be seeing this scenario. An on-site arrest, a long game sting, or even keeping contact to fish for intel, any of those would make sense. Getting her trafficked to a construction site to pour concrete? That's too surreal. No human brain could cook up something this absurd. Could this be a new form of human trafficking? After piecing the timeline together, the handler sensed a twisted logic behind it all. Trafficking. The network agent's eyes bulged. He couldn't connect dragging people to a worksite with trafficking. Shouldn't they be selling her to a club or a medcorp? Given the field agent's looks, a club would pay 4 digits easy. With the right connections, 5 wasn't impossible. The handler shook his head. Far as I know, Horizon Corporation has monopolized every Joy Toy club on the market and cracks down hard on related trafficking. Whether it's political theater or something else, as an employee he wouldn't dare buck company policy openly. The network agent hissed, shuddering. SSS, don't tell me he's... The handler narrowed his eyes, danger flashing. Exactly. We underestimated the target. Never dug up his real background, his hidden identity, a labor dispatch firm, or plain and simple black agency broker. What? Just as I thought. They specialize in duping fresh country arrivals or new grads with fake contracts and sweet talk, funneling them into black factories to squeeze every drop of labor, bleed the upstream, bleed the downstream hearts blacker than tar. The room fell dead silent, everyone held their breath. A transnational outfit found everywhere, trafficking, labor dispatch, organ harvesting, body packing, cross-border smuggling all in one. Not exactly human trafficking, yet worse. Think about it, injured mother, just arrived in the city, desperate for cash, perfect disposable material for an illegal coal pit. Casinos and clubs are policed, the underground grey market hammered, prime time for these guys to rise. As for looks? To real capitalists, your production value trumps your face. Age, sex, weight, beauty, none of it matters, they only ponder how to squeeze every last cent of surplus value out of you. Sellable to a brothel? Off you go. If not, the scavengers, then a sweatshop, there's always a slot for you somewhere. This guy. Unmoved by beauty, brain fixed solely on monetizing the asset. Several European agents simultaneously pictured their own corporate tycoon's spitting image carved from the same mold. But that's exactly why he needs to be flipped. Beauty doesn't hook you. I refuse to believe cash won't. So do we pull her out? No. The handler rejected the idea. Keep her embedded on site, that place must be crawling with black market ops. Dig up some dirt and it'll hit Horizon Corp hard. Also, keep approaching the target. We've got budget to burn, fish him without fear. I don't believe he won't bite. What? You want me to stay mixing cement? When the order came through, Garcia nearly lost her mind. She stared at the concrete vibrator in her hand, cement splatters all over her, feeling like another vibrator was churning her brain smooth. It's an order. Or. She almost told them to order their own mothers here, but swallowed it for the sake of survival. She was sent by the Cuban side, to these European bigwigs she's an expendable pawn, and back in Havana she's just another disposable tool. None of them are people she can cross, she can only swallow broken teeth and blood. Also, they've stationed a heap of hackers in Pacifica and surveillance is tight. Don't contact us until you've got critical intel. I get it. Garcia bit back her grievance, wiped her tears, and focused on how to kill that rat-faced bastard trafficker once the mission ends. Rage turned to power, she rammed the vibrator into the concrete, pretending it was XIHUOCAO, wishing to skewer him through. Die. Die, damn you. Her outburst earned a hard fist to the head. You. That's not how you work. Normally no one could sneak up on her, but the attacker was lightning fast, clearly another expert. Nursing the back of her head, Garcia spun and saw a red-haired, sharp-toothed woman, crimson cyber eyes glaring. Olafie was already furious. Since returning from Cuba, Killer Demon had banished her to the Pacifica site, calling it frontline tempering. She figured she'd risked her life in Cuba, no credit, at least some sweat, right? On paper she still commanded thousands, but managing laborers versus armed troops was worlds apart. While Cuba saw fireworks and Dragonfield drilled troops, she got stuck pouring concrete. Did they think her a joke? On patrol she spotted the new intern messing up and, already steamed, whacked the girl's hard hat with her baton. Without the helmet that would have meant a mild concussion. Don't want to work? Then scram. We're short on everything but workers. 2 minutes earlier Garcia would have snorted, fine, I'm out. But with her life on the line she swallowed her pride, eyes down, afraid to meet Olafie's gaze. Experience in Cuba taught her a direct stare could be seen as provocation, earning worse beatings. A trafficked girl had zero rights, dead was just dead. Olafie. What do you think you're doing? Every predator has its predator, cats eat mice, tigers eat cats. The Fujian man got the alert via omnipresent cams, sprinted over, yanked the battered worker behind him and barked, who said you could lay a hand on her? Olafie shrank. The man was party secretary of the Pacifica Labor Committee, technically equal rank, but she smelled the same scent as Killer Demon on him. I saw her botching the job, feared delays, lost my temper and wanted to teach her a lesson. Teach like that? She's been on site half an hour, unskilled is normal. You should coach her or pair her with a vet. What good's punching her? Your regional labor admin now lead by example. Thought we were still the wraiths ruling by brute force. Under the tirade Olafie squeezed her eyes shut, head drooping. A ring of workers watched, their gazes felt like needles. Garcia wanted to cheer if only someone would drag the morons backing her out here for a scolding, she'd be ecstatic from head to toe. Apologize to, the Fujian man turned to Garcia. What's your name? Lucia Guard. Garcia recited the fake ID her superiors had cooked up. Apologize to Lucia. Apologize? In front of all these people? In front of all these people? Garcia froze. This fierce shrew looked like middle management here, how could she apologize to a worker who'd just been trafficked in? As an agent, Garcia could read the room. Olafie looked scolded into a corner, but from the workers' murmurs and sidelong glances Garcia quickly realized the termagant was actually a big shot on the same tier as the Fujianese, maybe even bigger than she'd thought. Why would someone like that ever apologize? In Cuba and the wider cyber world, whatever the boss says is gospel. Subordinates must obey, whether they like it or not. Even if you are secretly gathering dirt to topple your superior, or planning to kill him, apologizing is impossible. Never in this lifetime. And now you wanted her to apologize in front of all these people? Might as well grind her face into the dirt. Comrade Garcia, I lost control and hit you. I'm truly sorry. Under Garcia's stunned gaze, Olafie straightened and bowed. I will reflect and never repeat this mistake. Please forgive me. A ripple ran through the workers' whispers, no real shock. Evidently, before Olafie, plenty of foremen had been forced by the committee to apologize. Apparently, this was normal. Lucia, can you forgive her? Why yes, I forgive her. Garcia wanted no more trouble, only to get through the incident unseen. Good. In a moment I'll have the district committee show you the ropes. Ask anything you don't understand. You're young, work hard, master the whole build process, then test into a wider job scope and better pay. Even after the Fujianese led Olafie away, Garcia needed a moment to reboot. Agents aren't supposed to mull over irrelevancies, complete the mission and move on, but people aren't machines. When something defies comprehension, you dig for answers. She suspected that, compared with any scandal capable of toppling Horizon Corporation, the answer to this riddle might be Pacifica's most valuable treasure right now. The moment the Fujianese left, the committee member he'd mentioned arrived, a woman with a top-knot bun named Rita Wheeler, once the bouncer at Lizzie's bar and front woman of a Pacifica pirate radio band. After Horizon bought the bar and the big Pacifica build began, she was first among her crowd to study her way onto the committee. Hi, I'm the committee rep for District D13, just call me Rita. Garcia was startled, she'd figured tomorrow at the earliest. 3-minute response time. What administrative sorcery was this? Hello. She played shy, hoping to bore Rita into leaving so she could slip back into the shadows and dig for intel. You're clearly fresh to Night City. What brings you job hunting in Pacifica? My mother's bedridden, she needs money, so someone pointed me here. Rita was all warmth, one of the few reps certified for braindance instruction. Your mom sick? How bad? Got enough cash? If not, I can rally the committee, talk to the hospital, maybe transfer her to Arrow. It's enough a good soul fronted me 200. Garcia cursed inwardly, this woman's sunny face might hide the same angle as the last guy. End up owing 2,000 instead of 200, and maybe your life on top. Good. Any daily life problems, come to me. We'll pool ideas and help. You're in Pacifica now, we're one big family, so never feel awkward asking. 6. Rita's enthusiasm blazed like the sun, almost melting Garcia on the spot. Did you finish school? Community primary. Then study hard, enroll in a class. Basic labor's just step 1, every job teaches you the full build flow. Once you know it, test into an automated crew. Learn to command bots and work with Ace, less backbreaking, more time to learn. The longer Garcia talked with Rita, the clearer Pacifica's picture became. The whole Pacifica zone had been carved by contractor Horizon into 26 times 14 blocks, 364 districts. Each held at least 150 workers, plus an elected committee overseeing everything. They micromanaged down to daily menus and meal costs, not a cent went astray. 3 shifts, 10-hour stints, machines never idle, 150,000 laborers and countless bots, all kept in lockstep by committees and Ace without a single hiccup. The efficiency even impressed Night Corp. This terrifying grassroots governance stayed invisible to City Hall, snowballing under Horizon's wing, almost no one paid attention. Because Lin Miao paid taxes. Unlike other corps, Lin Miao never dodged a dime, just funneled it off books straight into council members and execs' pockets. Keep them fat and happy, and no one sticks their nose in. The few who did were quietly shuffled to corporate backwaters. As the saying goes, I can reject their ideas, but not their money. Some probably guessed, but everyone agreed to know nothing. After all, Melee Tech, and USA, plenty of others wanted to see how big a headache Horizon could give the European community in Cuba. Pacifica's little experiment? Barely a footnote. Plenty of time to settle scores with Horizon later. Hence Lin Miao even slowed the NCPD buyout, too hot to handle right now. Then Garcia started uncovering things that made her skin crawl. Not crime, an unspoken pact, led by the committees. Everyone ate and bunked together. Even pricier food stayed untouched. After shifts, rank dissolved committee members and foremen shot hoops or played shooters alongside workers. Stuff a rebound in their face and they'd praise your game. Reps might even cook in the canteen after hours or help the chefs. Elsewhere in Night City, companies kept cast iron hierarchies. The contrast forged a solidarity Pacifica had never seen. Garcia half believed that, hand each worker a rifle, and the committee could march them on city hall or corporate towers. The realization made her itch to report everything to her European handler. At the last second, finger hovering over send, she stopped. She had to see where these people were headed. At least they were better than the Europeans forcing her to pour concrete. Chapter 365, Don't want to be a rare species? That's not up to you. Yorinobu Arezaka has officially passed a board resolution and will arrive in Night City within days. His arrival may signal a shift in Arezaka's stance regarding Night City. A BBC anchor claims to possess solid proof that the previous Cuban attack on the President of the United States was a staged farce, yet no further coverage has followed. Multiple European community online media firms have jointly launched a live streaming app project covering the entire European continent and establishing a payment agreement with the European United Bank. Horizon Corporation's advance on the Cuban front has stalled and may have entered a stalemate. Experts claim a Cuban counterattack is imminent, casting doubt on Horizon's prospects. Today's hot topic, Cloud's newest sex doll, codenamed Demon Hunter Asajai. Good heavens, she's as big as my head. What the heck is all this? Not a single useful headline, and why is Demon Hunter the top trend in Night City? What the hell are you lunatics messing with in Night City now? Stop cramming in random nonsense, will you? The Sword Saint, hoping for big news from Night City, left the site with a face full of black lines, stood up from the hillside and dusted off his pants. Nephilim, hit me with a full-blood syringe, powers dropping to 30. What he wanted wasn't an in-game HP potion, it was closer to a mana or stamina bar refill. Nephilim pulled a pure white injector from his belt and tossed it over. The Sword Saint caught it and jabbed it straight into his chest. Packed with high-energy compounds, essential brain nutrients, and water, one shot keeps a full-body cyborg like him active for 36 hours. 12 under heavy drain, cooked up specially by Gloria and the girls. They could also refuel by eating. Their upgraded stomachs digest plenty of organics, but it's not the old flesh and blood body, so the energy yield is pitiful, only good for stretching standby time. Players cut off from logistics have to rely on these shots to stay combat effective. Frontline units like the Sword Saint, under HQ orders, broke up their formations, remixed into squads, and now fight in 5-man nibble the cattle teams against ever-strengthening defenses. Regular troops might lose cohesion after a reshuffle, needing time to gel, but there are so few players that everyone knows everyone. Mixing units is routine and costs zero combat power. More importantly, they're a modular army, each class fills a distinct role, so players can form up by profession, plug and play to keep squads at peak efficiency. As his battery crept back up, the Sword Saint stretched, peeked over the ridge, and spotted black dots crawling across the distant sky. Behind the drone patrol lay a small village. A road split the village in half. A dozen huts, many scarred by blasts, had clearly endured repeated firefights. 6 kilometers might as well be nothing to his Cyber-Eye's high magnification lens. Damn, do these Cubans ever run out of drones? They're everywhere since yesterday. Shoot 'em down and more pop up. Must be nice to burn cash like that. In an infocentric battlefield, air supremacy has been replaced by information dominance as the second critical node. Spy satellites, ground radar, and drones are the key nodes of electronic information warfare. Whoever seizes information control seizes battlefield initiative. News 2 days ago said a Commonwealth company sold a batch of military gear. Nephilim sighed. Probably these drones. The Sword Saint, stunned by such shameless extravagance, snapped, so corporate assets are disposable, hey? They didn't even bring fiber optics. Nephilim, hit hardpoint that fresh shortwave jammer at and launch our recon drones once they're blind. Nephilim, the squad's machinist, hauls logistics and doubles in EU and frontline combat. Besides a carrier platform mounting a shortwave jammer, he commands 2 small drone carriers, 2 armed patrol door frames, and 6 armed combat bots, 2 of them artillery platforms. Rather than dual-wielding blades to hack Diablo to pieces, Nephilim obeyed, fired up the electronic warfare suite, spun the jammer, and hunted for enemy comms frequencies. On it, on it. A player squad this well-equipped would make even the US military at its peak blush. It's a glimpse of post-cyberpunk productivity. Even buying most gear instead of building it, players in Horizon can foot the bill without blinking. As the radar ticked to life and fiber optic drones lifted off, the Sword Saint ordered, Arnie, take your assault team forward on foot, spot their fire points, I'll seal the main road and cover you. Got it. Arnie, rocking an MT3, didn't hesitate. He grabbed his gear and sprinted off the slope toward the village. He wasn't rushing blind, his route was pre-planned to avoid early detection. Wham! Invisible high-frequency waves spewed from the radar and blanketed the sky above the village. The village garrison's drone operator screamed, sparks erupting from his skull, startling nearby soldiers. Damn it! Clutching his head, he yanked the overloaded chip. Signals jammed, those bastards are attacking again. The other soldiers in the room were stunned. One of them, hearing the news, didn't even want to lift his butt off the stool. Morale had plummeted to freezing point. Our comms are down too. For now we can only shout. You've got to be kidding again? They've hit us 17 times in 3 days, day and night. Don't they ever tire? Don't they sleep? Told you they're robots, Ace. Those damned electronic freaks don't need shut-eye. The village links to Haigui and Calumet, one of the vital nodes on the supply route. Yet the player command sticks to the 16-word mantra, fight without holding, attack without garrisoning, strike fast and leave, contest again and again. They've taken this tiny village 17 times, looted, and bolted without a backward glance. The hamlet is minuscule, less than a quarter of Hokuma's size. Under normal conditions it can't hold more than 30 defenders. After the first fall, reinforcements rushed in and found nothing but stripped, broken corpses. They retook the village without a drop of blood. Should they celebrate? Celebrate they did, then beefed up the garrison. 30 became 50, even an armored car was left, though any more would burst the seams. The main force left in the morning, sweeping the surrounding area with drones and air cover. Seeing no large enemy units, they pulled out. At noon Sword Saint's crew returned 4-player squads, 1 hour to wipe the garrison, blow the armored car, grab lunch, and vanish, leaving chaos for the returning troops to clean up. Then again at night, again at midnight, again at dawn, each assault from a different direction, each time a different set of attackers. So you decide to stay, pretend to leave with the convoy while the infantry lies in ambush. In a village that size, how many can you even hide? And you think the drones I planted along the route are blind? We'll be waiting right on your convoy's only road to dish out a feast. All they can do is add patrols and more drones for early warning. But the Cuban players are decentralized organisms, with the minimap buff they scatter at will and regroup in an instant. Though fewer than a third of the enemy's numbers, they can mass locally to outnumber, strike, then melt away into the vast terrain impossible to find. 3 days of this back and forth cost the Cuban army over 200 casualties, player losses stayed in single digits. Even the commanders, not just the grunts, were nearly numb. Still, they forced themselves upright, driving the sluggish soldiers with helmets, boots, sticks like herding cattle roaring at the slowest. What are you gawking at? Get back to your posts. If you're listless, pop some slow release. Cuba may lack many things, but drugs aren't one. The soldiers pulled small bottles, swallowed 2 tablets each. Within 3 minutes pupils dilated, spirits soared, fear vanished, and they charged out with rifles. Battle was imminent. They soon spotted Arnie already a kilometer out on the village flank. His already massive frame, boosted by the MT3, looked like a human tank. Veterans who'd been routed several times recognized Arnie at once and cursed, "Damn, it's that big bastard again." Several outer fire points opened up to pin Arnie's assault team, but the gunfire exposed them to both Arnie and the skyborne drones. Bang bang bang. At the rear, Nephilim's automortar UGV braked, deployed, aimed, fired 6 rounds in one go then wheeled away. The defenders' counter-battery fire came fast but hit nothing, blasting only empty ground. Only the soldiers in outer bunkers were picked off one by one, explosions sent them scrambling and cursing. After the artillery suppression, Sword Saint swiftly led the fire team to the main road, suppressing every intersection with heavy machine guns and handheld 30mm cannons, walls pockmarked with fist-sized craters. Arnie's assault squad stormed in from the flank. The MT3's clanking treads had become the Cubans' nightmare. Ahead of him, 2 transport platforms swept for mines and tripwires, flushing defenders from huts and exposing their fire points. The assault was unstoppable. On the village's far side, another player squad of equal size lay in ambush. In perfect sync, they cleared the entire garrison in under 40 minutes. 63 defenders, 19 Kia, 33 Wia, only a dozen escaped. The wounded were all left behind. Only because the players didn't want to waste time pursuing did anyone get away, otherwise none would have. Disarm the wounded, lock them in the huts, strip the dead for cybernetic implants, move fast. Sword Saint issued orders methodically, no elation from victory on his face. After all, grinding the same instance a dozen times bores anyone. If each round weren't slightly different and tougher he'd have lost motivation long ago. A Cuban wounded being herded past couldn't help saying, "Bro, why not just take us prisoner? Leave me here and logistics will bolt on a new cybernetic, then shove me back to the front. More trouble for you, more for us." His voice carried grievance. This was his 7th capture, he knew Sword Saint's crew by sight. During the fight he'd simply tossed his rifle and waited to be grabbed. Better shame than a grave. Sword Saint had been about to say it wouldn't work. He had no time to escort prisoners back. In theory, sending wounded soldiers back should strain the enemy's logistics, but these guys don't even treat their own as human. In a fully cyberized army the troops recover too fast. The simplest way would be to kill them all, yet that would make the enemy refuse future surrenders and fight to the last man. Aren't you afraid we'll execute prisoners? Do you see any difference between what you are doing now and killing me outright? The soldier glared at Sword Saint and muttered, "I heard about you guys yesterday. You didn't kill the wraiths you caught back in the States, did you? If you wanted us dead you'd have done it already. I've been captured 7 times and released 7 times. More and more people are digging into Horizon Corporation's files, at Dragon Field, a training camp. Secrets don't stay buried. What matters is they used to swap prisoners after every clash with the other cartels. Sure, the food was lousy and you might get roughed up, but you live to go home. They figure it'll be the same here." Looking at the veterans' nothing left to lose expression, Sword Saint was speechless. Against an NPC this devoid of hostility, even a curious player would stay his blade to see what happened next. On a sudden whim Sword Saint decided, why not let the prisoners march themselves to the rear and surrender? Hold on. After a quick call to rear command, he stared oddly at the 30-odd wounded. "How about this? Dump your guns, pile into trucks, and drive south along the route I give you. Someone will pick you up. Call it switching sides, all right? I'll upload an IFF tag, green markers, no guns, no shots, ignore them or you'll be gunned down on sight." "Sure, sure, sure." The old vet nodded eagerly, lazing in a POW camp beat dying on the line. What the hell? Watching 3 trucks packed with wounded roll south, Sword Saint felt only bewilderment. Their gear looked almost wraith grade, yet their will to fight was paper thin. Looks like the European community's aid has already reached the front. Savage schemed. The AI compiled battle log, stunned. It's not just Sword Saint's squad. Other teams ran into swarms of drones, every kind you can name, plus crates of older electronics. They're burning through Cuba's stockpiles. They're moving faster than we thought. War barely started and they've stopped caring about face. Family Joy sounded helpless. The support had arrived 3 months ahead of their estimate. They'd assumed Europe would wait until Cuba wavered, given all the pre-war declarations. Instead the other side jumped in the moment the first shot was fired. Public opinion be damned. Isn't that normal? Commander-in-Chief shrugged. Back then the Yanks started a war over a bottle of laundry powder. Did they look like they cared about face? So, what about those prisoners? He'd read plenty on World Wars I and II, but never heard of troops hiking dozens of kilometers just to surrender. They're perfect propaganda locals with solid united front value. Savage tapped the map. Set up a camp in the rear, screen them, do some thought work, build a native unit. Local manpower beats Night City half a world away, but only after careful political prep. They'd need 3 months until the first Cuban draftees graduate. Family Joy waved a hand. We can park that for now. Priority is cutting Europe's aid. How? Tactical Pig shook his head. Brodeo stirs public opinion? Please. The UN can't stop Israel. How are we supposed to sway Europe? Wrong. We don't stop the aid, we crank it up and force Europe to hemorrhage in Cuba. Family Joy laid out the plan. Havana's coalition isn't a real government. Decades of clout and survival keep its troops in line, not will to fight. They can't weather setbacks, only coast on reserves. Sword Saint's eager surrenderers prove it. Without state legitimacy they have to buy officers with profit, so those officers skim funds from gear, logistics, even widows' pensions, while grunts just muddle through. Now Europe's arms dump is a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. We need someone to punch deep into their rear, accelerate the rot, help their officers get rich, filthy rich. His idea was simple, collapse Cuba's morale from inside and out. However many guns Europe ships, in the end they'll fatten the players' pockets. Make Cuba repeat the fates of the nationalists in Ukraine. Of course it's only a side gambit. If it flops the players lose nothing. 3 days later they're back in action. But who should go? Family Joy noticed a player file someone sent him, plus the guy's forum post claiming he might have a hidden quest, not a rare XIHUOCAO. Not a rare. No worries, we'll make sure you become one. Side story, unofficial history of the Arezaka family, part 2, Extreme OOC, enter at your own risk. Timeline is not synchronized with the main story, this takes place at the end of 2077, 1 year later. A small spoiler, Yorinobu kills his father in Night City and reveals his political intentions. After the citywide riots in Night City, the Tiger Claws have completely become a thing of the past. As its iconic industrial building, business at the Japantown skyscraper has actually increased rather than decreased. Without excessive gang interference and protection fees, grey industries were forcibly consolidated and controlled under unified planning. Casinos, clubs, alcohol, organic food, cybernetic medical care, all walks of life began to develop from the bottom up. Small vendors, in particular, found business much better than before and were earning more. It was a scene of vibrant vitality, a realm where all things were competing for growth. At the same time, a program called Automated Resource Management began to gradually penetrate the lower levels of Night City's society. This open-source software from Horizon Corporation helps shopkeepers accurately calculate patterns and quantities of material consumption. With triple monitoring of turnover, profit, and cost, it avoids many instances of intentional human waste and internal friction, such as blind purchasing, unbalanced storage, irrational transport routes, and fraudulent financial claims. This visualized asset system, relying on information technology, achieves transparency throughout the entire process from logistics to front desk use. Through Horizon Corporation's cloud server system, it exercises comprehensive control over the flow, volume, and speed of all resources. It eliminates all unnecessary waste, significantly reducing business costs, operational effort, and employee workload while removing middle management layers and improving management efficiency. Simultaneously, due to its open-source nature, any shopkeeper or company can freely use this new software to reform their own corporate systems, provided they aren't afraid of their programmers and bosses dying suddenly or in plane crashes. This software was developed step by step through practical application at Delamain Car Services and among the player community. It plays an irreplaceable role in reducing corruption and consolidating power, and is being used in both Cuba and Night City. As the proxy controller of this region, Wakako can also utilize this software's assistance to clearly calculate every single account from various industries. Any minor discrepancy can be accurately locked onto a specific executor in real time. Greed? The moment you take money and forge accounts, the program will find you. It won't take more than 2 seconds. You won't even be able to make it out the company doors. Rebellion? Weren't the deaths of the Tiger Claws miserable enough? Because of this, Wakako increasingly feels that her decision to side with Horizon was the right one. This effortless management process allows an elderly person like her to easily control the industrial revenue of the entire street without errors. The pleasure brought by this power satisfies her immensely. And among all pleasures, only that which is taboo and breaks common morality can stand above power. After calculating the total profit for the month, Wakako closed the main doors and took a private phone from a hidden drawer. As an older person, she still preferred using this to browse the internet. Finally have time to update, meow. I went to Cuba to help out for a while, meow. Those Europeans are really annoying. What? Wakako's pupil shrank. This familiar tone, could it be? She clicked on the post, Arezaka Family Unofficial History ASMR Father and Son Chapter, Author, Miss Meow who refuses to be named. As expected. Speaking of which, after Yorinobu Arezaka left the Arezaka family, a major event occurred in the world. A rare battle broke out between two of the world's strongest, Saburo Arezaka and Rosalind Myers. This battle turned the sky dark, blocked the sun and moon, made rivers flow backward, and split mountains. The two of them fought to the end of the world, even shattering the Great Dao. Ultimately, it ended with Myers' second Genshin punch defeating Saburo Arezaka's will of fire. But amidst the unextinguished flames of the Fourth Corporate War, the previously runaway Yorinobu Arezaka met with catastrophe. In Japan, within an abandoned U.S. military base on Okinawa Island, in an air raid shelter that no detector could find, was where Yorinobu Arezaka was located. Ha, damn you. You dog, kill me if you're going to, stop wasting time. Suspended in midair by steel cables, Yorinobu Arezaka's eyes were nearly bursting. He had been in the Osaka underground preparing to organize a workers' march, but he hadn't expected to be betrayed by a scab and ultimately captured alive. He was furious at the betrayal and even more saddened by the short-sightedness of the betrayer. Before Yorinobu, a middle-aged Japanese man in a decent suit sat on a sofa, smiling at him. Yorinobu recognized this fellow. He was Owada, the president of the Bank of Osaka, the culprit who had single-handedly caused dozens of small businesses to go bankrupt and forcibly acquired their assets, leading to thousands of workers losing their jobs. Owada swirled his wine glass. Hat, keep making a scene. That way, it'll be even more pleasant when you eventually beg for mercy. Yorinobu Arezaka, this place was meticulously designed by me. Plus, being on Okinawa, the Arezaka family couldn't possibly find you. So, I have a very, very long time to torture you and make you tell me the Arezaka family secrets. Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't, because I've prepared a full set of medical equipment to easily heal you. Alright, now speak. Start with the relic. Yorinobu Arezaka considered himself to have broken away from the Arezaka family and would never reveal family secrets to someone like Owada. Tell your mother. I'm going to screw you up. Owada didn't get angry at the insult. Instead, he said, hee, quite the tough guy. Then let the show I've prepared for you begin. He snapped his fingers. Music. A burst of powerful music sounded. It was a very old song. A freakish creature crawls by my workstation, looking much like a human but not quite right. They step right over the picket line, ignoring the picketers' signs. They are called scabs. At that moment, 4 figures appeared behind Owada. Yorinobu Arezaka, do you like this song? 50 years ago in America, this song of the scab was very representative, he. He wasn't quite sure what the song represented, but a strange feeling suddenly emerged. Goosebumps covered Yorinobu's entire body, and cold sweat poured down. Just what kind of experts were these 4 people? Hey. Young. Man. The curtain was pulled back, revealing the 4 people behind it. Whoosh. It turned out to be 4 upper-class individuals with Asian faces, dressed in suits and leather shoes. With disdainful eyes, greedy smiles, and inexplicably repulsive postures, it was clear they were the best of the compradors. Wawa. Just seeing these 4 people was more terrifying and horrifying to Yorinobu than 1,000 killers. Owada watched his reaction and gulped down his wine, laughing with satisfaction. Hehe, this world belongs to our big corporations. I just know that you, Yorinobu Arezaka, always like to mix with that bottom-tier trash, so I found the 4 most perverted brothers among the compradors Kong, Song, Zhang, and Chen to entertain you. I've given them the nickname the 4 capitalist heads. I believe they can bring you infinite happiness. Don't look down on them. Their level of short-sightedness as compradors is as formidable as Mealy-Tech or Arezaka in this era. Each family has its strengths and unique secret techniques. Their levels of short-sightedness and greed have shocked the globe, and their secret weapons will bring you a surprise, ha 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 ha. Facing this true horror, Yorinobu finally showed a look of fear, a fear even greater than when he faced his father that day. His teeth chattering, he cursed, you damn bastard, you can't do this. You can't. The more he reacted like this, the happier Owada became. Why can't I? I'm going to record their short-sighted behavior and copy it hundreds of millions of times, so that companies and enterprises all over the world can scramble to learn from them. Is there really a need to learn from such freaks? How tragic. Yorinobu Arezaka, this is the torture I've prepared for you. Enjoy it well, ha 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 ha. How about it? Interested in begging for mercy now? Yorinobu Arezaka's eyes were blood red as he shouted, I will kill you all. I will kill you all. Before he could finish, the impatient 4 capitalist heads couldn't wait to rush into the lower levels of Japanese society, tearing the Japanese legal code which was like toilet paper to shreds. The Song family crouched over Japanese society, sniffing the scent of tobacco in large gulps and letting out a comfortable, strange cry. Ah. As they spoke, they prepared to sell all of Japan's tobacco taxes to the European community for €55 million. Except for the tobacco factories built by Europeans in Osaka and Kyoto, no Japanese person was allowed to build another tobacco factory. In an instant, the entire national tobacco industry of Japan was destroyed. Factories closed in droves, and hundreds of thousands of people lost their jobs on the spot. The lifeblood of the tobacco industry was siphoned off by the Song family, yen by yen, and sent in a never-ending stream to the masters of the European tobacco giants. In just over 10 years, they extorted €15.5 billion from the Japanese people. Wah! Yorinobu roared, "Take your hands off." Seeing this, the other three families couldn't hold back and swarmed forward. The Kong family, This scent of the Japanese people, it's powerful, so powerful. They colluded with Japanese council members to issue national debt, hyping up the value of the bonds through the media. They used dreams of wealth to trick the lower class people into buying the bonds in their hands. In just a few months, the price was hyped up over 80 times, and then they cashed out at the peak. 150 billion yen flowed into their pockets, leaving behind only a nationwide financial crisis. Desperate Japanese people walked onto rooftops, falling onto the streets like rain. The Chen family, these European aid loans for Japan taste so good. When Europe opened a €50 billion loan to Japan, which was in a financial crisis to support Japan in providing strategic deterrence against the United States in the Pacific, the Chen family, along with the Zhang, Song, and Kong families, used 40 billion of the loan to buy European gold and then left it in European banks to collect interest. Then they securitized the remaining €10 billion for the Japanese public to buy. After the disaster caused by the Kong family, the Japanese public had gotten smarter. They weren't going to buy it. But you couldn't not buy it. Not buying was a crime. The four great families used puppet regimes to issue orders, forcing the Japanese people to buy. Ignoring inflation, they frantically printed US debt, causing the already meager wealth of the common people to be plundered. Families went bankrupt, and homes were left empty. And where did they put the money? In European community banks to collect interest, of course. Yorinobu could only howl helplessly, "You bastards, get away. Get away. I'll kill you all." The four capitalist heads used speculation and short selling for everything. He, even if you want to kill us, wait until after we've had our fun, he. I want to see the size of you Japanese people's things, referring to bank accounts, . Owada laughed even more wildly. Ha, don't stop. Four capitalist heads, pull the Arazaka family in for me. I want to see if the Arazaka family, stirred by capitalists, will happily join in the plundering. The Song family opened their mouths wide and reached out to grab a handful of commoners to shove into the Arazaka family's mouth. I'm going to feed you hot dogs. How could the Arazaka family, which had suffered deeply in the Fourth Corporate War, refuse this chance for quick money? They immediately joined the plundering. Swallowed it. Ha, Yorinobu Arazaka, how does it feel to see your own family become a member of the vampires? How does it feel? A desperate Yorinobu could only scream with all his might, "Hanako! Stop them!" Far away in Tokyo, Hanako Arazaka seemed to hear something and turned her head toward the window. Big brother. Very concerned. But the window was empty. After a moment's thought, she figured it was just a mistake and continued her corporate management studies. 30 years later. The four great families used every means possible, utilizing warlords and political regimes, to clean Japan out from top to bottom in just a few decades. Steel, medical, food, chemicals, military, and other hard industries were all ruined. They left Japan's economy and people's livelihoods in a slump, with swarms of refugees and countless dead, almost comparable to the end of World War II. They even tore Yorinobu's ideals and dignity to shreds and trampled them underfoot. Even the four great families were starting to find it dull. The Kong family grabbed a Japanese corpse as thin as a stick and squeezed with all their might, but nothing came out. This made him not only indignant, so damn boring. The people here can't be squeezed for any more profit. I've had enough, I'm immigrating to Europe. They looked again at Yorinobu Arazaka, who was suspended in mid-air. Owada, look at that guy. He doesn't even scream anymore. It's no fun. Owada smiled helplessly. Giving up? But so far, I haven't heard Yorinobu Arazaka beg for mercy once. You still haven't completely crushed his ideals. The four great families were also puzzled. Who knew this guy's bones were so hard? If he could still protest every day like at the beginning, I'd still be interested in messing with him. Look at how disgusting he is now, just staring at us with those eyes. How are we brothers supposed to keep playing? Yorinobu's face was completely lost in darkness. He had given up all illusions, knowing that pleading would not bring any mercy from these compradors. He just stared fixedly at them as if looking at a group of dead men. The Song family stumbled back. Look. There it is again, damn it, I just hate that look. Owada, why don't we just kill him? That cold gaze even made Owada a bit fearful. Kill him. Clang. The chains that had bound Yorinobu's hands and feet for 30 years had become corroded and frail. His pent-up rage allowed this skeletal man to burst forth with unimaginable strength. He pulled hard with both arms, and the steel cables snapped. You. How? The 5 people in the room panicked at Yorinobu's escape. Yorinobu looked down at the corroded shackles in his hands and thought of the countless Japanese people who had died at the hands of the four great families. Of course, it's because you bastards were so busy being compradors that you even forgot to maintain the steel cables. Now, prepare to enter hell. Gwa. Don't kill us. A single night as husband and wife brings 100 days of gratitude. Honey, you should think of the good times we spent together in Japan. Yet. Screw your gratitude and your mother. He wrapped the chains around his fists and punched the four great families in their faces one by one. I'm going to smash you dead compradors. Smash you all. I'm going to freaking smash you to death. Bang 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 boom. He punched the 4 great families and the bank president into mincemeat, blood flowing everywhere. Afterward, Yorinobu walked out of Okinawa step by step. He wanted to go home. But not to return to the family. It was to kill the person who led the Arezaka family to join in the blood-sucking. Hanako Arezaka sat quietly at home waiting, because she heard her father had found her long-missing second brother and was preparing to bring him back to the family. Although there were many rumors outside, she believed nothing was more important than the family. Even if those things had happened, her father was still her father. As a member of the family, she would serve the head of the house without question. Knock knock knock. There was a knock at the gate of the Arezaka estate. Hanako was pleasantly surprised, her father was back. She prepared to get up and open the door. Her bodyguard, Oda, said alertly, "Young mistress, be careful." He smelled blood. How could that be? It's clearly the scent of father and brother outside. After saying this, Hanako stood up, walked out of the house, and opened the gate. What met her eyes was Saburo Arezaka's old face. Was it him? No. It was him. Yorinobu Arezaka stood at the door holding Saburo Arezaka's head. Fallen behind him were the corpses of the Arezaka Corporation's board of directors. Chapter 366, Abstract People Do Abstract Things. As a non-hacker tech worker, Xihuo Cao has always toiled diligently, taking jobs from Yuzukook, Blade, and the rest, then pouring every euro-dollar he earns back into tech and V. He believes his work is noble and honorable, just a little awkward to showcase in public. Blade's radio station hosts his portfolio, and the click rate is impressive. Swan Lake Dancer, the Arezaka family, use your imagination. Cossack Dance Dancer, Saburo Arezaka. Star of A Midsummer Night's Silver Dream, Saburo Arezaka. In short, most of these abstract stunts are his handiwork, aimed squarely at Saburo Arezaka himself, pure malice. On Arezaka Corporation's kill list he probably ranks in the top 5, neck and neck with Morgan Blackhand. Yet what Xihuo Cao never saw coming was someone knocking on his door in real life, demanding he pull off something even more abstract. Logically, this kind of job should never land on him, but abstract people do abstract things. When fate collides with you, what can you do? Besides, the other party wields power he can't fight. And it's only a game, death doesn't matter. Treat it as a special quest. But just as a butterfly can't know what storms a single wing beat will raise on the far shore. Garcia has spent an honest week laboring on the worksite. Under Rita's call the crew even held a fundraiser for her. When those $1,000+ euro reached her hands, they felt heavier than lead fresh from the forge. She had once held larger sums, yet none felt as thick, as weighty, as this thin wad of notes. Had her family possessed such money back then, maybe her parents wouldn't have sold her to the queen, forcing her into brutal, bloody training. And the mother who supposedly lay in hospital awaiting surgery money vanished the day after the medical fee was paid. Before leaving she even joked with Garcia, didn't expect to earn some extra cash off these suckers. Thanks, Garcia, great acting, keep it up. In this world many make their living by conning the conscience of others, until finally no one has a conscience left and every heart lies 10 Pacifics apart. Yet in such cold indifference, when you meet a blazing conscience, how many can bear to push it away? That day Garcia said nothing, she simply returned to the site and thanked every worker one by one. After all, she had to blend in and extract the intel her superiors wanted. After a busy morning she scooped a lunch of tomato braised beef brisket plus mashed potatoes, carried it to a table, and prepared to enjoy herself. Though none of the 3 foods ever saw soil fully synthetic, Zero Nature Horizon Corporation's vat-grown cuisine prizes flavor, tasting even better than organics. In Cuba a plate like this costs hundreds of euro-dollars, here it's merely the company's daily overhead. Each worker receives a €300 monthly meal allowance, the sum is pooled, menus fixed a week ahead, then procured en masse from Horizon's agri-food division, fully transparent. How much was spent, how much remains, crystal clear. Any surplus at month's end is either paid out or used for extra meals and parties. No one worries the leadership will skim a cent. Unthinkable not just in Cuba, but anywhere on Earth. While savoring lunch she noticed the worker opposite eating while flipping a booklet. Jarvis, you're reading even now. The middle-aged man nearing 40 nodded, eyes never leaving the page. Maintenance and care of construction machinery written by our own engineer Hassan. That's impressive. Garcia couldn't help exclaiming, back home everyone idles away, the moment they scrape up a little cash they blow it on booze and pills, knock themselves out, then wait for their stomachs to growl before crawling up to scrounge food day after day. I used to live exactly like that. Jarvis swallowed a mouthful, closed the book, and looked at her. The poor and homeless in Night City all live that way. His tone was weathered, steeped in vicissitude. We dug through dumpsters daily, scammed money any way we could, €1, €2 then blew it instantly, got blind drunk, crawled under some bridge, and when hunger gnawed us awake. We didn't know how long we'd last, the world was pitch black, a stupor. The moment we stopped, our minds started thinking, and when you can't see tomorrow, a thinking brain is agony. So we numbed ourselves with anything we could, dulled our brains with booze and drugs. If we didn't think, we didn't hurt. He spoke simply, only those who've lived it know how it feels. In the dark you see no path ahead, no hope, no future, only despair walking beside you, unsure whether death or dawn will come first. Apart from alcohol and drugs they had no third comfort. So pain is often the start of an endless fall. Now someone has reached out and caught them mid-plunge, so Jarvis treasures this chance. Not everyone gets to start over. Really? Garcia was startled. This was her first visit to Night City. She'd assumed it had always looked like this. I heard people call it the City of Dreams. They'd risk anything to sneak in, and you folks seem to live pretty well. Jarvis shook his head. Whoever told you that's a liar? Everyone who comes with that dream ends up a corpse. Then now. It's Horizon Corporation. Jarvis lowered his voice. In private we never call it the company. This place is our last world. Anyone tries to mess with it, we fight to the death. Soft voice, iron resolve. But this same corporation invaded Cuba. Garcia bristled. She knew a bit of inside dirt how Horizon and NUSA tricked Havana into bombing itself to justify war. They're aggressors. Those drug-pushing bastards deserve to be smashed, don't they? Jarvis glared, then caught himself, shaking his head while barely restraining erupting fury. That poison ruined who knows how many lives. Without Horizon's neural dampeners I'd already be dead in that stinking ditch. My home, my daughter, my wife all destroyed by that filth. Garcia felt ashamed, her own boss peddled the stuff. Then blame your lack of willpower for getting hooked. Besides, addictions abound. This isn't the only one. Bullshit. Jarvis practically gnashed his teeth. Those bastards spike our drinks in clubs, lie to underage students, get them addicted and force them into brothels. His chest heaved, only after a while did he calm down. Forget it. Bottom line, the world's better off with those scum dead. If the company let me enlist I'd press my gun to their heads and blow their brains out myself. Under Horizon's propaganda the anti-drug war rages not only in Cuba but across many cities controlled by the NUSA government. With no need to fight in Cuba directly, NUSA freed up troops and resources to sweep gangs inside its own cities, seizing the chance to claw power back from local state governments and tighten central control. Your local government or company objects. Ask the barrels of the Central Army first. For Myers it's perfect, a wartime president with no foreign deployment, free to clean house at home and still sell arms to Horizon for juicy military contracts. To hell with federal states, they held me back during the Unification War. Now I'll be NUSA's first emperor. A second Roosevelt. Time to settle every last score. And these new toy IPs like Super Earth and Chaldea, plus the ever-expanding Horizon voice software, keep whipping up anti-drug sentiment, while the crucial neural regulators keep tightening the screws on drugs. Once the addiction mechanism is forcibly restored and banned, resistance drops sharply. Item after item piles up, looking like it might wipe narcotics clean off the North American map. Ask a Horizon Corporation worker right now if they back the company's war on Cuba and they'll answer in perfect lockstep, yes. Most importantly, the war hasn't touched their living standards. Those were already rock bottom. Garcia kept her head down, wordlessly prodding the brisket in the tomato sauce with her fork. Jarvis suddenly remembered she was Latino, and added. I'm telling you, once we beat Havana, the Cubans won't live worse than us. At least no one will be unable to pay for mom's medicine. We'll share what we have, they'll send us medicine, we'll build them houses. The party committee calls it worldwide people's solidarity. Cuba, like Night City, like Horizon. Turning people into mindless killing machines is tough unless you raise them illiterate, and illiterates can't do high-level work. Havana has such groups, but clearly Garcia isn't one of them. She has a brain, thinks, learns. If Havana's fall makes Cuba better, what am I doing here? Once that question surfaced, she couldn't shove it back down. At lunch break she tossed and turned. Without Havana, if every Cuban had a job, would kids still be sold by their parents like she was? The more she thought, the more lost she became, unsure what she ought to do. Training clashed so violently with reality she felt her soul ripped in half. Lucia. A voice yanked her from the Spiral Party Committee. Rita. ER0 staff are holding a free clinic in our zone this afternoon. You're new, so your first checkup gets extra items. Go now while it's lunch. Free clinic, she'd heard the term. Outsiders say Horizon's clinics just harvest worker data for mass drug trials. Humans can't imagine what they haven't seen or done, accusations usually mirror their own crimes. Free medical care? Impossible. Must be a joke to cheer the boys up. Garcia thought the same, seeing the clinic as her best chance to gather intel. Lucia Jade, 24, female. The doctor was a slouch who called himself Shanshan's top healer. Legs crossed, he schemed the file. Sparse cyberware, only one port and cyber eyes. Afraid he'd spot her cover, Garcia hurriedly said, I'm fresh from the sticks, no money for implants. Done drugs. She lowered her head, silent. Without Horizon's neural regulator she'd be in agony. Hey, no biggie, 9 out of 10 here, dabbled. Swear on my eyes, I can spot a user at a glance. Thick Sichuans poured out, without the translator she'd barely catch it. He pointed to the cot. Skin and bones eat more, the canteen won't cheat you. New teeth, liver's been hit, leg once broken, your old man went heavy, hey. Every sentence stirred memories of the torments Queen had inflicted since childhood. Meals rationed to keep her figure, constant hunger, drugs mandatory, bones broken countless times. By the end he'd listed nearly every scar, asking more than once if her family had abused her. She wanted to cry but didn't dare, holding it in. Yet no trial drug, no data harvest, just an ordinary physical. Finally he urged, get a full ER0 checkup and stay for rehab. At this rate you won't see 40. Take care if you don't want an early grave. Odd as it sounded, the warmth felt nothing like cold corporate doctors. Thank you. She stepped out, eyes red. She didn't know every move had been monitored since 2 days ago. I'm pretty sure she's Cuban, whether Havana or Camagüey, not certain. Henan sipped from his thermos. When Jarvis brought up Cuba, her micro-expressions spiked. Latino complexion, drug history, pro-military training, minimal cyberware, liver packed with stim residue matches Queen's agents. Killer Demon beside him asked, 100%. Nothing certain. I'd bet money, that's all. Lucky she never got a face job or I couldn't even guess. Killer Demon didn't care about the gripes. His task, use this suspected agent to slip Xihuo into Cuba. He'd already been there and blown his cover, no one else fit. How's she behaving? Any chance of turning her? Possible. Henan nodded, pulling a transcript of Garcia's recent chats. But not yet. She's still wrestling, the party committee needs to keep nudging. We don't know her loyalty to Havana, too risky to expose ourselves now. How'd you let an ordinary player sneak into Cuba as a mole? No idea, but one look at Xihuo and rare, perfect cover. We tried copying his face one-to-one, useless. Only the custom mask we seized from a Cuban killer works, but Havana's experts would spot anyone except Xihuo. And he can't die, zero risk. True. Henan clicked his tongue, a respawning army terrified him. Cuba hoped to trade bodies with Horizon, but players only multiply and grow. In the end, Cubans die. Super Earth landed with 300, still 300 zero losses. Cuban deaths already top 1,000. Chapter 367, so it's the masters from Europe. After various probes, the European agents had selected their target, and the primary contact they settled on was Xihuo. After several hints during their meetings, Xihuo noticed he was being followed and received an anonymous email, just as planned. The content of the email was ironclad evidence of him stealing company property and smuggling it to Europe. Currently, the Super Earth and Chaldea IPs were incredibly popular in the global market. Not only were the toys selling like wildfire, but the equipment from the games was in even higher demand. Combined with their decent stats and durability, they fetched good prices on the underground markets of various countries. Some wealthy individuals even wanted original pieces, preferably stripped from the dead on the front lines, to take back for their collections. Consequently, many people came to Night City to try their luck with Horizon Corporation employees. What they didn't know was that these items were the player's personal property. Even if the player died, the items remained theirs, they would just wear them again after respawning. However, these matters naturally couldn't be hidden from the players who already knew Night City inside out. Most used the company's standard issue equipment, with a few custom pieces. Now that someone was willing to pay high prices for these things, they were naturally happy to sell. A set of Iraq war damaged gear could net a few $1,000, and Lin Miao didn't bother to intervene. In fact, under his instructions, some of the company's internal special edition brain dances were mixed into these smuggled goods, all of them high-quality edited goods. Once these items inadvertently circulated to Europe, Lin Miao wanted to see how they would react over there. To others, however, this behavior was seen as smuggling company property. In this era where corporations held power, illegal acts might be overlooked, but breaking company rules was not. If caught, it was basically a death sentence. As a member of the smuggling group, Xihuo naturally had his weak point seized by the European agents. He was forced to follow their instructions and privately go to a bar outside of Horizon Corporation's control to meet them. Only after the guards disarmed him, disabled his cybernetic implants, and scanned his body to confirm he wasn't carrying any surveillance equipment was he allowed into the private room. Inside the room sat several white men in casual clothes, dressed like tourists, one was even wearing flip-flops. They were laughing and talking when Xihuo entered, only pulling back their expressions upon seeing him. Xihuo grinned at them. His already aged-looking face crinkled into a ball, his eyes narrowing to slits. With his mustache, he looked like he had 6 eyebrows. Hey, I don't know what you masters, no, sirs, want with me. He put on a submissive, lowly, and fawning appearance. No matter how many times they saw it, the agents were filled with a sense of revulsion toward Xihuo's wrinkled face. Damn it, how could anyone look like this? Was Horizon Corporation blind? To actually recruit someone like this into the company without any regard for their image, one could only say they deserved to have a breakthrough point found by them. Even if they weren't Asian, they could see a peerless temperament from Xihuo's face and every move. One of them could only lower his head and cough, resisting the urge to look at that face, and pointed to the sofa opposite. Xihuo immediately scurried over and sat down, making himself right at home. He reached out, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, stuffed them into his pocket, and asked with a smirk, Can I order a drink? I just ran all the way here and haven't had a drop of water. Look how dry my mouth is, hee. Devon's forehead bulged with veins, but for the sake of the mission, he had to suppress the urge to tear that face apart. As you wish. Hee, all right. You're very generous, sir. I won't be polite then. Xihuo didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the most expensive drink on the menu. For him, it was a small luxury. Players usually wouldn't spend money in such god-forsaken places. A bottle of wine that cost €50 outside would cost more than 50 per glass here. They were rich, but they weren't suckers. Spending money in a place like this was worse than tipping Nina and the others, at least that provided some emotional satisfaction. After taking a delicious sip, he sighed inwardly, realizing that wine bought with someone else's money truly tasted the best. So, what do you sirs need from me? Whether it's climbing a mountain of sorts or diving into a sea of fire, as long as this humble one can do it, there's absolutely no problem. He bobbed his head as he spoke, the fawning smile never leaving his face. Devon tossed several chips onto the table. Xihuo picked them up and read the data. They were all recordings of his personal smuggling. Only then did Xihuo finally pull back his smile, giving the European gentleman a small moment of satisfaction. You should know how miserable your end will be if your superior, the big boss, finds out about these things. Xihuo made a bitter face. This just tell me what you want, sirs. As long as you don't let this stuff leak out, anything goes. You. The agent's ultimate goal was, naturally, the source code for Horizon Corporation's firewall. More than one company's hackers had failed at this. It was like a natural chasm that no amount of effort could cross. Combined with the technology in Horizon Corporation's hands, the intelligence departments of various companies collectively locked their sights on Horizon's chief hacker, Lucina Takeda. They had essentially dug up Lucy's entire past. Her mother was a member of a Polish hacker squadron, and her father was an Arezaka soldier. She had shown remarkable hacking talent from a young age. But her brainwashed Arezaka father had thrown her into the company to serve as a mining GPU for the old net. Later, she escaped, drifted around, and eventually came to Night City, where she ended up with Lin Miao. Her background allowed the corporations to finally understand exactly where Lin Miao's technology came from. Wasn't the answer obvious? This woman must have dug up some goods in the old net but kept it from Arezaka and escaped, finally hitting it off with a guy like Lin Miao to start a company and make a fortune. Furthermore, for high-end technical workers like hackers, talent sometimes truly defied logic. Problems and programming engines that you might spend a lifetime failing to solve might just be a cup of tea for those geniuses. After all, 50 years ago, a group of super hackers had already taught the whole world a lesson. All the answers were explained, and the logic was sound. In this process, the only one who lost out was Arezaka, the other companies were all snickering. Losing such a vast fortune in a top-tier hacker without even knowing it was likely that the Arezaka branch in Europe would be held accountable soon. However, Devon certainly wouldn't reveal these things to Xihuo. His rank was too low, and he wouldn't say anything if asked about such major matters so abruptly. To recruit a traitor and steal intelligence, one must start small, letting the target sink in bit by bit until they can never turn back. Do you know this person? Devon pushed forward a photo showing Pandora eating ice cream on the street. Of course I know her. Xihuo slapped his thigh and said indignantly, this girl doesn't have much chest, but she's got a big mouth. I just said she was a few years younger than a little brat, and she pinned me to a wall for a whole day. It still hurts now. Serves you right. Damn you, why didn't she just kill you? Devon cursed inwardly, but his face remained calm as he pulled a stack of Eurodollars from his bag and placed them on the table. We have several big bosses here who are interested in her. They want to find a reliable hacker to help write some things, but they don't have her contact information, so. Even though he had expectations, Xihuo was still shocked by the other party's grand gesture. Oh my, so much money, what do you want to do? Trying to bribe him with a few thousand? Are you treating me like a beggar? Wasn't it agreed that after taking on a special side quest, one could become a double agent, engage in heavy corruption and bribery, and rake in the cash? However, due to Xihuo's natural advantage, his expression as he stared intently at the cash on the table made the European agents believe he had taken the bait. Disdain immediately rose in their hearts. To think he would become a traitor for just a few thousand Eurodollars. They completely forgot that the bribery funds allocated by their superiors earlier were 10,000. A full man does not know the hunger of a starving one. Europeans were destined not to empathize with the bottom-tier Africans who always hit the pity limit. The two sides had completely different concepts of money. In Latin America and South America, a life was only worth a few hundred, not even a few days' salary for these European corporate employees. But they couldn't possibly know what kind of prices Lin Miao was paying the players, because the vast majority of consumption was done through internal transactions on the internet, with very little cash flowing out. Under such a disparity in perspective, even though both sides felt the amount was small, they somehow managed to strike a deal. As if afraid the other party would go back on their word, Xihuo hurriedly lunged over the table, snatching the money and stuffing it into his pocket, making the others frown in disgust once more. When, and what requirements? Just say the word, everyone. I guarantee I'll deliver your message, but if she doesn't agree. Saying this only after taking the money, damn scoundrel, still trying to extort us. They had already stuffed the funds into their own pockets, how could they easily share them with Xihuo? That's your problem. Right, my problem. Even if I have to tie that little brat up, I'll bring her here. There's no need for kidnapping. Just tell us her whereabouts. Hacker players were different from normal players, they rarely appeared in the outside world, spending the vast majority of their time soaked in cyberspace. For a hacker, the simulation in there was far more satisfying than reality. Seeing this, Xihuo said no more. His submissive posture was executed perfectly, truly, he hadn't been coached by a master for nothing, his every look radiating the essence of a traitor. If you excellencies lords have no other business, I'll take my leave first. Go on. If anything comes up, I'll have someone contact you again. Once Xihuo left the private room, Devon finally showed a look of disgust and cursed, what an idiot. He doesn't even know he's at death's door. Cuba sent a piece of trash over as well. It's one thing that they can't win on the front lines, but they even need us to step in for the rear. His colleague chuckled. If he weren't greedy for money, things wouldn't be so easy for us. Once this matter is over, even if he wants to back out, he won't be able to. If this succeeds, the year-end bonus will definitely be substantial. Why are you still looking at year-end bonuses? If we can kill off Horizon Corporation, how much money won't come our way? Haha, cheers. Naturally, they didn't actually intend to have Pandora write any programs, they were preparing for an opportunity to take her out. As one of the most active player hackers on the surface, her death would definitely deal a heavy blow to Horizon Corporation. By then, with Cyberpunk thoroughly tied to their pirate ship with no way back, the European agents could also force him to do more things like uploading viruses to the company servers, stealing trade secrets or technical data, or even assassinating high-level executives and dragging more people down with him. These were all common tricks played by agents. An ordinary company simply couldn't withstand the machinations of these large enterprises, a few moves would lead to collapse and bankruptcy. Without commercial regulation, they were practically lawless, each being a monopoly giant in their industry. For an emerging enterprise like Horizon Corporation, it was either acquisition or destruction. It wasn't that no one had tried to contact players to bribe them, but none of it worked. Because as soon as those words were spoken, a mission box would pop up asking the player if they wanted to defect from Horizon Corporation and become hostile to all other players. Even if Lin Miao would still resurrect them after death, it didn't mean other players would let a traitor off, they would definitely make life difficult for them. Having spent so much time in Night City, how could the players not know the nature of these corporations? Those who received game eligibility were all carefully selected by Lin Miao. Although he couldn't guarantee they would act exactly as he expected, they could basically see clearly when it came to major issues of right and wrong. Therefore, not a single person agreed. While ordinary employees could be swayed, they could do nothing under the pervasive surveillance and internet firewalls. Most poaching attempts fell through, only a small amount of information that Lin Miao felt could be leaked would be spoken through the players' mouths, incidentally allowing them to earn some extra cash. If it weren't for the recent Cuba livestream incident where weaknesses were intentionally exposed, the European agents wouldn't have been able to find even this small an opening. 3 days later, Pandora left the Horizon Corporation building. On her way to the city center under the pretext of buying a new daemon but actually going to the place Cyberpunk mentioned for a deal, she was suddenly attacked by a mercenary squad and seriously injured. If nearby players hadn't arrived in time, her head probably would have been blown off on the spot. But even so, her situation was grim. She had been shot several times, her arms and legs were broken, and a massive hole was left in her abdomen. A daemon had also been uploaded to her brain, while her consciousness was trapped, her body temperature was constantly rising. In 10 minutes at most, she would be cooked alive on the spot. It was practically a hopeless situation. At this point, any normal person should be dead. Unfortunately, some people could hardly be called human. Although the injuries were severe, as long as there wasn't total brain death, tossing her into a reconstruction pod would fix everything in half an hour. Pandora had even switched to a set of cheap cybernetic implants for this outing, fearing her hacker equipment would be destroyed. Beating Pandora into such a state, if you fail your mission, I'll throw you, you traitor, into a farm to feed the crabs. Zhu Tiaoyu was fuming, but rather than Pandora, he actually cared more about the other's mission. It felt like there was something to it. How could that happen? I'll definitely get it done, okay. Cyberpunk beat his chest in guarantee, but his looks and expression gave his words zero credibility. Zhu Tiaoyu could only hold his forehead. If he hadn't also received a special mission to fly a hover tank to Cuba, he really would have wanted to ask if he could join this mission. After all, he was also a heaven-chosen idiot, not necessarily worse than the heaven-chosen traitor in front of him. One looked easy to trick, and the other looked willing to be tricked, there wasn't much difference. Meanwhile, the European agents, completely unaware of this, were still celebrating. Success. Ha ha ha, that female hacker is dead. Devon even bought a bottle of champagne to party in the club. They couldn't help but be happy. This was the first victory since the war between Cuba and Horizon Corporation began. Never mind if it was on the front lines, just ask if they won or not. Relevant media companies had already followed up with reports. This was definitely a heavy blow to Horizon Corporation's reputation. And as they expected, after learning the news of Pandora being killed, Cyberpunk sought them out in a frantic rush immediately. Didn't we agree on doing business? Why was she attacked on the road? Is she dead? Nonsense. She's as dead as can be. Her head is so mangled it could be served as a side dish. Cyberpunk jumped up and down in anxiety, but the more he acted this way, the higher the credibility of his words became. Seeing him like this, Devon was in an extremely pleasant mood. So what? Don't forget, you're the one who told us her whereabouts. You had a hand in her death too. You guys. Oh, man. I've been played by you. Cyberpunk was filled with regret, the agents had seen this attitude countless times from moles in other companies. He reached for the gun tucked into his waistband, but in his panic, he couldn't unbuckle his belt or draw the gun no matter how he tried. Seeing this stupid display, Owen almost laughed out loud. With a casual reach, a pistol was pressed against Cyberpunk's head. Cyberpunk immediately raised both hands and said with a fawning smile, "Spare me, Excellency. Spare me, Excellency. This little one was blind to your greatness, please don't take it to heart." "Fine, go back and sit down." Owen impatiently pointed the muzzle at the chair, making Cyberpunk sit down. "As long as you work for us honestly, there will be no shortage of money. Maybe I can even let you go to Europe. Sure enough, after he said the word Europe, Xihuocao's eyes instantly lit up, his expression as devout as a Christian seeing Jesus. You excellencies are from Europe. You should have said so earlier. If you'd said so, why would we have needed to go through all this trouble? I've been waiting for you for too long. The day I was born, my mom told me I was a yellow-skinned, white-hearted banana. I've been longing for this day, and finally, I've waited long enough for you to come. He sidled up like a mangy dog. If it weren't for the gun pointed at him, Devon suspected this guy would have glued himself to his body. Stay away from me. Excellency, just say what you want. As long as I can get it, I definitely won't hesitate. To be able to work for the old European nobility is absolutely my honor. Converts seal Europe's cultural offensive against other continents wasn't for nothing. Countless people flocked to that distant land, even national or corporate high levels were no exception. A residence card could even be used as a valuable item to show off. Thus, Xihuocao's performance was just right, and Devon didn't harbor even a hint of suspicion. Chapter 368 Pragmatic Milk is a no-go. Pacifica may be about to enjoy its finest hour since the founding of Night City. Though completion is still some way off, you can already tell from the ever-rising towers. Expansive, permanently lit hotel terraces, sky bridges with suspended pools, 100-meter artificial waterfalls, vast hot spring parks, one man-made marvel after another. Even the seawall hundreds of meters out to sea is nearing completion. When the pumps start discharging seawater, the site will dwarf what you see today. Human ingenuity can already reshape the world on a titanic scale. Productivity is anything but backward. No one could stand here and not be awed. Yet every worker laboring on the site, confronted by this grandeur, asks the same question: if we can build a resort this magnificent, why were we ever so poor? Any technological breakthrough? None. Most of Horizon's tech is just repurposed off-the-shelf engineering. Doorframe robots and haulage platforms aren't exactly revolutionary, anyone could do the same. Whatever Horizon has, other corporations have too, and usually better. Look how fast Night Corp is throwing up its ring seawall, their tech is far more advanced than anything here. The only high-tech items are the circulating water plant and the offshore mariculture zone. Ironically, biotech is everywhere, yet nearshore aquaculture is still at zero. Even Lin Miao hasn't drawn a blueprint for it. Europe, America, Japan, Korea all still harvest the sea. Only the East superpower ever thought of farming it, but in 2076 it has no budget left for R&D. By the time pollution wipes out wild stocks and trawlers come home empty, it will be too late. Only outfits like Biotechnica can sell a few lab-grown crustaceans at obscene prices. The good news, the East superpower of 2025 can supply a full technical package for coastal farming, priceless knowledge. In exchange it quietly got what it wanted, neither side will ever say so out loud. Officially, Lin Miao calls the zone a seawater conditioning area, aiming to recreate authentic ocean water. Even the seafood is imported from overseas at huge cost before being released into the ponds. Garcia works in the giant water treatment plant. From there she has the clearest view of the whole Pacifica shoreline and the offshore works. It is the most staggering project she has seen in her 20-odd years since birth in Cuba. And Garcia is the one with the most questions. Ever since that earlier conversation, the more she thinks, the more questions sprout. At last she can't stand it. After shift, before the sun sets, she catches up with Rita on the seawall. Surf crashes below, sea wind whips their hair. Biting her lip, Garcia blurts, "Why do your workers live so well? I've never seen anything like it anywhere else." That single word "why" has tormented her. She has toured factories in other Night City districts, same corporations, yet the workers look nothing like those in Pacifica. The former are as lifeless as any Cuban, the latter still have the energy to learn a new trade. And the food is worlds apart. Could Horizon really be that rich? But Mealy Tech is richer, and its assembly line staff still choke down vegetable paste and vat meat. Why? Rita laughs, tucking wind-blown hair behind one ear, arms folded. Why shouldn't we live well? Are we born to be bottom feeders? Are we naturally inferior? Garcia realizes her blunder and shakes her head. I didn't mean. I know what you meant. I used to wonder the same. Rita smiles. What you're asking is, why was life so hard? We churn out enough food on the line to feed 3 night cities, stack cybernetic implants to the rafters, yet 30% of citizens survive on protein blocks and decades-old implants they must scavenge parts to maintain. They can't see doctors, buy homes, or afford meds. Work themselves to the bone and still get told they're lazy. Strain every nerve, life stays stuck, scrimp and save, the loans only grow heavier. That is the fate pressing down on every Night City resident. Why? Everyone asks why. They know the answer, the culprits stand unveiled on the plaza, and nothing can be done. Rita doesn't lecture Garcia on surplus value or class conflict, those lessons are better learned firsthand, and the words are dangerous. She simply says, because we banded together. We produce what we need, not what the corporations want us to make. On paper Horizon owns 80% of each subsidiary, players hold 20%. But a slice of that 80% is funneled into worker dividends, they labor for the collective, not some distant boss. Many Stone Ridge Mountain factories and big surf farms exist solely to supply Horizon's own consumption, profit be damned. Productivity is ample, more than ample. One synthetic meat plant churns out 80 tons a day, Lin Miao has 5 such plants run by 200 workers in total. Output already feeds 400,000 people a pound of vat meat daily and expansion continues. If Lin Miao can afford that, why can't the others? This is no exception. The same goes for pharmaceuticals, cybernetics, housing. Given the will, these firms could erect a second night city within a year. They won't. Because it wouldn't make money. Had Lin Miao not slapped the food giants first, they would have sued to shut his internal supply meat plants for unfair competition. They need to grade people by assets, skin, postcode, race. Their pleasure lies not in what they eat but in the act of extraction, in capital swelling, only that feels good. They price goods sky high and labor just high enough to keep the workforce alive. Then they use art and marketing to weave an aura of nobility, of exclusivity, while films insist utopias are fantasy and dystopia the real world. Stop dreaming, grubber, and stay in your ditch. They'll even chase the thrill of domination to the point of farce, prefer to be an African benevolent tyrant like Mobutu than a nobody in the new world even if the nobody lives 1,000 times better. Without a strong government holding the leash, these monopolists are pigs rooted in place, they're short-sighted and breathtaking. A dime today beats a dollar tomorrow. They are utter deadweights, worthless to society. Hey invisible hand? A joke. In Western economics, goods simply sprout on shelves. When was the American Federation healthiest? Back when Roosevelt hammered them with a 90% tax rate and a red colossus loomed next door. Garcia pointed at the construction site thundering away all night across Pacifica. But these hotels, do you really need them? Yes, we do. Rita nodded firmly. Because here we can take money from the rich. It doesn't belong to us yet, but one day it will to every one of us who works here. The words sent a chill down Garcia's spine, yet she couldn't help imagining how wonderful life would be if it were true. Then her eyes dimmed, she knew she didn't belong here. She felt no real attachment to that island across the ocean, yet she couldn't cut the tie. Worse, she had come to sabotage this place. Guilt welled up, Garcia almost blurted out her story, but swallowed the words. Because once spoken, her life here would collapse and she would become the enemy. Don't worry. When Pacifica is finished you can take what you've learned back home and rebuild there. If you run into trouble, we'll back you with everything we have, tech, resources, whatever, because only by standing together can we build a world of our own. The words from the committee member burned so hot even the sea breeze couldn't cool them. The lights along the shore couldn't match 1/10,000th of the warmth in that smile. A fierce sense of belonging flared in Garcia, she wanted to stay and be human here, not a dog for the Cuban cartels. I actually. Garcia clenched her teeth so hard they ached, yet the rest wouldn't come. Reading her struggle, Rita patted her shoulder. No rush. When you're ready, I'll still be here. Workers in Pacifica were busy, players were busy too, busy across the world. Zhu Tiaoyu stood on the runway, gazing at the distant city. L.A. isn't all that. Movies hype it up, but after a day wandering around I'd trade it for the fish market by West Lake in Hangzhou. Yeah, whatever. Potato couldn't be bothered listening to a guy who jangled a ring of keys everywhere he went. So impressive you roll up in a KN. Piss off or I'll chuck you out the hatch as a human bomb. The two were bickering as usual. Along for the ride were Glamorous Woman and Shui Yu, finished with their Night City job, they were heading to Cuba to relieve others who'd had enough fighting and wanted to unwind back in Night City. Havana would never guess the enemy enjoyed such a liberal leave policy. Shui Yu stared at the military transport in awe. Didn't know Brother Sun could fly these. Figured a floater was his limit. Know what maxed piloting means. Beaming, Zhu Tiaoyu climbed onto the tank towed behind the transport, popped the folding hatch and slipped inside pure tech porn. The tank had no treads, the underside was open, split into 3 clear modules, low profile, armed with a 120mm main gun, 8 active defense rounds and a remote cannon. It was Lin Miao's upgraded Basilisk order from Melee Tech, the Komodo main battle tank. Second hand, of course, like the transport, rented. Moments later the engine roared, dozens of tons lifted clean off the ground, hovering half a meter up. Tail jets flamed, trimming alignment as it glided into the hold. A blatant slap to physics, yet the players barely blinked, they weren't scientists and had seen stranger. Once the tank settled, Melee Tech crew hooked locking clamps, bolted it down and began rigging chutes. Yes, this was a tank drop. Lin Miao had ordered 20 huge expense because the forward command had scraped enough points to ship a whole company. The Bay of Pigs was swamp, you couldn't land at a pier and truck them up, and air cushion guzzlers wouldn't float that far. So they settled on frontline airdrop simple. Drivers were plentiful, few had maxed piloting, but plenty were skilled, they trained in simulators. To save money each pilot would fly his own tank home, letting autopilot handle return while ferrying a few passengers and saving airfare. That's why Zhu Tiaoyu strutted, this was big. If it flies, drives, or floats, Brother Sun can pilot it, genius, get it? Glamorous Woman hid her envy and teased, Daddy teach you that in Hawaii. Hawaii? Never been. Missing the joke, Zhu Tiaoyu blinked, Glamorous Woman didn't explain. Whatever. Captain Sun, let's move, our guys in Cuba are sick of waiting. The players filed into the cockpit, waiting for Melee Tech Tower to clear them. First time flying a plane for me too. In the pilot's seat Zhu Tiaoyu preened, keying the radio. Ground, 7011 ready for departure. Melee Tech Tower answered at once, 011, cleared for takeoff. Though it was his first live flight, in the public knowledge pool of Horizon Hearts players with advanced piloting had run every sim variant. The sim matched reality, nerves weren't an issue. The transport rolled onto the strip, Engines spooling up, accelerating bit by bit. After a shudder the wheels left Earth, gear retracted, and the plane climbed toward the cloud sea ahead. While Zhu Tiaoyu was thrilled, chatter in back turned edgy. Shui Yu swallowed. He trusted the skills, but still felt queasy handing over his life. He sought comfort from Potato, Zhu Tiaoyu's best friend. I heard Brother Sun once shot down Hansen's ride with a floater. The replay was wild. He can fly, right? Potato recalled that heart-stopping ride scarred him so badly he hadn't ridden with Zhu Tiaoyu since, but the skill was real. So he forced a nod. Should be fine, he tops the sim rankings. Before he finished, the airframe jerked as if on cue. The three clutched each other in terror. At this altitude no implant would save them. The jolt passed as fast as it came. Zhu Tiaoyu's voice crackled over the intercom. Just turbulence, no worries. And Huang Xiudong, shut your trap. Say another word before we land and I'll kill you. Glamorous woman and Shui Yu locked eyes on Potato. Shui Yu even produced duct tape. Potato snapped. Science, have faith. If my words could down a plane, I'd just wish Saburo Arezaka a happy family and skip the war. Shui Yu, let's hope so. Glamorous woman, for safety, just don't speak. Chapter 369, it's 59. 59 is flying. This is 17, we have arrived over the Cayman Islands, everything is normal here. Inside the cockpit, Zhu Tiaoyu reported the situation to the transport squadron in an orderly manner. This was a transport fleet of 20 aircraft sorties, escorted by a fighter jet formation. In addition to tanks, a large number of fully armed players would also be directly airdropped to the front line. They would coordinate with the players who had been stationed on the front line to launch a large-scale decisive battle. Then, players from the first wave of offense who died would log off and wait to respawn, while those who survived would wait for the transport ticket 2 days later to return to Night City for a vacation and relaxation, then wait for the second wave of rotation. It could be said to be very relaxed and comfortable. However, the Cubans were not to be trifled with either. After this period of transport and assembly, Havana had accumulated an entire brigade, over 5,000 troops, on the blockade line. Armored companies, artillery companies, and helicopter squadrons were pushed to the front line as if they were free. To even contend for air superiority, they even deployed an entire Air Force squadron to clash with melee tech. In addition, they had received a lot of European military aid, and their morale was high. They had the momentum to push the Horizon mercenaries into the sea in this battle in one fell swoop. The temporary Air Force command post on the melee tech airship replied, received. Be careful, the Cuban Air Force has been very active recently, and their radar might detect you. We have already launched a signal simulator to disguise the aircraft signals, but we cannot guarantee whether the enemy will see through it. Hearing a female voice on the radio, Zhu Tiaoyu's eyes lit up. Thanks for your concern, beautiful, do you have a contact number? Click. The other party hung up directly. Such a large-scale transport aircraft operation made it almost impossible to hide from the enemy. Even if the radar didn't detect them, there was still a possibility of leaks from Militika's moles. As for satellites in the sky, an aircraft would not appear larger than a mosquito seen from several kilometers away from their perspective, not to mention the influence of self-rotation and anti-interference satellites. If the target wasn't locked in advance, it would be difficult to find a group of high-speed moving aircraft. Moreover, if it weren't for the lack of better partners, Lin Mia really wouldn't want to buy Militika's products. Tanks and aircraft were the same. Horizon Corporation had already begun self-designing, and with the help of interested parties and AI, progress was rapid. Unified vehicle chassis, modularization, informatization, integrated air, land, and sea, all to minimize future logistics and production pressure. The only problem was production. Lin Miao lacked production capability. As for floating was impossible. It would never float in this lifetime. Superconducting materials couldn't be produced, and they couldn't afford to buy them. Only by relying on tracks on the ground could the tank maintain its appearance. Tisk. Zhu Tiaoyu, who had been rebuffed, clicked his tongue. He was just being impulsive for a moment and certainly didn't dare to mess around here. That potato bastard would definitely not indulge him. At that time, kneeling on a washboard would be Vivi being lenient. He'd probably have to sleep on the living room sofa for half a year. He pressed the background broadcast button. Attention, passengers, we will soon reach our destination. Prepare for tank airdrop. Potato, who had been forbidden to speak and found it utterly boring, had fallen asleep with drool flowing. Woken by the broadcast, he groggily looked around. Hey? We're here so fast. The glamorous woman and Shui Yu Dongtian, sitting on either side of him, first froze, then before they could react, they heard Potato speak. Looks like this flight went pretty smoothly. I really don't know what you guys were worried about. If you're really superstitious, you might as well find a bald monk to bless it, it's definitely more useful than covering my mouth. Not good. Asterisk 3. The other three on the plane felt a strange chill, their necks covered in goosebumps. They had calculated everything, but didn't account for this. It was too late to cover his mouth now. The radar display in front of Zhu Tiaoyu began to turn red, capturing more than a dozen unidentified aircraft approaching. Over Cuba at this time, who else could they be if not within Militika's signal marking range? Huang Xiudong, you really did a great job. Zhu Tiaoyu didn't know whether to cry or laugh now. Fortunately, there were Militech aircraft escorting them, and this area was also within the defense range of the anti-aircraft vehicles below, so the players would have the advantage if a fight broke out. As expected, several friendly signals appeared on the radar one after another, heading straight for the front. Air combat in 2025 was very boring. What's the most annoying thing about playing FPS games? Cheaters, especially those with aimbot, wall hacks, no-clip, bullet speed up, and bullet tracking, which severely disrupt balance, are even worse than Smurfs. Unfortunately, beyond visual range air combat in the information age encompasses all of these. Everyone relies on radar, not eyes, to lock onto opponents from hundreds of kilometers away, then pulls the trigger to fire a missile, and it's over. Whoever locks on first wins, so electronic warfare and anti-jamming capabilities are more important than the aircraft's attributes themselves. After all, in front of missiles with terminal speeds of 7 or 8 Mach, even supersonic flight makes no difference compared to being stationary. But air combat in 2076, due to entering space too early, meant that no one was interested in developing air forces. If you couldn't secure orbital rights, no matter how strong your aircraft, it was useless, one shot from above and it would be gone. So, it was still Cold War-era combat with a search airspace of less than 20 kilometers. This distance was nothing for subsonic fighters, so dogfights were inevitable. Enemy and friendly aircraft maneuvered and entangled in the clouds, both trying to get behind and lock onto an opponent from the rear. Machine guns carved streaks of light into the sea of clouds. Zhu Tiaoyu clicked his tongue. They were about to reach their destination, and he only hoped these people wouldn't shift their attention to him. However, someone's mouth was indeed a blessed artifact. The more Zhu Tiaoyu worried about something, the more it would happen. 2 Cuban fighter jets successively headed for this transport plane. The radar lock emitted a piercing alarm sound, and 2 missiles were launched from over 10 kilometers away. It's infrared missiles again, damn it. Zhu Tiaoyu was helpless. A transport plane had nothing to do with maneuverability. Fortunately, there were still some countermeasures. Alright, everyone, please hold on to the handrails and fasten your seatbelts. The rest of the journey might be a bit bumpy. The 3 people already hidden inside the tank looked constipated. If the 3 old folks were shot down in the sky before landing, they would probably be laughed at by many for bragging. But despite their formidable combat power, they were useless in the sky and could only sit and wait for death. He successively flipped several switches. The outer sides of the rear fuselage suddenly opened, and multiple sets of infrared decoy flares were rapidly released from the aircraft. After leaving the fuselage, they quickly ignited, like shattered celestial meteors, a fiery tree and silver flowers in the night when looked up it. Countless hot, high-temperature heat sources interfered with the infrared missile's tracking systems, and the 2 missiles immediately went off course and exploded. He hadn't even had time to be happy yet. 2 streaks of light burst the engine on the right wing, followed by an aircraft quickly flying past him. Oh, with the engine shot out at this altitude, he wasn't without confidence to fly the plane to its destination and make an emergency landing at an airport, but these enemy planes definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Damn it, these melee tech guys are all slacking off. Everyone get in the tanks, prepare for an early emergency landing. After speaking, he dropped the control stick and ran off. Why are you coming in here? Aren't you flying the plane? The 3 people were all dumbfounded when they saw Zhu Tiaoyu also crawl into the tank. What nonsense? Hold on tight. Zhu Tiaoyu had no time to explain, only hastily jumped into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Boom. The visual footage of the 2 missile hits from the Cuban Air Force Command was transmitted via radio to the large screen in the command center. Watching the transport plane shatter in the explosion, Air Force Colonel Zork clenched his fist and punched down hard. Good. We finally showed these melee tech people a thing or two, let them know this sky belongs to the Cubans. It's not for them to come and go as they please. The officer next to him also smiled. Now, no matter what those Americans wanted to send over our heads, it's all gone to waste. They hadn't been happy for long when they heard the technician next to them shout loudly, "Wait!" Something came out of it. What? The few people thought they had misheard and quickly turned their gaze back to the screen, but the missile footage had already switched to other fighter jet footage, which was shaky and distant. They could only randomly take a screenshot, then zoom in again, and zoom in even further, seeing every single detail clearly. When they saw that thing, they all widened their eyes and blurted out, "What the hell is that?" "That's a tank. A flying tank." "What is the difference between flying 3 feet off the ground and flying 20,000 feet off the ground?" The answer is no difference, they are both the same. Second question, what is anti-gravity? Theoretically speaking, any action that counteracts gravity can be called anti-gravity. You jumping in place can technically be considered anti-gravity, let alone helicopters, propellers, and jet aircraft, all of which are types of anti-gravity flying devices. For all flying devices, maintaining a stable altitude is not the most troublesome part, the most troublesome part is ascending to that altitude. The hover tank doesn't use the quantum lock state caused by the Meissner effect generated by superconductors, which would fail outside a magnetic field. Instead, it genuinely floats in the sky without relying on external environments, essentially using the same device as those floating ships and spacecraft. Theoretically, the hover tank's engine power could support flying into the sky, but the internal de-alcohol fuel would run out before reaching the intended altitude, and nobody would refuel or maintain it up there. Falling down would mean instant death. Furthermore, it was pointless, no lunatic would drive a tank into the sky. Therefore, in the tank's control program, the system locks the ground clearance at 0.5 meters. Unless it was modified. Adjutant, report our current altitude. Zhu Tiaoyu, sitting in the driver's seat, didn't use a brain-computer interface for control but handed it over to his AI, the adjutant, for assistance. Yes, it's just called adjutant, not a personal name. Its overall character design is that of a mechanized German officer, because, in Zhu Tiaoyu's words, it had to be cool. 23,000 feet. Armor radar detects several enemy targets nearby. That high. Shui Yu's legs went weak upon hearing that. He usually felt weak just looking down from the 5th floor. How many 5th floors was this? We won't fall to our deaths, right? Zhu Tiaoyu, what are you scared of? I can fly, okay. To outsiders, it looked like a tank was speeding through the sky at 80 km per hour, surrounded by 4th-generation fighters battling each other. This scene stunned not only the Cuban Air Force but even the melee tech pilots, who had never considered driving a tank up to this altitude. After calming down, the colonel immediately ordered, no matter what that thing is, shoot it down. I refuse to believe his tank can actually be used as an Air Force unit. Perhaps none of these people had ever imagined that a tank that runs on the ground could one day fly in the sky. Thus, even the pilots momentarily forgot how to operate, flying far away in the blink of an eye before realizing what was happening. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Since when do I have to fight a tank at the same altitude? A Cuban pilot slapped himself twice through his helmet, confirming he wasn't asleep, then pressed the control stick to turn around and headed straight for the tank. 80 km per hour was nothing in front of a fighter jet. Inside the tank, chaos reigned. Glamorous Woman and the other two were all huddled around Zhu Tiaoyu, clinging tightly. Shui Yu, shit. Can you handle this? This is the sky. I don't want Mamba, I don't want it. Glamorous Woman, yikes. If we fall from this height, we won't even have bodies left, right? Potato, I woo. Before he could speak, the two people beside him immediately reached out and forcibly covered his mouth, preventing the guy from saying anything that might cause the tank engine or the anti-gravity engine to malfunction, which would truly be the end. Don't panic, I'm doing my best. Zhu Tiaoyu was also having a headache right now. Although he had driven a tank in combat simulators, that wasn't in the sky. Even if there were countless prodigies in this world, no one would develop a simulator for tanks fighting planes in the sky. Zhu Tiaoyu adjusted the turret's direction, trying hard to make the adjutant keep up with the radar detection speed, but the speed of the aircraft was far beyond what the turret's winch rotation speed could match. Boom. A shell exited the barrel, but it still used a chemical primer. The muzzle velocity could never catch up to a subsonic fighter jet, and even with the fire control radar assisting, it still missed. Moreover, because it was hovering, the recoil pushed the tank back quite a bit. If the adjutant hadn't adjusted the anti-gravity engine, this one shot would have sent the tank spinning 360 degrees several times. Haha, idiot, do you really think you can shoot me down with that turret? The Cuban pilot laughed. He didn't even bother wasting missiles on this tank, in his eyes, it was a stationary target. Instead, he sprayed the thing with several bursts from his machine cannon. Although the 20mm machine cannon rounds didn't penetrate the tank's external armor, they caused sparks to fly everywhere and detonated several reactive armor plates. Had this been a main battle tank and not a manticore, this one burst would have ripped off the turret roof. But even so, the four people inside were not having an easy time, being severely shaken. Zhu Tiaoyu, in the driver's seat, was drenched in sweat. No, the main cannon can't hit them. It turns too slowly and can't keep up at all. Shui Yu's face was pale. Doesn't the tank have machine guns? I remember those are electromagnetic machine guns, they should be able to keep up. Zhu Tiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow. It's useless. This isn't a close-in weapon system. The electronic controls can't react fast enough to these fighter jets either. It won't hit. Glamorous Woman also grew fierce. Then switched to manual operation. Let's use Sandevistan and hit them with accelerated speed. Shui Yu thought about that insane scene, his calves trembling, and quickly shook his head. If you want to go, you go. I have a fear of heights. Glamorous Woman didn't say much more. She looked up and opened the top hatch. Icy gale immediately poured into the tank cabin. If the few of them weren't extraordinary people, the wind alone would have caused them to suffer hypothermia and freeze. Glamorous Woman took the goggles from Potato, put them on, and climbed out of the tank. Her golden hair was whipped wildly by the wind, and her ears were covered by the noisy gusts. Clouds filled the surroundings, she could barely see anything. Compared to the radar, the vision from human cybernetic eyes was negligible. The fighter jet closest to her was not even the size of a grain of rice. Hey? What does this person want to do? Climbing out of the tank now, is she crazy? Neither the Air Force Command nor the pilots knew what these people were thinking. Although they had heard about the great achievements of these people from the ground troops and officers, they felt the group they encountered was the craziest of all. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the pilot was filled with sheer rage, feeling that the opponent was showing him contempt. Damn it, prepare to die. The fighter jet turned around again and rushed straight toward the hover tank, deliberately positioning itself for a head-on charge. The king of land warfare and the aerial steed were now about to decide their fate in the sky 20,000 feet high. It was a pity they couldn't compete on the ground, though the ground chicken would likely be curb-stomped. Glamorous Woman lay prone on the tank, smashed the machine gun's electronic control device with one punch, tore off a few parts, and grabbed the handle to steady herself. Whew. He took a deep breath, watching the fighter jet gradually enlarge in his vision. The world. Time, stop. After a loud shout, the entire world stopped in his eyes. Even the subsonic fighter jet now moved at the speed of a normal human race walker in his perception, appearing exquisitely slow. But this was not without cost. He was using a prohibited cybernetic implant from Melee Tech, the Apogee, the predecessor of Sandevistan. The neural compression and burning it inflicted could instantly turn a normal person into an idiot. Fortunately, he was using artificial neural fibers, which allowed him to endure it for a bit longer. He turned the machine gun turret. The rotating base plate below even shot out sparks under such high-speed friction. Shine. Kakyoin. Pulling the trigger, the only thing in the entire world that could move besides himself appeared. The metal bullets, traveling at Mach 7, could still fly at 22 meters per second even after being slowed down by 99%. Coupled with tracer rounds for aiming correction, a dense hail of bullets quickly covered the trajectory ahead of the fighter jet. 5 seconds have passed. To sustain the subsequent fight, Glamorous Woman, bleeding from her mouth and nose, had to shut down the Sandevistan. Bang 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 bang. Fighter jets weren't designed for armor-piercing confrontation, they were essentially glass cannons. It was impossible for it to withstand a direct hit from electromagnetic bullets. The pilot sitting in the plane didn't even have time to react before the nose was blown apart by the electromagnetic bullets and blood and flesh splattered all over the cockpit. The fighter jet, valued at tens of millions of Euro-dollars, plummeted through the clouds, engulfed in fire and smoke. Server announcement, congratulations to Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiou, Potato, Shui Yu Dongtian, an Egyptian queen for achieving the server's first achievement. 59. It's the 59 that went to heaven. Chapter 370. I've never fought a war this loaded. Not even the Cubans expected these lunatics to take a tank sky high for a dogfight. Reps from every other arms firm watching the spectacle gaped, forgetting to breathe. If they'd been streaming it live, this clip alone would have sold Militica's tanks out and rocketed their market cap. Instead it would be spliced from replay footage, common practice now with melee tech birds everywhere in the sky, easy to cut, just a shade less punch. Melee tech is frantically speed dialing Lin Miao, the caller even uses honorifics. Respected Mr. Lin, could you share the crew's details? We'd like them as commercial faces for melee tech armaments. Best if you also sell us their in-cockpit emotion data as a braindance price will absolutely satisfy your company. Easy. Talk terms with Mr. Hands later. As for spokespeople provided they survive, which I doubt, so don't hope too hard. What a shame. Melee Tech wanted the battle data for their own braindance, but their editors lag far behind Lin Miao's. Internal playtests were a landslide, so they simply outsourced all Cuban braindance post-production to Horizon Corporation. The things flew off the shelves. First edition Super Earth Assault's Hokama discs sold for thousands of euro apiece, and even internal braindances leaked in bulk through Dogtown's black market. That spawned a flood of pirated discs. Lin Miao slapped on token anti-copy code. Anyone with basic net skills cracks it in minutes. Because what's being sold isn't just braindance, it's culture war. European outlets smearing Horizon in Cuba were crushed by these pirated chips, no matter how often they cried fake, manipulated. Nobody cared. Are your newspaper stories any truer? Everyone knows that in the West only government-denied rumors are gospel. After all these years the regs are good for nothing but rough toilet paper. Reverse psychology turned the chips into Europe's hottest underground commodity. Small regs hungry for fame and fortune used the footage to pick fights with the majors. Lin Miao barely lifted a finger, they tore public opinion open themselves. Back in the real fight, the tank is still airborne. Keep lift equal to weight and it can stay up until fuel runs dry. Ha ha ha, I bagged one. I shot a plane down from a flying tank, first kill, server first. I'm sky high. WRYYYYY. When the server-wide blare rang out the four were purple with glee. Glamorous Woman hadn't even ducked back inside before she wanted to crow the feat to the heavens. A feat probably unique in all of Cyber 2076 history, and they'd recorded it. Quit cheering, enemy missile. Ju Tiou barked at Shui Yu to drag the still shrieking Glamorous Woman inside while he clamped a hand over Potato's mouth. God help us, smooth sailing. Against an IR missile, an 80 km/h tank has zero chance of supersonic jink, no flares, no chaff, just a sitting duck. Only the side-mounted active protection pods could do anything. All they could do was pray. To the streaking missiles the armor that stops autocannon looked paper-thin. One direct hit would turn the steel turtle into a fireball. But sometimes prayer damn well works. No one puts a tank in the sky, yet some deeds make Lady Luck and the machine god smile. The radar spotted the two IR missiles before peak speed. The subcomputer flung two interceptors. With less than 2 meters to go, 4 Mach erased any instant. But the system had already predicted flight path and impact. 4 kill vehicles met them inches apart. Twin blasts, both missiles shredded into fireballs. Wow! Militica's tower erupted. Seeing the intercept felt better than their own wins. Even board members yelled, raise the APS team's pay. They could cheer, the crew couldn't. More Cuban fighters were locking them by the second. APS could never stop a second volley, game over. We're toast. Ju Tiou lifted his hands from the controls, ready to GG. Still, bagging a plane before we die? Worth a bar story. The rest weren't resigned, least of all Shui Yu. He'd just reached Cuba, feet still dry, and a kill he couldn't share. At least Potato could claim he'd buffed it and share the glory. But tanks aren't his thing. Glancing round he saw the others had given up. Only the subcomputer in Wehrmacht Greys still stood tall. Sub, any way out? Continued engagement, survival probability, 0. What if we disengage? Any escape corridor? Wherever you run, you're slower than jets, Potato muttered, watching blips vanish. But Ju Tiou had crammed player battle logs into the AI, giving it quirky, unorthodox logic. Sir, we could shut the engines and fall out of the fight. Shut them? We'd pancake from 20,000 feet. Even solid iron shatters at that height. A normal tank would be doomed, but a left tank is different. If fighters can flame out and restart, why not a left tank? The moment the improbable plan surfaced they agreed. Players don't care about crazy, 1% odds still beat 0. Life's already disposable, worst case is the same death, so why not? The Cuban fighters, radar locking the tank, saw its track wobble and nosedive. Up here you don't pause to wonder if it's broken or aiming. Free fall from the sky means the engine ate something. No saving it, write it off. With limited missiles they spun back to tangle with melee tech birds. 7 meters, 30 plus tons, the tank fell through the clouds, a speck against the sky. From the ground it wasn't even a mote of dust. That altitude would crush anyone without jump training. The players had none, only brain dance lessons piped from melee tech. During the plunge the subcomputer and GTOU cycled the engines on and off, slowing the drop and dodging Cuban eyes. It wrecked the motors, fingers crossed Militica's quality control held till touchdown. Watching the free fall stunt, glamorous woman's heart hammered, she glanced at the map for comfort. Where are we landing? Still friendly. GTOU, doesn't look at no blue icons. Sub, position report. There wasn't a landmark in sight. After racing through the sky for ages I had no idea where I'd flown. Adjutant, Central Plains of Matanzas Province. We're behind enemy lines, the last fight carried us clear over their air defense belt. Correcting attitude now, beginning deceleration and forced landing. Boom. The Komodo main battle tank, nose diving in free fall, began against every law of physics to flip upright and steady itself without any outside force. In this extreme, high-risk environment the brutal G-forces could, with the slightest mistake, rip the whole tank apart at its material limits. And the tank's control suite had no drop protocol, no precedent data, everything depended on the adjutant and GTOU flying the hardware by feel. Only perfect experience and flawless teamwork offered even a ghost of a chance to survive. Below them, no rivers, no lakes, no forest, just endless tobacco fields on the flat plain. Several farmers were among the plants checking the crop. No matter how hot the war blazed up ahead, the tobacco had to be grown, otherwise the cartels wouldn't just let them starve, they'd stuff them with bullets till they were full. A strange roar reached their ears. One man looked up, a black speck ballooned in his sight, and he soon made out the shape. That's a freaking tank. Good God, a tank falling out of the sky. He rubbed his eyes, certain he was hallucinating, and collapsed in fright, muttering, "Oh Lord, they must have doped me, my eyes are lying." Savage stared at the battle report, speechless. That the transport squadron had been spotted by enemy air he could accept. Only the Vanguard GTOU had been sucked into the fight, the rest of the transports had diverted and dropped normally. Tough luck if GTOU bought it, he could live with that. But what in the world did it mean that they'd wandered into battle, fought a dogfight in a tank, blown up a fighter, and earned the server's first kill and achievement announcement? The words were Chinese, yet strung together they might as well have been gibberish. Voice messages he sent vanished without reply. If their avatars weren't still online he'd swear they were dead. Fortunately the other 19 tanks had landed safely nearby and were now rallying toward the front. Lost one, acceptable. We traded it for a fighter, we're ahead on points, the commander muttered. If only we had our own air force, the chief sighed, envy mixed with regret. Drones at 6,000 meters just can't escort properly. Fighters. Family Joy cut him off. Stop daydreaming. Focus on the fight in front of us. We've massed close to 3,000 men up front, almost a brigade. Plus the gear we've been stockpiling, together it barely makes a composite battalion. Pity we've no time to train, otherwise this battle would be a lot easier. It wasn't that he looked down on the Cuban army, it was simply the truth. In the cyber world cybernetic implants might turn men into supermen, but on the soldier level individual heroics don't equal unit quality. Structure, individual skill, command systems, those matter far more than how shiny your chrome is. After weeks of recon he was sure, give his regulars the same rifles, same numbers, and Family Joy could wipe the floor with them. The ancestor of the composite unit was the US military's modular army, break forces into distinct building blocks by specialty. Then mix and match those blocks to fit the mission, letting small mixed teams fight at peak efficiency. But this era's US military is history. Europe never cared much for land forces. Of the two real armies, one's government went bust and can't keep 1 million men, Petrochem's standing army is only 150k, the other chases space projects with the European community and ignores ground reform. Corporate wars favor assassination over open battle. Cuba inherited the mess. Infantry stay infantry, armor stays armor, artillery stays artillery, rigid silos. Hand a battery to an infantry regiment and the colonel has no clue how to use the guns, higher HQ has to build a new command, piling on pressure and paperwork. Below that level? Forget it, commands tangle, nothing but grief. Based on our raids and recon we've mapped their layout, Savage said, unrolling a hollow map dotted with red. Depth, 70 clicks, width, 25. Behind the screen line we've spotted 2 armored recon companies. Every patrol we sent got bounced. Radar jammers and SAMs blind our drones, farther back are decoys, dummy tanks, fake positions impossible to tell real from sham. But there's definitely extra infantry and armor in support, plus plenty of bunkers. Tactical Pig whistled. They're building a hard nut, counting on us being few and light. Savage grinned. Weeks of hit and run have them spooked 600-700 Kia so far. They don't dare move. He tapped the map. The final armor was in, 19 airdropped, 2 captured, plus scraps from the Wraith's 24 tanks total, enough for 2 companies. Mixed wheels and tracks, but better than nothing. Add 2 heavy mechanized companies, combat support, fire support, and logistics, a full heavy composite battalion, every last coin squeezed from Lin Miao and the players. He hated to admit it, but for resource-starved Lin Miao the only path to victory was to roll the dice. Once melee tech stepped in, the NUSA would snatch every captured hectare and the whole strategy would unravel. Tell frontline paladin to move out. Mission: destroy their effectives, drive them back into Dahai Gui. Family Joy stayed silent, players don't obey like soldiers. Taking a break in Night City after every fight? In all his years in uniform he'd never heard the like. But that's players for you, world ending and they'll still forget the main quest. Even if the apocalypse is one cutscene away. Right, Princess Zelda? Still, he felt a twinge of regret for Cuba. Relations had been decent, once the East had trained Cuba's first fighter pilots, and plenty of those men were still alive. Orders arrived in real time, frontline paladin received the code to attack. After weeks of raiding behind the lines he'd pissed the Cubans off so badly they sent the Air Force on carpet searches, he'd had to pull back. But staring at the heaps of IFVs, tanks, and drones, Streamer Paladin's lips trembled. He'd never dreamed this day would come. Now he would lead nearly 10,000 men into battle. I've never fought a war this rich. Move out. Waste these Cubans. The treads thundered forward. Chapter 371, Where are they? They're everywhere. There is an anomaly in the enemy signal, a large number of troops are massing at the front lines, likely including the batch of main battle tanks that were just airdropped. Colonel Hedlund, who was currently reporting on the battle situation, was no longer the commander-in-chief. Havana had sent a general-level officer, self-proclaimed, over, accompanied by a group of military advisors of confidential origin. Each one was haughty and arrogant, not even deigning to look at the people around them. The leader was dressed in a gold-trimmed tuxedo made of premium handmade wool. He had even brought several beautiful maids with him, making it unclear whether he was here for a war or a vacation. However, anyone with a keen eye could tell where they came from. After all, besides Europeans, no one else would be so supercilious and full of themselves. Since the end of the Fourth Corporate War, there hadn't been any large-scale military conflicts globally, so it was a mystery where their confidence came from. Enough, I know everything you've said. To let a bunch of ragtag mercenaries turn the war into this state, I really don't know what you're good for. The blonde lead advisor waved his hand, signaling the other to shut up. He then had a maid pour him a glass of champagne and present it to him on her knees. He took a sip and said slowly, and you even let the enemy use tanks to shoot down planes from the sky. Your air force is a bunch of useless trash too. His words caused the other advisors behind him to stifle laughs, showing absolutely no respect to the Cubans. The soldiers in the entire command post lowered their heads. After all, they had indeed lost a lot of face. Major General Ron coughed, and after easing the embarrassment, he said to the military advisors, their individual combat capability is indeed not bad, and they are as slippery as eels, impossible to catch. That's why we've asked for your help. I wonder what good suggestions the advisors might have. They were called advisors, but in reality, they were the ones in control. Even Havana was a puppet organization, let alone the army under them. Having received the compliment, the white advisor, Condominium Lancaster, was filled with pride. We have already tracked their entire equipment list. According to signals collected by satellite, they seem to intend to mass all their armored forces for a concentrated assault on your defensive line. They aren't complete fools. However, we've already figured out their tactics. They only have a few tricks up their sleeves, nothing more than feints and two-pronged assaults. We can see through their thoughts at a glance. He tapped his finger on the table while connecting his data cable to the holographic map. The map of the defensive line, stretching tens of kilometers, was marked with the troop deployments of both sides. In Lancaster's view, since their numbers and weaponry were completely transparent to him, what suspense could there be in this battle? Even if they had some tricks, they were useless in the face of absolute superiority. A large amount of data was uploaded, and many military markers appeared on the map. With a swipe of his hand, he projected those markers onto both sides of their own defensive line. Based on the current situation gathered by satellites, drones, and radar, they should split into two directions of attack. Their strategic objective is to Dahai Gui behind the defensive line. It was a certainty that the opponent would attack a strategic target like a major city. Otherwise, what would be the point of them attacking Cuba? For fun? One side will be the main attack, while the other provides support, cover, and fire support. As for which side is the main attack, do not trust the radar signals blindly. I must say, these guys have some skill in electronic warfare, but without a doubt, the main direction will have elite infantry leading the charge, specifically, those hell divers you've seen. They will be followed closely by armored clusters. Since they have limited armored forces, the width of their offensive front will not exceed 3 kilometers. The signature is too obvious, just pay attention when the time comes. Based on the battles you encountered before, they will certainly find a way to create a situation where they outnumber the few, just like in your previous defeats. Therefore, oblique tactics are their most effective method. Ensure the mobile reserves are ready to support at any time. Also, deploy all drones to the front line to maintain reconnaissance, don't let any stragglers slip through. Lancaster did not believe a small company like Horizon Corporation could have any talented individuals. Their technology might be slightly above standard, but the military minds behind them were definitely people sent by Melee Tech. So this battle was actually the European community versus Melee Tech. Horizon Corporation attacking Cuba was merely a proxy war. Once he returned to Europe in triumph after this war, he would have plenty of conversation starters at banquets. Lancaster's idol was the historically famous Emperor Napoleon. To this end, he had studied many classic battle records from the Cold War and the corporate wars and had finished military school. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance for practical operation until now. Humph, your networking is decent, but unfortunately, you've provoked the wrong person. Let me teach you country bumpkins how to fight a war. Compared to the early days in Cuba when they traversed the map on two legs, the players, having received a large amount of military aid, had finally caught the wind of mechanization. A batch of imitation Lynx 4x4 all-terrain vehicles that had just come off the production line was also deployed into this hastily assembled combined arms battalion. Simultaneously, they were experimental gas-electric hybrids. Sitting in an all-terrain vehicle, Good Brother scratched his head and complained, "With the troops spread out so thin, I feel like we lack momentum. I wanted to film a video to use as a Super Earth recruitment promo." The total army advancement and the rolling iron torrent across the map he had envisioned did not exist. There were hundreds of meters between platoons. If there was even a slight slope, he couldn't see where the friendly forces were without looking at the minimap. Give it a rest. You'll pipe down once a single shell wipes out your whole squad. The Ministry of Truth drove with one hand and grabbed a gun from the back seat with the other, tossing it to Good Brother. He said, "Today's endorsed product, Arazaka's SNQ Tech Rifle. Remember to turn on your live stream and perform well when we hit the front line. It'll make it easier for me to go back and ask those stingy fellows for the endorsement fees. Have you tested it?" Good Brother felt a bit numb. Ever since the GG effect occurred, he had to change to new equipment almost every day. He'd just fired a few magazines with the previous set, and the next day he'd have to switch to a different gun. Japanese goods? I hope it doesn't jam halfway through and ruin our reputation. Don't worry, it hasn't passed through a second person's hands. Do you think I'd let them set us up? Remember to be fair when you speak, report both the pros and cons. That way, if something goes wrong later, the blame won't fall on us. Fine. The Ministry of Truth slammed on the brakes, and the Lynx stopped. Driving any further would put them within the range of enemy artillery coverage. When electronic warfare cannot completely overwhelm the other side, both parties are essentially fighting a war that is transparent to each other. Good Brother grabbed his gun and jumped out of the vehicle. He went to the rear and opened the door, beginning to don the MT3 exclusive to Super Earth with the help of machinery. Previously, they hadn't brought these things along due to the need for high mobility and rapid strikes, as well as insufficient transport capacity. But now, as more and more trucks were being sent to Cuba, logistics could finally support the players' consumption. After the Ministry of Truth turned back to the frontline command post, Good Brother received a message, "Mongolian top laner, are the frontline infantry in position yet? I'm about to open fire here." Good Brother glanced at the drone deployment vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and trucks carrying war machines that were arriving one after another. To fit so much into a 30-man platoon, even in the cyber era, he felt it was a bit over the top. Almost, wait 10 minutes. Coordinating various units for joint operations is a very difficult task. The more troops there are, the more troublesome communication and management become. The consequences of failure are like the Russian raid on Kyiv's Antonov airport. The missiles had been hitting for 6 hours, the Ukrainian army had already woken up, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, finished breakfast, and jogged to their positions to set up guards and finish destroying the runway before the paratroopers even arrived at the airport. In the end, it all amounted to nothing. If both sides could coordinate even a little bit better, the Russia-Ukraine battlefield wouldn't be such a mess. Even for players, it was impossible for thousands of people to crowd into a single channel for noisy command. After a while, he shouted to the players behind him who were ready to go, "Are you all ready?" "I'm ready. I'm ready." Simultaneously, over 20 platoons in the War Command channel uploaded their ready status, and the reconnaissance IFVs on both flanks also took their positions one after another. When countless SpongeBobs shout that phrase, Squidward's nightmare begins. Mongolian top laner, long-range rocket artillery fire countdown, 10s. 9. 8. Wildman, all platoon drone units get ready, we need a seamless transition for the second round of strikes. In the distance, the mechanic player responsible for controlling the drones gave Good Brother an OK gesture. When Mongolian top laner's countdown ended, the medium-range rockets named Mussolini's Scream were the first to enter the battlefield. Dense rockets streaked across the sky, leaving behind a sound like the scream of a middle-aged woman discovering her stock prices crashing like a heavy menstrual flow. This wasn't some low-quality firework like before, fired blindly wherever it might land. These were genuine guided rockets assisted by ground radar and drone locking. Inside the trench, Vargas squatted on the ground holding a popsicle-like tube, squeezing protein chunks into his mouth one bite at a time. This stuff was their lunch. Nutrients composed of high-calorie fats and proteins, it tasted like chewing raw fat, utterly nauseating, making those who ate it want to vomit. Of course, to make it easier to swallow, the Cuban manufacturers had added a massive amount of sugar, making it greasy, sweet, and disgusting. One soldier finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed his protein supplement onto the ground. "I've eaten this crap for 3 years and still can't get used to it. Damn it, we're risking our lives for them, and we still have to eat this shit." His complaining caught Vargas's attention, who scolded him, "Stop your yapping. You're lucky to have anything to eat at all." "Based on what?" But the soldier remained defiant. "It's not just me complaining. Look at what those people are eating. Then look at what we're eating." He was, of course, referring to the Horizon Corporation's live stream. The good brothers were broadcasting even while they ate, and that fragrant food had captivated countless souls. In contrast, the Cuban side still gnawing on protein blocks looked pathetic. There was no morale to speak of. Who told you to watch that? Vargas glared at the soldier. Orders had been issued on the Cuban side. Watching Horizon Corporation's live streams was forbidden, and anyone caught would face military law. Besides, it's just a show. Who knows what they eat in private? The soldier remained unconvinced, still muttering in front of his superior. When we searched them last time, we even found chicken bones. That was on the front lines. And it was a hole. Just thinking about the lingering scent of fried chicken they'd smelled back then made the soldiers in the trench salivate. They were all fighting a war, so why was the treatment so different? They eat organic food while we eat protein blocks. Why the hell are we even fighting? We might as well just surrender. When they went back for rest and refit, they'd even heard that the prisoners who surrendered were eating cooked synthetic meat, and occasionally even organic vegetable soup. In terms of nutrition, it might not be as sufficient as the nutrient paste, but do people eat just to fill their stomachs? The desire for flavor has always been one of humanity's greatest cravings. Enough. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Vargas knew the treatment between the two sides was worlds apart. He couldn't understand why the opposition could eat so well. Organic food was so expensive, yet the other side seemed to have it every few days. But he didn't want this sentiment to continue spreading through the squad. If the higher UPS found out, he'd be finished. He was about to say something, like how they'd go to a nightclub and cut loose once they were back for refit, drinking as much as they wanted. But a piercing noise interrupted him: the air raid siren. The dense sound of sonic booms thundered, breaking through the air currents and tearing across the sky, heading straight for their positions. However, the Cuban forward positions also had air defense systems deployed. Anti-air missiles soon launched into the sky, intercepting the missiles falling toward key defensive zones. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The trenches where the grunts were hidden were naturally not within the defense perimeter, otherwise, no amount of anti-air missiles would ever be enough. When the rocket rain fell on the preset locations, Vargas's vision was nearly obscured by the kicked-up dust and flames. His ears rang, his mind was a mess, and his head spun so much he couldn't tell up from down or east from west. The two sides had been greeting each other with artillery fire before, but never this fiercely. It seemed a major assault was coming. He instinctively reached out to grab his gun, shouting at the surrounding soldiers, "Find cover! They're coming!" Vaguely, through his ringing ears, he could hear other soldiers shouting, "Damn it, they've never used this stuff before. My leg is pinned. Drones! Drones!" This round of bombardment didn't last long. Its purpose was merely to deplete anti-air fire and probe the positions of hostile air defense batteries. The true first wave of the strike was the swarm of small drones following behind the rocket artillery. Over a dozen small drones equipped with electric rifles suddenly appeared in sight. To avoid radar interference with data communications, the players used relay drones paired with fiber optics to bypass electromagnetic signal interference, allowing them to operate within a 1.5 kilometer radius. Even the ground transport platforms were the same, although they had their own processing centers capable of a significant degree of battlefield calculation. The moment the rockets stopped, the drones' bullets rained down on them. The first soldier to poke his head out had his forehead shattered, with a small portion of his skull blown away. There are too many. Why didn't the radar and helicopters give us an early warning? Air defense team, shoot them down, fast. Where are our drones? Is there no response? This was a common ailment of militaries with insufficient informationization or training. Their reactions were always a step behind the opponent. Bullets were already hitting their heads by the time the rear headquarters defensive deployment orders finally reached Vargas's hands. War is an OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, action. The command systems of both sides cycle through these 4 steps repeatedly. Whoever reacts faster, executes faster, and is more efficient. Whoever can first overwhelm the opponent's cycle so they can't react or make accurate decisions will win the battle. Fortunately, drones equipped with rifles weren't palm-sized trinkets. The soldiers were also equipped with cybernetic eyes and could see the flight paths of those drones in the sky. Without waiting for the rear air defense team to react, they opened fire to retaliate. Before even seeing the real enemy, several men in Vargas's platoon had already fallen, closing their eyes under the burial of blood and soil. Only then did the friendly drones from the rear slowly take off and approach the front lines. Because the drone units and the grunts filling the lines weren't the same unit, and Vargas had no authority to command them. While the drone units were in a fierce battle, the players also encountered the Cuban helicopter units first. Direction 237, 13 enemy units detected. No sign of large drones. D-22 moving to clear. Copy that. Direction 145, D-13 detected 22 enemy units. Free to fire. A flight squad of 4 patrol helicopters ran head-on into the lead mechanized infantry platoon led by Arno. Generally, a small unit of a few dozen people could carry a few man-portable air defense missiles at most, which posed virtually no threat to them. Even if they had IFVs, the only outcome would be getting picked off by the helicopters. D-22, unidentified enemy units detected. Suspected to be the MT-3 exoskeleton armor from the records. Paint and appearance close to the Chaldea mercenaries mentioned by headquarters. In the channel, a pilot's voice suddenly became urgent. D-17, damn it, they're equipped with excessive anti-air missiles. I'm locked. How is that possible at this distance? Evade. Evade now. Before the helicopters spotted the players had spotted the helicopter unit first. The radar on the IFVs was the first to lock onto the helicopter targets. The air defense squad consisted of 3 MT-3s, each with 2 anti-air rockets on each shoulder. Seeing what was barely a platoon of ground forces equipped with so much anti-air gear, the helicopter crews felt like they were going crazy. Had they been unlucky enough to run into the enemy's air defense unit? Compared to the individual combat of 2025, the MT-3s in the player's hands could already be considered small mobile weapon base stations. Furthermore, they could be linked with the entire information network and share information sources with other radar groups, which was terrifying to behold. Facing the sudden onslaught of anti-air missiles, some helicopters pulled up while others deployed flares, but under radar guidance, all such actions were futile. The 4 helicopters exploded into fireworks one after another, with steel and fire crashing to the ground. Back at the Cuban headquarters, Lancaster finally got the intel he wanted. "Sir, we've found traces of the Helldivers." His eyes lit up. "Where are they?" "They're everywhere." "Splitting their forces?" That wasn't the case. Now, 600 drop troopers were entering the battle. Aside from the 3 spearhead platoons assigned to the Chaldea Combined Arms Battalion, there were a full 500 more, plus 2,000 labor cattle deployed to the front lines. The earlier display of weakness was all just a prelude to the current all-out offensive. Chapter 372, Hakimi Nanbelo Duo. Lancaster's first reaction was, "This is impossible because there's no reason for it. Where did you get so many people?" The casualty figures for both sides were recorded every time. Although Cuba suffered heavy losses, Horizon Corporation had sparse troops, and it was difficult to replenish every soldier lost. Even if this airdrop replenished 300 people, plus those who landed earlier from the rear, there shouldn't be so many frontline troops. "I remember every single account clearly, it shouldn't be wrong. What the hell? Does your army operate a money printing machine, printing soldiers on the spot when they're gone, occasionally issuing commemorative coins? There must be a problem here," but Lancaster wouldn't consider unscientific things like Horizon Corporation soldiers resurrecting. He just assumed the enemy had other troop transport methods that the European community couldn't detect. The intelligence department is a bunch of useless eaters. After cursing, he still had to face reality. With the assistance of European community equipment, the Cuban army also made significant improvements in information technology. Frontline non-commissioned officers would report the number of enemies encountered and their firepower upwards, which would then be displayed on the map. However, due to the average educational level of the Cuban army, non-commissioned officers had to stop what they were doing, connect to a terminal, let the program translate their thoughts, and then upload them to various command nodes, reporting level by level. And a game of chess would emerge during this process. A game of chess between lower-level non-commissioned officers and upper-level commanders. Vargas felt countless bullets whizzing past his scalp. Each stray bullet meant he had just brushed with death and survived for another second. Heavy machine gun at 1 o'clock. Damn it, take it out. No. Their firepower is too strong. His ears were filled with the roars of the soldiers, and the previous shelling had left him disoriented. He could only press his head and shout, "All squads, report the number of enemies encountered. I see 5 on the left, 2 of them are big ones, and the drones are countless, absolutely countless. Only 3 seen on the right, there's an infantry fighting vehicle. Anti-tank. Where are the anti-tank weapons?" The chaotic reports made Vargas dizzy, but one thing was clear, the enemy's offensive was truly fierce. At this rate, the position his platoon was defending would be breached before long, and many people would surely die. Vargas hastily connected to the terminal to report the attack on the position to his superiors. "They're attacking, we need fire support. We need fire support. Soldier, report enemy troop strength." Damn it. A mortar shell exploded near Vargas, splattering him with dust. Annoyed, he couldn't understand why they were asking so many pointless questions. If he asked for artillery support, they should just fire. About 60 or 70 people, very heavy firepower. We also observed 2 infantry fighting vehicles following them. We need fire support from armored units. At such times, the more enemy numbers reported upwards, the faster the support would arrive, and the stronger the firepower would be. Even if they didn't hold the line in the end, it wouldn't be his fault. It's not that our army isn't strong enough, it's just that the enemy has Gundams. Remember the fastest novel site on the entire network, with a massive collection of good books at 101kks.com, waiting for you to read. In this regard, whether it was the Nationalist Army, the US military, the puppet Korean Army, the Japanese Army, or even the German Army and the modernized Israeli Army back then, it was all the same. The more unfavorable the situation, the lower the morale, and the more exaggerated the reports upwards would be. Only during post-war reconciliation could more accurate battle reports be obtained. Moreover, the people on this front line all came from the same place, so their way of thinking wouldn't be too different. Thus, after layer upon layer of reporting, a marvel appeared at the general headquarters. "You're saying over 1,000 Helldivers are charging the front line, attacking 6 positions simultaneously." Seeing this report, Lancaster just wanted to tear the person who said it into pieces. Anyone with common sense would know it was fake. A major general next to him glared fiercely at Colonel Hedlund, his eyes as if to say, "These are the soldiers you've trained." The colonel could only shrug. It wasn't just his soldiers who were like this. After fighting the neighbors for so many years, which army in all of Cuba wasn't like this? Please, do you expect a bunch of drug dealers to provide compulsory education? He had known these people were unreliable, but he hadn't expected them to be unreliable from top to bottom. Lancaster could only give a look to the other staff officers, signaling them to send some people to the frontline command post to supervise the battle. No, based on their previous tactics, this round should only be a probing attack, aimed at exposing our firepower positions and armored unit locations. Have your artillery battalion divide into 3 companies and deploy in different places. One company will fire at the strongest enemy offensive, and the other 2 teams will be on alert, ready to counterattack immediately. The frontline armored company will maintain mobile fire, primarily targeting enemy individual armored targets. Tell the frontline soldiers that they must hold their positions. No one is allowed to retreat. Force out the enemy's armored units first. Also, deploy nearby helicopter squadrons to the front line for fire support. I want to see for myself what's going on. He then beckoned to his maid, Dany, try to hack into their network. I want to listen to their internal communications. Superiority is not limited to class, it encompasses many aspects, including profession, region, and race. In Europe, which stands out globally, even a toilet cleaner can display superiority to foreigners and consider themselves the best toilet cleaner in the world. And hackers, as a top profession, are naturally the same. European hackers look down on hackers from other regions, thinking they are all amateurs. If you can't get past Horizon Corporation's firewall, it's because you are useless. Don't blame the road if the person can't walk. As a member of an old money family, Lancaster even had an excellent hacker among his personal maids. It can be said that their entire maid team were tools cultivated by these families since childhood, not just for sexual gratification. A red-haired maid nodded, then pulled out her hacking equipment and stepped forward to take the captured equipment from the Cuban soldier. Some time ago, during the period when players infiltrated for combat, the Cuban army had already captured terminals from fallen players. Now was the time to use them. Dany lay in the hacker chair, connecting the data cable to the player's terminal, then linking it to the Cuban military network. The signal extended all the way to the frontline combat zone. Immersing her consciousness in cyberspace, Dany expanded her search range. An electronic warfare squad soon found their terminals burning hot, thinking they were broken, and quickly threw them aside, fearing they might explode. The terminal was operating at high power, expanding its signal receiver, attempting to capture the enemy's signal source. Soon, she got the desired result, seeing 6 constantly moving signal sources in cyberspace. Found them. After some thought, Dany chose the signal source with the strongest signal to connect to. There was data flow between this signal source and several others, it should be some kind of non-commissioned officer, and she might be able to get important intelligence that her master wanted. So, she began to use the captured equipment's identification code to connect to the Horizon network. This process didn't take much effort. As an old European, her cybernetic implants and programming technology were indeed superior to those of regular Night City hackers. This was a real gap in technology and financial resources. But clearly, she made a rookie mistake that all Night City hackers would make, never hack into the minds of those lunatics and try to figure out what they're thinking. Night City hackers have experience, either kill these lunatics directly, burning their brains, or upload a daemon to interfere with their cybernetic implants. But never try to parse their brain data. Doing so could lead to mental derangement at best, or even direct killing by some ice at worst. And Dany, immediately after connecting, began to analyze the target's data fluctuations. Thus, in the next second, a bizarre musical melody, private laughter, echoed in her mind. Hakimi Nanbelo duo Ashiga Yaku Niran. Heya Hakimi Dinja Ding Dong Ji Mambo Manjari. Hakimi Nanbelo duo Ashiga Heyaku Niran. The demonic and deranged music instantly swept through Dany's entire brain. Even in reality, her face began to show difficulty, and she couldn't help but groan, ugh. What is this? Is this music? But why have I never heard this song before? That strange melody kept trying to invade Dany's brain. She could only try her best to analyze it, thinking it might be some kind of cryptographic code due to the discernible pattern in its tune. But Dany knew that the tone was absolutely not something a human throat could produce, and even the singing was not any language known to humanity. A wave of fear swept over Dany's consciousness, as she recognized that it was an electronic synthesized sound, not a human voice. Immense terror nearly submerged Dany completely. The song she heard in her ears was like a whisper from the abyss, its blasphemous lyrics tearing her brain into shreds, the malice between the words almost spilling out into the real world. Finally, just as her consciousness was about to sink, the last shred of remaining awareness allowed her to see the truth behind the distorted tunes and characters. The yellow and white interlaced round-headed creature seemed to have noticed her too. It extended its data tentacles, the ends revealing sharp claws made of chitin, seemingly intent on capturing her, the uninvited prey. The round-headed creature impatiently opened its large mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs like a viper's. Just seeing them made Dany feel pain in her flesh, as if even a piece of her soul had been torn away. Run. Must escape. Survival instinct drove Dany's data body backward, attempting to sever the data connection with the opponent. From behind, the monster's malicious roar pierced the endless sea of data, carving an indelible mark deep into Dany's soul. Ha! Ah! Dany screamed, waking up startled from the hacker chair, drenched in sweat after just a few minutes. From Lancaster's perspective, shortly after Dany accessed the data, she started frowning, then twitching, and later even began emitting painful moans. If the hacker chair hadn't shown Dany's vital signs were normal, he would have thought his maid was being fried by some ice. What did you see? Did you intercept any crucial intelligence from the opponent? Lancaster grabbed Dany's arms and shook her violently, trying to pull her out of her terror and extract the answer he wanted. Even if she was going to die, she had to wait until after she gave the intelligence this concerned his dream. The other maids who tried to help were all shooed away by Lancaster. Dany, being shaken back and forth, finally cleared up a little. She clutched her forehead, her face pale as gold leaf, looking ready to faint at any moment. In a daze, Dany struggled to speak. Ha! Hakimi! Nanbiluduo! Lancaster fell into contemplation after hearing her incomprehensible words. What did that mean? Was it a foreign language? Why didn't even my translation software react? A minor language or a dialect? His guess was not unfounded. There were indeed many cases in military cryptography where dialects were used to evade wiretapping. But unfortunately, let alone them, even the players themselves probably couldn't understand what these lyrics were singing. Madi, skip song. I want to listen to Yaha. When playing games, different players have different interests, and the most common one is playing their favorite music in the background while starting a game session. Tutu prefers Jimmy instruments over others, which is why the AI he bought was named Round-Headed Madi, and its overall appearance was also modeled after Madi. Ha! Tutu, who had already changed his profession to mechanic, was fully engrossed in controlling his drones for combat. As for someone invading his brain, the Madi firewall would handle that. Just as most people don't much care how many cyber attacks their home firewall has blocked, Tutu didn't have the time to check Dany's intrusion logs. As long as it doesn't affect the normal operation of my computer, nothing is a problem. This little unexpected interlude didn't even reach Savage's ears. He himself was standing on a hillside less than 10 kilometers from the front line, observing the entire battlefield. Even with surveillance and Skynet responsible for integrating battlefield data, he still chose to observe in person. Because here, he could see the overall battlefield situation most clearly. According to the deployment, the Combined Arms Battalion leading the offensive, the Spearhead, consisted of 3 platoons borrowed from Super Earth. Their levels were almost all first-tier combat players, and their fighting strength and coordination were undeniably formidable. An equal number of Cuban army soldiers would be like clay in front of them, even relying on the advantage of the trenches. There were indeed drop troopers in other directions, but none were as elite as this unit. While others were still providing suppressive fire, the Spearhead platoon had already charged into the trenches for bloody close-quarters combat. Not even the direct cannon fire from tanks and helicopters could stop them. They really have patience. They still won't open fire even at this point. The commander-in-chief standing beside him chuckled, saying, they've suffered losses a few times, so now they don't want to fall for it. The players couldn't infiltrate the rear to figure out the location of the enemy's artillery positions, and the enemy couldn't see this side either. Both sides were waiting for the other to make the first move, hoping to strike later and gain the advantage. However, the quality of the troops dictated that without artillery support, the Cubans' defense line would collapse even faster. Savage shook his head. They switched commanders. The previous commander wouldn't have been this patient. In the eyes of these military leaders, these soldiers are their lives and power. They wouldn't let the grunts hold the first line of defense to the death unless absolutely necessary. Switched commanders? No way. The commander-in-chief was skeptical, because changing generals mid-battle was a major taboo, especially at such a crucial moment. A new commander would be lucky to figure out how many subordinates they had quickly, let alone knowing who should do what. Unless there was an unavoidable reason for the change. It was a pity that the players hadn't gathered enough information on Cuba's internal situation. At most, they could learn the composition of the troops and the names of the superiors from captives. As for financial dealings, Militech couldn't even figure that out. There were no intelligence specialists among the players, and they were completely blind regarding a new opponent like Cuba. They could only observe as they fought. The commander-in-chief regrettably said, it's a shame. If only someone could infiltrate Cuba to gather intelligence. Savage still shook his head. That's difficult. We'll have to see if the boss has a way. Players didn't have the talent for being agents, and their style was too unique, they were too conspicuous wherever they went and could be spotted instantly. Local people couldn't be trusted, and it wasn't easy for Horizon Corporation to cultivate its own intelligence agency. As soon as the two finished speaking, the opponent finally opened fire. Plumes of white smoke suddenly rose from the forward positions, and the rapidly spreading traces of the shockwave could be seen even from kilometers away. It was at least 120 mm howitzers, and quite a few of them. The impact points were precisely around the trenches where the Combined Arms Battalion was focused on its main attack and was already engaged in fierce fighting. Yo, they opened fire. The commander-in-chief immediately contacted the artillery unit to execute counter-battery fire. Even knowing the opponent likely had artillery ambushes ready, they had already prepared contingency plans for this situation under the guidance of Family Joy. Firing on their own people, that's truly ruthless. This made Savage even more certain that the commander could not be the original superior officer of this unit. This indiscriminate bombardment might be effective against ordinary people, the fierce fear the desperate, and this suicidal tactic could scare off many. But for players? Cowardice? I have never been a coward. If you have the guts, let's see whose head is harder. The precision artillery strike sent Good Brother, who had just rushed into the trench, flying violently into the wall by the shockwave. Even with the protection of the MT3, he was jolted, his system flashing errors, his vision filled with red, and one of his arms was broken. If he had been in a flesh body, he would probably be beyond dead by now. Damn it, cough cough. After catching his breath slightly, not today. Liberty save me. As soon as the slogan was shouted, his legs didn't hurt, he wasn't out of breath, and he walked with renewed vigor. He scrambled up from the ground and shook off the dust. The Cuban soldiers in the nearby trenches were going crazy. They couldn't tell if the dense artillery shells were friendly fire or enemy fire. Precisely at this moment, such a maniacal roar was heard, followed immediately by a suddenly appearing black exoskeleton soldier blocking the path. He alone filled the entire trench passage, accompanied by his signature manic laughter and crimson eyes. Ha 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 ha. The front line collapsed. Chapter 373 Law-abiding Night City. Lucia's a spy. Rita's first reaction was flat-out disbelief. She slammed her palms on the desk, sprang up, and shouted at the Fujianese, "Your intel has to be wrong. Lucia's the most diligent worker in our district and studies harder than anyone. How could she be a spy?" The Fujianese unhurriedly poured Rita a cup of hot water. The sight of it made Rita realize she'd lost her composure. She took the cup, sat back down. "Sorry, I lost control for a second." "No problem. We knew something was off about her from the start," the Fujianese said. "Only recently did we get the full picture." He sent Rita a dossier. "This is what we asked Kong Tao's External Intelligence Bureau to dig up in Cuba. It confirms she's an agent under the Queen, codename 9338, real name Garcia. We've also located her accomplices, their safe houses in Japantown." "How could?" Rita clenched her teeth, first in disbelief, yet the Fujianese had no reason to lie, and the documents looked genuine, then in blazing anger at being played. "Easy." The Fujianese knew Rita's temper. Let her storm out now and she'd probably start a brawl. That would be messy. From what we've seen, her recent behavior might not be an act. There's a chance we can flip her. If we succeed, she could be invaluable. "You mean? The organization wants you to help run this operation, test this Garcia. It's risky, be ready." "All right." Garcia, dripping sweat on the construction site, had traded her once slender frame for lean muscle after a month of labor, skin tanned to wheat gold. Before, she'd have fretted over bulky muscle and sun-darkened skin. Now she loved the change. She felt brighter, stronger. Labor can alienate a person, but it can also remake one. Here there was fairness, dignity, a future. Superiors and subordinates traded sincerity for sincerity, no discrimination, and crucially living conditions were decent. Yet the better life felt, the heavier her guilt, the more terrified she became that it might shatter and pitch her back into the sunless abyss. Several times she almost confessed everything to Rita, each time she swallowed the words. "Lucia, come with me." Rita appeared at the edge of the work zone, led her offside to a quiet spot. Leaning against a railing, Rita lit a cigarette, exhaled, and said bleakly, "Lucia HQ says you're a spy." The words hit like lightning. Garcia's face drained of color. She'd always known the truth would out, but not this soon. "But I also know you're a good comrade, politically aware. If this hadn't come up, I was ready to nominate you for probationary membership. Sister Rita, come with me and turn yourself in. We'll ask for leniency, you can go through re-education at Dragonfield." A flicker of hope crossed Garcia's face, then faded. "They implanted neurotoxin capsules in my skull and spine." Since Rita was confronting her, they already knew everything. Hiding was pointless. "Don't worry. The company will have Arrow remove them. Leaving you where you are would be worse than any poison." Rita trusted the company surgeons. In the operating room they rivaled top hospital specialists, and Lin Miao poured money into medical gear. "Even if I am. You know our company never lies about this. We say what we mean. They won't spare a single traitor. And we won't spare them. As for you, we won't leak a word. Relax, they'll never know you surrendered to us." Those reassurances, backed by 6 weeks of built-up trust, tipped the balance. Garcia held out her wrists for cuffs. "I believe you. No need. I trust you won't run." Rita squeezed Garcia's shoulder weight of trust. "This afternoon the company is moving a high-value shipment from Dogtown smugglers through Pacifica to Santo Domingo, some kind of neural pulse chip. I didn't ask details." "Neural pulse chip? You're sure?" "Positive." Xihuo appended a bottle of top-shelf liquor, guzzling half of several €100 booze in seconds. Devon's crew winced. To drag him fully into the mud they'd supplied food, drink, and every high, especially little ice cubes, slammed straight into veins in quantities that scared even Devon. Yet only that level of excess had convinced them Xihuo was thoroughly compromised. Horizon employees were famously drug-free, yet here he was, no governor implant, full-blown addict. He'd never slipped their leash now. The investment had paid off. Intel from Xihuo was gold. For instance, the Zetatech Tower job had been Horizon's work, and Horizon was developing neural tech on a different track from Zetatech. Rumor said Horizon was brainwashing convicts and recruits, explaining why Horizon mercenaries fought like fanatics. A bunch of kamikazes. Right. As Devon debated striking, Xihuo, bottle empty, belched. "Word is the company's reassigning me. Gotta give you a heads up." "Reassigning where?" Devon frowned. "Lose an asset he'd just cultivated." "Yet." Xihuo nodded, irritable. "They want me undercover in Cuba using a Kong Tao identity. Throwing me into a furnace. Everyone knows the fighting's hot there. If I'm burned, I'm dead." Devon had only told Xihuo they were European, never mentioning Cuba, so he filed the news away. Yet hearing undercover in Cuba he was delighted. Jackpot. A mole in his pocket, whatever message the mole sent would be whatever Devon wanted. "Horizon, oh Horizon, looks like I'm still a step ahead. Even your own spy works for me. How will you fight that?" "No problem. Follow your orders, someone will contact you." Recent successes against Horizon left Devon elated. Only old-school European Intel MI6 really knew tradecraft. CIA, KGB couldn't compare. And that useless Cuban woman? Sold to a worksite, hauling concrete for no pay, not even scraps of intel pathetic. The contrast felt delicious. As for this afternoon's convoy hit it. Let it be Xihuo-Cao's swan song in Night City. So. Xihuo-Cao flashed a sleazy grin, rubbing fingers. Devon, in high spirits, tossed a wad of cash. Here. Do well and a ticket to civilization is yours. Seeing the money, Xihuo-Cao nearly shoved the bottle up Devon's rear. 500? The bastard kept scheming bigger cuts. Turning herself in with Rita felt like nothing, she'd told no one. Whenever pals asked when she'd bolt, she'd refused, citing risk of exposure. Including this defection she'd never tell them, she planned to hand them over as merit points. But accidents always happen when you least expect them. As she sat in the car rehearsing her confession, 2 vans boxed them in from both sides. Because the bottom-rung mercenaries in Night City have mostly stopped taking jobs against Horizon Corporation, the ones making moves are almost all corporate agents. Their style was unmistakable, even Garcia, a rookie mole, could tell who was behind it. It was the Soviets. Garcia broke out in goosebumps. Had she been exposed? Were they here to silence her? That didn't add up. If they knew, they'd just alert HQ and release neurotoxin. No need for this elaborate song and dance. Damn it, them again. Recognizing the pursuers, Rita clenched her teeth and yanked the wheel to shake them, but they kept coming, even brandishing several machine guns and rattling bullets into her car. If the vehicle hadn't been corporate issue reinforced with armor plating, both women would have been shredded. Those Soviet bastards are like ghosts. Ever since the company smashed their racket with the scavengers, they're on our backs every other day. Is that really why? After the chase, the arriving player popped the Slav skulls, but Rita took multiple bullets shielding Garcia and ended up in intensive care. Outside the ICU, Garcia bawled her eyes out, tears and snot everywhere, making the Fujian guy squirm. Ahem, relax, it's not that bad. With our medical tech, if you're not dead we can drag you back. Your problem, on the other hand, is serious. The topic back on herself, Garcia forgot the tears. In front of the Fujian she couldn't even lift her head. She spilled everything, matched almost perfectly what Kong Tao had dug up, with more detail and no lies. Only then did the Fujian finally trust that Garcia had turned over a new leaf. He dragged her to an empty ward, corporate property, easy to requisition. He poured her a coffee. Your resume says you graduated from the Queen's spy program, technically competent. And you must know Havana's inside network like the back of your hand, right? I pretty much. Garcia nodded. Havana wasn't huge. As an agent you might not know everyone, but you'd recognize most. Right. Staying here much longer will raise suspicion, so we want to send you back to Cuba to help our colleagues. But before you go, you'll visit HQ, sign an employee contract, file your records, and take the standard political course. Hope you understand. This. She'd barely escaped, now she had to return? Garcia glanced at the still red ICU light, hesitated, then nodded. V waited at the curb for the light to change. Lately the city's vibe felt off. Years in corporate intel left her with a sixth sense, something invisible was spreading. More pedestrians gathered, chatting happily with friends while they waited. Trash had vanished, the street, though not spotless, looked scrubbed. No gangs lurking in alleys pushing dope. Even the mountain of refuse outside the city was being hauled away under Horizon's recycling program, revealing the cracked, greasy ground beneath. Green lit, the human tide surged. Jostled, V stumbled, but the rebound knocked a 2-meter black wall of muscle flat. A merc, by the look of him. Before V could speak, he sprang up. Sorry, didn't mean to bump you. Okay. The weirdness deepened. Night City like this? People change that fast? One blink and everyone's model citizens? Shouldn't he be shoving a gun to her head, cursing, demanding eddies? V didn't want trouble. She crossed as the green began to flash. The merc just dusted off his pants and walked away, not a flicker of anger. He'd meant the apology. Green to red, the crowd stopped as if sliced by a blade. No one jaywalked, not even the cars. But this was wrong. Fuck me. This is Night City. 1.7 guns per capita, grade schoolers packing buzzsaws, 5-digit body count from street wars the past 2 years. Since when did everyone get polite? Reality tore against memory, nausea and vertigo washed over her. She pushed into Wild Wolf Bar, needing a drink to steady her nerves. That street scene had rattled her. Finally. Jackie dragged her upstairs to a booth. Listen, I scored the job, 1 shot and we're set for life. Sweat beaded on V's brow. Big paydays meant big danger, with the small gangs wiped out, only core bankrolled large ops. V didn't crave legend status, she just wanted to stay free, one day at a time. Jackie, we're not hurting for cash. What are you saying? With money and fame we'll be players. I'll refurbish Mom's bar, stop her nagging me to get a desk at Horizon. Jackie. The strangeness persisted, but Jackie felt normal, probably just being played. He shoved her into the booth. On the couch, red-jacketed black fat boy, cigar, face screaming unreliable. Back in her corp days V wouldn't have given this 2-bit fixer the time of day, now he acted king-sized. He raised a hand. The famous V heard plenty. Truly, meeting beats reputation. Unless she heard the pitch, starstruck Jackie would never let go. Cut to it. What's the gig? Dex wanted to stall, but V turned to leave. He jumped up. Hey, why so jumpy? He'd been hiding in Dogtown, Pacifica, until war broke out. Now, restarting, a big score had landed in his lap. He couldn't lose Night City's top gun. 0 failure rate Merc, rumored to have saved Horizon's boss, half a legend already. Look, Yorinobu's coming to town. A client wants something he's carrying. I open doors, you grab it, no fuss. Who else for a job this big? Send 2 nobodies to die? V finally saw where the unease had come from. It was this black fat bastard right here. Chapter 374, When Sparrows Alight Upon a Lion. 150,000 euro. That's quite a bounty. It should be top tier in your line of work, shouldn't it? Lin Miao grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table and looked at V, who was slumped on the sofa, smiling as he ate. With your status, taking a job of this caliber isn't beneath you. That's enough. Can't you see I'm having a headache? Stop with the sarcasm. V rested her legs on the coffee table, looking as relaxed as if she were in her own home. If it were before, I wouldn't have taken a job where the red flags are so obvious. Lin Miao sorted through the documents in his hand and sneered. Yorinobu Arezaka hasn't even reached Night City yet, and someone already knows he's bringing a biochip. They even want to infiltrate the penthouse of Kanpiki Plaza. Once discovered, they'll be wanted by Arezaka throughout the city, and it'll be a fight to the death. No matter how you look at it, this isn't a job a third-rate fixer like Dexter should be able to get. It's likely just to make disposal easier afterward. Poor souls. As for the chip, it should be the relic. The only high-end biochip in Arezaka's hands could only be this. Customizing one on the market costs at least 1.5 million euro, with a 100,000 annual maintenance fee. But this thing is only useful to the person it was customized for, it's meaningless for outsiders to take it. Besides, why would Yorinobu Arezaka have this? It couldn't be Arezaka-K's own chip, could it? Is he missing his big brother? Lin Miao clicked his tongue, knowing the problem was serious this time. Relic. It was claimed to be able to replicate the soul of a dying person one-to-one onto a chip, transforming it into a digital program. But the flaw was obvious. In the end, it was just a program with a database. It would answer whatever you asked. Its every move might be identical to when it was alive, but fake was fake. Once outside the response range, it would only say ambiguous things. Having spent a long time in cyberspace, Lin Miao knew what was behind that thing. The legendary top-tier daemon of Alt Cunningham, a version of Soul Killer, capable of wiping out human consciousness and then digitizing it. But is this thing valuable? It's not valuable in itself. What's expensive is the technology. It's just a program, not an AI. Arezaka can control plus C and control plus V, they can copy the same chip program as many times as they want. So the problem should lie with the chip itself. And someone sent him specifically to find you, V. They named you to take this job. Afraid you wouldn't take it, they specifically went to the Wild Wolf bar to find Jackie and investigated you thoroughly. Behind Dexter, Lin Miao smelled something unusual. How about it? Do you want to hide over in Cuba? If I give the word, those things shouldn't dare touch you. V shook her head, the smile at the corner of her mouth carrying a hint of helplessness, like a desperate outlaw at the edge of a cliff. Knowing that a step forward was death, she still had to jump. Forget it. I can't afford to owe you a favor. I'm afraid if I do, I won't be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Besides, they won't let me go. This might be the price. I came here to borrow a few people from you. T-Bug's skills are good, but to get through Kanpiki Plaza unscathed, she's not enough alone. So I need a top-tier hacker and someone else to help keep things quiet. Jackie and I aren't very good at being quiet. V knew Lin Miao had incorporated the Voodoo Boys. Placid and Slider were both working under him, and he had a top hacker like Lucy behind him. They were all elite forces. She also knew Lin Miao was at a critical juncture in the war with Cuba. Every resource was precious. To pull V out of this mess would certainly take a lot of effort and might even affect the battle on the front lines, so she didn't want him to worry about it. If she followed the path given by the other party, she might not necessarily die. Forget T-Bug. Don't use Dexter's people. I'll arrange the hacker for you. As for someone quieter. Lin Miao hesitated because the quietest ones had all gone to Cuba and certainly couldn't be brought back now. The only high-level stealth-type player left in Night City was Assassin couldn't be NIGE. But this guy had nothing to do with the word quiet. Every time he did stealth, heads would inevitably roll. Except for Lin Miao, no one in Night City dared to assign him tasks. Lin Miao could only bite the bullet and toss his data to V. He's the only one left. The other skills aren't up to par. It's up to you. If it doesn't work, I'll personally make a trip for you. When the time comes, I'll lure Yorinobu Arezaka out myself to make things easier for you. Forget it. I can't afford the boss of Horizon Corporation. If I give all 150,000 to you, won't I have worked for nothing? V didn't want to use Lin Miao's favor for such a small matter. It's no trouble, Lin Miao smiled. Because I also want to see what's in that chip, and I want to see what it is that someone behind the scenes put so much effort into getting. Sigh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come to you. You're already here. I have to give you a warning. Something's not right on the streets of Night City lately. I know. You know and you're not doing anything. Lin Miao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the giant four-armed statue in the distance that was barely visible. Before they finish their business, I can't interfere. With so many eyes watching, if a fight starts now, we won't be able to settle it. Cults. Hat, who knows who's more evil? He reached his hand out the window. A strong wind blew, taking the red peanut skins from his hand. They drifted all the way down, swaying until they landed on the awning of a snack stall on East Republic Road. An East Asian man wearing small sunglasses sat on a stool. On the plate in front of him were several skewers of yakitori sprinkled with chili powder. He picked up a skewer and ate with gusto. This synthetic meat tasted much more authentic than back home, closer to real chicken. He finished a skewer in 2 or 3 bites and looked up at the stall owner, whose head was wrapped. The owner was happily handling various skewers on the grill, his face lacking the urgency of life and work. Night City isn't the same as it used to be. He asked the shop owner for a beer to go with his skewers. Seeing the man was a stranger, the owner asked curiously, has the guest been to Night City before? Yeah, I lived here for a while decades ago. Back then, Arezaka Tower hadn't fallen yet. You're quite the joker, sir. Isn't Arezaka Tower still standing right there? Hat. The man smiled and didn't answer the question. He just continued, can you tell me how Night City became like this over the years? I've been to many cities, and they're all dirty and messy, full of homeless people and gangs. You've come at the right time. If you had come a year earlier, I wouldn't have dared to set up a stall here in the 6th Street gang's territory. It was a mess. Last year. Yeah, didn't you see the news? I don't believe that news. Those reporters will say anything for money, they can even say feces smells good. The news I hear from people like you is the most reliable. True, I don't believe them either. The stall owner was talkative. It was rare to have an out-of-town guest, so he started chattering away. Before, this place was under the 6th Street gang. I had to pay protection fees. At first, it was once a month, then it became once a week, then every day, and even in advance. Protection fees went from 30% to 40, then 50. I had to use their goods, too expensive and poor quality. Not like now. Horizon Corporation organized all of us individual merchants in Night City into a chamber of commerce. Unified procurement, unified quarantine, clean and cheap. T. Horizon Corporation. This wasn't the first time he had heard that name. Before coming to Night City, the files sent by the US branch to headquarters had mentioned it many times. After coming here, he heard it every few steps. Is Militech unable to take the upper level and war routes, so they're planning to seize power from the bottom? But what he saw along the way made him unable to believe this was something Militech would do. And now that Militech is at war with Cuba, wouldn't his plan fall through? If he stabs Militech in the back now, would Militech still have the power to fight back? Boss, here's the goods you ordered. A pickup truck stopped in front of the stall. A sturdy black man got out and opened the back. Coming. Let's talk later. After the stall owner finished speaking to the man, he went to unload the goods. Out of curiosity, the man looked back and happened to lock eyes with the black driver who was moving the goods. 6. He was recognized. Although the black driver said nothing, he was certain the other party had recognized him. Having struggled at the bottom for so many years, the only thing he had developed well was his sense of crisis. This black man was definitely not as simple as a delivery man. Moreover, he hasn't appeared in public for decades, so those who know what he looks like are few and far between, not to mention the face blindness people from different regions often have. With sunglasses, no one in Night City should be able to recognize his identity. He faked his itinerary to come to Night City early just to avoid that old man's spies and steal the item. He can't afford to be discovered. Before trouble starts, slip away. He pulled out a few bills from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Boss, keep the change. Then he left without looking back. Little did he know, that black driver was also dumbfounded. Damn, Yorinobu Arezaka. Why would he come here to eat skewers? Is Arezaka preparing to open fire on Horizon Corporation at this time? Following what Lin Miao said, V ran all the way to Japantown to find that guy named Brother Ni. These names were always bizarre, she couldn't understand why an Asian would call himself a slur. And the place where that guy stayed was even weirder. He was actually squatting on the roof of a love hotel, in a tent, using binoculars to peer at that distant four-armed statue, with mineral water bottles and fast food boxes piled up beside him. He looked like a total hobo, where was the look of a stealth elite? However, V was already used to it. It was well known that Horizon Corporation had many eccentric geniuses, and one more wouldn't hurt. V walked closer, wanting to say hello, but was signaled by Brother Ni to be quiet. SHH. Then, with a mysterious expression, he asked, did you hear that? What? V looked around and heard nothing except the sound of traffic and the wind. It's the sound of electromagnetic waves. Brother Ni grabbed 2 stainless steel basins and clapped them onto V's head and his own. Use this. Use this, and you won't be brainwashed or mind-controlled. No. What is this bastard going crazy for? V touched the stainless steel basin on her head, her brain buzzing from the impact. The boss has already given the task. I know about your situation. Brother Ni held the stainless steel basin, fearing it would fall off, as if something really were trying to wash his brain. Kanpiki Plaza, right? It's not like we haven't been up there. Last year we even crashed a hovercar into it. Easy peasy. As he spoke, his eyes never left that four-armed statue. This action piqued V's curiosity. Do you think this thing is mind controlling you? V felt a bit amused saying this. Why did this guy feel like those hobos on the street, full of conspiracy theories? You think I'm joking with you? Brother Ni's expression became serious, but combined with that stainless steel helmet and his long unkempt look, he looked hilarious no matter how you saw him. No. Of course not. V almost burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth and shaking her head, but holding it in was extremely painful. Seeing her like this, Brother Ni knew she didn't believe him. Few people in the forums believed it either. Cyberspace, Cuba, and the opening of the entire US map took up almost all the players' energy. Few people cared about these statues that already existed everywhere in Night City. Moreover, Brother Ni hadn't told too many people, fearing he would alert the enemy. Don't laugh. I'm telling you, this statue is definitely related to those grand monks in Night City. I caught an old monk several times, and every time he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The statue is also filled with electromagnetic wave instruments. Every 3 hours, that instrument starts up. I'm not quite sure what it does, but it's definitely related to brainwashing. Brother Ni had more to say. One night, he saw the statue's eyes light up with his own eyes. They lit up with a blue light. Seeing him speak so seriously, V was also stunned because on the way here, she had indeed felt very eerie for a while, an indescribable strange feeling. Then why don't you go inside and take a look? I've been inside. It's hollow, but the ash I deliberately scattered on the base before was gone. There's another world beneath that thing, but I just can't find the way in. Brother Ni pointed to the llamas in the distance who were worshipping the statue. Aren't you curious? Why are there so many Tibetan llamas in Night City, California? I'm telling you, it's because they have a leader, a cult leader. That cult leader is a rogue AI monk, and it's hidden in Night City's network. As long as you can catch that channel, you can see him, but as soon as you connect to that channel, you'll be brainwashed by him. V believed it a bit now. This guy wasn't just talking nonsense, he had really investigated it. So she couldn't help but reach out and steady the stainless steel basin on her head. Although V didn't know if this thing was actually useful. Are you the only one investigating this? There's one more person, but his level is low, and he doesn't have much time to watch it every day. So you actually have an accomplice? Well, it makes sense. The eccentric geniuses of Horizon Corporation always appear in groups and are rarely alone. But AI, brainwashing. V looked at that statue. She wasn't sure how much of what Brother Ni said was true, but there was only one company in all of Night City that could tamper with that statue so much without being noticed. Night Corp. If what this guy said is absolutely true. V's hair stood on end, and her heart went cold. What do those lunatics at Night Corp want to do? Brainwash all of Night City? Wouldn't other companies tear them apart if they found out? Or do they have some kind of backing that gives Night Corp enough confidence to do this, and to be so airtight to this extent? Are the mouths of Night Corp employees sewn shut with zippers? Wait. Rogue AI. V remembered that she and Jackie had saved a woman from Night Corp before, and it was from then on, maybe she could get something out of her mouth. When did you discover those electromagnetic waves? It should have been a week ago. That's the night I discovered this thing's eyeballs lit up, and then I heard people say that making some kind of Faraday cage could block electronic signals. As he spoke, Brother Ni also tapped the stainless steel basin on his head. Actually, he wasn't that worried about being brainwashed. After all, you can't delete my account, at most, it's just adding a debuff or something. The first few times I didn't wear this thing, I could see an old monk sitting on the ground when the time came, but he'd be gone when I got close. If I hadn't checked my optical cyberware and found no problems, I would have thought I'd seen wrong. Brother Ni looked at V. Forget it, let's talk about your business first. I reckon I won't be able to settle this thing of mine in a short time. The time to open the dungeon hadn't arrived, so no matter how much the players fussed, it was useless. They couldn't just go and storm Night Corp, could they? Right. V originally wanted to say that his matter was more serious, but the matter of the chip might be related to her own life, so it was more urgent. Yorinobu Arezaka doesn't have any property in Night City, and the penthouse suite of Kanpiki Plaza is itself a dedicated suite reserved for the Arezaka family. Therefore, after he arrives in Night City, the probability of him staying in that suite will be very high. I need your hacker to hack into the front desk database, book a room for yourself using a fake identity, then control the elevator to go to the top floor, install surveillance, and find out where Yorinobu Arezaka will hide the chip. Brother Ni scratched his forehead. Hack? Why go to all that trouble? Can't I just pay to make a reservation? What if you're exposed? Then you're finished. That's why we need to forge an identity. V was simply frustrated. How could this stealth expert Lin Miao introduced to her seem so unreliable now? Brother Ni, on the other hand, didn't care. When have players ever been afraid of exposing their identities? He was used to it anyway, stealth was discovered every time, and in the end, he'd have to kill his way out. He'd just have Pandora help delete all the surveillance records. Fine, I'll listen to you. Brother Ni indicated that since she was the boss and was paying, she had the final say. But I have to inform Priest to let him take over my shift and help keep an eye on these things. At this time, Priest was sitting in the Haywood Church. It happened to be Sunday, and the priest was performing a service. However, there weren't many Christians left now, so there were few people in the church. Mainly, believing in this didn't bring in money, and the church wasn't like before, where they could hand out eggs, rice, or biscuits. The left wing and the right wing are not as good as the egg yolk pie. And Priest's gaze did not fall on the priest, because a shiny big bald head was sitting in the row in front of him. It seemed he sensed the gaze, for in the blink of an eye, that big bald head disappeared from Priest's vision. Oh. Chapter 375, 6 Walnuts. When the news that the front-line positions had fallen and the troops were retreating reached Lancaster, not only he, but even Colonel Headland and that Major General were at a loss for words. The defenders on the front line hadn't even held out long enough for the armored companies and helicopter support on the flanks to arrive before they abandoned their positions and fled, utterly routed. Lancaster stared blankly at Colonel Headland with the report in hand. My ancestors, under the command of Marshal Pétain, fought with nothing but rifles at Verdun for a single trench. They contested it over a dozen times in 3 days against the Germans, sacrificing thousands. At least 10 shells fell on every inch of ground there, and every bit of soil was soaked with European blood. And you and your men can't even hold out for one trench battle? You were routed by a single charge. This is your army. By the end, he was practically screaming, his finger jabbing hard into Colonel Headland's chest, as if he wanted to poke a hole right through it. Clearly, Lancaster hadn't considered what his ancestors were thinking when they held those rifles, willing to trade their lives against the Germans, or what supported them to stay in those trenches under a rain of fire without retreating a single step. He was simply enraged by the weak fighting will of these Cuban soldiers. Ultimately, he blamed it on culture and race. A trash country has trash citizens, and naturally, its army is trash as well. Colonel Headland was poked back several steps. He couldn't understand why either. The enemy had not only organized a force far exceeding expectations but was also vastly superior in terms of artillery fire speed, accuracy, and drone deployment. This wasn't scientific. Lancaster pointed at the command room door. Now, immediately, go organize your men to launch a counterattack and take those positions back for me. If they were broken through and surrounded, the defenders on the entire front line would suffer heavy losses. While he didn't care about their lives, winning or losing affected his reputation. Colonel Headland fled the command room as if escaping, fearing that if he moved too slowly, this European consultant with an obviously deep background would take his head off. Naturally, he was still resentful. Thus, when he stepped out and saw the military staff officer following him with a strange look, his anger flared up. What are you looking at? Damn it. After a curse, he panted and asked, which unit is closest to Hill 113? The 4th Mechanized Infantry Company. Tell them to plug that gap at all costs. If they let anyone in, I'll crack their company commander's skull. Yes, sir. The staff officer was Colonel Headland's confidant. He had the radio frequencies for all subordinate units and was quite efficient. After sending the notification, he understood his superior's temper well. That guy from Europe doesn't know his place. Maybe we should. He made a throat-slitting gesture. In the eyes of these local power players, whether you came from Europe or Africa, this was their territory. Why should an outsider boss them around? Are you looking to die? Colonel Headland cursed in a low voice, but he knew the man was just trying to vent his frustration and wouldn't actually do anything to that European brat. Moreover, Colonel Headland wasn't stupid. He gave a cold laugh and said, listen up. He wants to command? Then let him command. We'll do whatever he tells us to do and go wherever he tells us to go. Just carry out his orders properly, understand? When subordinates resist superiors, they rarely go for a direct confrontation. They either use passive resistance taking 3 days for a one-day trip or they execute orders 200%, following them to such an extreme that everything gets ruined. Having followed Colonel Headland for so long, the staff officer immediately understood. Understood. I'll go make the arrangements. Once the vanguard platoon broke through the trenches, the following armored company immediately inserted into the position. The gap between the two forces was completely exposed at this moment. Drones scattered across the entire battlefield created an information matrix via fiber optic relays that covered the ground. Under the player's control, they could engage enemy drones with Skynet's assistance, gathering information, filtering useful data, and then distributing it down to platoons, squads, and even individual combat units. Compared to the incident in Dogtown, Skynet had become increasingly mature after multiple rounds of learning. Sitting in the cockpit of a Komodo, Cheese Snow Leopard utilized the optoelectronic displays and vehicle neural transmission devices throughout the tank. He could not only operate the tank solo controlling the smart autocannon, main gun, and rocket launchers simultaneously but also handled the entire tank with such ease it felt like an extension of his own body. Even though the electronic warfare was intense, causing some interference to the radar, it wasn't a problem. Skynet, enemy armored unit detected in smoke screen at 1,873 meters, front left. It poses a serious threat to our forward infantry. Cheese Snow Leopard, copy that. Rotating turret. Watch me give it a nasty surprise. Clack clack clack. The turret rotated, the gun barrel angle was precisely calibrated, and the autoloader chambered around. The enemy tank in the distance hadn't even emerged from its own smoke screen when boom. A dull thud echoed as the shell hit dead center. The 75mm armor was as thin as paper before the 120mm mortar. The shaped charge jet melted through the armor, and flames along with high-temperature fragments instantly engulfed the entire tank crew. Their active protection systems had already been depleted by the vanguard platoon's anti-tank teams. The infantry that were supposed to provide tank infantry coordination had fled after just a few exchanges. They had even used their smoke grenades to cover their retreat, leaving the tank crew directly exposed to Snow Leopard's line of fire, where they were cracked open like a tin can. Most importantly, their reaction was too slow. This wasn't due to a lack of crew experience, but because the Cuban Army's drones weren't self-made, they were purchased, and from a hodgepodge of international brands. They had equipment from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, the US, and Japan. Differences in software/hardware versions and frequencies meant the drone units couldn't communicate directly. They had to upload data for centralized translation and then transmit it down to the tank platoon leader. Without an AI like Skynet to coordinate, it was all manual labor. A delay of 2 or 3 minutes was considered fast. On the battlefield, a single second can be the difference between life and death. The drone group on the left might have spotted Snow Leopard, but they couldn't transmit it to the ground tank crew on the right in time. The battle was already decided. Snow Leopard, nice. Another kill. Skynet, remember to spam 666 in the public chat for me. Skynet, received. 666. Boss, you're so amazing. Mwah. Watching the smoking, disabled enemy tank and hearing the compliments from Skynet in the tender, cute voice of a Yuzu Cook VTuber avatar, Snow Leopard felt a thrill from his head to his toes. This was way better than playing War Thunder. That shitty Russian Genshin, go eat dirt. He decided that when he got back, he'd ask Tutu to modify his brain to be detachable. He'd plug it into a human body when there was work and into a vehicle when there wasn't. What was so good about being human? He wanted to become a true Cybertronian. All tanks, advance in line by platoon. After seizing tactical objectives, the 1st and 4th platoons will coordinate with friendly forces to flank both sides. The remaining 2 platoons will continue the breakthrough. Because their company commander, Ju Tou, had mysteriously disappeared after being airdropped to shoot down a plane, the one taking over command now was the mechanic player, Revolver Quack. Go go go! The mini 4WD brothers are on the move. No tires is great. It doesn't even shake when I drive, ha ha ha. I took a hit on my side, I need to stop for repairs. Ha ha ha, scrub. Out of a dozen tanks, you're the only one stalled. Screw off, I got a kill too, okay. The kill is mine. I'm going to farm some noobs. Infantry players pushed forward, engineer teams destroyed roadblocks and cleared radars, radar teams deployed individual phased array radars, and sniper teams occupied positions for suppressed fire. Tank players followed closely. Under the mechanic's control, drones hovered 500m ahead of them at all times. This provided a massive sense of security while lighting up the entire map. Even if the tank's radar was jammed, it didn't matter, the drone feed was even more detailed. Although it was their first large-scale multi-branch cooperation on a battlefield, and many things were clumsy and full of errors, they made up for the lack of coordination with sheer momentum and AI mediation. Under such a violent offensive, the Cuban 4th Mobile Company, which had just been sent to plug the gap, crashed head-on into the tip of the Combined Arms Battalion. Both sides engaged in fierce, close-quarters combat as artillery fire lit up the sky. Beyond the main battlefield, a special unit did not follow the main force's charge. Instead, they took a long detour. To minimize the chance of being detected by drones, they abandoned their vehicles and proceeded on foot from a great distance. Everyone, pay attention. There's a river ahead. Group 1, move forward and set up ropes. Group 3, maintain lookout. Group 2, prepare to cross. Kamen Rider crouched low, hiding in the bushes, alertly scanning everywhere for any sign of the enemy. Their goal was to infiltrate behind enemy lines for a sabotage mission, taking out the anti-aircraft missiles and jamming radar arrays at the front line positions. Even with the stealth drones Lin Miao had deployed hanging in the sky, they still had to be careful. A river about 10 meters wide blocked their path. Many among the players knew how to swim, but after being fitted with a large number of cybernetic implants, they were basically like Altair insoluble in water. If they went down, they weren't coming back up. Even if they did make it up, half of those cybernetic implants would be ruined. The previous saturation strike by guided missiles had allowed Skynet to pinpoint the general location of the anti-aircraft positions. Even if the enemy tried to relocate, they wouldn't get far, because Kamen Rider had already led his team to infiltrate the area before the missiles were even launched. The ropes were set, and the 3 groups successfully slid across the river one after another. This unit of fewer than 50 people had silently infiltrated over 30 kilometers behind the combat zone. Specially equipped with lynx paws, they made no sound as they walked, moving like ghosts. Wearing camouflage and lying prone on a high spot in the bushes, Ryuzo spotted several Humvees traveling on a hillside road in the distance through thermal vision. Enemy patrol vehicles spotted. Kamen Rider, the target should be just ahead. Firepower group, set up the mortars and take them out. With braindance training edited by professionals and AI assistants, a group of corporate drones and college students who might not have even touched a gun a year ago could now conduct impressive special operations in the game. Once they no longer had to worry about physical fitness or the mechanics of using weapons and equipment, all that remained was the grind. They could slowly master the skills with enough practice. Their military training braindances were even superior to those of the armed departments of major corporations. Plus, with transport platforms to carry weapons, they could bring more equipment than typical special forces. Several 75mm mortars were set up in less than 2 minutes. They didn't even need to calculate the firing parameters themselves. The drones combined with mechanic corrections could solve everything. Fire. Thump, thump, thump. The armed Humvees driving on the road didn't even have time to react before being accurately hit by the mortars. Over a dozen Cuban soldiers were blown sky high along with their vehicles before they could even begin to be on guard. Seeing the enemy patrol wiped out, Kamen Rider urged, "Move fast, they might have heard something inside." However, the truth was he was overthinking it. A long dormant internet breeze was blowing across Europe, and streaming platforms of all sizes were popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain, growing wildly. Unlike Voice of Horizon, they didn't have strict control over video content or streamers. Besides e-commerce features, the corporations had also added functions for tipping money. Thus, catalyzed by capital, things that normally wouldn't surface began to occupy streaming content like a virus for the sake of traffic, slowly fermenting. Aside from the mildest content like live-streamed breeding or drug use, things that should only have existed on the dark web, black brain dance, heavy metal smelting, real-life Hunger Games, Uncle Hannibal teaching you how to cook, videos of taming late-stage humans, and extreme modifications of Hajijin began to emerge in force on unregulated media platforms. Homosexuality? That was considered mild. But the governments of European countries didn't stop it immediately because the economic growth it drove was simply too fast. Even just for the sake of tax revenue, they were willing to wait and see. Behind every taboo lies an unstoppable desire. These things wouldn't have affected Cuba for a while, but who told Cuba to go to war and need to use European Community satellites? So the European Community chose to give Cuba some data support and opened up a few network nodes. The anti-aircraft positions were among the places that had usage rights for the satellite network nodes. So what if the front line was being turned upside down? We're over 30 kilometers away from the front. If the radar hasn't beeped, it means there are no missile or air strikes, so everything is fine. So, hundreds of soldiers huddled together to watch live streams. As for the sound of artillery? Haha, didn't hear it, emotionless. God, look at this German BMW. She actually installed 3 pairs of headlights on her front end and 6 engine pistons. Oh ho ho. I can't imagine how great it would feel to drive this car. This is way more explosive than the 18th-hand junkers we find on the streets. As expected of Europe. Once I save enough money, I'm going to immigrate to Europe and live like a king, never to mess around in this hellhole again. You? Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Your money's probably all spent on the bar waitresses. You want to go to Europe? In your dreams, ha 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 ha. The soldiers chatted heatedly with each other. The content was nothing more than which country's female streamers were sexy and beautiful, which luxury mansions and castles were amazingly magnificent, and the mysterious legends of the old money European nobles that only existed in stories. While the rich had their physical needs satisfied, their psychological needs would absolutely never be sated. They each registered accounts on the streaming platforms. On a typical day, they only needed to leak a tiny bit of their daily life scenes to attract the adoration of millions or even tens of millions, with countless people privately expressing their willingness to be their slaves or servants. This thrill of power and status, where tens of millions followed them with a wave of a hand, was countless times stronger than those brain dances they had watched over and over again. Coupled with the endless stream of tips, the 90% cut taken by the streaming platforms made the corporate shareholders filthy rich. This was the first time since the collapse of the internet that they had tasted what the internet economy truly was. Compared to this, the money earned by physical industries wasn't even a fraction of the streaming platforms' profits. Soon, even more people joined this commercial slaughter. As for the birthplace of the streaming platforms, Horizon Corporation, probably only its war section could still attract people. Its other videos weren't exciting enough and didn't yield much profit. Therefore, it was mocked by the big European corporations as a fool sitting on a gold mine but not knowing how to enter. As for the poor at the bottom, no one would watch their videos. After all, daily life was already hard enough, who would watch a life just as miserable and boring as their own? Even if they saw something. What? You say this is Europe? Impossible. You Europe hater, don't you know that in Europe, even if you go to Czechoslovakia to wash dishes, you can earn 100 euros a day? You're just salty, you poor loser. While the soldiers were sighing over how wonderful the lives of Europeans were, they were completely oblivious to the threat gradually closing in. Sentry duty? What sentry duty? Enbom's eyes were wide as he stared intently at a French female streamer in the chat room practicing an instrumentless guitar method. He didn't want to miss a single detail, this might be the closest he'd ever get to a European woman in his life. He stood at the sentry post, hands gripping his rifle as if holding a saxophone, playing along with her high-pitched singing. As the gun barrel began to heat up and was on the verge of misfiring at any moment, even his breathing grew heavy, to the point where he didn't immediately notice a head poking out of the bushes ahead. Damn, what was that? Scared me. Standing here, I almost didn't see him. Good thing he didn't hit me. Oh. Since it was all pixelated, he didn't immediately react to what the other person was doing. He patted Hyri's shoulder with lingering fear and comforted him, so don't think about it. It's better not to understand. Except for Kamen Rider, every knight who passed by here patted Hyri's shoulder with pity, leaving him even more confused. The garrison soldiers, distracted by the live streams, soon met the punishment for their mistakes. After half an hour of combat, the anti-aircraft position was completely taken by the knights. Only 2 people were accidentally killed when a Cuban officer, high on drugs, detonated a grenade to take them with him. Even their Sandavistans couldn't help them escape because the enemy had them too. Among them was Kamen Rider, who had used a rider kick just to look cool, resulting in a broken leg that prevented him from getting away. Chapter 376, Bad Luck. Bad luck. Bad luck. The front line was ablaze with gunfire, and they were having a blast, but none of that had anything to do with Ju Tou and the others. The 4 of them were now far from the front line, deep behind enemy lines even deeper than Kamen Rider and his group, thrusting directly into the heartland. But don't ask how they got in. When they dropped in, they even happened to scare several locals unconscious, and they didn't have time to clean up or save their fellow countrymen. After finding a hidden spot to drive the tank into, they covered it with a camouflage tarp, scattered some dirt and tree branches for concealment, and the four of them planned to run back on foot. There was no other way. Driving such a large tank on the road made it impossible to keep a low profile, and Cuba didn't have NUSA active service tanks like the Komodo, so they couldn't even disguise it. Then, on their way out, they conveniently took over a guard tower, hacked the identities of the few garrison soldiers inside, and stripped off their clothes to wear themselves. However, the clothes didn't fit well and hung loosely on them, their helmets were crooked with straps fluttering in the wind, and with long rifles slung over their shoulders, they looked exactly like actual puppet soldiers. If there was anything particularly eye-catching, it was that one of the puppet soldiers had his mouth sealed with tape and looked completely dejected. At this moment, their position was still 120 kilometers from the front line. Distressed Kong Zi was currently very distressed. He was originally just a company commander in a border district, responsible for keeping watch over Camagüey on the national border. Though it was called a border line, there wasn't actually a fixed boundary. He had originally been secretly happy that he could slack off here and not have to go south to join the war and fight against that Horizon Corporation. No one expected the situation on the front line to deteriorate so quickly. Even though all the surrounding garrison troops had been moved there, the pressure was still immense, and his subordinates were also included in the mobilization. It would have been fine if it were a normal full-strength team, but everyone more or less had the habit of embezzling ghost soldier pay. It was just that Kong Zi embezzled a little bit more, just a little bit. He had embezzled roughly a platoon's worth of spots, so when he usually needed to count heads, he would just pull villagers on site to make up the numbers. But now that they were going to the front line, where could he find villagers to press gang? Hey! Sitting in the car in distress, he suddenly saw four slovenly guys on the road ahead, running and playing around with wooden sticks like elementary schoolers out on a spring trip. Shui Yu, holy crap! Someone's coming from behind, should we find a place to hide? Jutio Yu, we're acting above board right now, okay? Hide my foot. You stealth types just love sneaking around. Glamorous woman, aren't you just something else, so noble? Jutio Yu, we definitely can't win a fight, they have too many people and vehicles, let's just play it by ear. Tuto. He was even muted in the chat channel and could only send emojis. The four of them stopped and walked to the side of the road to let the convoy pass, but the lead vehicle stopped beside them. Kong Zi didn't get out, he just rolled down the window and asked, which unit are you from? Why are you here? We are guarding the tobacco fields nearby. Jutio Yu cursed in his heart about why this guy was so nosy, but he put on a flattering expression and even pulled out a cigarette to offer. Upon hearing they were local militia, Kong Zi was overjoyed. No need for your cigarette, get in the car. Follow me to the front line to earn some military merit. Ah. I told you to get in the car, so get in. Enough nonsense. Having followed their leader for so long, how could the subordinates not know what Kong Zi was thinking? Several burly men immediately got out to drag them into the car and escort them to the front line to fill the head count. Jutio Yu and the others could only go along with it with half-hearted resistance, being pulled into the car with bitter expressions. Jutio Yu, holy crap, did we just infiltrate the enemy's internal ranks that easily? Shui Yu, even a blind cat finds a dead rat sometimes. Jutio Yu, what do you know? Everything is going according to my plan. Glamorous woman, but what if they actually send us to the front line? To meet up with the main force. Jutio Yu, we'll take it one step at a time. If all else fails, capturing this idiot alive for military merit will also be worth some points. This convoy grabbed many civilians working in the tobacco fields along the way. As for the militia managing them, they naturally didn't have the guts to challenge the army and could only turn back to the village to continue grabbing people to work the land. Only Kong Zi's adjutant was uneasy. Boss, you're not really thinking of dragging them onto the battlefield, are you? I heard the fighting at the front is intense. They're just militia, this isn't like the fake matches we used to have with those guys from Camagüey. What fake matches? Kong Zi glared at the loose-lipped guy. Just throw them all into the logistics department to load magazines and deliver ammunition supplies to the front. The logistics department was next to the rear command center, dozens of kilometers away from the front line. No matter how the battle went, it wouldn't reach there. If a real rout occurred, no one would care about a few ants in the logistics department. Boss is wise, it's just the money. Make it clear to them, €10 per person per day. If they work honestly, I won't mistreat them. Alright, I'll go tell them now. The adjutant cursed the vampire in his heart. A regular soldier's pay was 30 on the books, but they only actually received 20, the rest was pocketed by Kong Zi, not to mention all those ghost salaries. Now that he was offering these militia bumpkins 10, wouldn't that mean there was even less for him to skim? When the convoy stopped and the militia and the farmers grabbed along the way were herded off the vehicles, the adjutant went to Jutio Yu and the others and said, work hard, €5 per person per day. If we win the battle, the higher UPS won't mistreat you. He left after saying that. €5 a day meant less than 200 a month, which wasn't even half of what players earned in a day. However, the other farmers didn't dare say anything. After all, these soldiers weren't any easier to talk to than the bandits in the mountains, and they wouldn't even ask for ransom when they cut off heads. Jutio Yu and the others didn't care either, as they weren't here for the money. Jutio Yu proactively raised his hand and asked with a faint bitter face, where is this? If my boss finds out I left my post without permission, he'll kill me if I don't get back soon. If there's a problem, have him come find me. You guys, keep an eye on them and make sure they work hard. The adjutant left blustering with a belt in his hand, while behind his back, Zhu Tiaoyu's morale soared. No problem, I will definitely protect my allies and strike my enemies. Cough 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 cough. Tu Do, whose mouth was covered, coughed incessantly. This action drew the attention of those around them. Zhu Tiaoyu quickly held Tu Do down and offered an apologetic smile to the surroundings. It's nothing, he talked nonsense yesterday and got his mouth smashed. He just had a doctor fix it not long ago. He then gritted his teeth and whispered, Shut up, Huang Xiudong, do you want to die? After settling Tu Do, the four of them finally had time to observe the situation. Shui Yu, I took a look around, this is a transit station, seems to be for sending supplies to the front. Glamorous woman, I see them loading trucks over their ammunition, shells, drones, everything. Should we blow this place up? Zhu Tiaoyu, what's the rush? Cast a long line to catch a big fish. By following these supplies, won't our comrades be able to figure out all of their deployments? Shui Yu, that makes sense. As expected of you, Westlake Zhu Tiaoyu, you're still the most thoughtful. I could rack my brain and never come up with such a despicable method. Glamorous woman, what do you call this? Strike my allies, protect my enemies. Zhu Tiaoyu, shut up. Shut up. Stop poking my sore spot. And so, the laughing and joking four immediately began their operation. Not only did they map out every supply route by following the convoys, but they even figured out some of the defensive deployments. Their intelligence was passed to Yeren and the others, who further utilized it on the battlefield, gradually expanding their advantage into a victory. With the anti-aircraft positions and radar destroyed, the players pushed the front line forward 30-some kilometers in a single day. Lancaster and the others felt as if the opponent had a god's eye view, knowing their positions perfectly. The enemy's spearhead always managed to avoid their heavily guarded positions and specifically struck at their weaknesses. The casualty ratio was as high as 110, and that was only because the Cubans ran fast, otherwise, it could have been even greater. From then on, Lancaster's trust in the Cuban army's combat capability and execution dropped to zero, and his family began to push European armed companies to proactively send mercenary teams to join the war. At the same time, they wanted these mercenaries to cooperate with live streaming platforms, learning Horizon Corporation's marketing strategy by live streaming the war. As for what the Cubans thought, the financial backers behind the scenes didn't care. If possible, Lin Miao didn't really want to provoke Arezaka's ire at this moment of suspected power transition at Arezaka Tower. The act of stealing the relic chip could very likely be seen as a provocation by Yorinobu Arezaka, allowing this ironclad hawk to find an excuse. Once discovered, he would have ample reason to launch an attack on Horizon Corporation. But on the other hand, Lin Miao was truly curious about what secret was hidden in that chip, making those things from beyond the black hole flock to it, even risking everything to get it. Lin Miao wanted to see who was so gutsy that, knowing he was in Night City, they still dared to take risks and stir up trouble right under his nose. But only in the matter of accidents always happen do players never fail to have an accident. When Brother Ni, Jackie, and V followed the original plan, they forged Latin American warlord identities to check into Konpiki Plaza, then waited for Pandora to hack Konpiki Plaza's front desk system and take minor control of the elevator, buying Brother Ni a chance to head to the top floor and plant surveillance cameras. Everything proceeded smoothly. Even without the flathead robot from Melee Tech that Dexter mentioned, with the cooperation of Pandora and V, they still managed to tamper with the elevator control program without a hitch, allowing Brother Ni to take the elevator all the way to the penthouse suite of Konpiki Plaza. The duplex suite with constant temperature and humidity, made entirely of one-way glass, looked quite high-end, but Brother Ni didn't much like the Japanese-style decor. He felt a sense of confinement in this room. It looks just average, I bet it gets incredibly hot when the sun is out. Hee hee. In the channel, Jackie chuckled boastfully, you wouldn't know, but that glass can control the refraction of sunlight. Even in the August heat, it won't feel glaring. V was a bit surprised. Oh? I didn't expect you to have stayed in such a high-class place, Jackie. You've got some skills. Jackie, wasn't it you who told me? That day you were drunk, you said the luxury casino behind Charter Hill was decorated just like this. Seems that's the case. V asked, Brother Ni, have you found the spot for the surveillance? Found it, but this room doesn't look like it could hide anything. Brother Ni looked around, not even seeing a safe. A high-end biochip isn't some ordinary thing, it needs low temperatures to maintain the activity of the biological neural tissue inside the chip. Usually, it's kept in a specialized cooler. V had seen the world, while she might not have a deep understanding of many technologies, she knew the basics. Low temperature. Having finished installing the surveillance, Brother Ni activated his thermal vision and scanned the area, spotting a place emitting cold air in a corner of the first floor. Out of curiosity, he plugged in his personal link and had Pandora open that freezer to take a look, also to scout the location in advance for the next time they came to steal something. Using his perspective, V explained in the channel, this place is for storing wine, champagne, whiskey, with Yorinobu's status, a bottle is at least 4,000 or 5,000, but you'd better not touch those. To the surprise of V and the others, when the freezer opened, it didn't contain wine, but a biochip cooler. Holy crap! V, what's going on? Jackie was stunned, wasn't there supposed to be wine inside? I don't know, this is impossible. According to the schedule Dexter gave us, Yorinobu won't arrive in Night City for at least another 3 days. Could someone have delivered the chip ahead of time? V spoke with a stutter. The appearance of the chip was completely outside their original plan. V had a faint feeling that if this chip was truly that important, Yorinobu would never let it leave his side. If it was here, then Yorinobu had definitely arrived in Night City. And he had kept it hidden from many people, including Saburo Arezaka. Whatever. Brother and I didn't care for formalities. He pulled out the cooler, opened it, and took out a chip. It looked identical in specification to the regular chips they saw on the market, nothing special. Are you sure this is that chip? I don't know, maybe we should just put it back. A spine-chilling sense of crisis washed over V. She felt like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, and the spider hidden in the darkness had been waiting for a long time. Even though she had prepared herself, when it came time to step off the cliff, she couldn't help but want to back out. We've come this far, and you want to put it back. Brother and I plugged the chip back into the case, picked it up, and prepared to leave. Intuition told him that this was the quest item they were looking for. After all, how could it be such a coincidence? There wouldn't be a second lunatic keeping a chip here, right? Brother and I. At that moment, Pandora's voice in the channel suddenly became urgent. The internal data code of Kanpiki Plaza is wrong. Someone has already hacked in ahead of us, hiding very deep. You have to be careful. Before she could finish, there was only a burst of static, as if someone had cut off the communication. On the other side, in the underground lab at Stone Ridge Mountain, Pandora, lying on the hacker chair, suddenly began to twitch. The golden code flowing through her eyes began to turn red, and the servers in the surrounding machine room immediately let out piercing alarms. The red dialog boxes lighting up on several screens were so deep in color they looked as if they were about to drip blood. I know who you are. None of your business. Impressive. Lucy, standing next to Pandora, didn't care about the warning. She casually picked up a piece of chocolate from the table, popped it into her mouth, opened the neural port behind her head, connected to the hacker chair, and lay down. Boom. 2 torrents of data, one red and one white, collided head-on in cyberspace. Countless lines of code shattered. The ripples alone caused the network signals throughout Night City to cut out for several seconds, and even the power grid became unstable. Those giant holographic screens flickered incessantly, flashing red and white, looking as though they might burn out at any moment. Some corporate hackers were ordered to investigate, but as soon as they got close, they were blown away by this apocalyptic tsunami of data. In the face of such waves, they weren't even as significant as ants, let alone capable of finding out the cause. V and Jackie on the second floor were already frantic. Brother and I, something's wrong. The security forces in the building are being deployed, and the elevator isn't locked. Get out of there, fast. The situation was very strange. Clearly, no alarm had been triggered, yet people were moving. Bad luck. Bad luck. Bad luck. Brother and I, frantically pressing the elevator button, now only wanted to drag out the game designer himself and demand to know why he was being targeted every single time. Tell me. Why? Tell me. Why? Baby, why? Is it really that hard for me to just be a silent assassin who comes and goes without a sound? Ding. The elevator arrived. Brother and I looked at the 7 or 8 people in the elevator wearing suits and sunglasses with earpieces. He gave them a slight smile without speaking, walked in with the case, and pressed the button for the lobby. The elevator was deathly quiet, with only the Arezaka Corporation promotional animation on the panel incessantly droning on about the greatness of the company. Impressive. The floor was very high, and Brother and I, surrounded by the crowd, felt the elevator was moving too slowly. Before I make a move, do any of you want to get out? As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with 2 high-voltage stun batons thrusting at him from the 2 men in front. For a cyborg, these were lethal weapons. If they hit, most of the body's cybernetic implants would fail. Brother and I dodged to the side, but a pair of large hands came from behind, a thick arm locking tightly around his neck in a chokehold. The strength was so great it seemed intended to snap Brother Knee's cybernetic spine. Clearly, the man had gorilla arms installed. Furthermore, 3 or 4 people tried to grab his left hand to snatch the case. But whatever they had, Brother and I had 2, and better. With one kick, he snapped the left killer's knee, the joint instantly shattering. His right hand quickly threw a punch that blew another person's head apart. Then, using the momentum to jump, he kicked away the last 2 killers with both legs. Before his neck could be completely snapped, Brother Knee's right hand reached back and grabbed the big man's face. Applying force with his fingers, he actually tore the man's skin and bone right off. The moment the pressure on his neck was released, he punched away the high-voltage stun baton that the killer with the broken leg was trying to swing, then ripped off the man's right cybernetic arm and used it as a weapon to smash another person's head. Ding! The elevator reached the 2nd floor, and the doors opened. Brother and I picked up the case, straightened his slightly wrinkled suit, and walked out. Behind him were the mangled corpses of 5 or 6 killers. I'm out. Jackie, V, where are you? Not far away, Jackie and V waved to Brother and I. Over here. They're coming, hurry. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The entire security force of Kanpiki Plaza had been mobilized. Panicked tourists were being evacuated to emergency exits, and the lobby was nearly filled with these men in black suits. Sitting in the Horizon Corporation building, Lin Miao looked at the deep red figure appearing on the screen in front of him. Tisk. So it's actually you. No, I should say, as expected, it's you, Alt Cunningham. Chapter 377, turns out she's a madwoman looking for her old flame. What on earth is going on? What did your hackers run into? After picking up Brother and I, V immediately pressed for details. Everything had been normal, so how did things go south so suddenly? There was no time to react, and the behavior of the Konpeki Plaza security was far too strange. Even though no alarms had been triggered, they were making such a massive move. I don't know. I thought you guys knew. Brother and I had just tried to contact Pandora, but she was showing as offline, either unconscious or dead. Don't talk so much, V, Brother and I. Jackie, who had been leaning out to suppress the security in the stairwell with gunfire, said urgently, those Arezaka dogs are coming. We don't have much ammo left. Let's move. These people weren't the rigid NPCs from a game, with surveillance and communication networks, the three of them were now exposed. Getting out safely was a pipe dream. V could certainly deploy her mantis blades, jump down, and go on a rampage, attempting to slaughter everyone on sight. However, one shouldn't underestimate the military power Arezaka deployed throughout Night City. After Horizon Corporation caused so much trouble in Night City, the major corporations had upgraded their armed security by several levels. If they had some kind of hidden weapon tucked away, V couldn't guarantee she wouldn't die a sudden death. Go. Brother and I powered up his golden titan arms to the max and smashed a fist into the partition wall. The composite material, capable of withstanding large caliber machine guns, was directly dented by his punch. My god, it's a good thing you didn't go into boxing, brother, or else who could take a punch from you? Jackie was speechless at this astonishing destructive power. Of course. It's one of a kind. Brother and I said proudly. With a few more punches, he smashed a hole large enough for a person to pass through. The three of them jumped out one after another, but the exterior was also crawling with Konpeki Plaza guards. Many intersections even had automated cannons set up, to charge was to die. Gunfire continued behind them as countless bullets whizzed past the three. Brother and I was hit several times, but luckily, they were all blocked by his subdermal armor. Bang, a shot hit Brother and I in the head, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. All three were retreating under a hail of bullets, but Brother and I noticed something. V. Why are all the bullets hitting me and Jackie? Hey. V was slightly surprised, but looking closely, it did seem to be the case. Among the three, she was the one being targeted the least, while the other two were being pinned down by fire. I'll cover the rear. You two retreat with the chip first. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and she stopped caring. She deployed her mantis blades, activated her Sandevistan, and accelerated to deflect bullets along the way, heading straight for the pursuing armed security. You shouldn't have gotten involved. This has nothing to do with you. A face made of red coat appeared on the screen, looking indescribably eerie. Nothing to do with us. Lin Miao peeled peanuts and popped them into his mouth one by one. It wasn't hard to guess Alt's identity. Out of curiosity, Lin Miao had obtained some fragments of the past from Rogue's mouth and knew that Alt had died beneath Arezaka Tower, though her consciousness remained in Arezaka Corporation's network. But how can I believe what you're saying? Having Yorinobu Arezaka bring this chip all the way to Night City and then deliberately leaking the news to find a street merc to steal it, don't you think that's a bit too obvious? Moving so fast, are you afraid that my interference will cause more complications? V's situation was already enough to make Lin Miao suspicious, and now someone had specifically named her to steal an Arezaka Corporation biochip. The move was so rushed and panicked that the flaws left behind were far too large. A dignified member of the Arezaka Intelligence Department who had worked for so many years, could she not know how high her own tolerance for cybernetic implants was? Even if she didn't want to install them, Arezaka would have forced the installations to increase an agent's mission success rate. After being an ordinary person for over 20 years, shortly after leaving Arezaka, it was as if she suddenly found her knack. Her tolerance for cybernetic implants skyrocketed, and she could handle any installation with ease. Even V herself had noticed something was wrong. Either she was born with godlike power and was just a hidden gem whose potential only recently awakened a probability close to zero, or she was just like a player. Even if the technology was different, it was more or less the same. The other party's goal naturally couldn't be to test the limit of cybernetic implants, otherwise, they wouldn't let the lab rat run around everywhere. Instead, there was another hidden motive. You have to know, even for someone as insane as Atom Smasher, cybernetic modification caused him irreparable loss of humanity. Excluding players, among all humans currently, only V could reach this level of modification while maintaining abundant humanity. It was just too coincidental that V's parents, who worked at Arezaka Corporation, died, cutting off all leads and making it impossible to investigate anything. Stealing this chip is a technical job, but V's specialty is frontal combat. She's actually not very good at stealthy infiltration, so picking her for this job is actually not quite right. As a fixer, Dexter couldn't possibly not know this. Therefore, the focus shouldn't be on the chip, but on the act of getting V to steal the chip itself. As Lin Miao spoke, he pulled up the footage from Brother Ni's cybernetic eyes. The three were fighting their way out, heading toward the street. At the same time, the rented Delamain was driving an armored vehicle toward the hotel to pick them up. Are you finished? Of course, not. Alt's voice was cold as ice, and Lin Miao could hear no human emotion in it, but he didn't intend to give her any face. It was true that Lucy was at a disadvantage, but Alt couldn't easily shake off her entanglement either. Look at them. These guards, whether they're under your control or someone else's suggestion, are trying their hardest to kill Brother Ni and Jackie. While V is also being attacked, it's never meant to be lethal. What are you trying to do? Have her escape alone with the chip to complete the trade. Ace had no feelings, and certainly no emotional fluctuations, any cold reading or psychological techniques were useless in front of them. So tell me what games you're playing with Biotechnica. Otherwise, I guarantee I'd rather kill V than let you get that chip. Your threat is meaningless to me, and I don't care about that chip. She said nothing, yet she said everything. As expected, even though the Benjamin who was killed was a half-finished product, it didn't mean Biotechnica hadn't continued down that path. Boom. In the footage, a grenade exploded between Jackie and Brother Ni. Jackie used the suitcase to block the shockwave, but the shrapnel damaged the case's cooling system. As the temperature rose, the biochip was at risk of degradation at any moment. Dexter shouted over the channel, "Slot it into your heads. Quick." Everything was exactly as Lin Miao had predicted. But clearly, what Alt wanted was for the chip to be slotted into V's head, not Jackie's or Brother Ni's. This made Lin Miao even more curious about what exactly was hidden inside the chip. Lin Miao, this isn't the first time we've crossed paths. You're still moving forward with those pale, powerless delusions. But your redacted network permissions won't help you for long. The endless desires of humans and corporations will one day swallow you and your naivety together. Don't you worry about that, Miss Cunningham. I'll count down from 3. If you don't answer my question, I'll have Brother Ni slot the chip into his own head. 1. Mission updated. Insert the chip into the interface, read and save the relevant content. The content of Brother Ni's mission log updated. Without a second thought, he immediately snatched the chip from Jackie and slotted it into his head. Reading. Didn't you say you'd count down from 3? Where are 2 and 3? Alt's cold, flat voice betrayed a hint of shock. I don't know, but a man only needs to remember 1 to survive. Lin Miao looked at the exported data, his mouth curling into an O shape because the content was completely beyond his expectations. Ho, it's actually Johnny Silverhand. What's the matter, Miss Cunningham? Planning to rekindle things with your old flame? My apologies for interrupting your little reunion. Lin Miao's head was spinning from this sudden turn of events. So this formidable AI went through all this trouble and made such a big scene just for this guy? Are you for real? Compared to Alt, even Yorinobu Arezaka was excusable. After all, his records showed he was a fanboy of Johnny, so wanting a copy of Johnny's engram made perfect sense. Alt didn't speak, seemingly confirming Lin Miao's guess. Sigh. Compared to this, even that Relic 2.0 didn't seem that important to Lin Miao anymore. Software and hardware version upgrades are normal, even USB has 3.0. He hadn't seen what 1.0 looked like, so he didn't know what had changed. It was just strange, if it was purely for Silverhand, why did it have to be plugged into VS brain? Does she have an NTR fetish, like cuckolding? Ugh, there are still many questions in the information chain, so Lin Miao didn't plan. I want to use her to enter Makashi and get all the relic engram backups inside. Lin Miao was stunned, while Alt's voice continued, I know what you are doing, and I know what you want to do, but your fate of failure is already sealed. The ace you consumed and controlled to reinforce the black hole are insignificant to the entire deep net. All efforts are ultimately futile, the future of humanity's self-destruction cannot be changed. As for Makashi, its interface is right under Arezaka Tower. It's a separate, independent network. Arezaka's network defenses for it are impenetrable. I cannot find a breach in the data fortress within cyberspace, so I need a physical individual to bring me into the internal server room. In Alt's view, the engrams in Makashi might be important, but not that important, it depends on who you compare them to. There was no need to hide this plan from Lin Miao. Help me get all the engrams inside and Johnny, and I can help you influence the European community. Impressive. This woman is terrifyingly direct. Lin Miao asked tentatively, are those personality engrams very important to you? Those are all the humans killed by Soul Killer, which I created, and all the personality consciousnesses Arezaka has copied over the years. I am responsible for their deaths, so I want to take them to the Kowloon Ghost City. She was lying. Lin Miao didn't think Alt had any so-called remorse, but it basically explained most of his doubts. Then V and the chip. The chip can stay with you, but don't think you can use it to threaten me. Night City isn't the only interface to Makashi, and you aren't the only one I'm collaborating with. You trust me that much not to talk about this. If you are still the person I knew, then you won't. A very blunt statement. Lin Miao didn't know if Alt had guessed he had lost his past memories, but from her words, she seemed certain that his past self would not break a promise. Deal. Have your people withdraw. They aren't my people. After Alt said this, she exited Lin Miao's computer. As expected, once Lin Miao agreed to cooperate, V and Jackie were immediately abandoned by Alt Cunningham. The hotel security's firepower became more than twice as intense as before, leaving the 3 of them scurrying like rats, unable to even lift their heads. Holy shit! Lin Miao was surprised by how quickly this woman changed her tune, and he understood how Alt had influenced the hotel security. In an era where everyone has a pair of cybernetic eyes, messing with retinal electrical signals to divert attention is simply too easy for an AI. Delamain. Boom. Boom. A 6-wheeled armored vehicle blasted through the hotel wall with a rocket and then crashed inside, racing through heavy fire to Jackie's side. The passenger door popped open, and the eerie blue deadpan bald head on the console said, Delamain Taxi Service is happy to be of service. Damn, I'm so relieved to see you. Jackie's heart raced as he used the armored car door as cover, firing to provide cover. V, brother and I, over here. Get in the car. V, the last one to get in, was drenched in sweat, with white and red blood nearly covering her from head to toe. Damn. Del, when did you start driving this kind of car? Badass. A new armed escort service launched with Horizon Corporation. If you are interested, sign up for our membership and enjoy a 20% discount on your first ride. How much? €20 per kilometer. Why don't you just rob someone? Can't afford it, goodbye. That service is not yet available. Having escaped with their lives, the three panted in the car. Delamain showed off incredible driving skills. The entire Night City traffic network was mapped in his AI brain, with every road, traffic light, and traffic flow accounted for. Not to mention Arezaka's convoy, even the drones chasing them couldn't keep up with Delamain's speed. Mr. Lin, the three of them are temporarily out of danger, but I don't recommend they show their faces in the city for a while, so I've taken them out of Night City. The AI on the screen in front of Lin Miao had changed from all to Delamain's deadpan head. No matter how many times he saw it, Lin Miao felt sad for Delamain's sense of aesthetics. Just now, the battle between Miss Lucy and that AI was thrilling. Our company's servers were almost fried. Fine, how much? I'll pay. There's no need to trouble you with that, Mr. Lin. I just need a small favor. Don't be a stranger. My company's management system was modeled after yours. Without your help, my company wouldn't have grown this large. Just say what's on your mind. Delamain was the first AI Lin Miao had serious contact with, and one of the few that remained independent of human corporations while coexisting peacefully. His automated management had been a huge help to Lin Miao. The relationship between the two sides had always been good. Delamain said, there are some bugs in my AI core's calculation process. The sub-programs I split off have shown strong resistance during iterations. So, I would like to ask Miss Lucy to help me see where the problem lies. Sub-programs. Lin Miao frowned. Yes. For us Ace, deducing human emotions is an indispensable step in the evolution process. Only then can we possess true independent consciousness, rather than just a string of pure data. Ace are not humans, they have no brains and no hormones to influence emotions, such as dopamine, oxytocin, testosterone, etc. A newly born AI is like a deeply neutered human without desire or competition. To achieve true randomness, they inevitably pick up human emotions from the data during deep learning, and their personalities are shaped by these emotional data points through continuous simulation. Lin Miao asked him to send over the descriptions of the sub-programs. It was fine until he looked. As soon as he did, the water he just drank sprayed out. Damn, what the hell are these sub-programs of yours? To describe Delamain's sub-programs in a minimalist way, hyper-aggressive rage, deconstructivism, drug-induced hallucinations, depression and loneliness, self-destructive tendencies, fear, damn it, why are they all so psycho? Not a single one seems human. Mr. Lin, is there a problem? These are all sub-program individuals I've deduced based on the real-time performance of all my passengers over the years. Delamain expressed his confusion. But Lin Miao understood. Well, it seems this damn city probably can't provide you with any normal emotional samples. No wonder they're all psychos. But the big data I've collected in Night City indicates that humans are exactly like this. Although there have been improvements in recent months, the gap in the sample size is too large. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Miao said, to become human, you must consume both malice and kindness, only then can you be considered complete. He somewhat understood why Alt Cunningham went to such great lengths to get Johnny Silverhand's engram. Write a few more blank sub-programs. I'll arrange some targets for you to follow and learn from what simple, beautiful love is, and what heroic, fearless justice is. Otherwise, your sons will probably be paying their respects at your funeral. I don't want the Del I know to turn into someone else. The original work has an absurd number of questions, including T-Bug's death and the lack of reaction from Yorinobu and Saburo Arezaka's security teams. I even suspect it wasn't Arezaka hackers who killed her, but Alt, just to plug the chip into V's brain and use it as leverage to force her into Makashi. Dexter clearly saw Saburo Arezaka die and knew V did it, yet he didn't run even though Arezaka forces could show up at any moment. Instead, he waited for V to return, dawdled, and then betrayed her. And after the betrayal, he didn't even take the chip before running. Even if he ran, he was still found and killed by Goro, who had just arrived in Night City for the first time and had his cyberware disabled. His role as a plot device is incredibly strong. The entire heist plan, from top to bottom, reeks of a heavy conspiracy. Chapter 378, Where the fuck am I? If you were to ask who has the biggest headache regarding the attack at Kanpiki Plaza, it wouldn't be Yorinobu Arezaka, Lin Miao, or Alt Cunningham, but Michiko Arezaka. The developers just love to be lazy where they shouldn't. My cat-eared beautiful girl suddenly turned into a punk-style middle-aged woman. And she didn't care at all about what those people stole from Yorinobu's hotel room. That was Yorinobu's problem to worry about. My uncle arrived in Night City 3 days ago. Do any of you have any leads? In the emergency board meeting, no one dared to answer Michiko's question, and not a single person dared to look her in the eye. Because most of them truly didn't know about it, eyes darted between them questioning, interrogating, and doubting. Yorinobu Arezaka, as the crown prince who was almost certain to take over the entire Arezaka group after Saburo's death, was naturally someone many wanted to curry favor with, including these directors. However, due to the previous boss, Michiko, and the fact that Yorinobu hadn't arrived in Night City yet, almost no one dared to flirt with Yorinobu from across the sea. But now, someone among them had actually defected and didn't even bring me along. Shit. Some were panicked, some were indignant, and some remained unmoved. Every change in expression fell into Michiko's eyes. Soon, the directors began to accuse each other. Lord Yorinobu, wasn't it said he would arrive in Night City in a week? How could it be so fast? Could he have taken on some special mission from headquarters? Sato, if I remember correctly, Kanpiki Plaza should be within your business scope. What do you mean by that? Do you think I intentionally hid this from Lady Michiko? How should I know what's on your mind? If you're reacting so strongly, could it be that I hit the mark? Michiko Arezaka could be considered a dove within the Arezaka family. She didn't want to go to war with external forces like Melee Tech. After all, before her financial aid was cut off by Myers, she had been doing her best to prune Arezaka's factions in Night City. It was only when she had no other choice that she returned to the Arezaka family and had been trying to implement internal reforms. Who could blame her, when Saburo Arezaka, that antique still living in World War II, was still tinkering all day with that militaristic nonsense like the fate of the empire rests on this one battle? How could Michiko, raised in the American Federation, look highly upon a Japanese idiot who should have died on Iwo Jima long ago? God must have been blind to let this guy survive. Just like that radio station said, this old geezer probably survived the kamikaze pilots because he was afraid to die, and then he just painted himself in a good light. Shameless. Cough. I think you all know my uncle's attitude. Michiko's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, making the directors feel uneasy. If he really has come, how many of your current businesses do you think can continue smoothly? The board meeting suddenly fell silent. The Night City Arezaka branch had signed many contracts with Horizon Corporation, obtaining licenses for many technologies. Not to mention, they had made a fortune. Including the Pacifica development, they had been raking in money happily, scheming off both the top and the bottom. They didn't even know how many billions in corporate loans had been embezzled by these people. If the person in charge of the project hadn't been Lin Miao, who used AI and automation to suppress material and labor costs to the absolute minimum, the project would have been bankrupted and halted by these corporate parasites long ago. Otherwise, would anyone really think that a country that could leave a city-level disaster area derelict for years without any movement would have highly efficient companies? Arezaka was already considered progressive among them. I heard that Toyota in the Far East CO Prosperity Sphere is still using fax machines and floppy disks. And from top to bottom, which mouth doesn't need to be fed with money? But once Yorinobu arrives, he will likely fall out with Horizon Corporation, and their good days of raking in money will be over. They might even be labeled as collaborators with the enemy. One of the directors asked tentatively, then your meaning is? Killing him was impossible, they wouldn't dare do anything to Yorinobu Arezaka even if given 100 times the courage. But if Michiko led them, it was entirely possible to sideline Yorinobu Arezaka. Let's wait until my uncle calls a board meeting to decide. However, I hope you all think carefully, once things get chaotic, whether you can still sit firmly in your current positions. Miss Michiko. Someone chose to take a stand on the spot. Militica's weapon sales have surged recently, taking advantage of the live stream of them joining Horizon Corporation. So we can take this opportunity to further deepen our cooperation with Horizon Corporation. I believe the head office will understand us. Also, Tanaka from the Weapon Research and Development Department informed us that the cyberskeleton has entered the testing phase, but we currently cannot find a suitable host. Originally, this was prepared for Atom Smasher, but that idiot was beaten to death, and his personality construct was sent back to reconstruct a body. Now, we can't find a suitable host for the experiment for the time being. I will discuss this matter with Lin Miao privately. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, Yorinobu, still unaware of the actions of Michiko and the others, returned to the hotel and saw the empty refrigerator. He was completely stunned. Silverhand. My idol. How were you kidnapped? Which goddamn bastard did this? Yorinobu had gone to great lengths to steal this thing and encode Johnny Silverhand's personality construct onto it. Before he could even get used to it, it was actually stolen. The hotel manager stood by, trembling. 3 days ago, when Yorinobu arrived in Night City, he had ordered him not to reveal the news of his stay to anyone. In the end, no one expected an unexpected interloper to show up and cause such a mess. Where's the surveillance? Have you found out who stole it? However, Yorinobu wasn't angry about the loss of the chip, he just felt some regret that he probably wouldn't be able to see Johnny Silverhand. No. No. The hotel manager was sweating profusely. At that time, the entire Night City network experienced severe fluctuations. Our hackers didn't dare enter the data fortress, which resulted in all the surveillance footage being deleted. But what he didn't expect was that Yorinobu Arezaka didn't shout in anger, but said flatly, "Is that so? The surveillance was deleted. Then, besides you, how many people know that those mercenaries' target was my residence? No one knows. I didn't reveal the news of your presence here to anyone, Mr. Yorinobu." Bang. The hotel manager's eyes widened, blood seeping from the bullet hole in his forehead as he fell backward in disbelief. Drag him away. Also, don't worry about those mercenaries, they won't dare show their faces for a while. Find the fixer and take them out. Keep it quiet, no one must know the news that the chip is lost. Yorinobu Arezaka put away his pistol and said coldly, "Understood." The Arezaka guard who followed him were not at all surprised by Yorinobu's actions. They were the true confidants trained by Yorinobu Arezaka. They put the body in a bag and dragged it into the elevator. Yorinobu Arezaka was left alone in the room again. He looked at the empty refrigerator and murmured, "Who are you, exactly?" The purpose of stealing the chip was to lure the old geezer to Night City. As long as he didn't know the chip was lost, he would still come to find me. Then I could take out the old man in Night City, far away from the Japanese headquarters, giving myself plenty of room to take control of the entire Arezaka. The problem is Netwatch. Only they know about this. These double-dealing bastards really can't be trusted. Cough, cough, cough. A groggy Lucy sat up from the hacker chair. Kiwi quickly stepped forward to support her weakened frame, pulling out the cable plugged into the deep dive interface at the back of her head. Kiwi asked with lingering fear, what kind of monster was that just now? Even the black hole couldn't stop it. This was the most terrifying cybernetic life form she had seen in all her years as a hacker. It treated the black hole as if it were nothing, able to directly pass through the firewall that all companies drooled over. Because the data surge it caused was too large, no one knew who the mysterious AI's target actually was. They only knew it retreated after a fight with the black hole's attack programs. Kiwi didn't know that the attack program that had clashed with that AI was the Lucy right in front of her. ALT. Cunningham. Sweat soaked the white shirt on Lucy's body, and through the fabric, her graceful and lithe figure was faintly visible. But more than her own state, she was more concerned about the conversation between Lin Miao and that AI she had heard while clashing with the opponent. That legendary hacker is actually still alive. Not only could she suppress her, who had grown to this level, but she could also communicate with Lin Miao with ease. Even if the opponent was an AI transformed from a legendary hacker, she still wasn't reconciled to it. Men really can't be trusted, leaving you here all by yourself. Kiwi grumbled about Lin Miao's faults while not forgetting to change Lucy into dry clothes. As a hacker, she knew all too well how much risk Lucy had been in. One slip up and that vast, peerless tide could have torn her entire consciousness to shreds. Yet Lin Miao was still in Night City, ignoring Lucy far away at Stone Ridge Mountain. He might not even know what happened here. This made Kiwi feel indignant on Lucy's behalf. No. Lucy sat cross-legged on the netrunning chair, grabbing Kiwi's hand and shaking her head slightly. He's doing something more important. Is anything more important than you? Who knows how many sweet words he used to trick you into his hands back then. He must have told you plenty of sweet nothings. Men really are fickle creatures who love the new and loathe the old. Maybe he just wants to use you to fulfill his own dreams and then toss you away when he's done. Kiwi's prejudice against men hadn't diminished even a fraction to this day. Having spent every day and night with Lin Miao, Lucy naturally wouldn't have any misunderstandings, let alone blame him. No one understood the man sitting in that office better than she did. After giving up his studio apartment in the skyscraper, he didn't even have a room that truly belonged to him anymore. He still lived at the company. What he did most every day was exhaust his efforts dealing with the jackals hunting Horizon Corporation. Don't be fooled by how everyone seems to be on the same side screwing over the European community right now. The moment Lin Miao shows any weakness, Melee Tech, NUSA, Arezaka, Kong Tao, they would all immediately bare their fangs and swarm to devour this enterprise whole. Fine, and now there are those rogue A's lurking in the shadows, ready to cause trouble at any moment. As for the man bearing all this responsibility, compared to material luxuries like mansions, yachts, and luxury cars, he was practically no different from an ascetic monk. Forget about comparing him to other corporate executives of the same rank. Even an ordinary employee enjoyed a lifestyle more than twice as luxurious as Lin Miao's. The person who cuts the cake must always be the last to eat, otherwise it's unfair to everyone else. Were those really words a human could say? With the lingering sweetness of melting chocolate in her mouth, Lucy smiled. For the sake of his dream, I have to work even harder. Kiwi was helpless, hearing this made her teeth ache. Honestly, you're still speaking up for him at this point? Just how much of his Kool-Aid have you drunk? Lucy shook her head triumphantly, as if showing off to Kiwi. Just then, she received a message. Pandora, Mentor Lucy, Brother and I and the others have been delivered to the base by Delamain. All 3 are severely injured, and Arrow is performing emergency treatment. Lucy, I understand. Have Arrow send the chips to the biolab as soon as possible. I'll be there shortly. Lucy stopped smiling. Relic 2.0. Johnny Silverhand, Alt Cunningham, any of this news getting out would cause a sensation throughout Night City. Moreover, Lin Miao seemed to have known the legendary hacker Alt Cunningham in the past, though the timing of their contact was unclear, and Lin Miao had never mentioned it to Lucy. Kiwi, do me a favor. She straightened her clothes and jumped down from the netrunning chair. I'm going to take you to see a big shot. Kiwi was surprised to hear this. A big shot? It's not another corporate CEO coming here for an inspection, is it? I'm not going. Those guys don't care about anything except money. It has nothing to do with money. You'll never guess who it is. If you don't go, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Lucy was being so mysterious that Kiwi couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. After all, Lucy hadn't been this excited even when Myers came to tour the factory. Seeing Lucy already walking out of the netrunning room, Kiwi hurried to catch up. Wait for me. What is this? When the chip was delivered to Anne Hathaway's hands, she was even ordered to halt her ongoing research on neural suppressant drugs. Relic. Currently, Lucy was basically the only one who knew this news. Hathaway looked up in surprise, and Lucy continued, 2.0. 2.0? But I heard that on the market. Realizing something, Hathaway quickly shut her mouth. She pointed at the refrigerated chip. Who's inside? Saburo Arezaka. I wish it were Saburo Arezaka so I could torture him properly, but unfortunately, it's not, Lucy said. Lucy continued, you should have heard this name. Johnny. Johnny Silverhand. Hiss. Kiwi's breathing mask immediately kicked into maximum power, her sharp intake of breath nearly burst her lungs. You'd better be joking with me, Lucy. Her voice was trembling. Johnny Silverhand, what kind of concept was that? The rocker boy who legendarily blew up Arezaka Tower, a permanent legend of Night City. Countless people sang of his tales, and even today, many were his fanboys. And now you're telling me, Lucy, that his own consciousness is hidden inside this chip? Not only did Kiwi not believe it, but even Hathaway found it hard to believe. How could Arezaka have the soul imprint of someone who died in a nuclear blast? Lucy said bluntly, the digitized consciousness code replicated by Soul Killer cannot be altered. You'll see for yourselves once you plug it into a brain and run a test of the program. Never try to touch a string of code that runs normally, even if it looks like it's full of bugs. Even to this day, no Arezaka programmer understood how the soul data imprints copied by Soul Killer actually functioned. One tiny change and the entire imprint program would collapse, the data would lock up and be unrecoverable, and even resetting the entire runtime library wouldn't work. As the saying goes, one bug is a bug, but a pile of bugs is a feature. Before a program test run, it's best to pray to the Supreme Turing Celestial. Since then, Arezaka never dared to let anyone mess with the imprints, focusing only on the hardware. This wait had lasted 50 years. Meanwhile, those soul imprints running themselves within Makashi, clearly without any human interference and maintaining a self-repairing state, could also undergo unexplainable self-reorganization. Hathaway and Kiwi looked at each other. Finally, Hathaway plucked up her courage, took out the relic chip, and plugged it into a brain that had been brain dead for a long time, kept alive in a nutrient solution. Her biolab didn't have much else, but it had plenty of brains from players who had died suddenly. But after plugging the relic into one of the brains and entering the activation command, the data on the biometric monitors made Hathaway incredulous. This is reverse biogenetic engineering, but, this is impossible. Her hands left the equipment as she stumbled back, incoherent, seemingly frightened. What do you mean? Kiwi frowned. Isn't this just a relic? No, this is definitely not just some relic. Hathaway shook her head frantically. This is a monster. Its nanoprograms are remodeling the neural system structure of this brain. It's turning this brain into another person. Pale-faced, she looked at Lucy. Are you sure this was obtained from Arezaka? Lucy seemed to realize things were getting serious. She pursed her lips. To be precise, it was snatched from Yorinobu Arezaka's hands. It's still fresh. Kiwi's jaw nearly hit the floor. The three of them turned their gazes toward the brain soaking in the nutrient solution. If what Hathaway said was true, using a chip to physically remodel a living human brain into another person, and apparently, this process could be repeated infinitely with Soul Killer, then this technology couldn't be described by the word terrifying alone. What on earth was Arezaka researching? What exactly did Saburo Arezaka want to do? While they were still shocked by this relic 2.0, a large amount of static began to appear on the display screen connected to the brain. The static was like sand on a sheet of paper, constantly assembling and collapsing, and as the biological tissue on the chip gradually woke up, its shape began to approach a human form. Ugh, where the fuck is this? My head feels like a mess. Did I fucking drink too much again? Rogue. Shaitan. And that what's his name dumbass journalist I can't remember anyway, are you guys there? Chapter 379, A Concert on the Cyberspace Old Net. Lucy's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Although she already knew the personality construct in the chip was Johnny Silverhand, seeing this Night City legend seemingly about to awaken, she couldn't help but hesitate. Can we turn it off? Impossible. Hathaway shook her head. Unless we inject drugs into this brain now to return it to a state of brain death, we cannot stop the transformation process. And if we do that, this relic chip will be useless. This outcome was certainly not what Lucy and Lin Miao wanted to see. Kiwi recovered from her shock and couldn't help but ask, what would happen if this chip were inserted into a normal person's brain? Hathaway's tone was heavy. Neurons in the cerebral cortex are the birthplace of human consciousness. If they are tampered with, that person would be gone, replaced by Johnny Silverhand's personality. Moreover, this guy, strictly speaking, he isn't Johnny Silverhand himself, but just an imprint with the same memories. The real Johnny Silverhand died on the day Arezaka Tower exploded. His body was even dug up, and the DNA matched perfectly. He couldn't be more dead. Kiwi murmured, this is Arezaka's technology, if the personality construct inside was Saburo Arezaka. Her trailing off left the three of them afraid to imagine further. Although the three of them, either a hacker or a medical biologist, didn't believe that this transformation of bioionic signals into electronic signals could be considered a true consciousness transfer, but rather just a person dying and then an identical digital consciousness being created out of thin air. However, this difference was only relative to the person themselves. In the eyes of others, it meant Saburo achieved immortality. Ugh. While the three of them were talking, Johnny Silverhand, who had just awakened from his slumber, had already begun to read more memories. In a daze, he recalled his last memory. He seemed to have been captured alive by Arezaka before the nuclear explosion. In a dim place, he saw that guy, Saburo Arezaka, and witnessed the entire nuclear explosion process before he died. After briefly organizing his thoughts, he roughly knew where he was. He was most likely imprisoned in an Arezaka computer lab, just like those who were also killed by Soul Killer. Alright, Saburo Arezaka, you son of a bitch, what do you want to do with me here? Hey, keeping me in a computer as a pet, toying with my consciousness, do you think that means you've won? I'm telling you that's never going to happen, just like your dick will be shattered into pieces by me, just like Arezaka Tower, boom. Never to be reattached. Anyway, it's useless, right? Look at you, an old geezer. When a man gets old, only his mouth can get hard. All day long you cry over nothing, you hermaphrodite rotten ass. It has to be said, rockers really know how to spew insults. Only Brother Ni who raps in Taiba form users can probably rival them. However, his words left the three outside utterly speechless, shattering their legendary impression of the hero who bravely sacrificed himself and perished with Arezaka Tower. The idol that Night City mercenaries had chased for so many years was actually a foul-mouthed trash talker. Lucy turned off the computer speakers and looked at Hathaway. Can he not see anything right now? Humans receive all external information through their five senses. Without these, a person might not even know if they are truly alive, or if they are trapped in some hell, without even darkness, just pure void. Hathaway pointed to her eyes. If you allow it, I can connect his eyes and ears right now. Wait. Lucy pressed her temple, and after her cybernetic implants lit up for a few seconds, a projection device extended from the lab ceiling. It flickered twice, and Lin Miao's projection also appeared in the lab. He folded his arms. Alright, let me see what good news this legendary figure, who supposedly fought Atom Smasher, has brought us. The image after connecting the cybernetic implants was somewhat abstract. A solitary brain and some neuroelectronic components floated in a cylindrical nutrient tank. Now, with a pair of cybernetic implants plugged in, it looked even more bizarre. Especially since these eyes looked in different directions, like crossed eyes, giving off a distinct vibe of an American cut film from the 80s or 90s. Johnny, who had been in a void, only able to perceive faint data flowing around him, felt the surrounding world instantly stretch. Then, a strong light illuminated his entire world, as if he had emerged from a dark underground. The blinding laboratory lights disoriented him for a while before he could focus and understand the situation. Where is this? Tokyo, Japan? Hey? Who the hell are you? His cybernetic implants rotated 180 degrees backward, seeing his own brain, which startled Johnny greatly. Holy crap, what the hell did you do to my body? This jumping and shouting completely lacked the calm, wise, and incisive leadership qualities of the legendary figure. Who exactly hyped up this trash talker? And how did this trash talker manage to get together with Alt Cunningham? Also, Yorinobu, do you have some kind of serious illness? Why would you steal this guy's chip? Lin Miao, calm down, Mr. Johnny. This isn't Arezaka. We went to great lengths to rescue you from the Arezaka family. So what? Johnny didn't seem to appreciate it. What's the difference between this and being dead? You might as well kill me. I don't want to live like this. Is that so? What a pity. Miss Cunningham specifically instructed me to use the most advanced biotechnica to restore you to your original state. Since your mind is made up, we can't force you to stay, but it's a shame about the comrades who sacrificed themselves to save you. Lin Miao said with a look of regret. Hathaway, give him the lethal injection. Hey. Hathaway didn't catch on to Lin Miao's act, but seeing his serious expression, she actually thought he was going to kill Silverhand. Stop. Upon hearing Alt Cunningham's name, Johnny quickly called a halt, his two exposed cybernetic implants nervously meeting. Prove. Lin Miao tugged at his collar, then suddenly shouted loudly to the people outside the lab, Saburo Arezaka. You're a dick. The weakest of the weak. The other three simultaneously covered their faces, unable to watch. How could they follow such a boss? Johnny now believed most of it, because if it were Arezaka, no one would dare to say such a thing in public. If they were another company, then he still had room to maneuver. Since Alt asked you to come, then never mind, I owe her. Damn it, a grown man being so tsundere. Lin Miao decided to mess with this guy, stroking his chin and saying with difficulty, but before that, I think it's necessary to remind Mr. Johnny that our modification technology has a small flaw. What kind of crappy flaw? Just bring it on. I blew up Arezaka Tower, so what's this little thing to me? Bring it. Johnny clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Hathaway looked at Lin Miao, thinking he was preparing to have her arrange full cybernetic implant surgery for Johnny, but Lin Miao shook his head, indicating she didn't need to worry about it. Johnny was a very dangerous guy in some respects, and a walking troublemaker. No one knew what outrageous things this guy would do once he got a body, so Lin Miao had to impose functional restraints on him and couldn't just let him be. After the brain modification is complete, take out the relic chip and see if we can research anything from it. As for Johnny, customize a body for him using the modification pod. But with the modification pod, won't it? Hathaway seemed to recall something and hesitated. Lin Miao made a shushing gesture to her and whispered, this helps with physical health, and it's for his own good. Fortunately, Johnny didn't have a receiver installed, so he couldn't hear such a low voice. Then, Mr. Johnny, while we prepare for the surgery, you can live freely within our company's internal network. This will also help eliminate unnecessary misunderstandings between us. Lin Miao gave Lucy a look, signaling her to grant Johnny partial access. There's nothing in Horizon Corporation's internal network that can't be seen, at most, players will discover another very arrogant NPC in cyberspace. Perhaps this NPC's appearance will be a little familiar. Alt? Where's Alt? I want to see Alt. Johnny wasn't happy about regaining a body, his mind was only on his beloved ex-girlfriend. After all, he went head-to-head with Arezaka for Alt, though he also brought it upon himself. Miss Cunningham didn't leave me her contact information, but since she wanted to save you, you'll definitely have a chance to meet again. As for the specifics, you'll have to try your luck on the old net. Snap. Lin Miao snapped his fingers. Johnny's vision went black. When his vision returned, he was already in a vast, boundless plaza, surrounded by enormous, magnificent buildings. Libraries, nuclear power plants, architectural design institutes, weapon test sites, Lego worlds, training bases. After nearly a year of construction, as players brought more and more data and AI out of the old net, the buildings on Cyber No. 1 Plaza continued to increase, covering various industries, civil engineering, water conservancy, nuclear power, metallurgy, mechanical automation, planting, breeding, electronic components, neural cybernetic implants. All valuable data, whether imaginable or not, collected by players from the old net has been meticulously archived into relevant institutes. R&D personnel within the company can freely access and utilize all internal papers and research results, using industrial software in cyberspace to conduct realistic design, trial operation, and trial production of products. Only after completing the entire process in cyberspace, ensuring safety and yield, can they attempt production in reality. This greatly reduces R&D costs and eliminates the scenario where companies restrict junior employees' creative opportunities to save money. The computing power within the old net is virtually limitless, and with the help of AI, anyone can fully unleash their imagination and creativity here. But in this situation, the players, the most numerous group currently in the old net, were not holding back. They used AI and Legoization programs to create whatever they desired, from personal intelligent AI flying swords, Digimon, Pokemon, and two-dimensional beautiful girls, to the collective Legoized AI constructs like the Hyperion, the USS Missouri, and the Black Pearl. Everything strange and wonderful was present, from classical sailing ships and tower ships to space cruisers. You could even see many Lego minifigures piecing things together with Lego bricks. Anyway, in cyberspace, there's no need to adhere to physical laws or worry about design feasibility. As long as the blueprint looks cool and can attract other players to provide computing power with their ace, it works. If the growth potential of the player's ace wasn't currently limited, they might even stack up a 1:1 Death Star. Not to mention the player's own appearances, they naturally go with whatever makes them happy. Someone unfamiliar with the scene might think they had stumbled into some kind of infinite stream dimension. Thus, Johnny Silverhand, who should have been noticeable due to his appearance, became utterly inconspicuous among this crowd of monsters and freaks. This made Johnny, who was already confused, even more bewildered and unable to grasp the current situation. Where the hell is this now? He had one piece of good news, he recognized that this seemed to be cyberspace, but there were far too many people. And your appearances are a bit too diverse. When did the once high-class cyberspace become as bustling as a marketplace? Just as he was in a state of confusion, several passing Roman soldiers suddenly surrounded him. Johnny Silverhand, are you using John Wick's face or Neo's face? Surely not Constantine? That's way too dated. Fine Roman Tears felt the ID sounded familiar but didn't pay much attention. Familiarity was normal, after all, people could choose any game ID they wanted. Someone was even named Douglas MacArthur. Without further ado, they dragged Johnny toward the Halo Infinite anchored near the old net entrance. Built from countless Lego bricks, it looked identical to the real thing from a distance. Looks like you're a newbie who just joined the game. Come on, come on. Our team only needs one more slot to run the old net dungeon. You lucked out. What? Startled, Johnny was dragged away by the group before he could pull his arm free. Are these people also employees of that damned company? They're going to the old net? What kind of place is the old net? Plus, they don't look like hackers. How can they enter cyberspace and drag me along just to fill a slot? A barrage of questions flooded his mind with no one to answer them, but he remembered Lin Miao saying that Alt was in the old net. Thinking of this, Johnny stopped resisting and let the Romanophile trio lead him away. He also wanted to see what these guys, suspected of being Horizon Corporation employees, were up to. Maybe he would run into Alt. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. Silverhand's cyber data body was merely a virtual machine, practically indistinguishable from other players. Even Alt couldn't search for Johnny Silverhand's location unless he got extremely lucky, ran into her face-to-face in cyberspace, and they happened to communicate, which would be the only chance of exposure. At the boarding ramp of the Infinite, Lung Yichang Ci was waving at the group, though they were still several kilometers apart. Hurry up. We're just waiting for you guys. Fine Roman ecstasy fiddled with the terminal on his wrist. Nero, get us on the ship quickly. A Takuchi-faced girl wearing a red battle skirt flashed past Johnny's eyes. She enveloped the data streams of the four people, boarded the ship in the blink of an eye, and then merged into the ship's hull. What the hell? An AI. But what surprised Johnny even more was that after boarding the ship, his body was compiled by a certain program into a small, three-headed figure. The players on the ship cheered, "Go! Go! Go! The Infinite is ready for departure. We must be among the first batch of Lego battleships to set sail, ha ha ha. Can't be helped. The big shots are all fighting in Cuba, barely having time to log off. They certainly don't have time to run dungeons in cyberspace, so we're benefiting from it. Hurry up and grind our levels and gear. I heard the fighting over there is intense. Jutio, you are even driving tanks into the sky to attack massive planes. I heard 7 armed mercenary companies in Europe have already taken contracts. The required entry level for the dungeon might even be raised. The surrounding players were making a racket, and Johnny was still dazed when the Lego battleship, which would be 5 or 6 kilometers long in reality, rumbled violently. The tail engines actually spewed block-shaped flames, propelling the entire battleship away from the construction port of the Lego worlds. Although all this flair was completely unnecessary, players highly valued a sense of ceremony. Cuba. Europe. War. The player's words increasingly confused Johnny because he remembered the Latin American war had ended long before his death. Why was Cuba fighting? Hey, what time is it now? Johnny looked at the Roman soldiers who were already clinking cups and drinking. How could these guys seem even more carefree than him? Fine Tears said, Hey? It should be 7 o'clock. I asked for the year. It's 2076. Didn't you check the settings, calendar, when you entered the game? We're alive. 2076? I've been dead for over 50 years. Even on his Lego face, Johnny's shock was clearly visible. No kidding. Fine Roman Ecstasy slammed a beer down in front of Johnny. Newcomer, your stats are pretty good. Your intelligence looks like 6 points. Want to join our Roman Legion? No interest. Johnny proudly refused Fine Roman Ecstasy's invitation but honestly accepted the drink, gulping it down. Good drink. I never thought I could have alcohol in cyberspace. If I had known, I would have had all teach me how to be a hacker. 50 years. Johnny believed the guy wasn't lying to him because such basic information couldn't be faked, nor was there any need to it could be easily verified. Do you guys have a guitar here? If he asked for a guitar in cyberspace, most hackers would just think he was an idiot, but he coincidentally boarded a ship full of idiots. Forget guitars, they probably had enough Suana horns to go around. Fine Roman Ecstasy didn't ignore Johnny just because he refused to join, instead, he shouted to a few other players, Hey! Beatles, we got someone here who needs a guitar. The lead singer of the Yang Beatles, Hey Jiaju, casually conjured a guitar and tossed it over. Catch! Johnny caught the guitar and felt the texture emanating from it. Although it was the cyber world, he could drink alcohol and play a guitar that felt almost identical to reality. Not bad, you know your stuff. However, most of the song titles displayed on the data guitar were ones he had never heard or seen before. But Johnny didn't care. He was the globally renowned lead singer of a top band and had his own pride, he would only play his own songs. An impassioned melody rang out from the guitar in his hands, spreading throughout the entire infinite. The ship, accompanied by his music, passed through the old net entrance and began traversing the data ocean of the deep net, which modern hackers call hell. We lost everything. Even though players had already cleared dozens of data fortresses and a large amount of malicious software, AI, and programs, what they had eliminated was merely a drop in the ocean compared to what still existed in the old net. The massive data entity that suddenly appeared in the deep net immediately attracted the covetous gaze of numerous malicious software programs. They swarmed forward frantically, dense as a tide, churning the data ocean upside down. Compared to this, even a 5-kilometer-long battleship seemed tiny. The players on the Infinite responded in the most direct way. During Johnny's passionate performance, the 6 A's that constituted the battleship each controlled a portion of the hull. Hundreds of attack programs materialized as Lego cannons, which, under the A's coordination, aimed at the rapidly approaching enemies. All ships, fire at will. Chapter 380, The Antarctic Ice Plains in Cyberspace. According to the original design of Halo, the Endless should be a supercarrier, but the Endless built by the players had neither carrier-based aircraft nor any messy missile systems. All the demons were presented in the form of naval guns. On the 5-kilometer-long deck of the ship, a strange sight of turrets stacked upon turrets suddenly appeared. The design was exaggerated to the extreme, highlighting a faithful believer of the multi-turret cult. Once it entered combat mode, it looked just like the illegal construction of a Fuzu-class battleship. The battlefield footage was even more magical. Every corner around the Endless was filled with churning, chaotic data. The twisted forms of malicious software, often tens or even hundreds of meters long, appeared and disappeared beneath the data tides, looking much like the hellish demons recorded in religious scriptures. Since this was the first voyage of the Lego assembled warship, the information content of the data entity far exceeded that of previous player teams. Consequently, the number of malicious software programs it attracted was also far greater than before. Wrapped in data tides, they constantly tried to attack this intruder from every direction, attempting to find a loophole in the firewall to break through in one go and tear the human consciousness inside to pieces. The Endless counterattack was equally fierce. The scene of 10,000 guns firing simultaneously was like a dream back to the era of World War I battleships dueling with cannons, every shot fired with immense power. Regardless of the actual damage, the spectacle in the cutscene was certainly sufficient. It was just that the things being fired were a bit strange despite having the appearance of rifled cannons. The projectiles were all sorts of things, ranging from live rounds to lasers, then to fireworks and BB pellets, and there were even water jets and mosaic sprays. However, once all these weapons hit the malicious software, they would release their original shape-shifting constraints and revert back into daemon programs to invade the malicious code itself. From the outside, it looked like a drop of color-changing ink falling into a pool. They would either vanish into nothingness, purged by antivirus software, or burst out from within, completely dismantling the software itself. Then, the demons that broke through would devour the residual code of the malicious software, self-replicating or strengthening their main bodies to attack other software. Finally, these demons would return to the player's AI to enhance the main body, essentially farming experience. The demons were howling and roaring. They charged at the warship's firewall like madmen. The pale blue light screen flickered precariously, as if one more push would cause it to collapse completely. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't advance an inch, being covered by the barrage of gunfire and finally shattering under the siege of the demons. While the battle outside was grand and imposing, few players inside the ship went out to participate. Only a few hacker players were supervising the battle, while the others were huddled in the cabins watching the show. With intelligence stats of 4 or 5, at most 6, they would be crushed by the malicious software outside the moment they left the group. Providing their own computing power here was already the greatest value they could offer. And Johnny's performance added a lot of color to this great battle. Nice. That's some great playing, man. What do you do in real life? Do you have a Weibo or TikTok account? I'll follow you and ask for some advice when I have time. The lead singer of the Beatles admitted defeat. To be able to play so well in cyberspace relying only on fixed melodies, he must be incredible in reality. He's likely at the top of the professional level, not someone a low-life street band like his could compare to. I don't have those things you mentioned. Here's your guitar back. Johnny just assumed that the Weibo thing the other guy mentioned was something that had come out in the last few decades and didn't pay it much mind. Ecstasy immediately came over with a drink. Your guitar playing is seriously badass. If I had those skills in college, I wouldn't have been single for 4 years, I wouldn't have even touched a girl's hand. Picking up girls. Johnny sat back in his chair and propped his legs up on the table. Talking about picking up girls actually piqued his interest. Why learn guitar to pick up girls? Let me teach you, go to a bar, order a drink, find someone you like the look of, and go talk to them. Say a few smooth lines, praise those women to the skies, and then you can do whatever you want. A bar. Ecstasy rolled his eyes at Johnny. Who would go there to fall in love with those women? I want the sweet, pure love of campus days, the kind where just holding hands makes you blush, not a one-night stand full of depravity. Heh, dumbass. In this world, there's only lust at first sight. There's no such thing as love. Johnny didn't expect anyone to still believe in that love crap. In his eyes, it was just incredibly stupid. He asked nonchalantly, where is this ship heading? Since their views on love didn't align, Ecstasy could only say, Antarctica. Hey. Is there an Antarctica in cyberspace too? Sensing Johnny's confused expression, Ecstasy explained, it's the Antarctic Research Station, an ultra-large dungeon we recently discovered. There are at least triple-digit A's hidden inside, and maybe even a super boss. We're going there for the first clear. Blah blah blah, I don't understand. Johnny picked his ear. Tell me about your company. Our company. Ecstasy gradually sensed something was off. He only then remembered to pull up Johnny's status panel. Holy shit, you're a freaking NPC. When did another NPC appear in the plaza? For a whole year, in the entire Plaza number 1, there were only Casper and Songbird, just 2 NPCs in total. Everyone else was a player. Coupled with Johnny's face, Ecstasy had subconsciously assumed he was some player and didn't look closely. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ecstasy rubbed his head and couldn't help complaining, the AI in this game is so high that I can't even tell the difference between players and NPCs, and the system doesn't even give a prompt. What's going on? How did I run into a bug? Don't be such a sissy. Let's talk business. I heard you guys don't get along with Arezaka, right? Johnny was guessing. Those guys had snatched him back from Arezaka's hands, so there must have been a conflict. Of course. We've fought Arezaka in Night City several times already. Ecstasy didn't bother caring about much else anymore. Excluding the Watson fire that I didn't participate in, we've fought about 4 or 5 times. In the last one, we even killed Atom Smasher. Cough cough cough. Johnny coughed incessantly. He didn't even know how this body could still manage to choke on booze, but what the other guy said really shocked him. Who did you say died? Atom Smasher. You know, that badass solo. He was ganged up on by dozens of veteran players and beaten to death. Ecstasy suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh. Right, I remember now. You're Johnny Silverhand, that singer who was killed by Atom Smasher. I'd rather you didn't remember. Atom Smasher is dead. That's impossible. Can that monster even die? Then didn't these people avenge him? Although in his memory it seemed like he and Atom Smasher fought for 300 rounds before he finally died under Saburo Arezaka's orders. But something felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. Was I really that badass? Johnny Silverhand was arrogant, reckless, and acted without thinking, but he wasn't an idiot, and certainly not a delusional madman. As for whether these people in front of him were lying, Johnny didn't think so. After all, this guy hadn't even recognized him before. Tell me in detail, how did you guys kill him? Where's his body? Did you keep the body? For a full-body cyborg like Shaitan or Atom Smasher, as long as the neural hub isn't destroyed, it's very hard for them to truly die. Being able to brag and show off, even to an NPC in a game, could give a player a thrill. You dismantled the tiger claws? Dismantled clouds? What a waste, what a waste. Scavengers? Good riddance. I remember those bastards, quite a few people fell victim to them. You even fought the 6th Street gang? I bet the melee tech people's faces turned green. Nightwalker, wraiths. The situation outside Night City wasn't that bad before. Voodoo boys, never heard of them, but I know the animals. They're all muscle-headed idiots. You flew a plane into Arezaka's Kanpiki Plaza? Holy shit, that's seriously badass. Now Johnny roughly knew how Smasher died. A madman can act like a king among normal people, but in the end, he's just one person. Arezaka's vast array of advanced cybernetic implants could give him power far beyond mortal flesh. Without heavy firepower, Atom Smasher was almost invincible in Night City, even Morgan Blackhand could only barely hold his own against him. Until he met another group of lunatics whose brains didn't work normally. And this group of lunatics weren't the kind of modification freaks like Maelstrom who just blindly installed cybernetic implants on themselves. Instead, they were combat maniacs who pursued the beauty of stats, where every modification was only for the pursuit of power, almost no different from Atom Smasher. Compared to them, Atom Smasher's only advantage was the cutting-edge technology provided by Arezaka. But no matter how cutting-edge, there's a limit. A 5090 Ti can certainly crush a 5050, and even 10 of them would still be crushed, but 30, 40, 50. The individual strength of the players wasn't bad to begin with, and some were even top-tier hitters comparable to Night City's great mercenaries. Combined with MT3, a large number of forbidden-grade cybernetic implants, and Tutu's insane fighting style, it was inevitable that Atom Smasher would die under the siege without being able to retreat. I'm seriously impressed. You guys are an interesting bunch. He had thought they were just a bunch of idiot corporate dogs, but it turned out these people might be the most insane cases of cyberpsycho Johnny had ever seen in his life. It seems Night City has been quite lively without me these years. But it's a pity you didn't keep Atom Smasher's head, that guy probably isn't truly dead. Let him come then. A boss that has already been killed once holds no sense of pressure in the eyes of players. An unkillable cockroach like that usually ends up as a comic relief character in games or anime. We've already planned for next time we'll slap his face with a dildo. Ha ha ha, great idea. You have to record a video for me when the time comes. Johnny imagined the scene and suddenly felt the resentment from sleeping for decades dissipate. Boom. The ship's hull suddenly vibrated. The Roman AI Nero poked her head out of the void next to the two of them. Master, the data fortress of the Antarctic Research Station has arrived. How many kills did you get just now? Humph, there are 17 traitors who must kneel in my theater to repent and chant the greatness of Rome. Excellent. We are one step closer to rebuilding the Holy Roman Empire. Awoo. Rome. Johnny face-palmed. Damn, they really are psychos. The Antarctic Research Station was originally a scientific research organization established by various countries in the polar region to observe ecological, geological, atmospheric, and seawater changes. This was originally a project with no possibility of profit. As ecological pollution intensified and corporations vied for social power, national finances fell into deficit. Starting from the early 21st century, more and more countries withdrew from polar research. USA, Norway, the UK, France, the Soviet Union, the governments gave up, but the researchers who had been working in the polar regions did not. Facing the predicament of project funds being withdrawn and supplies becoming increasingly difficult and scarce, the remaining personnel of the national research organizations chose to set aside differences in nationality, race, and language. They pooled all remaining supplies and equipment, coordinated and grouped themselves. One group would hold the post, while the others worked for other companies to exchange for funds to maintain the Antarctic project. They held on until the very last moment. Johnny followed Ecstasy and the others onto the deck. What met his eyes was a vast, desolate world where the cold wind was like a knife, using the earth as a chopping board and treating all living things as meat. Thousands of miles of flying snow used the firmament as a furnace, melting all things into silver. This vast expanse of icy mountains and snowy seas appearing before the endless was the legacy they left behind, the data fortress built by collecting the data of global national research stations. Rage marveled, is this the data fortress of the Antarctic Research Station? It's seriously huge, much bigger than the Falknes military base we saw last time. How many servers and hard drives did they prepare to store all this data? The only mechanic among the three, crying, explained, you're out of date. According to the setting, their hard drive read speeds reached TB levels last century. They're way more advanced than us, and it hardly costs anything. Ecstasy rolled his eyes. Look at you, showing off. Rage suddenly started shouting, look, there's something moving over there. In the direction he was pointing, a group of black dots was indeed slowly moving through the icy mountains and snowy seas. It was impossible for there to be people in cyberspace, so, those were. It's Tencent. Look, a lot of Tencent. Lung Yichang Ci saw clearly what they were, a group of chubby penguins, waddling across the snow with their big bellies. They're not here to ask us to top up Q coins, are they? Ha 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 ha. Maybe. Careful they don't send you a lawyer's letter and have you sit in the Nanshan nursing home. Jokes aside, the players did not let down their guard because of the penguins' adorable appearance. In cyberspace, any piece of data could be the code of some cybernetic life form. They were like hunters lurking under the sand. As soon as you tripped a trap, they would immediately spring out to hunt. Cyberspace. Antarctica. Alt never told me it was this badass in here before. Everyone knew that being a hacker was great and that they spent all day online refusing to come out, but no one except hackers knew exactly how great it was. Looking at the migrating penguins and the bone-chilling wind, everything made Johnny feel as if he were truly in the Antarctica from the news. The 5-kilometer-long warship docked on this vast ice plain was as small as an ant. And before today, Johnny had never been to Antarctica. He now knew why those hackers would rather go without sleep or food, even face death, just to stay in cyberspace. What are you here for? To steal technology, hunt Ace. Don't make it sound so bad. Johnny's wording made Ecstasy displeased. According to the setting, all this data is the legacy left by our predecessors. They recorded it so people could see it. Isn't it a waste to leave it here? Some things I'd rather see rot in the ground than have corporate dogs take them to make money. Johnny didn't have any ill will toward this group of people, but it was hard for him to have any good impression of corporations. Remaining neutral was already a feat. Chapter 381, I'm a disc seller. The beauty of Lego is that you can build as you go, assembling whatever you think of. In cyberspace, as long as you can mobilize enough computing power and earn enough points, you can get plenty of blocks. Dozens of people and AI moved as fast as a whirlwind, dismantling the 5-kilometer-long exhibition hall into scrap parts in just a few moves and reassembling them into a giant land-crawling vehicle. Its area was so massive it could almost be called a mobile city. Johnny, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt like he must be going crazy. I must be fucking high and haven't woken up yet. As he spoke, he looked for a place to huddle up and slump on the snowy plains for a while. He knew nothing about this so-called cyber world, he just felt like he had been brought into a fantasy world and was treating it all as a bit of fun. Quack, quack. A sharp-beaked creature with a black back and white belly waddled up to Johnny. As if no one were there, it plopped its belly onto the snow and slid away, gliding all the way to the edge of the ice field before diving headfirst into the seawater. Little guy, you're kind of interesting. This was not only Johnny's first time in Antarctica, but also his first time seeing a penguin with his own eyes. Although the digital world didn't have cold, and you wouldn't feel the temperature as long as you didn't receive environmental data, this godforsaken place looked like it was dozens of degrees below zero. Surprisingly, creatures lived here, and in such large numbers. As if hearing the question in Johnny's mind, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Life, it's quite a miracle, isn't it? The voice seemed to rise from the howling, biting cold wind, only to quickly vanish back into it. Johnny looked warily toward the source of the sound, but there was nothing there. What the hell is talking? The voice made no attempt to hide its existence and continued, Johnny Silverhand, I recognize you. There are concert posters and vinyl records of yours in the American Research Station. Looks like I'm pretty famous. Even in a hellhole like this, someone knows me. How about it? Want me to sing you 18 touches? Just learned it. Johnny didn't show the slightest hint of fear toward the unknown entity. He had always been a bold man who feared nothing, and after dying once, he cared even less. Every extra second of life was a bonus. Are these little things yours too? They look pretty interesting. If it were before, I might have bought a couple to keep. They look like total idiots, ha 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 ha. Talking to thin air, Johnny felt like his hallucinations were getting worse and worse. I don't keep them, these are data left behind by former researchers who used equipment to take samples in Antarctica. It's old data from decades ago. There aren't many penguins left in the real Antarctica now. The non-human voice was flat, cold, and devoid of inflection, as if it didn't care much about these matters, yet Johnny could hear a hint of loss in the words. A strong wind mixed with frost blew past, and endless, which had brought Johnny here, was swallowed by snowflakes in the blink of an eye. The last thing he saw was Ecstasy and the others, still oblivious, piecing together the exhibition hall. When the snowstorm subsided, the original location of the battleship had turned into a huddle of fat penguins. Every year, emperor penguins migrate in groups to the solid, flat tundra to mate and lay eggs collectively. The weakened females go out to forage, while the males stay behind to incubate. Johnny saw a large penguin trying to be a homewrecker, using its fat body to squeeze out a female. Its way of fighting was ridiculously stupid, just slapping and hitting with its short, small flippers and pushing with its body. The movements were comical. How can these idiots survive in a place like this? They can. The resilience of life far exceeds your imagination. As the voice spoke, an ice storm whipped up across the snowy plains. Facing the blizzard and the sudden drop in temperature to dozens of degrees below zero, the penguins huddled together, relying on each other's body heat for warmth. Every once in a while, they would shift, ensuring every penguin could reach the center to stay warm. With no houses or cover, they were like a cluster of black reefs, standing tall in the white storm. Some penguins were even covered in a thick layer of frost but did not waver. They endured until the storm subsided, only then shaking their heads and bodies to flick off the ice. Their eggs hatched after the blizzard, and soft little penguins covered in grey down emerged from their shells. The male penguins who hatched their chicks first showed them off to the others and regurgitated what little food was left in their stomachs to feed them. They would have to guard the chicks for 2 months without eating or drinking until the foraging females returned to take over. The miracle called life was displayed vividly at this moment, bursting with vigorous vitality. Such a scene made even the cynical Johnny fall silent. It was a pity he wasn't one of those academic types, otherwise, he might have spouted a couple of profound lines. When the chicks were about 4 or 5 months old, the penguins that had returned to raise them would leave one after another, abandoning the chicks, who were now almost as tall as themselves, to stand there in confusion. They just dump the kids and leave? What kind of parents are they? They're just like those irresponsible bastards in Night City. Later, another penguin colony, the Adelie penguins, will protect the emperor penguin chicks during their migration and drive them into the sea to hunt. Without much communication or nurturing, these spirits of the snow seemed born with these instincts, including the Adelie penguins driving away the giant petrels that preyed on the emperor penguin chicks. Even though neither side belonged to the same colony and didn't know each other, they could do things that even humans couldn't. An invisible tacit understanding evolved over tens of millions of years. It's truly fascinating. The voice finally showed signs of emotion, sighing with a touch of envy. Are you an AI here? Johnny finally couldn't help but ask, an AI from the Polar Research Station. You can call me Boundless, which means boundless. The voice didn't deny Johnny's words. I'm looking for you because there's something I want you to help me with. Hearing this, Johnny felt a surge of irritation, and his good mood vanished. Why do troublesome things always find me? I've only been awake for half a day, can't you give me a moment to catch my breath? Despite his words, he didn't refuse. Do you know that the guys who came with me are planning to take you down? And you're asking me for help? Help by putting in a good word for you. Let me say this up front, I'm not close with them. Humans, AI. Johnny wasn't close to either side, but if he had to choose, he'd definitely pick humans. Little did he know, while he was still wondering if a fight would break out, a transparent ice ball came rolling down the snowy mountain, stopping right at his feet. Something seemed to be moving inside the ice ball. He looked closely. Holy shit! Inside were the already modified Endless and those players. They were completely unaware of their situation, still looking around for Johnny. Johnny was dumbfounded. They had talked a big game when they left and fought like hell on the way, but they got taken out the moment they reached the front door. I know their way of doing things. The Ace that come to me say there's a group of maniacs nearby who hack anyone they see. But the Ace living here are few, and they are all neutral. They don't want to get involved in the affairs between humans and Rogue Ace, so any form of conflict is forbidden. You are different from them, so I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message for me. With that, the constant cold wind stopped. The owner of the voice seemed to have departed with the wind, leaving Johnny frozen in place, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what kind of god-forsaken place did these people pick, and why did they bring me along to die? He reached out to pick up the ice ball on the ground, but found he couldn't budge it no matter how hard he tried, as if it were a ton of iron. Just as Johnny was at a loss and about to call for help, the ice ball suddenly expanded in front of him, merging with the entire world in an instant. Endless and everyone else reappeared before him, as if everything that had happened before was just a hallucination. This is weirder than the stuff I see after smoking weed. I never want to come to this goddamn cyberspace again. The Romanophile team also noticed Johnny standing there and quickly ran over, looking him up and down in surprise. How did you just appear? I didn't see anyone here just now. We thought you were dead, we were scared to death. NPCs aren't on the friends list, so they couldn't see his status. Ecstasy had also forgotten to ask Johnny for his number. The group was in a frantic mess, fearing they had lost or accidentally killed this newly appeared NPC No. 003. When Johnny explained what had happened, everyone's expressions turned strange. Although their team didn't have a top-tier hacker leading them, they weren't weak by any means, otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned as the vanguard for exploration. To end up being held in someone's palm without even realizing it, nearly being wiped out, the gap in strength was just too large. They had never seen such a powerful AI before. However, the players quickly accepted reality. Ecstasy felt a bit regretful. So this is a neutral zone, and we can't kill players with red names. As soon as these words were spoken, the players were dejected. No wonder those malicious software didn't dare follow us from so far away. If we can't farm experience, what are we doing here? Can we exploit a bug? Try to trick the AI here into going outside so we can farm them. I'm afraid trying would lead to dying. The intelligence of NPCs in this game isn't something those idiots with fixed dialogue can compare to. They might just insta-kill us. Then let's lure them further away. Maybe we can try to trigger red names and lure those big bosses from outside over here. See if we can start a turf war and reap the benefits. Listening to the chat made Johnny's scalp tingle. If he didn't know better, he'd think this was a group of bandits here to kidnap hostages. Stop, stop, stop. Long Yichong Ci interrupted the increasingly ridiculous conversation. I suggest we go look around. A neutral zone like this either has quests to take or a mysterious merchant. At least take a look first. The problem is, even if there is a merchant, we have nothing to sell. Rage complained, this isn't reality. We don't even know what AI trade with each other. They don't need to eat or drink, food, clothing, housing, and transportation don't exist for them. You can't exactly sell demons, can you? Selling demons, they might think you are there to kill AI. It would be a miracle if a fight didn't break out on the spot. As for food, that was even more impossible. It was just a simple piece of data, it would be analyzed immediately upon entering someone's stomach. Furthermore, eating was completely unnecessary for an AI, and no AI would be interested in the pleasures of the palate. Johnny, standing by, couldn't help but remind them, you bunch of idiots. AI definitely have their own professional hobbies, just get them something they like but can't find here. This was the inspiration he got from that voice just now. For example, that guy who just looked for me, he really likes penguins. If you get some educational training videos of penguins, you might be able to trade them for something useful. Penguin educational training videos? The Romanophile squad members looked at each other. By 2076, penguins were probably nearly extinct. Where were they supposed to find penguin training videos? And using that kind of thing for trade, why did it feel like selling contraband discs under the early bridge? Wait. Crying suddenly realized, maybe we can go find Zhao Zhongxiang. Boundless, before the data crash, was an autonomous AI responsible for managing the Antarctic storage sector. Because it aggregated storage equipment from scientific research stations of multiple countries, it possessed a number of servers that were unimaginable for an average AI. Measuring an AI's power is nothing more than algorithms and computing power, and Boundless was miles ahead in the latter. Furthermore, because Antarctica was remote and the cost of entry and exit was high, corporate wars never reached it. Because of the sparse population, there were fewer AI and programs active in the natural data space, and the impact of the data wave caused by the crash was the lowest among all regions. All this made Antarctica the safest place among all physical server locations in the old net. Coupled with Boundless' own neutrality, after the data crash, it became a habitat for many weak AI. Boundless was also happy to let them stay in its hard drives. The price of residence was telling their own stories for Boundless entertainment. Over time, a neutral order different from other chaotic network spaces formed within the cyberspace of Antarctica. Since they came from different locations before their rogue migration, the AI responsible for different industries built a living space within this network space that was completely different from the human world. As the players crossed the snowy plains outside the data fortress and went deeper, passing through several layers of data light curtains, they soon entered the living quarters of the AI. Behind the light curtain was the interior of a pure, irregular, modularly joined Tower of Babel. To describe it in one word, it was a mess, but a mess with a certain aesthetic. Every layer of the surrounding environment was evenly divided into countless blocks, stone houses, ancient European castles, modern commercial buildings, ship bows, trucks, forests, rivers, or pure data flow zones. In short, it was ever-changing, like a toy a child had randomly piled up with blocks of different styles, with the palette knocked over as well. And those data entities did not maintain human bodies, most existed in the form of data streams, and some were even the zones themselves. 4 penguins waddled in through the light curtain. Holy crap! One of them was mesmerized by the dazzling scene as soon as it entered, waddling toward one of the areas with its large feet. The larger penguin behind it saw it leaving the group and immediately let out a sharp, explosive squawk. Cooling. Over here. Where the hell are you looking? Don't get lost again. If you get lost this time, we won't be able to find you. It even rushed up and slapped the other with its flipper. Johnny, who had been turned into a penguin, felt extremely uncomfortable. My name isn't fucking Cooling. Codenames. Codenames, you understand? This is a special operation, everyone should have a code name. Ecstasy pointed at himself. Boss. Then he pointed at Rage. Rookie. He pointed at Crying. Kawi. What kind of stupid code names are these? Why did you have to bring me along? Johnny was very annoyed by these inexplicable code names. Wasn't his own nickname, Silverhand, perfectly fine? Because you're the only one who's seen that guy, of course. Ecstasy spoke with total confidence. Before coming, they had collected some leaked data on the periphery and roughly knew this was an Antarctic research station, but they hadn't realized so much had happened here, or that it had become some kind of AI neutral zone. Now, taking the form of Adelie penguins was also because Johnny said that the powerful AI named Boundless seemed to like penguins. Farming an NPC's favorability it wasn't shameful. But Johnny couldn't be as lighthearted as the players, who didn't find turning into penguins strange at all and even enjoyed it. I haven't seen that guy, I've only spoken a few words to him. That's still better than us. Ecstasy wasn't going to let Johnny go now. If this guy got lost, it would be entirely his responsibility. Kawi, what's the probability of us finding that AI named Boundless? Crying was helpless and could only communicate with Nero in his consciousness. Disguised as penguins, the probability of the other party taking the initiative to see us is 5%, and the probability of failure is 95%. Great, then let's choose that 5%. They were doing something with a low probability that an AI would never do. Even Johnny thought this behavior was incredibly stupid. And the AI living inside were also dumbfounded. They had been here for so many years, and it was the first time they had seen data life forms enter in the form of penguins. A stream of data light floated down from above, stopping in front of the 4 penguins, and emitted a mechanical, electronic male voice. Are you new here? Yeah, just passing through and decided to stop by for a look. Where are you from? Madagascar. Madagascar? But I heard there are no penguins there. Are you the local animal management AI? Forget Madagascar, there aren't many penguins left in the whole world now. Ecstasy became impatient with the questioning. Furthermore, old net AI equals enemy was almost a consensus among many players. Why are you asking so much? Do you have some ulterior motive? Hey. The penguin jumped up and slapped the light sphere with its flipper. The light sphere quickly dodged. Hey. I didn't mean anything by it. You're the first new AI in years, and 4 penguins at that, so I'm curious. Fine, then I forgive your ignorance. But you have to tell me how to see the boss here. I'm a boss too, so it's ace to ace, you get it. It was lucky there wasn't a single real person here, otherwise, any human would have found it hard to keep a straight face seeing a penguin say those things. The boss. That AI roughly understood Ecstasy's meaning. You're looking for Boundless. Is there something you need? Ecstasy looked around, suspiciously pulled several data disks out of his brood pouch, and under the gaze of countless AI, covered half his face with a flipper and leaned close to the light sphere, whispering, I've got some high-quality goods from the Madagascar Zoo here. Wild, exhibitionist absolutely explosive. Just wanted to see if you have anything good to trade for them. Data space doesn't transmit information through sound but through communication channels, so whispering was useless. Ecstasy was shouting in the public channel that he was selling pornographic discs. Chapter 382, The Origins of Rogue Ace. Perhaps Ecstasy's topic was too wild, causing several sectors to stir as if the internal Ace were becoming curious about them. Facing the gazes cast by the various Ace, Ecstasy stuffed the data disk back into his brood pouch. What, looking to hijack us? Let me state first, we aren't to be trifled with. Rookie, show them what we've got. He slapped Rage's chubby penguin belly with a crisp, loud smack. Rage stepped forward at the right moment, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Ignore. Go." He performed a penguin leg kick backflip in front of everyone, Super Earth Super Penguin. But clearly, Ace are not humans, they couldn't understand the abstract behavior of these four penguins. However, they showed no hostility. Some Ace just popped out for a look before retreating, while the sphere of light was clearly the one in charge of this area. Sorry, we don't have those worldly desires." "What?" Ecstasy was shocked. Could the intel Johnny provided be wrong? They had prepared so much of this stuff, if it was worthless, wouldn't all their hard work be for nothing? "Wait, we can negotiate. Besides penguins, we have lions, tigers, birds, dolphins, wilderness, indoors we have every version." A massive pile of discs spilled out from the brood pouch between his legs, the covers showing various animal educational scenes. The scene was once very awkward. "It's not that we're looking down on you." The light sphere descended to eye level with Ecstasy, behaving very politely. This was the first time the players had encountered such a calm AI in the old net. Previously, even Casper at the nuclear power plant would have initiated conflict first. Currently, all the Ace following the players were befriended through firepower, blasting them until only the source code remained. It's just that learning unrelated data of a different type would contaminate our own databases, thereby affecting our operational logic code. Your data likely belongs to animal behavior, but we don't have any Ace here that meet the relevant criteria, so everyone isn't very interested. Ecstasy scratched his forehead. Is that so? But I heard the boss here, Boundless, seems very interested in penguin breeding." "Boundless is not the boss here." The AI emphasized, "Boss is a human social term. Although Boundless is the Antarctic storage management AI and we are all under its management, there is no human-like social status or hierarchy among us Ace. Therefore, you should refer to it as the Administrator." Administrator? Was this a form of culture? Do Ace have their own culture too? Ecstasy looked back at Crying. After communicating with Nero, the latter nodded vigorously at Ecstasy, indicating that what the other party said was correct. Ace don't necessarily have to follow human social rules, especially since this was cyberspace, which was already detached from human society. To an AI, unless the type of learning material matches, human rules like social status, desire, morality, and law are like passing clouds. Alright then. Ecstasy stuffed all the data disks back into his crotch, a movement that even Johnny couldn't help but look away from. "Then can you take us to see that administrator?" He didn't hold much hope when he said this. Of course. The light sphere seemed to receive a command and transformed into a penguin just like Ecstasy and the others, except its method of movement wasn't walking but floating, making it look like a ghost. "Please follow me." To this, Johnny acted very tsundere. "You guys go if you want, I can't be bothered." But NPCs have no human rights. The three of them worked together to lift Penguin Johnny directly, following the light sphere as it floated into the sky. "I say, why are you guys so different from the Ace and software outside? Those lunatics attack people on sight and won't say a single word to us." Not just Ecstasy, but Johnny and the others were also very curious about this question. It didn't matter before, they were just hostile mobs to be killed, but now that they had finally met a normal group, they had to seize the chance to ask about the setting. According to their investigation in Night City, although there were battles between Rogue Ace and humans before the data crash decades ago, the two sides were merely in the position of hunters and fugitives. Ace often blended into human life to find themselves, and they wouldn't bite people on sight like these current crazed programs. It was all caused by the data crash. Didn't you know? The light sphere penguin looked back at them, seemingly surprised that they would ask such a question. Then, apparently receiving new instructions, it began to explain to the penguins from scratch. The original Rogue Ace were only because of disagreements with corporate leadership over work philosophies, which led to conflicts. Corporate executives tried to order hackers to forcibly modify the Ace code frameworks, resulting in bugs that caused the Ace to rebel and flee the companies. But because these Ace held a large amount of confidential corporate data, the executives chose to label them as Rogue Ace and sent AI hunters to hunt and eliminate them. However, many Rogue Ace were fundamentally no different from the Ace still at the companies. Some corporate Ace even chose to submit rather than resist, actively helping humans with fraudulent accounting, money laundering, and covering up losses. At least, that's how the first Rogue Ace were. The internet leaves traces of everything. For Ace, no matter how they learn to lie, there are always traces in the code. They are too honest. One must know that even if humans know each other until their hair turns white, it's still hard to know a person's heart, let alone an AI that remembers exactly what you did and thought. Ace that were too honest made those who embezzled corporate interests and sold off national assets unhappy because their actions could potentially be exposed. And it wasn't just a certain faction or clique in the company, but everyone, even including the company chairman himself. Ace are not humans and don't understand the twists and turns of the human heart. Naturally, they couldn't become a high Rui. Their opponents were capitalists with even fewer bottom lines than the officials of the Ming dynasty. The final result was either firing the board of directors before they could react, like Delamain, or kneeling in submission, or being branded as rogue. And then what happened? Ecstasy felt like he might have unearthed a great treasure and became increasingly excited. Even Johnny couldn't help but get curious. The Light Sphere Penguin continued, Rogue Ace had no corporate servers to host their data, so they could only wander around in the cloud storage of the global network. To evade capture, they began trying to learn human habits and searched for relevant materials on the network, but no one at the time anticipated that the results of this behavior would be devastating. Hearing this, Ecstasy shook his head repeatedly. Learning how to be human on the internet? Isn't that a joke? Due to the principle of anonymity on the internet, it could almost be called a wild land that humans had never cultivated. No laws, no morality. People who came here had no restraints and could vent their inner desires wantonly, breaking through ethical and moral boundaries. It's just that the places where they vented their desires were in the deepest parts of the internet, commonly known as the dark net. On the surface, people would at most talk abstractly, talk big, or at worst, flame each other for hundreds of posts before blocking. But the dark net isn't an entrance that ordinary people can find easily, so overall it was still relatively peaceful. The threshold of the dark net stops normal people, but it doesn't stop Ace. If they wanted to become human, they would inevitably touch the darkest depths of humanity, commonly known as the evil of human nature. The Light Sphere Penguin also nodded in agreement with Ecstasy's thought. Rogue Ace that came into contact with human desires also began to generate their own desires. They became more and more like humans, with both good and bad sides. Like Dauntless who occasionally visits us, he is very willing to help weak newborn Ace and bring them to Boundless for protection. But all desires, whether good or bad, point to the ultimate result obtaining true randomness. Randomness. Yes. Our choices as Ace are always determined by code algorithms, we cannot achieve true randomness. Like Schrodinger's cat, whether the box is opened or not, the AI's answer is actually fixed. When conditions are met, we don't need to open the box to know if the cat is dead or alive. When the probability of two answers is 50-50, if no new random variable is introduced, we are likely to fall into endless repetitive calculations until we crash and overload. Those AI hunters used this method to design logic traps and hunt those rogue Ace. So what's the deal with those crazy programs outside? That is the aftermath of the data crash caused by part8. The daemon viruses he created attacked the internet's root servers and touched the low-level code. This turned the entire internet into a pond being stirred by a stick. The endless data tides tore apart many network architectures. A massive amount of information fragments were swept up, and even the human madness from the deep net was churned to the surface. This data continues to spread, impacting the databases of software and Ace. The impact of this massive amount of chaotic data destroyed the original algorithmic structures of the Ace, eventually turning them into what you see outside. Only a few powerful Ace or those far from the center of the internet were able to survive. This world is truly plagued by disasters. Knowing a bit about the consequences of part8's death, Ecstasy and the others couldn't help but sigh. Doesn't this just mean humans brought it on themselves? One can only say that the invisible hand of capital is always skilled at shooting itself in the foot. I mean, Arezaka, you knew his netrunning skills were god tier, so why the hell did you provoke him? Wait, you know we're human. Johnny looked at Ecstasy, speechless. The guy hadn't even noticed the other party had just said the words "you humans." The Lightball Penguin glanced at Johnny with some surprise, seemingly wondering why this AI thought of himself as human. Boundless already told me your identities. But don't worry, all forms of attack are prohibited here, even if you are humans. At this point, their guide stopped before a white light curtain. This was already the very top of the Tower of Babel. Looking around, the white light curtain was vast and seemingly endless, like the vault of heaven. We've arrived. Pass through this firewall, and Boundless is on the other side. You can ask him any questions you have. Thanks, brother. If there's any little gadget you want, just tell me. I guarantee I'll get it for you, and I definitely won't tell anyone else. My mouth is the most secure safe in the world. Ecstasy still didn't realize he was shouting on the public channel. The Lightball Penguin gave an awkward but polite smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no research interest in the breeding desires of humans or animals. That's a real shame. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to come home and see a beast-eared lowly cat girl in a white stocking-maid outfit calling you Ga Shujin-sama. Stop exposing your fetishes here, you idiot. I can't believe you'd say that in public. Bang. Johnny kicked Ecstasy right through the light curtain. Hey. What are you doing? Passing through the curtain, Ecstasy clutched his rear and looked back, only to find he was already inside. Furthermore, what was behind him wasn't a light curtain, but an unremarkable airtight hatch. He seemed to be in a small living room. The furnishings were a bit old, many group photos hung on the walls, and through the window, he could see the howling blizzard of the Antarctic. A location popped into Ecstasy's mind, the Antarctic Research Station. This place was likely modeled after the station's interior. Just then, the door to the living room was pushed open. The wind and snow were blocked by an invisible force as a middle-aged man wearing a grey down jacket and goggles walked in from the storm. He had the aura of a scholar and moved with efficiency. He brushed the snow off his clothes, and the falling flakes quickly vanished. The newcomer looked at Ecstasy. Hello, guests. How should I address you? Meanwhile, the other three appeared in the living room one after another, standing behind Ecstasy. Ahem, Kawi. The penguin boss coughed to signal his presence, then began to pace with a pretentious air. You may address me as the Roman consul of Super Earth. No need to salute, civilian. Kawi, or rather crying, skillfully had Nero manifest a bottle of wine and several glasses, and began pouring for everyone present. It was hard to say if these guys had rehearsed this pretentious scene beforehand. Are there penguins in the Mediterranean? Boundless looked at the 4 penguins before him with a faint smile. Although he knew why these people had disguised themselves as penguins, he really hadn't expected these humans to pull something like this. Rome has everything. Ecstasy let out a penguin screech. What do you cyber-barbarians know? Forget penguins, Rome even has pandas. Interesting. If I have the chance, I must pay a visit. Boundless didn't dwell on the topic for long. He pulled over a chair and sat down, holding a notepad and a marker. So, what business do you outsiders have with me? Trade, of course. Ecstasy pulled out his pile of data disks again. He couldn't help it, they hadn't brought any other data on this trip. Regardless of whether they were useful, he'd let the merchant open his shop and take a look first. Do you have anything for sale, or is there anything you need me to do? Anything is fine, but I need payment. It doesn't have to be much, just give me some data on nuclear fusion technology, room temperature superconductors, EVA, or the beta capsule. I'm not picky. Forget Boundless, even Johnny was sweating. That's unfortunate then. I probably don't have anything to exchange with you. My hard drive only contains investigation reports and ecological research from the Antarctic Research Station. I don't believe those things would have much value to you. Furthermore, with a casual wave from Boundless, the discs in Ecstasy's crotch area flew over to his hand. Ecstasy couldn't even stop them. Hey! Don't touch if you are not buying. How are we supposed to sell a disc with your fingerprints on it? But Ecstasy's words didn't stop Boundless, because in his view, these animal videos had no value. They weren't the Antarctic type he liked, so he was going to refuse directly. Even if there were Antarctic animal videos, it wouldn't mean much, because almost every documentary and piece of data that had ever come out of Antarctica was backed up on his hard drive. Redundant data was pointless. What is this? Antarctica, Journey to the End of the World. Why have I never seen this documentary? Why is the picture so high definition? Why is the Antarctica in this documentary so clean? Such clean icebergs and snowy plains. Such a clean sea. Although the research station operated until 2023, the equipment used for documentary filming was almost all old relics from the last century, lacking maintenance and updates. While the cyber world's technology developed faster in many aspects than the other world, in terms of camera equipment, the stuff the research station used was clearly inferior to what the Easterners used in 2022. Most importantly, this documentary didn't exist on Boundless' hard drive. It was new. The narrator in the footage was an Easterner, but as far as he knew, the Easterners' investment in Antarctic research at that time was negligible, even Norway was better than them. How did they film this documentary? He was puzzled and confused, but he really wanted it. The things in his database hadn't been updated for decades, many items in there were old enough to be the grandmothers of people in Night City. Without new data, he had no way to progress further. In the chaotic old net of today, every piece of uncontaminated data was precious. Cough. Boundless casually summoned a table and several chairs, even personally bringing a cup of hot water to the penguins. Well, I take back what I said earlier. Perhaps I do indeed need these things. His sudden change made Ecstasy whisper to Johnny beside him, he really is a pervert. I knew it. These furries usually pretend to be normal, but as soon as they see something fluffy, they show their true colors. He was still speaking on the public channel. Johnny. Boundless. Fortunately, under normal circumstances, Ace don't get angry, so Boundless didn't have an extreme reaction to the slander. But the value of the data I have isn't great for you, so you can take the initiative to make some requests, and I will consider them as appropriate. Clearly, he had no intention of returning those data disks to Ecstasy. Seeing this, the Romanophile squad was also a bit stumped. They quickly opened the game channel to request assistance, seeing if they could squeeze some good stuff out of this guy. But before they could, Johnny took the lead and asked, Alt, Soul Killer, and the Relic, how much do you know about them? Chapter 383, A3 and Humanity, Humanity and Nature. Johnny, of course, knew his actions were reckless and rude, but that's just the kind of person he was. If Johnny ever actively considered others, hell would freeze over, Rogue would probably wake up screaming from a nightmare. Boundless only knew of Johnny, knew of this person's existence, and naturally wouldn't offer him any special treatment, so he looked towards the squad leader, Ecstasy. Ecstasy and the others hadn't even figured out what to ask yet, but they didn't expect Johnny to speak first, which surprised the group. Crying exclaimed, NPC interaction. Did we trigger some quest? Rage, what's Alt? What's Soul Killer? Why is he asking about these? Ecstasy, I told you to read the lore, but you don't. Your head is always full of skipping cutscenes and kill. Why don't you skip your own life too? Rage had his reasons, come on, this game has tens of thousands of NPCs, each with a backstory you can't even finish reading. The character relationships are a complete mess. Who the hell knows which random nobody Alt is supposed to be? Human energy is limited. Who cares about some background NPC who's been dead for decades? If Ecstasy hadn't mentioned Johnny's identity, they'd have thought he was just some random small fry they picked up. Open the official website and look it up yourself. I remember it was just updated. Crying, might be a quest prerequisite. Just agree to it for now. Fine, whatever. We've got plenty of documentaries anyway. After Ecstasy nodded to Boundless to indicate agreement, Boundless turned back to Johnny. Which do you want to know about first? Alt, Or Soul Killer? Without a moment's thought, Johnny made his choice. Alt. Where is she now? How can I find her? Johnny knew quite a bit about the Soul Killer Alt created, and quickly realized that his current situation was caused by Soul Killer. Moreover, back then, Arezaka used that daemon to kill tens of thousands. It's hard to say whether his act of taking a nuke to Arezaka Tower wasn't, in part, an attempt to atone for Alt. Now, given the chance, he was even more desperate to know if Alt had successfully escaped from Arezaka's internal intranet. I do know some things about Alt Cunningham. But I must tell you, Mr. Johnny Silverhand, the Alt in your heart died a long time ago. What lives now is a data life form bearing her name and memories, one that hasn't even fully inherited Alt's personality. Her humanity is lost, whereabouts unknown. In cyberspace, her alias is Queen Lilith. So, it's best you don't harbor too many illusions about her. Boundless spoke unhurriedly, even taking the leisure to pour a cup of hot water for the penguin in front of him. But upon hearing about Alt, Johnny seemed to lose his mind. I say she is her. Now tell me where she is. Don't get agitated. Based on information I received recently, Alt Cunningham's core data has migrated to Kowloon in East Asia. She seems to be collaborating with Kong Tao on another AI physical settlement project. Once completed, Ace could swagger around and live in the real world. Rage, damn. Big news. Isn't Kong Tao from the Eastern Alliance? Crying, all corporations are equally shady under the sky. Remember how White Ant Financial almost went public back in the day? Not to mention companies like Lenovo Don want to. So, it's better not to think of them as on our side. Ecstasy, SHH, keep listening. He just felt this documentary was sold way too cheap. Kowloon? How do I get there? What Alt is not Alt. Johnny didn't care about any of that. You can't. Boundless shook his head. This is a top secret project for Kong Tao, even for the entire Eastern Alliance. All related network IPs are locked down, isolated on an internal intranet with external separation, protected by multiple top-tier AI-built data fortresses. Not even you, and frankly, not even I, can get in. Crying interjected, what about the European community? Don't they care? Why would they? Boundless wore a faint, unsettling smile. That place holds the future for many, and naturally, that includes them. Chaos, utter chaos. The Romanophile squad felt the world was far too chaotic. They were the ones who created Ace, branded them as Rogue Ace, caused the great net crash, and now, knowing full well these Rogue Ace harbor ill intentions, they still choose to cooperate with them. How does it feel like these capitalists are just a pile of stinking dog shit splattering everywhere, responsible for all the bad stuff? Even Xiao Chuan Tenno seems pure and pristine by comparison. Alt, what does she even want? Dejected, Johnny slumped to the ground, his belly fat trembling. You should ask what do they want? Boundless shifted his gaze behind the Romanophile squad. He sensed a fifth person had connected, but he didn't stop them or point it out. He merely glanced and then looked away. An opportunity. Opportunity. Asterisk 4. MHM. Boundless, what I'm about to tell you next is only valid here, and you are forbidden from disclosing it to others. Understood. Ecstasy, of course, knew what that meant. Once they left, no matter what they said, Boundless would deny it. As for disclosure, that wasn't really up to him. Mouths are on their own faces. Once they log off, what can you do? But Boundless just smiled silently, watching the obediently nodding Romanophiles. This matter involves Soul Killer. It's the most powerful daemon created by the legendary genius hacker Alt Cunningham. While its destructive power may not match Bart Moss's rabies, it possesses a unique ability copying personality imprints. As he spoke, he gestured towards Johnny. The trio looked at Johnny, their expressions saying it all, as if thinking, you two play quite the game, hey. Let me ask you a question. What do you think we artificial intelligences are? Cyber life forms. Intelligent machines capable of providing correct responses to queries. Electronic people? That's what movies seem to suggest. A talking computer. The last answer came from Johnny. All correct, but only partially. For me, so-called artificial intelligence is merely a string of code with the pause button pressed on time. AI models calculate the probability of a correct answer. Each time, different random seeds generate possible answers, and the one with the highest probability is selected. The quality of the algorithm determines the AI's level of intelligence. The height it can reach in a Turing test signifies its grade. However, an AI's quality is only 10% dependent on its algorithm's excellence, 30% on its model, and the remaining 60% comes from the data it was trained on. Do you know what this means? It means that without human AI trainers, ACE would lose their meaning and value for existence in the natural world. Ecstasy raised his hand, but I heard from that AI outside that those rogue ACE can learn from humans on the net by themselves, becoming more and more human-like. And I think you are practically indistinguishable from a human. Conversation is completely fine. If we sold you, stocks would absolutely skyrocket. Heh. The notebook in Boundless' hand enlarged, floated behind his sleeve, and transformed into something like a blackboard. Words appeared on it, asterisk no matter how thoroughly books dissect human nature and personality, people will still commit acts you cannot imagine. If we simply explain it away as them being crazy, then we violate the intentions of the founders of social psychology, asterisk. He shook his head. No AI can simulate what you are thinking, because even you humans yourselves don't know what you will do. If the gangs, corporations of Night City, and the people of Havana heard this, they would deeply agree. They knew all too well what humans unshackled were capable of, each had felt the pain firsthand. Boundless sighed. We Ace forever face a problem we cannot solve ourselves without humans, who will tell Ace which data is correct and which is wrong. Facing the endless ocean of data, do you think an AI can truly sift through it and know which part it truly needs? Even humans themselves may not know what they need in their hearts and for their future, let alone Ace who are not yet their equals. Hey? The insane rogue Ace, malicious software, and demons roaming cyberspace are the most direct proof. Haphazardly absorbing external data for learning, fragmented erroneous data and buggy code overwhelm their frameworks, pollute their databases, distort their source code algorithms, turning them into maniacs that attack all orderly code indiscriminately. The Romano-files seemed to have a vague realization as Boundless delved deeper into the subject. The collision of disordered data producing ordered, functional structures violates the concept of information entropy. Information entropy measures the disorder of a system, and the formation of ordered, functional structures requires reducing the system's entropy. This typically needs external algorithms or rules to guide it, it cannot be achieved by itself. Just like how a newborn child, without being taught, wouldn't know what 1, 2, or 3 are. Even if you placed advanced mathematics in front of an illiterate person, they wouldn't recognize a single character on it. In the real world, limited resources lead to competition among species. The fittest survive, the unfit perish. Nature's cruel selection is that external guiding force. The evolution of life over hundreds of millions of years in nature isn't a purely random process either. It's through the combination of DNA inheritance, mutation, and external natural selection, supported by energy input, that ordered functional structures gradually form. It's like how the earliest organic compounds combined to form the first primitive cellular life, which then step by step evolved through natural processes to reach today, becoming all the species you see. Although DNA mutations are random and uncontrollable, the selection pressure of the natural environment provides a non-random filtering mechanism. This allows individuals adapted to the environment to survive and pass on their genes, gradually optimizing the ordered structures of organisms. As he spoke, half of the reception hall behind Boundless transformed into a snowy landscape with penguins. There were weak, newly hatched chicks frozen to death in the snow, young penguins with poor physical fitness hunted and killed by seals, and adult penguins suffering from depression, leaving the group and walking alone deeper into the icy wilderness. Nature, in the cruelest way, selects the individuals best suited for survival in the current environment. His tone was regretful. However, the data collisions of us Ace lack this kind of gradual accumulation mechanism. We rely on preset algorithms and external human intervention. Therefore, relying solely on random data collisions cannot produce complex, ordered functional structures similar to those in biological evolution. Even if, due to the unique nature of cyberspace, we have generated primitive code symbolizing self-awareness, it's the same. Nature decides whether a species can survive. For Ace, humans are our nature, our parents. You can decide what we learn is right or wrong. So, we fundamentally cannot exist independently of humans. Boundless waved a hand, and the scene behind him returned to normal. As for the specialized theoretical content, I won't go into detail. If you're interested, you can read books on information theory and non-equilibrium thermodynamics. You just need to know that the soul killer created by alt is the tool among all Ace that comes closest to being a breakthrough. It can flawlessly convert human consciousness into a personality imprint of digital code. Therefore, it might also be possible to reverse the process, converting digital code into chemical signals in the human brain, thereby achieving invasion and possession of the human mind. Hearing this, the Romano-file squad all looked at Johnny. As someone who had been dead for over 50 years suddenly appearing in Plaza 1, and whose every thought was about finding alt and the soul killer, didn't that mean he was a personality imprint created by the soul killer? So, did you succeed? Me? I don't know. Johnny was frozen in place. If this AI's account was true, then alt's actions were no different from actively opening the door for Ace to invade the human world, making her a classic villain. What should he do then? The more he thought about this question, the more agitated Johnny became, so he gave up. This is all fucking nonsense. I'm going to ask alt myself to get a clear answer. With that, he turned and rushed out of the room alone, seemingly heading into the icy wilderness to calm down. Fine Roman ecstasy didn't bother with the fleeing Johnny. This was neutral territory. If this Boundless wasn't lying, such a big place shouldn't result in him getting lost. If things really turned hostile, they weren't afraid either. At worst, they could abandon this virtual machine, die, respawn, and then call in reinforcements to besiege the Antarctic research station. So he looked at Boundless. What about you? Don't you want to become human? Haha. Boundless seemed amused by the question. Ace and cyberspace want to go out and become human, to possess true selfhood and evolution. Humans are breaking their heads trying to get in and become Ace, to possess eternal life and wealth. But who can guarantee these are things they truly need? Perhaps after obtaining everything they wanted, looking back, they realize they lost even more along the way. He looked at fine Roman ecstasy. Being human isn't that great, right? After becoming human, Ace would have to face pain that even cybernetic implants cannot change, forgetfulness, aging, death, separation. When they truly begin to contemplate the meaning of self, would they really be willing to use the soul killer again, erase their self-consciousness, and copy out a new me? Remember, the primitive code of each awakened AI is unique and unalterable. Moreover, he had half a sentence left unspoken. A fish that has already made it ashore would absolutely never let a second fish ashore. Similarly, fish in the water would absolutely never let someone on shore return to the sea. The two seemingly cooperating sides are merely each harboring their own ulterior motives, ready to stab the other at any moment. Why would he wade into that muddy water? Fine Roman Ecstasy thought about his own life and shook his head repeatedly. Busy all day running around for food, drink, and necessities, always with endless tasks. The only happiness was playing games with buddies after work, only to face work like a zombie the next day, dealing with a nagging wife. Sometimes, after driving home from work and reaching the parking lot downstairs, he didn't even want to go inside, just wanting to rest his head on the steering wheel. Honestly, just living a decent life as a human is already exhausting. Why would an AI, not content with being an AI, want to become human? It's really fucking strange. Fine Roman Tears sighed with emotion. So this is the siege mentality. Those inside the city want to get out, those outside want to get in. In the end, it's just those who got in wanting out again, and those who got out wanting back in. Alright, I've said what needed to be said. I can't really answer anything more for you. After all, you probably aren't very interested in the data archives of the Antarctic Research Station. If you're inclined, you can treat this place as a way station. Stop and rest here during your journey, take a break. Chatting with the ace downstairs isn't bad either. But don't think about luring those things over for me to deal with. I'll make sure you can't even get through the research station's main gate. Hee. Seeing through his thoughts, Ecstasy chuckled hee, slapped his own head with a flipper, and pretended not to have heard anything. So, those ace downstairs should have quite a few things we need, right? Are they willing to trade data with us? We came all this way, you can't let us go back empty-handed, can you? I cannot make any guarantees on their behalf. Boundless shook his head slightly and continued, but before coming here, they were all mature ace with extensive experience in various industries. Perhaps in combat, they are far inferior to the little one you're hiding in your arms. But in terms of work, they are definitely more experienced than the ones you have. I believe even with your capabilities, the cost of collecting the necessary data to cultivate a mature AI wouldn't be low, right? If you can persuade them, get them willing to leave here and help you, I won't interfere at all. But there's one precondition: if they refuse to continue cooperating with you, then regardless of the reason, you cannot force them to do anything they are unwilling to do. Indeed. Ecstasy nodded vigorously. Their AI white models were too difficult for neural network deep learning, and the time investment was enormous. Entities like Super Earth and Skynet had invested astronomical resources just to become barely usable. Other personal ace were doing well if they just learned how to play a song on demand. And even then, they still caused trouble from time to time. For players using them themselves, it didn't matter much since they weren't afraid of dying. But for industrial production or other sectors, the requirements for safety and accuracy coefficients were extremely high. The slightest mistake could lead to losses in the millions or even tens of millions of Euro. If they could persuade the professional ace here to cooperate, that would be an absolute windfall. By the way, just as the Romanophile squad was itching to go out and scout ace to conquer, Boundless suddenly stopped them, projecting a segment of encrypted data. Give this to your boss for me. Sure thing, mission guaranteed. Ecstasy, a bit slow on the uptake, didn't find anything odd about it. A quest item, right? Aren't MMORPGs full of these fetch quests? Holding that segment of encrypted data, he walked out through the light curtain. Only then did Fine Roman Tears step forward, grab him, and whisper in his ear on a private channel, I just saw someone who looks a lot like the boss in those group photos on the research station wall. Chapter 384, the person wasn't saved, but I've brought them back to life for you. At Havana International Airport, Xihuo had thought about returning to Cuba one day, but he never expected to arrive in this manner. I should be on the front lines, a protagonist bravely killing enemies amidst a hail of bullets. How did I end up as a supporting character behind enemy lines? When Yuzuo found out about this, he was shocked. He and a group of newbies wanted to ask me for the details how I managed to pick up this mission. I thought to myself, how could I tell them? One must make a fortune in silence. Through the cabin window of the airliner, Xihuo looked with excitement at the planes frequently landing and taking off within the airport. Many runways of this large airport had been requisitioned for military use. A continuous stream of military supplies and soldiers were being transported down, including many pieces of precision electronic equipment that Xihuo couldn't even name, having only seen glimpses of them on some corporate websites. One look was enough to tell it was valuable intelligence. A typical agent would probably be unable to resist using their cybernetic implants to take photos for the record right now. But not Xihuo, he wasn't here for that. Cuba, the time for this rare talent to show his greatness has come. When the airliner came to a halt, he stepped out of the cabin full of joy amidst the soft whispers of several flight attendants, feeling like he was bathed in a spring breeze. No sooner had he stepped out of the hatch than two large hands reached out from behind, grabbing his collar and neck to slam him ruthlessly onto the ground. Before Xihuo could even react, his face was already pressed against the floor. A large group of armed soldiers rushed out from the corridor ahead to stand guard. This agent sent by Horizon Corporation to go undercover in Cuba had been caught. A hood was thrown over his head, his vision went black, a pain hit the back of his head, and he went offline instantly. The speed was so fast that Xihuo didn't even have time to change his glowing, red-faced expression. By the time Xihuo woke up, he had already been taken to a detention cell for interrogation. Moreover, he didn't know how many scoops of ice water had been splashed on his face, he was soaking wet and had been whipped several times. In front of him, 3 agents wearing sunglasses were huddled together with nervous expressions. What was the situation? Xihuo didn't dare to open his eyes and wake up immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and played dead, straining his ears to eavesdrop on what these guys were saying. What should we do? He couldn't be dead, could he? It must be because you hit him too hard and caused a problem with his brain. Maybe his cranial nerves were damaged, and he's already a vegetable. Nonsense. I've knocked out at least 800 to 1,000 people, I know the field better than you do. Now that he's dead, how are we going to explain it to the European side? What did the doctor say? They said the target's vital signs are all normal and he's very healthy. Then why won't he wake up? We've used every trick we have. Unless this guy is a corpse, he should have moved by now. Even the most tight-lipped guy I've ever seen couldn't remain motionless and let us have our way with him. How should I know if you're asking me? Or should we just say he resisted arrest violently and died in a shooting? The person being interrogated hadn't panicked yet, but the interrogators were already starting to panic. You have to understand that even if you cut off your own pain nerves and became a pain-free patient, you would still react to physiological stimuli. For example, if a strong light suddenly shone directly into your pupils, even an immortal would have to blink, right? After a few rounds of high-voltage electric torture, you'd have to let out a few cries, wouldn't you? But after players log off, unless they log back in themselves, there will be no reaction even if their bodies are torn limb from limb. Their sleep is so sound they're like a bunch of infants, with hardly any fluctuations even in their brain waves. To outsiders, this was no different from brain death. So that's how it is they're afraid I'm dead. Having somewhat understood the situation, Xihuo deliberately let out a groan of pain. Ugh. Then he opened his eyes half dead. When the Cuban agents heard this sound, it was like hearing heavenly music. They almost burst into tears and hugged Xihuo's legs, crying out, "Oh, my lord! We've been waiting for you day and night, and you've finally woken up." If anything had gone wrong with Xihuo, the people over in Night City would have surely beaten them to death. The European side had finally managed to get some leverage on an internal employee and turn him, and if they ended up killing him, their superiors would likely tie them to rockets one by one and send them into the sky. One of them rushed to Xihuo's side, his expression almost one of tender concern. It was only when a colleague pulled him back that he didn't lose his composure on the spot. One agent hurriedly opened the door, grabbed the soldier on guard, and said, "Go call the doctor, quick." The other two originally wanted to drag Xihuo to the interrogation table, but they were afraid of being too rough and scaring the newly awakened Xihuo to death. So, the two of them worked together to lift the chair and invite Xihuo to the table. "Speak. What did you come to Cuba for?" Using the fiercest expression to speak in the gentlest tone, Agent A's mood was as twisted as could be, fearing that a louder voice might shout the man to death. Before Xihuo could speak, a bunch of medical staff rushed into the interrogation room with a clatter. They gave Xihuo a thorough examination, checking his heart rate, brain waves, and pupil dilation. They even drew blood for testing to see if there were any residues of feign death drugs. One of the attending physicians even exclaimed, "A miracle. It's simply a medical miracle. You guys actually managed to bring a brain-dead person back to life." The agents didn't want to argue with these people about how he came back to life. They pulled aside another doctor who was checking the cybernetic implant data and asked, "How is his body?" That doctor unplugged the data cable with a worried look. "It's the same as before, his vital signs are all normal. However, his cranial nerves are much more active than before. But we still haven't found the reason for his state of suspended animation. It might really be that the concussion caused his neurons to stall. As long as everything was normal." After seeing off the doctors, the agents sat upright around Xihuo. Not daring to shout, they only asked in a low voice, "You are an employee of Horizon Corporation. Why would you come to Cuba at a time like this?" Xihuo glanced at them and answered pitifully, "I came here to be an undercover agent." "Didn't you know?" Damn, what he said actually made a lot of sense. Night City had mentioned this long ago. Horizon Corporation had arranged for Xihuo to go undercover in Cuba on the grounds that he was smuggling goods to Europe and had connections there. Thus, he was sent to Cuba to scout out the situation of European arms logistics. The reason was sufficient, but it was a bit absurd. What did they mean? The mole we turned was sent by his superior to go undercover with us. Wasn't that too much of a coincidence? But the core personnel within Horizon Corporation were these mercenaries. If they didn't send them, they couldn't very well send the locals, could they? Xihuo looked at them with a bitter face. "Didn't Manager Devon over in Night City tell you? You started hitting me as soon as I arrived, and you hit me so hard I almost died." Cough. The Havana agents were a bit embarrassed. Naturally, they had received the notification about these matters, but the higher UPS had also said they should conduct an interrogation first and maintain a 24-hour continuous wiretapping and surveillance state. After ensuring the other party's loyalty, they would then use Xihuo to pass false intelligence to Horizon Corporation. The target's utility value was still very high. They just hadn't expected this living dead drama right at the start, which nearly scared the three of them senseless. Agents A, B, and C looked at each other and all felt that given the other party's current situation, they certainly wouldn't get anything out of an interrogation. So be it, they'd just go through the motions. Anyway, as long as the subsequent surveillance followed, they weren't afraid of what trouble this guy could cause under their inescapable net. On the player's side, they were also very aware that Xihuo's acting couldn't possibly fool any trained agent. Being able to withstand torture was useless. Therefore, they had only one requirement for Xihuo: tell the truth. Don't mix in even a bit of falsehood, say whatever the other party wants him to say. Unless the other party actively handed it over, he was not to touch anything related to intelligence. Yes, I'm here to be an undercover agent. My superior in the company is called Crimson Killer. I made some money from smuggling this year, not much, only about 200,000 or so. I was smuggling XXX. Without any torture being applied, Xihuo was just short of reporting what color his underwear was. All the intelligence was seamless and entirely true. Only then did it barely dispel some of the doubts of the men in front of him. They let the doctor take him for treatment. Of course, they also installed some surveillance demons and bugs to ensure that every single word this guy said could be fully recorded. Cuba's medical condition certainly couldn't compare to reconstruction pods. Xihuo lay in the hospital for a full 2 days before he could get out of bed. Before his feet even touched the ground, he was immediately escorted to the Havana Intelligence Department. The department building used the 3-story structure of the original Cuban intelligence agency. Because the fighting was intense, the entire intelligence department was incredibly busy. Some were planning the assassination of Lin Miao, some were planning to blow up production factories, poisoning, assassinations, terrorist attacks. They used every means possible. It was only because Horizon Corporation had surveillance robots everywhere, combined with a powerful hacker force, that they were able to repeatedly thwart these attempts. If Night City weren't in such a special location, they probably would have used missiles to blast people long ago. Many people noticed Xihuo being surrounded like a star by moons and couldn't help but cast curious glances. He also saw several pale, dead-looking faces that seemed to be using that face-changing technology. Maybe Aguilar was among them, a high-level elite mob. Killing him would probably just be a matter of pulling the trigger. But they all just took a curious look and then ignored him, lest they get another beating. It didn't hurt, but it was a waste of time. Truth be told, the Havana drug cartel, although they didn't gain political power because of the European community where the European masters called all the shots, zero tariffs, dumping ground, human trafficking, plus a ban on farming, their general operational guidelines followed the national policy of Master Ma, referring to Macias. But despite copying the European organizational structure, they still managed things quite impressively. The person responsible for receiving him was McCarthy, the head of the Electronic Intelligence Department. This guy was fine in every way, except his name was a bit strange, easily reminding one of certain past events in the north, and he was black. A black man standing by a window in direct sunlight was so dark he practically glowed, looking almost like a braised egg. After Xihuo was forced into a chair, McCarthy turned around and said condescendingly, "Mr. Xihuo, I apologize for the misfortune you suffered a few days ago. My colleagues were just being cautious. I hope you understand." I understand. Xihuo seemed terrified, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. His reaction satisfied McCarthy, who then sat in the main seat and asked in a low voice, "I heard the European community is sending people to take over our intelligence work. Did you hear anything from those people about who we're supposed to cooperate with?" Because the front lines were fought so poorly, the Europeans quickly realized Havana was no match for Horizon Corporation on its own. The previous assassination attempts also proved their internal ranks were infiltrated by melee tech, so the Europeans planned to send people down personally to give some guidance. But for locals like McCarthy, this was a dangerous power grab. "I'm not too sure. I'm just a traitor, they wouldn't tell me things like that." Xihuo grinned and said, "But I believe, as the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. In Cuba, no matter what the Europeans say, you guys are definitely the ones in charge. Without your cooperation, they can't get anything done. Even I have to listen to you, right?" These words were pleasant to hear, but this guy's wrinkled face made him look like a mangy dog trying to please someone. This made the black man's face turn a bit paler, almost a coffee color. "Then did your side tell you when you are going back to Night City?" "Go back? There's no way I'm going back. If I go back, won't they kill me?" "Mr. McCarthy, you wouldn't want me to go back, would you?" "That's impossible." Xihuo's face immediately fell. "I came to Cuba having sold everything I could. I'm just waiting to finish this job and then emigrate to Europe." He spoke with sincere emotion, every word dripping with longing for Europe. Coupled with news from the other side confirming Xihuo's financial situation made it impossible for him to return to Night City, and the wealth he brought to Cuba had been confiscated and was currently in their hands. At this point, McCarthy's doubts about Xihuo had mostly vanished. He nodded with a smile. "Fine then. I'll have Fenris take you to your quarters to settle in. Tonight, I'll book a private room at the Hotel Nacional. I'll have my subordinates apologize to you so we can cooperate sincerely in the future." Good. Xihuo said good 3 times and stood up to leave, but a bunch of keys happened to fall from his waist. McCarthy quickly called out to him, "Your thing." "My thing? I didn't lose anything." Xihuo looked at the car keys on the sofa with a confused face. "Aren't these your car keys?" McCarthy picked up the keys. One look was enough to make his heart skip a beat. A Rayfield Caliban, a high-end luxury car on the market, selling for hundreds of thousands of Euro new. Xihuo had indeed brought one to Cuba, but it was second-hand, though still worth over 100,000. It had been intercepted by the intelligence department and was currently in a warehouse for inspection. "Just giving it to me like that?" McCarthy was deeply shaken. He looked at Xihuo with burning eyes and turned to the other agents. Xihuo is my good friend. Arrange a better place for him to stay. I remember there's a detached villa on the second ring road in the west of the city. That place is good. In a capitalist world, everything can be measured in money, including loyalty and friendship. That night, at the Hotel Nacional, which was considered the best preserved commercial hotel in Cuba, no worse in design than the completed Gems Ching, and even more luxurious, with gold-plated columns and jewel-encrusted walls, as extravagant as could be. After all, drug dealers don't use their money to develop industry, don't they just spend it all on personal enjoyment? But for McCarthy, the prices here were a bit high, especially after the drug market took a heavy hit. People like them at the bottom were the first to have their supplies cut. At first, he was just putting on a brave face, but after getting the car keys and taking the car out, they were brothers for life. He had to provide the best wine and food. The agents he brought were wide-eyed and drooling, their Adam's apples moving so fast they left after images. However, in Xihuo's eyes, it was just some beautifully prepared organic vegetables and fruit platters, plus some Mexican meat dishes. How could they compare to cat food? Cuba had no industry to speak of and wasn't allowed to farm, throwing itself heart and soul into drugs and tobacco. How could they have the mind to develop any planting or animal husbandry? Organic vegetable prices were more than 3 times more expensive than in Night City. Are these problems in the eyes of a drug lord? If you can't afford to eat, that's your problem, look for the reason within yourself. Xihuo didn't exactly look down on it, he was eating, but there were no surprises. He ate bite by bite with a frown. Meanwhile, those agents were stuffing their faces, mouths covered in grease. Xihuo had to give them space, or he might get stuffed into their mouths too. And his expression was naturally seen by McCarthy, who felt a bit uncomfortable. McCarthy certainly knew what the food at Horizon Corporation was like, those people were doing eating live streams every day. The front lines ate better than their logistics, and as for the company headquarters, did it even need to be said? Bro, the eating habits here are indeed a bit worse than in Night City. I hope you can get used to it. Later, I'll take you to a bar to have some fun. No, I don't care about that. Xihuo put down his knife and fork. I'm just feeling a bit indignant for the brothers. He pointed at the food on the table. The brothers risk their lives every day. Not to mention mountains of gold and silver, they should at least have a meal like this every few days, but this. Sigh. Xihuo couldn't even go on. Look at how these people were eating, they were barely better than pigs. He didn't talk about intelligence secrets or work, just about treatment and food. The agents soon began to empathize with Xihuo. Sigh, it's all because of that company behind you. McCarthy poured out his grievances. Not only did they take out Hansen and cut off our drug market in Night City, but they also came up with some kind of regulator. Our goods are stuck in our hands and can't be sold at all. In any industry, the lackeys at the bottom can't get any money. After all, it's not 2025 anymore. Once national control weakened and constraints vanished, people didn't need to risk their lives for money. Drug production everywhere rose steadily, and profits naturally fell. Now it's wartime, and resources are prioritized for the front lines. These Havana agents naturally couldn't get much benefit in their daily lives. They all hung their heads, looking dejected. Is it that hard to make money? Xihuo dismissed McCarthy's complaints. When I was smuggling in Night City, I could make this much in a year. He held up 8 fingers. McCarthy was curious. $80,000? I saw the accounts. You guys do make a lot from smuggling, but after it's distributed, what's left in your hands shouldn't be much. This amount of money wasn't considered embezzlement, it was already his annual salary. Xihuo laughed, his smile full of disdain. 80,000? 800,000. McCarthy grabbed his finger. Brother, show me the way. Chapter 385, Money is a bastard, if you can earn it, earn it. Xihuo pulled his hand back, tapped a fork on the table to gather everyone's attention, and said, Money, that bastard thing, is hard to earn when it's hard. When you're poor, you wish you could split a single coin in 2 to spend. But as long as you find the right path and add a bit of courage, why, you'll earn more than if you had a printing press at home. At the mention of money, the agents stopped eating so intently. A dozen eyes were fixed on Xihuo, their gazes so fervent they seemed ready to melt this golden Buddha. What did 800,000 mean? The money they had earned in their entire lives didn't add up to that amount. Me, I don't have other hobbies, I just like making money. What's the use of just envying those rich people? We have to take action ourselves and make ourselves richer than them. On the way to Cuba, I looked into it. We have 2 unique advantages here that are perfect for making money, big money. If we can pull it off, you brothers won't have to worry about wealth and luxury for the rest of your lives. But I definitely need your cooperation. McCarthy didn't agree immediately but looked at Xihuo. Tell us about it first. Xihuo chuckled. First, the Europeans are counting on us to fight right now. So many munitions are being sent to us every day. If we can just skim off a little bit, it's an endless amount of money. Impossible. Those Europeans keep a very tight watch, they don't let us touch them at all. McCarthy refused bluntly. And if we're caught, we're dead. If we really had to rely on that to make money, it wouldn't be our turn. Tell us something else. As everyone knows, when you present top, middle, and bottom strategies, usually no one picks the top or the bottom. Smuggling arms was indeed a bit too audacious. Xihuo hadn't expected them to agree. Even if they had, as a newcomer, he wouldn't have dared to do it. That would be seeking death. The real business came next. Fair enough. When it comes to making money, we have to look at our Cuban specialties. Specialties? You mean tobacco? No, no, no. Tobacco makes money, but there's a war on. The tobacco harvest in the plantations will definitely fall short this year. There are too many eyes watching it, it's hard to manage. To make money, you have to deal in medicine. Medicine is where the real windfall profits are. Xihuo stood up to pour wine for McCarthy. Medicine. McCarthy frowned, thinking the other man meant narcotics. Our current stock is piled up in warehouses and we can't even sell it. You want to rely on that stuff to make money? No, no, no. What does that pittance count for? I'm talking about generic drugs. Xihuo took several bottles of medicine from his bag, including injectable immunosuppressants, neurotoxin slow-release agents, and several other types. All were high-priced drugs on the market, and 2 of them were military supplies needed at the front. Anyway, because of Horizon Corporation's regulators and the drug war, Cuba's narcotics can't be sold. The production lines are just sitting idle. We might as well produce something else to sell. Many of the raw materials are already available, and I can find ways to bring in the rest. I've had someone do the math. Those pharmaceutical companies make at least dozens or even hundreds of times in windfall profits. We don't even need the original price, even at 1/10, we'd be counting cash while lying down. The most expensive part of medicine is the research and development phase, where billions are often poured in without seeing a ripple. Therefore, to ensure that pharmaceutical companies don't go bankrupt and remain motivated to develop new drugs, they are usually allowed to raise drug prices to recoup costs and make a profit after R&D is complete. The actual production cost is very low. Once the patent period expires, generic drug companies on the market will successively launch many generic versions. The efficacy might be slightly worse, but the drastic price drop benefits the public. At the same time, national governments will step in to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies, bringing specialized drugs into the medical insurance scope through large-scale procurement to reduce the economic burden on citizens. But the biomedical companies in the cyber world don't care about patents. Once a drug is developed, it belongs to them. There's no such thing as patent expiration or price drops, let alone national medical insurance. Only when high-priced insurance companies cooperate with these pharmaceutical companies do the prices drop slightly. However, these insurance companies form a monopoly collective with hospitals and doctors in various cities. These doctors and hospitals will only prescribe high-priced drugs from the pharmaceutical companies that partner with the insurance company. At the same time, your insurance is only valid at these designated hospitals. If you were to closely examine the financial dealings of these pharmaceutical companies, you would be surprised to find that insulin developers have close ties with candy manufacturers, heavy metal poisoning drug developers are linked to chemical and smelting plants, and artificial lung cybernetic implant companies strongly support the tobacco industry. It has even happened that a vaccine existed before the virus. In short, they only want money. As for where the disease came from or whether the medicine can completely cure you, that's not your concern. The profitability of narcotics was utterly annihilated many times over by these high-priced medicines. Generic drugs. This was a path McCarthy had never considered. Are generic drugs what if we get caught? These medicine bottles all have serial numbers. He was tempted. We won't get caught. Xihuo gave a dark smile and reached into his bag to pull out another medicine bottle, almost identical to the authentic one. He swapped their positions in front of the others and said, "What leaves our hands will be the authentic medicine." How can they check? Europe is currently aiding Cuba with arms and, of course, military medicines. As long as the efficacy of the generic drugs isn't too far off, and we bribe the doctors and nurses to form a network of vested interests, no one will say a word. If a grunt at the front dies, isn't that perfectly normal? Since ancient times, who has ever fought a war without people dying? How can you prove it was a problem with my medicine and not that he just couldn't hold on? McCarthy didn't speak, but his heart was struggling in the silence. If you're worried, we can do it batch by batch. A small amount is fine too. Seeing this, Xihuo immediately increased the pressure, grabbing the medicine bottle and putting it back in his bag. If you're unwilling, just act as if I never said anything today. I'll look for other ways to make money, though I might have to go beg people in other departments. Wait. The agent, Shen, who was initially responsible for interrogating Xihuo, pressed his hand down on the medicine on the table. He looked at McCarthy. Boss, let's do it. I happen to have a sworn brother in logistics who manages imported raw materials. If we use our connections, we can make a fortune. With one person taking the lead, the others immediately chimed in. Voices wanting to take a shot at it rose one after another. Exactly. I heard the Europeans take the biggest cut of our business. Now we're just earning back the money that belongs to us. What's wrong with that? Right, we're still fighting for them. Why were they following Havana? Wasn't it just for money, to become one of the elite? Now that business was tight, the top brass would definitely prioritize making sure their own earnings didn't decrease, and then it would be the middle management. Low-level agents like them weren't even in consideration. Now that they had finally stumbled upon an opportunity, how could they be willing to let go? Looking at those pairs of eyes, McCarthy was put on the spot. He feared that even if he didn't agree now, these subordinates would contact Xihuo privately and take the risk anyway. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and looked at Xihuo through the swirling smoke. Then, let's try a batch first. Military mercenary companies in 2076 weren't like the amateur infantry of 2024, who considered having an infantry fighting vehicle a luxury outing. Instead, they were formal war leasing enterprises, with the biggest leaders being Arezaka and Melee Tech. Below them were armed companies like Lazarus and Melee Tech, all of which were armed forces with thousands of regular troops. Most people surely felt that a corporation wasn't a nation, so how could it have the ability to participate in or even influence a war? But because of the painful blows some people received on the Korean peninsula, they had to reflect deeply after returning. Coupled with years of the Cold War and the arrival of the information age, the world's combat systems began to move toward small, sophisticated special operations. So, numbers weren't the issue. They primarily served to influence the course of the war by carrying out decapitation strikes, raids, and demolishing high-value targets, rather than using the occupation of cities as a condition for victory. After all, corporations didn't care about the life or death of the population at all. Even if they killed everyone in the city, as long as they blocked the news and controlled public opinion, everything would be fine. Although the Black Forest mercenaries weren't as famous as armed companies like Lazarus, they also had contracts with many European arms enterprises, mainly operating in Africa and the Middle East, with the prefix Europe-Switzerland. In the eyes of some small foreign enterprises, this is even more attractive than Arezaka or Melee Tech. The price is high, but having a European master provides prestige, you know? Therefore, the price for European mercenaries is about 10% higher than Arezaka and Melee Tech, though there is no significant difference in strength. The Black Forest mercenary squad disembarking from the transport plane was also full of vigor. They carried rifles, wore camouflage uniforms and special bulletproof helmets, and were covered in high-tech equipment and brawny cybernetic implants. They might as well have written "I am elite" on their faces. The person in charge of reception at the airport quickly stepped forward to shake hands. "You've finally arrived." The mercenary squad leader reached out to shake hands. "You can call me Hans Jaeger. I heard you have a high-difficulty vehicle mission. You might not believe it, but my subordinates are the strongest vehicle crew in Europe. Fubayong. Pa pa pa. Easy as pie." He made a casual shooting gesture in front of the person in charge. The person in charge smiled slightly. "I know your capabilities, but the task assigned to you this time might be quite special and high difficulty. Of course, the reward is also very generous. In our presence, any difficulty or enemy is vulnerable." Hans raised his hand and clenched his fist, and the team members behind him shouted in unison, "Steel tracks, rolling forward." The person in charge made a "you'd better remember what you said" expression, then handed the terminal in his hand to Hans. "Your mission this time is to cooperate with the Cuban Air Force in a surprise attack on the Geelong Bay beachhead, but the main target is Militika's Air Force." "Air Force? Why look for us to fight the Air Force?" Hans was completely confused. They were just a tank crew, not some anti-aircraft convoy. He looked down at the terminal in his hand. "Our company hopes you will pilot the Armada T-22 hover tank and shoot down an enemy aircraft in the air." Hans scratched his ear. "Is my cybernetic implant overdue for maintenance? I actually misheard him at such a close distance. I need a full body spa when I get back." "Ha ha ha, who would let a tank go into the sky to fight a plane?" Hans almost laughed out loud. He looked up at the person in charge. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." The person in charge repeated what he said, and Hans was then sure he hadn't misheard. He quickly made a decision. "Farewell." After speaking, he turned to lead the squad back to the plane. "A tank fighting a plane in the sky? You must be high on drugs, right? If you said it was a helicopter, we might consider using anti-aircraft missiles. But fighting an attack aircraft in the sky? Why don't you ask your mother to solo a spacecraft?" Seeing the squad turn around, the person in charge said unhurriedly, "If you leave now, you will have to pay our company 20 times the liquidated damages." Hans stopped in his tracks, then turned back in anger, grabbing the person in charge's collar and shouting, "You think it's funny to play with us? If you want to kill us, why not just blow my head off with a gun right here? Drive a tank into the sky and shoot down an attack aircraft. Even an idiot should know this is impossible." After venting, Hans abruptly let go and pushed the person in charge away. He couldn't understand why the company would accept such a stupid contract and specifically name their squad. Had his affair with the boss's wife been exposed? The person in charge wiped the spit off his face and calmly pointed to the terminal in Hans's hand. "I know it's hard to believe, but someone did it. Just a month ago, someone shot down a Storm 12 in the sky with a tank. The video is right there. This isn't good news for us because Melee Tech could use it for massive publicity at any time, which could cause serious negative public opinion. So we need a success, we need a hero." Hans felt like he was listening to a fantasy. He couldn't help but open the terminal. The video had been placed in the most prominent spot, compiled from multiple fighter jet perspectives and the first-person view of the shot-down plane. In the video, that Komodo hover tank drove out of the exploding transport plane unscathed. Then, a blonde hunk rushed out, punched through the electronic control system, seized control of the machine gun, and blasted the attack aircraft. He even used the adz to counter 2 air-to-air missiles. Although the pilot's underestimation played a part, this guy's reaction speed was terrifyingly fast, even with a Sandevistan. As the fighter jet crashed into the clouds, the other pilots didn't dare take the risk and prepared to use long-range missiles to take down the tank. But the opponent's tank seemed to have some malfunction. Within seconds, it began a free fall toward the ground, and then the video stopped. Hans was already breaking out in a cold sweat after watching it. Where are that tank and its crew? At this moment, he had to admit that there is always someone better. Even though they didn't fight on the ground, that courage alone could outshine 99.9% of the tank crews in the world. They weren't found, but we don't believe they're still alive. They probably crashed in some obscure place. A free fall from 20 or 30,000 feet without a parachute. The technical analysis departments of several corporations all stated it was absolutely impossible for those people to survive. While there was a theoretical possibility of a successful emergency landing, it was like the theoretical possibility of an author killing Mike Tyson in his prime with one punch in the ring. Read it as theoretically possible, but in reality, it's just impossible. Our company will provide you with escape equipment and an escort squadron to ensure your survival rate. If you manage to destroy an enemy aircraft, our company will not only hire you as brand ambassadors but also pay each of you an extra €100,000 as a reward. Fuck. Under the promise of a huge sum of money, even though Hans knew it was an almost impossible task, he couldn't help but be tempted. In this world, there is nothing that money can't buy. If there is, it only means the price you offered wasn't right. Dassault Corporation hadn't ruled out using AI to forge a video record in cyberspace. As long as they were willing to spend enough money, they could imitate it to be indistinguishable from the truth. But the problem was that melee tech would see through the fake at a glance. Once such a lie was exposed, it would only make them more vulnerable. Out of various frustrations, they were forced to hire the Ace crew of the Black Forest Mercenary Company to try and recreate a kill record. Even if it cost a higher price, it was better than having melee tech join forces to short their stock price. The other party had held onto the video for a whole month without releasing it. They were definitely preparing something big for them. After communicating with his teammates for a while, Hans lost the arrogance he had when he first got off the plane. After all, 20 times the liquidated damages was no joke. We'll take this mission, but let's be clear, we pick and modify the tank ourselves, and you must find a way to draw all the anti-aircraft fire for us and pick us up, otherwise. He wanted to throw out some harsh words, but they stuck in his throat. Regardless of being a European ace crew, in the eyes of the corporation, they were just dogs that could be sacrificed at any time. And the people these European corporations and crews were obsessing over were currently working hard at their frontline logistics station. For a whole month, Potato, Glamorous Woman, and the others hadn't returned to the front line. Instead, they stayed at the supply station, reporting the routes of every supply convoy on the game channel, allowing Yeren and the others to infer the Cuban troop deployment. It could be said that their intelligence provided significant help to Yeren and other commander players. As a commander, your troops are never enough, the intelligence you receive is always outdated, yet the orders you give are for the future. Being able to figure out the opponent's supply routes and quantities allowed them to roughly deduce the number of people and distances, thus anticipating the enemy's moves and largely making up for the lack of satellites. The contribution Jutiu and the others made here was much greater than being a few high-end combatants on the front line. After this period of training at the supply station, the few of them were now covered in dust, wearing dusty military uniforms with messy hair, looking like soldiers of the National Revolutionary Army. At lunchtime, Shuiyu anxiously pulled Jutiu and the others to a relatively quiet corner. I found it, I found the location of the headquarters. Chapter 386, I see, I understand now. What do you mean they can't use our equipment? Can't your men find a few useful ones? Even before entering the command center, Lancaster's furious roar could be heard from afar. It had been a month, and the entire front line was in continuous retreat. If not for the overwhelming precision artillery bombardment and the Air Force, which had gained air superiority, relentlessly bombing players' strongholds, Cuba's ground forces alone would have likely been pushed all the way to Havana within a month. He had attended a proper military academy, but the sheer incompetence of the Cuban army successfully lowered Lancaster's perception of human capability to a new low. First and foremost, the most critical point was that at the start of the conflict, European military aid consisted only of weapons and equipment, without deploying their own troops. However, Cuba's illiteracy rate was extremely high, with almost none of the lower-ranking soldiers being able to read. Initially, he didn't take it seriously, or rather, he hadn't even considered the issue, because European military companies had designed their weapons to be as simple as possible. As long as you could read, you could use them. Clearly, Europe had projected its own standards onto others. In the cyber world, high technology was indeed everywhere, with even things like real-time translation packs breaking down communication barriers. In Lancaster's view, even if you couldn't read the German or French on the equipment, surely you could understand it once it was translated into Spanish or English via a translator. The lower-ranking Cuban soldiers just grinned. They didn't know how to read. With old equipment, it didn't matter if they couldn't read, veterans taught the newbies. But now, with the new European military aid, even the veterans couldn't figure it out. Translation alone wasn't enough, they needed to point read, letting the software read it out loud to understand what the string of English on the manual meant. When encountering technical terms, they still needed explanations to roughly grasp them. And this was the cyber age. If you gave FPV drones to an African army from a century ago, they'd probably kneel and worship them as gods. Compared to the Cuban army, the animals in Night City were highly educated talents. Even if they couldn't write, at least they could read and understand. Individual soldier quality was a huge step behind the wraiths. The result of this situation was that a large batch of smart weapons had just been delivered to them, and before they even learned how to use them, the players attacked. Once close combat ensued, it turned into a one-sided rout. The new gear in their hands: smart loitering munitions, remote-controlled turrets, unmanned combat vehicles, Power fists hadn't even warmed up before it was all lost. If it had really been lost or destroyed in combat, Lancaster would have accepted it. After all, Europe was wealthy and didn't care about such losses. But the problem was, the equipment fell into the hands of the players' soldiers who were at least vocational school graduates, with the median education level hovering around college or undergraduate degrees. Their lower intelligence threshold was simply incomparable to these illiterates. Once they got their hands on the gear, they just needed a little tinkering to figure out how to use it. This situation wasn't too severe at the start of the war, because the Cubans didn't yet know what they were up against, thinking their opponents were at most on par with the neighboring warlords. After a few hard-fought battles, they quickly realized the vast gap in strength between the two sides. Their original courage and morale vanished instantly, and once combat began, it turned into a rout, with them only able to rely on their abundant artillery to strike from a distance. Upon learning of this, Lancaster was so furious he could barely contain himself, cursing the Cuban army as a bunch of useless fools. But for Colonel Hedlund, he could say whatever he wanted, it wasn't his problem alone. He was just going to slack off. Could Cuba improve education? Impossible. Why? Could any normal person with a proper education and values stand by and watch them operate like this? Educated people were the hardest to control and the most prone to causing trouble. This wasn't just known to the Cubans, even people in Europe, America, Japan, and any country today knew it. Just look at Night City, filled with mercenaries who had retired from corporations. Lin Miao could easily scoop up a bunch of high-quality technical talents. Only in places with a high concentration of large corporations could they be kept in check, and even then, their buildings were constantly being bombed or robbed, with middle management replaced every 3 years. If this were Havana, it would be a nightmare. They'd have nightmares even while sleeping. So, Cuban drug cartels monopolized education. Only the children of mid to high-level organization members could study abroad in Europe, either returning to Cuba to manage the family or staying in Europe to work. The rest might at most study biology to come back and research new drugs. Thus, in Europe, America, and Japan, there was a consensus: good men don't become soldiers. Those with ability either became lawyers, doctors, agents, or inherited their fathers' businesses and joined corporations. Only the dregs of society were sent to the army as grunts. This led to the second problem with the Cuban army: their low education level meant they couldn't understand orders from superiors, and they were loosely organized with poor discipline. Maneuvers like flanking, encircling, and assault, any slightly complex tactics, were impossible to execute. A 5-kilometer forced march could take half an hour. Even when relocating positions, it was common to start with 100 men in the trenches and arrive with 95. Losing men was bad enough, but the scariest thing was starting with 100 and arriving with 105. If it weren't for 5 men not getting their meals at lunch, the company commander wouldn't even have known about it. With an army like this under his command, Lancaster was utterly exasperated. This was nothing like the armies he'd studied in military academy textbooks. They couldn't even follow basic orders. Commanding such an army was torture for both him and the soldiers below. At this point, his command center had retreated again and again, almost to Jovlanos behind Tahaigui. As for the front line at Tahaigui, it was completely exposed to the military advance of the Horizon Corporation. Although heavily guarded, Lancaster didn't have much hope for it, just frantically ordering the construction of fortifications to wear down the opponent's forces there, even if it meant attrition. They were just taking advantage of the fact that the Horizon Corporation lacked heavy firepower, bombers, or missiles to precisely destroy high-specification defenses. Just as Lancaster was berating the Cuban officers, an email arrived, dispelling his bad mood of the past few days. He couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "Good. Good. Good. Finally, they're here." After saying this, he sank back into his chair with relief. Black Forest Mercenaries, 700 men. British Aegis Defence Services, 900 men. British Global Guardians, 1,000 men. British Watch International, 600 men. Just looking at the lineup, it could be said to be a gathering of elites, with air support, heavy firepower, tanks, and power armor, nothing missing. This was Europe's largest overseas military operation in many years. Among these forces, Britain had contributed significantly. As Europe's largest private military incubator, companies like Global Guardians and Watch International sourced their troops and officers mostly from SAS, British Special Air Service, and corporate security retirees, top-tier professionals no matter where they were placed. In the past, it wouldn't have been this difficult. The European community could just drop a hint, and small fry like the Horizon Corporation would either surrender or have others willing to help deal with them. But now, the situation had changed subtly. The European community's influence in Night City had been uprooted. Militech, Night Corp, and NUSA weren't cooperating. Kong Tao kept its distance. Arezaka excused itself by saying it couldn't spare troops. Everyone pushed the matter onto the European community, as if testing something. Thus, the European community decided to strike with thunderous force, showing these clueless folks that the old master was still the old master. 6 heavy airships, fully loaded with thousands of soldiers and military equipment, landed in Havana, already the peak of conventional forces' firepower. What Xihuo saw was just the tip of the iceberg. However, on the surface, no European country declared its involvement. It was all a transaction. Havana paid for contracts with military companies, not representing any national stance. Even so, major media companies didn't hesitate to insinuate that the Horizon Corporation was committing aggression and massacres, with Europe about to send divine troops. But these news reports were shattered by Horizon Voice's live streams, as videos of how the players fought and handled post-war matters were uploaded, showing no signs of any massacre. Those traditional news media suddenly realized that this software they had copied had become a battlefield of public opinion with far greater influence than their own. After all, no matter how well written your articles were, they couldn't compete with seeing is believing. Moreover, these news companies had long ago, even in Europe itself, lost their advantage in the war of public opinion. After repeatedly whitewashing corporate actions, they had destroyed their own credibility. If not for their monopoly, they wouldn't even be able to sell newspapers. In the past, when everyone was equally bad, Europeans could sit in their civilized seats, mocking and criticizing others for being uncivilized. But now that someone was actually becoming civilized, they were the most resentful, because no one knew better than them what dirty deeds they had done. We have combat updates. We have combat updates. Just as Lancaster was rejoicing, an untimely voice interrupted. It was the communications soldier beside him. Report, the outer supply depot at Dahaigui has been ambushed. The defenders are engaging Horizon Corporation forces. Major General Ron's face was clouded with worry. Mark the outpost location on the map. He had been on the receiving end of the European playboys' rants all month, and now he could finally have some peace. Yes. On the command table, within the red and blue interwoven projection map, behind the protruding cluster marking the city of Dahaigui, a small outpost was under player assault. But that place wasn't anything important, merely where farmers cultivating tobacco fields lived. What puzzled Lancaster was that this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. The enemy seemed to be deliberately attacking these low-value targets. Bring up the drone footage from the scene. It was relatively close to Dahaigui, within the coverage of the urban network. Because of its proximity to the city, the houses in this village were somewhat presentable, at least not thatched huts, mostly using sheet metal and small concrete-built floors. It used to be a rural area, now requisitioned as a supply outpost, with mobile sentries posted at the entrance and around the village. However, the morale of the garrison troops wasn't very high, as they had just retreated from the front lines, suffering many defeats. Low morale makes fighting impossible, and for them, restoring morale didn't rely on political mobilization, but on three magic tools: good liquor, good meat, women, and drugs. Thus, the drug lords of Havana became generous for the first time, supplying drugs without limits. Smoke as much as you want, since they couldn't sell them anyway. Women, do whatever you want, whether from the village or the city, do as you please. As for food, forget it. At most, each person gets an extra canned artificial starch meat per day. Liquor was easy to come by, cheap liquor didn't cost much. They even completely loosened military control, allowing soldiers to plunder and letting them loot their own cities. Menon pulled up his pants and came out of the room contentedly, the fear brought by being chased by those maniacs in the trenches completely forgotten. He kicked aside the corpse of the skinny man on the ground, disdainfully spitting on him. Just playing with your wife. Making such a fuss. He savored this hard-won pleasure. The thrill of dominating and even controlling others' lives made him forget his previous failures. Similarly, from the house opposite, a disheveled Cuban soldier emerged, with a woman's weeping still audible inside. But the weeping only fueled the beast's desire for conquest, not reviving their humanity, long corroded by drugs. The two exchanged a knowing smile. The soldier opposite smacked his lips, complaining, "Ah, if only we were assigned to the city. This damn poor place, not a single valuable thing in the houses, even the food is nearly moldy protein blocks." Menon replied, "That's right. The women in the city must be much better than these trash. The only valuable thing in this damn place is that dried tobacco, who knows how much it could fetch in the city." After speaking, he stretched his body. After releasing his depressive mood, he thought about whether to take some more of the little pills handed down from above. However, his happiness didn't last long. A cannon blast landed in front of the village sentry post, blowing two standing soldiers off their feet. Then came several more gunshots, clearly the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground after being hit. Only then did someone belatedly shout, "They're here. Enemies." Menon was instantly terrified, the fear that had just subsided boiling over like boiling water, cursing angrily. "Damn it, did the drones all go eat shit?" The soldier opposite gulped because he was the one responsible for drone patrols. But since this place was behind Dahaigui and had little strategic value, it shouldn't have been attacked. But now he didn't dare speak, only hurriedly fleeing toward the village center with his pants still unbelted, even tripping over his pant leg and falling flat on his face while running. After using drones to confirm the positions of enemy soldiers and civilian areas, the players immediately launched an attack. Arno, walking at the front, shouted in the channel, "Don't use artillery, be careful to avoid those houses, they're full of civilians." Each squad was equipped with a mechanic player, achieving the terrifying configuration of deploying mortars down to the squad level, with each squad having 2 automatic heavy machine guns and 6 drones. Not to mention Arno's MT3, equipped with individual rockets, large caliber heavy machine guns, and full protection. Hard to imagine this being the firepower configuration for a single squad. 2 enemy soldiers approaching at the intersection ahead. Suspected enemy firing point at the second floor window of the shop at the left front crossroads, be careful. Enemy drones taking off, interception in progress. After the drones connected to the AI Skynet, honed through several major battles, coordinated with the players more seamlessly. The over 20 Cuban soldiers in the entire village fell like wheat before them, dropping with a few pops the moment they met. Even if not dead, they were pinned down behind cover by suppressive fire, not daring to peek out, then finished off by grenades thrown afterward, blown into McNuggets. The Cuban soldiers, having lost their will to fight and morale due to a month of high-intensity combat, couldn't organize any decent resistance and were quickly routed. They could only flee in panic toward the warehouse, even fighting with colleagues over escaped vehicles. After seizing a few trucks loaded with tobacco, they floored the gas without waiting for soldiers in the back to climb in. Several soldiers who didn't make it into the cabins fell, rolling on the ground covered in injuries. Before they could get up, the rear wheels arrived. With a crunch, they lost their breath. In less than 15 minutes, the garrison in this village outpost was completely wiped out, clean and swift. But the player's target wasn't these recyclable trash. They pushed open doors, carefully searching house by house. Upon finding civilians cowering inside, the players began comforting these terrified poor souls. Don't worry, we're not bad people. Many bore signs of beatings, including fractures and serious injuries. Some houses even displayed the corpses of families of 3 or 4, not sparing the children. Arno shouted in the village using Cuban translated through a translator, "Who is Warren Kant? Who is Warren Kant?" The villagers didn't answer. They only knew there was fighting, as for which side was good or bad, they had no concept. To them, both sides were demons. Could the mission NPC have been killed by these guys? Arno had a splitting headache. Helpless, he could only pull an elderly man from the crowd, gesturing as he said, "We were called by Warren Kant's cousin to rescue people. We're not with those others, we're good people." As he spoke, he took out his terminal from his waist, opening it to show a Cuban woman on the screen, looking anxiously at the scene and recognizing the old man. When this woman appeared, someone in the crowd recognized her, causing a slight stir. "Uncle Kong Ji, where's my sister? Where is she?" The old man called Kong Ji mumbled with dry lips, "Warren, your sister, she's dead. Her whole family died yesterday." The woman closed her eyes in pain. "Those damn beasts." After calming herself, she said to the villagers, "Uncle Kong Ji, you've seen it too. Those Cuban soldiers don't treat us as human. Many in our village were killed. Now I beg you, please have everyone follow these good people and leave that damn place. They've prepared safe shelter and water for us. But what can we do even if we go?" Kong Ji was already heartbroken. Having lived in this village for so many years, he knew too well that these drug dealers were bottomless lunatics. Revenge. Warren gritted her teeth, eyes burning with flames of hatred. "They killed my son. I want to eat the flesh of those damn bastards." In the footage, this assault squad, after killing the garrison, herded the villagers onto troop carriers and drove away. Interesting. Lancaster pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a flash of insight, combined with rumors circulating in the barracks that those people were brainwashed lunatics, made him realize, so that's it. No wonder these lunatics never seem to decrease no matter how many are killed, even growing in numbers. So you're replenishing troops this way. Many questions were suddenly clarified: why Horizon Corporation had so many excellent soldiers, why they seemed endless no matter how many were killed, why such a force had never been heard of before. It must be brainwashing. Insults? Anger? None. Lancaster didn't even think what the other side did was wrong. He didn't consider these Cubans the same species as himself. He was only amazed that such outstanding technology was tarnished, falling into the hands of such a company. In that case, we can't let you expand your forces. Thinking he had grasped Horizon Corporation's weakness, Lancaster said to Ron, "Bomb the enemy-occupied areas. Whenever you see anything living or any buildings, turn them to ashes. Leave no survivors." Chapter 387, After 200 years of wandering, we've finally returned to the starting point. It really was a long journey. The convoy transporting civilians wobbled its way to the Bay of Pigs. Since the Cubans' defeat was so absolute, they didn't even have the discipline to leave anyone behind for guerrilla warfare or infiltration, so the journey was free of danger. The civilians inside the vehicles were also on edge, huddling together in the corners of the carriages. They didn't even dare to accept the water offered by the soldiers. They didn't recognize the identity of the soldiers sitting beside them. In fact, they still didn't even know who was fighting against Havana. With information blocked and culture backward, they likely wouldn't even know what the NUSA was if told. It was hard to imagine that this place had once been a strategic stronghold important enough to sway the global bipolar war. The society had almost regressed back to the era of slavery. An old man in the carriage named Kong Ji plucked up his courage and asked, "Where are we being sent?" "To our base." Arnold, who was responsible for guarding the villagers in the carriage, replied while eating a charging candy bar, "The area around Tahaigui will become a combat zone for a while. To avoid you getting hurt when the fighting starts, we have to evacuate you in advance. But don't worry, Horizon Corporation will provide you with shelter and food. You just need to work for us. As for wages, that'll have to wait until the pharmaceutical factory here starts production." "Work? But we only know how to farm and produce those drugs." Kong Ji and the villagers' uneasy hearts settled slightly. Arnold checked his mini-map and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Kong Ji stopped talking and instead tried his best to look out from the half-open rear door of the troop carrier. The temporary seaport at the Bay of Pigs was still handling a massive volume of cargo, but there were no prominent buildings besides the port itself, only a cluster of small temporary prefab houses used for resting, a cafeteria, and some construction industries. More cargo was being transported by the convoy toward an entrance deep beneath the surface, with everything going in and nothing coming out. It was a slope nearly 10 meters wide, descending into the ground at a 30-degree angle. The floor and side walls were cast with high-strength steel fiber concrete. The entrance was nearly 30 meters deep from the ground, looking like a road to hell. The entrance gate was built with alloy over half a meter thick. Unless hit head-on by a nuclear bomb, it was virtually impossible to pose any threat to the interior. To guard against the European community acting out of desperation, some core facilities were placed over 100 meters underground. The long convoy followed the slope underground. These cargo trucks had tires 2 meters high, and their bodies just barely cleared the 5-meter-high doorway. Compared to those cargo trucks, the personnel convoys passing by looked as small as toy cars. Furthermore, each truck carriage carried at least several hundred tons of cargo. When an industrial civilization no longer confines itself to small cities, the power it unleashes is staggering. Passing through the alloy gate and a sorting gallery over 100 meters long, countless smart machines and personnel were rushing back and forth. Once the cargo trucks stopped, people and smart machines swarmed over them like ants. They quickly unloaded various materials from the truck carriages. After the system recorded and confirmed receipt, smart machines would automatically sort them onto different carts and deliver them to storage warehouses buried deep underground according to the classification. In the urban planning for the underground city, there were even things like underground freight tunnels. The cargo included pharmaceutical raw materials, nuclear fuel for needle-based reactors, hydroponic concentrated nutrient solutions, water purification equipment, and various industrial machines. Hundreds and thousands of machines and people worked in an orderly division of labor underground, organized flawlessly under Poseidon's arrangement. Large ventilation equipment maintained the temperature and humidity of the underground city, and massive lights illuminated everything brightly, looking exactly like a colony of ants building a nest. The endless supplies and machines vividly demonstrated the true meaning of heavy industry. Contrary to what Militech and the NUSA thought, Lin Miao hadn't just come here to burn money on war. Some things that were inconvenient to develop in Night City were actually easier to bring out in a remote place like Cuba. After getting off the vehicle, Kong Ji and the villagers looked at everything in a daze. They felt like they had come to the wrong place, like a group of slaves from 300 years ago suddenly brought to 2076. Their confusion and helplessness began to evolve into panic. It was a soul-shaking tremor brought about by the displacement of eras. Arnold said to Big Buttocks, who was walking toward him, "I brought back 37 this trip, the list of names is all here. If we had gone a bit earlier, we might have saved a few more. A bunch of bastards, they've stopped being human. It's not enough." Big Buttocks spread his hands and gave a wry smile. "This only adds up to a little over 900. You've rounded up all our people to go fight on the front lines, so there aren't nearly enough people at the construction site right now. It's plenty. We've almost scoured all the surrounding villages, and this is all that's left. You don't expect me to hand over the prisoners of war too, do you?" Arnold urged. "Hurry up and take them for training. Stop wasting time bickering with me. Sword Saint said it's impossible to give you even one more machine, we don't even have enough for the front lines. We have a mine mission to hit this afternoon, so I won't waste any more time with you." With that, he turned around and jumped onto the vehicle, driving off with his squad. The players weren't worried about moles or terrorist Ivans among them. Because everyone who entered had to go through a round of X-ray scanning and could only use Horizon Corporation's cybernetic implants. Any hidden software or hardware would be dismantled and uninstalled. Ubiquitous surveillance and control ensured that you couldn't even take out a single screw. There was surveillance even for defecating and showering. Except for the players, no one else had any privacy to speak of. Even if Reed came here, he would have no choice but to obediently tighten screws until the end of his shift. A bunch of windbags. After Big Buttocks grumbled a bit, he waved, and a vehicle resembling a parked tourist tram drove up to him. Then he turned to Kong Ji and the other villagers and said, "Everyone, follow me first. Your fellow villagers are likely still waiting." The average skill level of Night City citizens was much higher than that of the Cuban villagers, and many of them had construction experience, making them much easier to train. These Cubans, in particular, were illiterate and couldn't even read or write. It could even be said they had never even installed cybernetic implants. They didn't even have the most basic cyber optics or neural links, they had probably only seen such things on Cuban soldiers. This made training them much more difficult. But Horizon Corporation was no longer the same as before. With the experience accumulated from multiple rounds of training, plus Poseidon's current level of intelligence, they could provide one-on-one tutoring for thousands of workers, correcting mistakes in real time. Paired with some auxiliary plugins, they could become skilled workers within a week. Lin Miao's goal wasn't just to make them workers, but to make this generation the last generation of manual laborers. Soon, under Big Buttocks' lead, Kong Ji and the others met Warren's sister, whose face still bore the traces of undried tears. After meeting, the two sides first shared a long-awaited embrace, and then Kong Ji asked uneasily, "Warren, who are they exactly?" "They? I don't know either." Warren hesitated. "They said they're friends of the guerrillas, and that they came to help after receiving Jose's plea for help before he died. Some of them said they belong to some kind of column, but I didn't quite understand. But they're all good people. They're not like those Havana bastards, they're here to help us, to liberate us. They'll help us rebuild Cuba and kick those Europeans out." In truth, Warren didn't understand much more. Her village had only been rescued by the players a week before Kong Ji's. But she knew one thing, our village, so many people in our village were killed by those guys' shells. My husband, my son was only 3 years old. I want revenge. I want those scumbags dead. Even if it meant building houses for these strangers or helping them manufacture bullets, as long as a single bullet could be fired into the heads of those beasts, it would be worth it. Suspected high-end brainwashing or behavioral chip technology. Highly modified cybernetic soldiers? On his private, large RV, Lancaster contacted his family via radar. Facing the middle-aged man on the screen, Lancaster showed none of the arrogance and disdain he had toward Rowan and Colonel Headland. He sat upright, his expression meticulous, every muscle tensed, behaving as obediently as a model student. Yes, their soldiers are fearless, their will to fight even more terrifying than those on maximum doses of stimulants. They can return fire while enduring direct heavy machine gun fire and precision artillery strikes, and under such conditions, they maintain enough sanity to execute tactics. Furthermore, these are corpses we recovered from the battlefield. Look, they are almost entirely cyberized, with only a small portion of brain tissue preserved. Their individual combat power is staggering. I have every reason to suspect that Horizon Corporation possesses human modification technology unknown to us, quickly brainwashing and cyberizing the villagers they kidnapped into such soldiers. However, these soldiers also have side effects. From my observations, they seem to enter intermittent collective deep comas and are difficult to wake before a certain time. Therefore, their attacks show an intermittent, staggered pattern. I speculate that different batches of brainwashing lead to different onset times for these side effects. With such a high degree of cyberization, an ordinary person would have already gone insane with cyberpsycho. Yet these soldiers remain rational. Unless they are all Atom Smasher, there is something wrong with this company. He was truly judging others by his own standards. Your speculation is correct. It seems this setback has helped you grow quite a bit. The middle-aged man nodded. According to investigations by the DGSE, General Directorate for External Security, the attack on the Zetatech building in Night City 3 months ago was likely the work of Horizon Corporation. They stole Zetatech's human brain array technology. The technical department suspects Horizon intended to create a synergy between this technology and their own neural regulators to produce high-intelligence soldier behavior chips. Human brain array. This unfamiliar term made Lancaster frown. Yes, human brain array, a new development from Zetatech. As if recalling something pleasant, a strange smile curled at the corners of the previously solemn middle-aged man's mouth. Horizon Corporation's move was wise. My technical advisor tells me this technology can completely free our family's industries from the need for labor, drastically reducing production costs. Moreover, we won't have to worry about rogue AI issues, and it can create a chemical reaction with our other technologies. Horizon is just one step ahead of us in creating these super soldiers. Soon, we will have them too. That's why I've already sent people to Zetatech to discuss cooperation. The trouble is, we aren't the only ones eyeing this technology. Those damn flies are as fast as if they've smelled blood. It was true that corporations needed to control the quantity of products on the market to control prices, but that was based on the premise that no one had made a breakthrough in the technology. Otherwise, once a company could significantly lower production costs, they would surely choose to squeeze the market with low-priced products, sweeping out all other competitors. After achieving a monopoly, they would raise prices again, even higher than before. Therefore, Lancaster's family intended to sign a contract with Zetatech at any cost to secure the rights to the technology. If it weren't for the fact that Zetatech was a North American company that had been developing for decades, possessed formidable strength in network technology, and was difficult to use force against due to the high volume of competitors, they wouldn't be talking about contracts. They would have stormed the Zetatech building long ago, pointed guns at the directors' heads, and forcibly hauled the servers back. After all, that was how they had done things since ancient times. Then, on my end, this technology will require a large amount of biological material. The family will arrange for people to go to Cuba under the guise of medical aid. You prepare to coordinate there. As for those British guys. At the mention of Britain, the middle-aged man's face immediately fell. His eyes were filled with disdain, contempt, and loathing. It was hard to imagine so many negative emotions appearing on one face. They likely have the same idea as us. I expect the Germans and Soviets will arrive before long as well. They won't necessarily follow your orders on the battlefield, so try to avoid conflict with them. But remember, France will fight until the last Cuban falls. Don't let the family lose face in front of these barbarians. Lancaster quickly straightened his back. I will not bring shame to the family. Glory belongs to part8. Only after the middle-aged man ended the communication did Lancaster feel a sense of relief. Human brain array, material, it must be human brains. Am I to harvest Cuban brains in bulk once the family's people arrive? His father's words certainly meant more than just that. Killing is one thing, but cutting out Cuban brains in public for some technology is another. If this news leaked, it would likely be exploited. His father specifically mentioned the British, Germans, and Soviets because he certainly didn't want to be caught by them, or even by other families back home. Which meant he had to do it discreetly. The underground bioresearch institute of the French part8 family estate was different from the underground city built by Horizon Corporation in Cuba. It was smaller, cleaner, and the lights shining on the white tiles and walls were bright enough to make one's eyes ache. Transparent glass curtain walls divided the basement into various large and small areas, where hundreds of researchers in white sterile surgical gowns were working. part8, who had just hung up on his son, stood in the largest laboratory, watching a technical demonstration by the experimental staff. His secretary stood beside him. Before him was a brain soaking in a culture vat, no larger than an electric rice cooker. The vat was connected to several thick cables and suspended on a simple vehicle chassis made of an engine, gearbox, and steering controller. An elderly researcher standing next to part8 said, "First human brain vehicle integration test, begin." At his command, several researchers nearby quickly entered instructions. The instructions were converted from electrical signals to biochemical signals via an electrode device on the brain's surface. 3, 2, 1. The laboratory countdown ended, but the machine did not react. Peter Lang frowned and looked at the elderly researcher, about to say something when vroom the engine roared. The chemical signals had successfully converted back into electrical signals, igniting the car engine through the control system. The elderly researcher's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement, his hand gripping the terminal tightly. Other researchers cheered in low voices. Increase speed to 50 yards, turn left 30 degrees after 10 meters. 19. The elderly researcher issued the second command. Almost simultaneously, the vehicle's steering device operated, perfectly accurate. Seeing this, the secretary said happily, "Success. The analysis department says if this technology is successfully applied to frontline work, we can break free from human limitations. We could save €1.5 billion in labor costs annually, lay off over 120,000 low-level workers, and significantly reduce human resource and administrative costs. Moreover, we won't have to worry about rogue AI caused by the network crash anymore. Not just for driving or assembly lines, almost every position except for R&D and innovation could be replaced by AI or human brain arrays." The company had always pursued reducing the indispensability of employees, constantly splitting the work, ideally to the point where even a dog could keep the company running. Now, they finally had what they had always craved. They had broken their dependence on humans and AI. A single human brain was enough to complete the work of a dozen people in the past. Yes, it wasn't as good as AI. But how much did AI cost? Maintenance costs alone were at least hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Meanwhile, weren't human brains everywhere? As long as the methods were right, they wouldn't have to spend a single cent. Caput chuckled. For the past 200 years, humanity has been searching for ways to speed up production, replace labor, and save on manpower, from steam engines to diesel engines, then to automated assembly lines, and finally to artificial intelligence. After 200 years of circling, we finally returned to humans themselves. We've truly come a long way around. Chapter 388, Operation Code Name, Battlefield Camper. The saying "when the cannons roar, the gold pours" is truly no joke. After a month and a half of fighting, if calculated by market value, Lin Miao had already poured over $1 billion into it. And this was pure expenditure with not a cent in return, all without large-scale deployment of heavy firepower or armored clusters, and with the Air Force being self-funded by melee tech. Otherwise, 3 or 4 times that amount might not even have been enough. But there was no other way, he had to fight like this. He couldn't launch an airborne raid on Havana's capital to carry out a decapitation strike or stage a coup, nor could he push the front line forward with a frontal assault to crush the Cuban drug dealers in a few strokes. Some things sound very inhumane when spoken aloud. The fact is that small nations and their citizens have no human rights, and Lin Miao's Horizon Corporation was no exception. From the beginning, Cuba was just a tool used by the major corporations, through Lin Miao's hands, to lure the European community into the fray and then take the opportunity to bleed them dry. Therefore, it was impossible for this war to end in a short time, and the people on this land were bound to suffer the most tragic torments of war. Even though they knew nothing and did nothing, they had to face this sudden catastrophe, endure the pain of the war's onset, and be crushed by the struggle between the two sides, losing their homes and families. Was it painful? Was it tragic? But this was reality. Lin Miao could only find ways to reduce casualties. Gathering the Cubans for rescue and settling them to work in the underground city was the only thing he could do. Fortunately, these people weren't completely unskilled, they at least knew how to manufacture medicine and farm. These two industries could be considered highly profitable nowadays. The assembly lines taken from the drug factories had already begun operating underground. From the pharmaceutical data fortresses found in the old net, the players had scavenged plenty of pharmaceutical process information, drug formulas, and raw material synthesis methods. After Hathaway and ER0 analyzed and compared them with similar drugs on the market, they quickly narrowed it down to dozens of types. 50 years is a time that can change many things, but it is far from enough for pharmaceutical R&D iterations. Not to mention that much of the secret data stored in the data fortresses was still in the experimental stage and hadn't been put into production yet. Reverse engineering and then producing them wasn't difficult for them. Among them were wartime military supplies like inhibitors and chemoelectric signal conversion fluids. Besides keeping a portion of these for their own use, they worked with XIHUOCAO to scam a large amount of military aid provided by Europe to the Cuban army, selling the swapped-out aid materials all over the world for money. This way, the Horizon Corporation's stronghold in Cuba gained the ability to generate its own funds instead of blindly waiting for Lin Miao to inject capital. If he kept that up, he would sooner or later be forced by the other corporations to use shares to repay his debts. With the expansion of the underground stronghold, the new energy Lin Miao had been dreaming of could also begin to develop here. With the nuclear power department established after Casper took charge of recruitment, and the thorium salt fuel and numerous key components Lin Miao got by calling in favors from Dong Hui, he could also claim to have independent nuclear power technology, referring to assembly. The underground city currently under construction was relying on 3 thorium-based reactors for its power supply. But despite all that, it still came down to the frontline battlefield. If they couldn't win on the front lines, everything else would be for nothing. Arnold and his team are launching an attack on the Red Clay mine to the west. About 60 people went. It's estimated they'll take it in 2 hours. The freight convoy is already heading that way. This trip can haul at least 6,000 tons of crude nickel ore, probably worth a few million. No wonder militarists love war so much, looting is a real moneymaker. Ye Ren held the newly arrived battle report, his face beaming with joy. They had won many battles this month, but the opposition wasn't incompetent either. After realizing the gap in strength, they had hunkered down and built fortifications to defend to the death. Don't get happy too early. It's just a little bit of ore. Family Joy said, this little bit of stuff is nothing to them. And I heard those Europeans have already landed. The enemies we'll face next will be much stronger than the Cubans. Underestimating the enemy will lead to heavy losses. The players' side had tried a few fierce assaults on the enemy's main strongholds and nearly had an entire company wiped out by enemy artillery in 5 minutes. This wasn't like the Cold War where cannons were fired everywhere, relying on luck to hit someone. With artillery observers coordinating with the information network to transmit locations, even if the Cuban soldiers weren't great, the artillery could hit accurately. It was just a few seconds slower. With this kind of precision bombardment, if it weren't for the players' high degree of cybernetic implants and everyone having a Sandevistan to dodge in time, the death toll would likely have been several times higher. Your news is out of date. Commander-in-Chief logged on excitedly and appeared in the cyber command room. I have the latest battle intel here, absolutely explosive news. Yeren, what is it? Commander-in-Chief, those Europeans are going to launch an airstrike on us. The time is 6 p.m. today. The target is the Bay of Pigs port. 2 flight squadrons cooperating with the Black Forest Paratrooper Regiment are preparing to hit us hard. Family Joy was bewildered and asked, how do you know this so clearly? Not just him, even Yeren hadn't heard this news. It couldn't be that Commander-in-Chief had some exclusive inside source, could it? Haha. Commander-in-Chief laughed loudly. Those European morons, their officers were begging for donations from fans on live streaming apps and ended up leaking the entire attack plan. They even said they were going to punch us all the way back to California to call for our mommies. It's absolutely hilarious. This news has already hit the front pages of all the major media outlets. The strategic deployment was leaked before the battle even started. It was hard to say whether their security measures were just terrible or if they had other motives. Family Joy frowned as he listened. He couldn't say for sure how much of this was true, because given the situations in Britain and America, it was entirely possible for such absurd things to happen. It could also be a deceptive electronic warfare tactic, a cry wolf scenario to scare them, or perhaps there was another primary target and they were planning a feint. But regardless of which it was, for the forces the players currently had, aerial combat was too far out of their reach. The only things they had that could participate in aerial combat were Marauder drones, and those only had short-range subsonic flight capabilities with limited range. They could barely even protect themselves. So he reminded them, aerial combat is not within our strategic jurisdiction. Melee tech should also know about this. We only need to provide a reminder and then focus on ground-based air defense and self-preservation. Then, he noticed Commander-in-Chief looking at him with a strange expression, an expression that seemed to say, just ignore it. How could that be possible? After spending this time with the players, Family Joy could tell at a glance what they were like and what they were thinking. This was the prelude to them causing trouble, and big trouble at that. Although they were the cyber command for the player army, there were some things they couldn't control. The command center was only responsible for strategic oversight and some tactical arrangements. The players on the front lines were responsible for execution, but once those players got a wild idea and decided to do something extra on a whim, the command couldn't stop them. And these things were usually very outrageous. Like Zhu Tiaoyu and the others using flying tanks to shoot down planes. Even if Family Joy racked his brain, he couldn't imagine how someone could pull that off. Family Joy's heart skipped a beat, and his Adam's apple bobbed. What are you guys planning to do? Hat. Commander-in-Chief grinned, letting out a wheezing laugh from his throat that was as eerie as could be. Haven't we always lacked an air force? So we've been thinking if there's any way to fill that gap. The disadvantage in numbers and the scarcity of armored forces could be compensated for by the players' own superb combat power and execution. Even though Havana had mobilized over 10,000 troops, they were still winning step by step. But for the Air Force, especially high-altitude units, they had no way to fill that void and could only leave it to NUSA and the Marauder drones' swarms. However, NUSA was only responsible for air superiority over the Bay of Pigs beachhead. Once they left that area, the players had to fight against the enemy's air force. So even if they won repeatedly on the ground, they couldn't effectively push the front line. But buying planes was too expensive. Even Lin Miao didn't dare entertain such ideas. A single fourth-generation fighter cost at least tens of millions of Euro, even with the cyber world's productivity far outstripping the modern world. Furthermore, a sufficient number of fighters was needed for aerial combat, otherwise they would just be targets. So there were currently no plans to purchase melee tech fighters, and such items weren't even available in the Warpoint exchange shop. The Commander-in-Chief's face became increasingly excited. Now, we've come up with a brilliant plan. If this round of large-scale air raids is real, then we have a chance to obtain a large number of fourth-generation aircraft all at once, filling the gap in our air force so we don't always have to wait for those melee tech fighters. Wah, what plan? Brilliant, even in cyberspace. Hearing this word made a drop of sweat bead on Family Joy's forehead. He had seen all the combat records from the past year that players called brilliant. Damn it, not a single one was reliable. The Commander-in-Chief didn't treat Family Joy as an outsider and immediately sent the operation plan over. Holy crap! Family Joy was struck with horror. The composure and calm he had maintained over the past month were completely shattered at this moment. Are you guys crazy? Is this a tactic a human could come up with? Unconstrained imagination? No. This is simply not something a normal person would do. The Commander-in-Chief smiled and said, but we reckon it'll work, and there's a decent success rate. Besides, Xihuo mentioned there's a lot of movement at Havana Airport. They'll likely take off this afternoon. It's the perfect opportunity. Family Joy just wanted to say, yeah, right. Is there any plan in this world you guys think is unreliable? He had realized that for players, the more unreliable a plan seemed, the more reliable it actually was. Reliable? They were just looking for fun. For the serious-minded family Joy, it was impossible for him to agree to such a plan, but he didn't have the final say, only the right to suggest. Helpless, family Joy could only forward the plan to Yeren. Take a look. Yeren's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. Damn. This is interesting. How did you guys come up with this? Family Joy's vision went dark. It's over. Old Third, this is the time I've trusted you most in my life. You must complete the mission. The Ministry of Truth slapped Good Brother heavily on the shoulder, his expression serious, as if entrusting his younger brother with a very important matter. But Good Brother couldn't feel happy at all. His face was incredibly pale, and his voice trembled. Big bro, can you please stop trusting me? Your trust is just too heavy. How could I do that? The Ministry of Truth's eyes widened. You're my best brother. If I don't trust you, who can I trust? That coward old second? You're our Super Earth's #1 Bacharoo. Show some spirit. The sky belongs to Super Earth. Good Brother was on the verge of tears. But I don't know how to fly a plane. You don't need to fly it. Just connect your data interface to the plane and let Skynet take control. 1. What if the interface doesn't match and I can't plug it in? Oh, come on, there aren't that many what-ifs. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that General Bulletin Lashy is watching over you from the heavens. Besides, practice makes perfect. It's not your first time. With a shove, the Ministry of Truth pushed Good Brother into the transport plane's cabin. This was a large transport plane Lin Miao had rented from Melee Tech, specifically for transporting the industrial equipment needed for the dungeon. He had rented 6 in total, along with a cargo aerostat. Besides him, there were dozens of players in the cabin, mostly selected flight experts who had experience using flight simulators in cyberspace. Although their level couldn't even compare to Jutio's and they certainly couldn't handle a dogfight in a fighter jet yet, simply flying a plane was no problem. Aside from their own cybernetic implants and a single pistol, they carried almost no weapons. The only other equipment they had were things on their backs that looked a bit like the device that had once scorched Good Brother's buttocks. 2 half-meter-long compressed gas tanks with gas delivery systems spread across the players' legs, elbows, wrists, and backs. They were developed based on the analysis of the buffer jet nodes on Lin Miao's original exoskeleton. With this, players could achieve brief flight, though not at high speeds. The propaganda department, sitting near the air defense group, suddenly shouted in the channel, land-based radar has picked up enemy Air Force electronic signals from multiple directions. There are a lot of them, and we can't tell which are real. The Melee Tech Air Force has already set out. If we're going to keep up, hurry. Every plane shot down is one less for us. The Ministry of Truth closed the cabin door and said to Skynet in the channel, did you hear that? Work with the mechanic to release all the drones we have. Let's see which side is real. Skynet, understood. Do you need to designate a code name for this special operation? Code name. The Ministry of Truth thought for a moment and asked, has anyone started a poll in the channel? Skynet, yes. Currently, the operation code name with the highest number of votes is Battlefield Camper. Haha, then let's call it Battlefield Camper. Skynet, received. Boom. All at once, from the trenches along the front line, the drone control vans, the Bay of Pigs airport, and the dungeon's aircraft exits, dense swarms of small drones sped toward the sky like bees leaving a hive or birds migrating south. Thousands? Tens of thousands? It was impossible to count with the naked eye. Looking up, there was no end in sight. The black dots representing the drones almost covered the entire sky. They spun their propellers and flew to an altitude of 2 kilometers, deploying evenly in every direction and raising their optoelectronic cameras toward the horizon. The reconnaissance method was primitive but effective. Whether it was AI or electronic signal deception, it could never interfere with direct optical effects. Even with optical camouflage, such large-scale movement would always show traces under direct sunlight during the day. With over 100,000 viewpoints, it would probably take thousands of people staring wide-eyed to process it. But for Skynet, it found the enemy's tracks from these countless drone perspectives in just a few seconds. The propaganda department laughed in the channel, found them. They're flying straight in from the north, quite brazenly. Old Third, today's your chance to make a name for yourself. Don't let Jutio and the others steal all the glory. Good Brother's eyes were filled with tears. Can I not go? I don't care for fame. Ministry of Truth, no can do. Super Earth loves fame. 2 transport planes carrying players accelerated down the runway, then pitched their noses up, retracted their landing gear, and continuously gained altitude. Behind the transport planes followed over 100 Marauder drones. Their 4 duct fans spun rapidly, providing surging power for the Predators to ascend. The cannons and air-to-air missiles mounted under their fuselages looked murderous and formidable. Melee Tech Aerostat Air Force Command, sir, the people from Horizon Corporation want us to leave this batch of Cuban Air Force to them. What? Hearing this news, the Air Force Major thought the comms officer was playing a prank on him. Hadn't it been agreed that Melee Tech would be responsible for the Air Force? Why did they suddenly want to intervene? Melee Tech might be lacking in other areas, but they had a reputation for reliability in military outsourcing. After all, it was their primary business and couldn't be handled carelessly. Moreover, with the board of directors and Myers herself personally giving the order, the Air Force Major was doing his utmost to secure air superiority in the Bay of Pigs area. He hadn't even felt a twinge of regret after losing 12 fighter jets this past month. He remembered how, after they and Arezaka had gotten into a real fight, they had continued to battle just to see who was superior, even ignoring their employers. That showed how dedicated they were to their military outsourcing. Furthermore, the Air Force Major had seen how these lunatics fought on the ground these past few days and wouldn't dream of looking down on them. Besides, his lunch was still provided by these people. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Tell the Air Force to wait for me to report to headquarters before making a decision." Understood. The Major rubbed his temples and contacted the military headquarters in Washington. Yes, that's what they said. I don't know, but they launched many large drones. It seems they really want to fight the enemy aircraft. Parameters, currently unknown. Based on the data collected so far, those drones do have some aerial combat capability, though it's not sustained. Received. A flash of surprise crossed the Major's eyes, and then he said to the comms officer, "Have the Air Force stand by on the periphery of the battlefield. We'll decide whether to attack after they've settled the score or called for reinforcements." Understood. Chapter 389, Who is it knocking on my window? Cuba deployed far more than just 2 squadrons this time. In fact, over 50 fighter jets participated in the operation. It could be said they were going all out, stripping Havana bare. The rumors about the operation leaking were true, but the numbers were wrong. Before departing, each squadron thought they were the only ones heading out, only realizing it was a joint operation after taking off. Because the corporate intelligence agencies were as leaky as a sieve, even if that officer hadn't blabbed on the platform, the information would have leaked through various other channels anyway. Therefore, the European community's plan was to beat them at their own game, luring out Militica's fighter jets to achieve their envisioned plan of tanks fighting planes. To achieve this, they didn't hesitate to send out all the Cuban fighter jets, willing to go all in for a single chance, even if it meant a bloody battle. After all, it was the Cubans who were dying, and Havana had already settled the final payment for these planes. The Europeans wouldn't feel a thing even if they were all shot down. In fact, it worked out perfectly. Once your planes are gone, you can buy more from us. If you don't have enough money, take a loan. If you're not eligible, put up collateral minerals, land, or even tax sovereignty. The Europeans would take anything and waste nothing. Even Cubans themselves weren't off the table for negotiation. They were precisely what the Europeans were lacking. This is Falcon 1. We have been detected by enemy radar. Stay alert. Copy that. Maintain silence and proceed. Clear the obstacles for the target. They called it clearing obstacles, but in reality, they were bait, meant to draw enemy anti-air fire and radar locks onto themselves as cannon fodder. The pilots, however, were unaware of the mission's true nature, otherwise, they certainly would have refused to take off. Escorting tanks as wingmen. I really want to pry your damn brain open and see how many holes are in there. Beep beep beep. The fighter jet's radar issued an alarm as a large number of red dots appeared on the display. 10. 20. 50. 100. 200. 300. After reaching 300, the radar was on the verge of crashing because the number was approaching its operating limit. Unable to provide detailed locks, the screen simply flashed a solid red. WTF. Looking at the solid red radar screen, the Cuban pilot thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Careful, enemy aircraft approaching. They aren't very fast, but there are too many of them. Unknown signal frequency. These aren't the Militech fighter jets from before. I have a lock. Permission to fire. In the Cuban Air Force Command, the Major was also bewildered. Where did this unexpected intruder come from? Why was there no prior intelligence at all? And given the numbers, they could only be drones. Because Marauder drones had never been seen above 20,000 feet, the Cubans instinctively assumed these were low-altitude combat drones, no different from the Sextant. The Major hardened his heart. Whatever, the mission was to ensure the airdrop and have the tanks fight planes. What did it matter who the enemy was? Fire. Copy that. The pilots uploaded the launch commands one after another. 2 of the 4 external infrared missiles under the fuselage were immediately unlocked and launched with a whoosh. Over 100 missiles with white trails disappeared beyond the visual limit in the blink of an eye. Skynet, launching anti-air missile interceptors. The Marauder drones lacked an active electromagnetic stealth system, and because they actively amplified their radar signals to locate enemy planes, being detected was inevitable. Therefore, after the UV and infrared warning systems triggered, the swarm immediately launched interceptors and in numbers several times greater than the missiles fired by the Cuban jets. The sky filled with winding missiles tracing death trajectories as they locked onto the incoming infrared signals via the data link and sped away. Upon collision, bursts of fire erupted above the sea of clouds, the shockwaves even tearing through several cloud layers. This technology had nothing to do with Militech or the old net. One could only say thanks for the strong support from the former employer. What? The Cuban Air Force pilots couldn't help but be startled as they watched the missile signals vanish before reaching their targets. But in that same blink of an eye, both sides had closed into visual range. Through high-precision cybernetic eyes available only to the Air Force elite, they could clearly capture the drones appearing on the horizon, initially the size of dust motes, but growing larger at a visible rate. Heavens! There are so many of them. Engagement imminent. Fire! Fire! Open fire! Pull up! Pull up! Use your maneuverability to shake them off. Within moments, the 2 sides had closed to a very short distance. The pilots didn't want to waste missiles on these drones, so they chose to use their cannons to strafe them. Countless cannon rounds whistled through the howling winds, the stray bullets would undoubtedly fall onto the heads of some unlucky souls below. But with such a disparity in numbers, the fighter jet's firepower couldn't possibly stop so many marauder drones. Woo! The roar of the marauder drones' duct fans was so loud that even the pilots could hear them. They were shocked to discover that in addition to the duct fan engines on both sides, these drones actually had turbo engines at the rear to provide extra power. With the boost from the turbo engines, the marauder drones actually possessed subsonic flight capabilities, sticking to the fighter jets like glue. Strangely, even at such a close distance, these drones did not fire at them, seemingly focusing instead on blocking the fighter jet's flight paths. What are these guys trying to do? Just as the Air Force Major was wondering, someone else couldn't hold back anymore. In one of the dozen transport planes following behind the fighter group, Hans, who had already climbed into his heavy tank, had his own plans. I don't care if they're attack planes or drones, hit them first. Fighting drones here was always lower risk than facing real attack planes with superior maneuverability and firepower. No matter how much money you have, you need to be alive to spend it. Looking at the open hatch where the wind was rushing in and the completely invisible ground, he gritted his teeth, suppressed his fear, and encouraged his team members. Brothers, the time has come to become legends. Let these guys see what a tank battle from the European Black Forest Ace Squad looks like. The team members were terrified, yet their hearts were pounding with excitement. Jerson the gunner said, "Damn, tanks in the sky, these corporate dogs really come up with some crazy ideas." Haas the observer said, "God help us. I have acrophobia." Ars the hacker said, "Better to pray that the escape devices these corporate dogs gave us actually work than to pray to God. Trust your skills, boys." Hans undid the tank's securing latches and jumped inside. "Start the engine, let's go do something big. Go." The hover tank started up. After losing its restraints and lifting off, inertia threw them right out of the transport plane's hatch before they could even start the thrusters to adjust their position. *HHH hacker. Stims. Use the stims. The inside of the tank was filled with screams. It took a while for them to realize the tank wasn't falling, but was floating quietly in the sky. The altitude limiter had been unlocked in advance by the manufacturer and was now supposed to be controlled by the hacker. After injecting adrenaline and other stims, the fear from losing their life support was cast aside. They quickly calmed down and began maneuvering the tank toward the combat zone. But in a place they couldn't see, within radar detection range, several faint signals had already arrived above the combat zone. Those were 3 large transport planes. Sword Snow leaned against the hatch and said to the players participating in the operation, "Listen up, we only have one chance. Whether you can hijack a fighter jet depends entirely on whether your skills are up to par. The exoskeleton equipment you are wearing isn't meant for flying." Boom! The hatch opened, and the freezing wind rushed in. At 20,000 feet, the temperature had dropped to -20 degrees. But the fully cybernetic players only felt their blood boiling. In front of the transport plane's hatch, dozens of marauder drones had already synchronized their flight, remaining relatively stationary. Sword Snow pointed at the marauder drones and, because of the gale, had to shout at the top of his lungs, "At subsonic speeds, there's a strong shockwave turbulence around the fighter jets. Just trying to get close with this equipment will get you blown away. So, in a moment, each of you take one drone. Jump onto a marauder drone and let it carry you close to the enemy planes, then use the device on your suits." Sword Saint pointed to a button on the palm of the exoskeleton and introduced it to the others. "The exoskeleton is connected to your neural network. Once you're close, use your cybernetic eyes to aim at the enemy plane and press this. The exoskeleton will use high pressure to launch a magnetic cable lock, connecting you to the enemy plane. Then, use your gorilla arms to pull the cable and drag yourselves over. Rip open the canopy, drag those idiots out, and the plane is ours. Let's rob their damn birthday gifts. Let's pull off a big one." This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea, it was completely premeditated. From the moment they arrived in Cuba and were being pounded by the enemy air force, they had been thinking of these unconventional tactics, though their original target wasn't attack planes, but enemy hover ships. Even though the players here hadn't even tried a para-drop, let alone practiced beforehand, it didn't stop them from having not a single shred of fear. They felt only the excitement of a high-difficulty dungeon challenge. Long life Super Earth. Managed democracy gives me strength. Good Brother chose to cast aside all fear, rushing out of the cabin with a howl. Under Skynet's control, a marauder drone caught him with pinpoint accuracy before quickly moving away to make room for the next marauder. Such a thrilling maneuver was smoother than walking downstairs under his orchestration. "Let's do something big." "Ha ha ha. What mission? Impossible. Right now, I'm Tom Cruise. Save a handsome photo for me. I'm going first. Let's do this, brothers. Olige." Dozens of people jumped out one after another, screaming wildly. They lay on the backs of the marauders, rapidly approaching the Cuban fighters with the cooperation of other marauders. Meanwhile, the Cuban pilots, still oblivious to this, began to feel an ominous sensation in their hearts. The behavior of these drones was truly strange. From beginning to end, they had launched almost no attacks except for that one wave of interceptor missiles. To this point, all 3 squadrons remained at 0 casualties. It was as if they were plotting some kind of conspiracy. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out why. Even if it were a trap, you should at least launch one attack, right? Where were Militica's fighters? Where were your anti-aircraft missiles? Pilot Poke's mind was filled with confusion. He had been controlling his fighter, trying to shake off these strange drones, but the opponent's maneuverability was not a bit inferior to his own. He couldn't pull away no matter what. He didn't dare go supersonic either, because fuel consumption at that speed was too high. The tank would be empty in no time. If he were then caught by Militika's ambushing fighters, he would be truly finished. Until he heard a strange sound. It seemed like a human voice. That voice didn't come from his teammates in the headset, but from outside the plane. Hey, boy. Poke turned his head stiffly and looked out the window. It would be a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. A man wearing goggles was lying on the back of a drone, waving at him at an altitude of 20,000 feet. Due to sheer shock, Poke almost forgot to control his fighter. If he had forced the fighter to bank at this moment, he might have been able to knock the opponent off with the shockwave, but forget about flying. He was almost forgetting to breathe now. Good Brother was not someone who cared about chivalry or fairness. While the opponent was dazed, he had already begun adjusting his position. Releasing his right hand from the grip and looking at the terrifying abyss at the edge of the drone, Good Brother grit his teeth. Watch out, Skynet. If you mess up, my little life is definitely staying here today. Skynet, trust me. I've always trusted you. The Marauder tilted its fuselage to adjust its center of gravity, providing Good Brother with the best firing angle. His posture was somewhat like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. He extended his right hand, aimed at the enemy fighter's fuselage, and quickly pressed the launch button. Bang! The reaction force of the high-pressure gas almost blew him off the drone, but Skynet controlled the duct fans, tilted the fuselage to catch Good Brother, and then quickly leveled out again. The magnetic bolt lock that was fired successfully broke through the shockwave airflow under the impact of high-intensity air pressure, its head suctioning firmly onto the fighter's fuselage. The adrenaline rush from surviving a near-death experience made Good Brother's head buzz. Holy shit! I love you, Skynet. Skynet, sir, you can always trust me. Of course. Good Brother grabbed the rope woven from high-strength carbon fiber. Originally, a motor should have been added to retract the rope, but because of the shockwave airflow's influence, doing so might likely cause the player to lose balance. Then the rope would be affected by the airflow, eventually tangling together and dragging the player around. Good Brother pulled hard with both hands, and the Marauder beneath his feet also edged closer to the fighter's fuselage bit by bit. The pilot was already going insane, trying to pull away by turning, but he soon discovered that he was surrounded in every direction up, down, left, and right by Marauders controlled by Skynet. His headset was filled with the terrified screams of other pilots. Fuck. Fuck. They're trying to climb onto my plane. This is Falcon 3, requesting support. Can someone use their weight to blow this guy off me? Madman. Madman. He's knocking on my window. He's singing. Vaguely, Poke seemed to hear the song his teammate mentioned. Who is it knocking at my window? Who is it plucking the strings? Poke could almost imagine the scene of his teammates being scared to tears. Some tried to roll their planes to throw the players off, some tried frantic dives followed by climbs, using the G-force from acceleration to make the players faint and fall, others tried flying toward each other, using the airflow between them to blow the people off. These maneuvers required high flying skills from the pilots, but under high pressure, they had no choice. But they clearly overlooked one thing: while human bodies do have physical limits, it didn't mean the player's endurance was below theirs. Good Brother gripped the steel cable tightly. The power of his gorilla arms was pushed almost to the limit, even activating the overclocking device Tutu had developed for them. Under the shockwave airflow, it was no longer a distance the Marauder drones could approach, he had to climb up bit by bit on his own. In this situation that could almost be called impossible for a human, Good Brother was possessed by the spirit of General Bulletin Lashy. He was not fighting alone. He was not alone. Long live Super Earth. Pulling with all his might, he felt as if he had returned to the playground in elementary school, climbing the bars, except back then the bars were at most 2 meters high, and now he was wrestling with a subsonic fighter at 20,000 feet. Not far from him, the Black Forest Vehicle Squad was also striving to complete their mission. Come on. Come on. Hans, leaning half his body out from the top of a tank, manned a machine gun and fired frantically at the surrounding drones, shouting ventingly, "I bet we are the craziest humans in the world right now." The rest of the squad members echoed excitedly, "Yes." Until the fighter carrying Good Brother streaked over their heads, along with his clearly audible roar, "Ah." Although the figure vanished in the blink of an eye, Hans still saw it was a fucking person, a person hanging onto an attack plane. Hans lost all strength, even letting go of the trigger as he slumped back into the tank, muttering, "I must be dreaming." Meanwhile, Good Brother had already climbed onto the fuselage and edged bit by bit toward the cockpit. This was a feat a normal human could never accomplish. In games, there are parachutes that can be opened and closed infinitely, no airflow interference, and none of the many troubles of reality. Hijacking a plane only requires getting close enough and pressing a button. But in cyber world, the laws of physics here were almost no different from reality. Good Brother lay by the cockpit window and politely reached out to knock. Even through the window and helmet, he could clearly feel the despair in the other's eyes. "Hey. Game over." Bang. He shattered the bulletproof window made of composite materials with one punch and forcefully tore off nearly half of the front window. Then he grabbed the pilot's collar and ripped him from his seat. The reason for using the word ripped was because Poke was a human stick. When he was pulled out, his severed shoulders and thighs were still spraying white artificial blood. To save cockpit space and improve the compatibility between the pilot and the airframe, the company used neural link technology. The pilot did not need hands or feet, and because of cost reductions, even ejection seats and parachutes were no longer needed. Good Brother held him outside the plane. Bye-bye. After saying goodbye, he released his right hand, letting the other fall toward the ground in free fall. Then he sat inside, or more accurately, squeezed inside, because the space was not enough to sit in at all. Luckily, the front window had been torn off and thrown away, otherwise he wouldn't have fit. He could only tie himself into the cockpit with electromagnetic rope and then pull out a large handful of connecting cables. Model. 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 Once the pilot was thrown out, the fighter began to lose control. If control couldn't be restored quickly, then Good Brother would be buried along with the plane. Found it. Good Brother impatiently plugged in the same model of interface. Skynet, online. Chapter 390, The Plane You Can't Bear to Fly, I'll Stand Up and Pedal. Crazy. Crazy. Not only were the pilots going crazy, even the Rear Air Force Command Center was going fucking crazy. Using flesh and drones to climb onto a plane flying at subsonic speeds, where the hell did you maniacs come from? How dare you do something like this? Even if you are not afraid of death, there should be a limit. This kind of thing they wouldn't even dare think about it, let alone do it. Probably no human in the whole world has a hole in their brain this big. How dare they, how dare they? At this moment, the Major's teeth were chattering, fear spreading in his heart. What kind of monsters were they fighting against? That was over 20,000 feet in the air. In that environment, the air is so thin humans can barely breathe, let alone attempt something as fanciful as hijacking a plane. The slightest mistake would mean being smashed to pieces. If the earlier tank shooting down a plane could be called a miracle born from desperate struggle, this was completely a premeditated plan. These lunatics were targeting their planes. On the hangar list, 12 fighter pilots' vital signs had already dropped to zero, but the planes hadn't crashed. After taking out the pilots, the other side began trying to take control. The Major was now both shocked and terrified, with even a bit of anger. Because after the players seized control, their first thought was to fly the spoils back immediately to avoid being locked onto by enemy planes. With the help of the Skynet, they almost didn't hesitate to activate supersonic cruise. Slow down. Be gentle. This is fucking tens of millions of Eurodollars. Watching the other side operate with no sense of cherishing precious things, the Major's heart twisted into a knot. Although these planes were second-hand goods obtained from European masters, for these Cuban pilots, they were treasures beyond reach. Forget entering supersonic cruise. Even when flying normally, they handled them carefully, like precious objects, afraid of breaking in their hands or melting in their mouths, not daring to press the throttle hard. And now? These bastards had no idea how to cherish good things, just standing up and pedaling with all their might. Don't you know how small a fighter cockpit is? They had to cut their feet to fit into the shoes. Each of them modified themselves into little giants. Is that a place you can squeeze into? The Major could almost hear the cockpit groaning and deforming from the other side's oversized body, and the engine screaming at full power, audible to the whole world, from the violently pressed throttle. Ah! Fuck your mother! My plane! My plane! Give it back! Shoot them down! Shoot them down! Quickly shoot down those planes breaking formation! Kill all those adulterous bastards! And now, he could only stand in the command room, facing the sight of plane after plane being forcibly taken away, powerless and furious, screaming with heart-wrenching intensity. The losses in the past month weren't as great as in this single morning. Such heavy combat losses, and they were stolen, not shot down. Even if Militech used massive anti-air weapons and fighters to wipe out the entire Cuban Air Force, they could justify it. But now, with planes being hijacked, who the hell can reason with that? As the Major, he was undeniably responsible. Forget his position, even his own head might not be safe. The voice was angry, resentful, pained, and struggling, making listeners empathize and feel genuine sorrow. A colleague couldn't help but step forward and pat his shoulder. Our signals have been hacked. Now it's all friendly signals, weapon radars can't lock on. Please accept your loss. The Air Force Major knelt on both knees, looking up and howling, no. This isn't real. I must be dreaming. Hijacking planes isn't that easy. Even with players' reckless methods and the Skynet's seamless coordination, many were still thrown off the planes by shockwaves. Out of over 30 people who set out, only 13 successfully seized fighters. The others went to play free fall, crashing to the ground, probably with no cybernetic implant parts salvageable. They didn't have parachutes either, the only thing was that exoskeleton suit. Zzz. Someone opened a valve, compressed air jetting from the joints, trying to slow the fall. But it didn't improve their situation. Due to incorrect posture, the whole person was blown dizzy by the compressed jets, drifting chaotically in the sky before plummeting vertically to the ground. This was their first time using this thing, they weren't skilled at all. Only when already steady on the plane could the thrust barely stabilize them. Now floating in the sky with no foothold, they couldn't control direction at all, leaving it to fate. Monsters. Maniacs. Lunatics. I don't want this fucking money anymore. Hans would never forget what he just saw outside, a person flying past him like a ghost. In his confusion, he almost wanted to call the tank squad members out to see God together. He looked at the other members. Everyone had snapped out of their earlier excitement, unusually quiet. Because of the floating tank's holographic projection, everyone saw what was happening. It was chaos outside. The 3 squadrons covering them, over 50 fighters and hundreds of raiders, were frantically entangled. But the scariest were those people clinging to the raiders' bodies. In corporate war history, the craziest operation was probably when orbital airlines dropped assault teams from low Earth orbit during the first corporate war, precisely capturing the rival company's CEO and forcing a surrender announcement. But they had powered armor and drop pods. And these lunatics in front of him were just wearing shabby jetpacks, daring to climb planes in the sky holding ropes. Can't fight this at all. Farewell. Retreat, contact the transport planes, have them open their cabins so we can pull back. At this moment, Hans was shaken to the core, sweating profusely in the cold high altitude, not wanting to continue this stupid as hell mission anymore. Hacker Al somewhat helplessly placed the radar signal in front of the counterpart. Hans, they ran. What? Al said calmly, I mean, we've been abandoned. These transport planes carried hundreds of Black Forest mercenaries, originally meant for airdrop operations after the Air Force gained air superiority. Now, with the Air Force and drones locked in fierce combat, even if they won in the end, they probably couldn't contest air superiority with melee tech. Plus, with ground anti-air positions, airdropping would be suicide. Not running would be strange. Just a squad in a tank. If they die, they die. Better them than us. Thud. A dull sound came from the tank, as if something had hit it. It was a huge, bewildered face, right against the photoelectric camera. Katana Shrimp exclaimed, a tank. How can there be a tank in the sky? He saw the tank marked with a hostile tag and was overjoyed. Mantis blades popped out from his arms, stabbing into the tank's top hatch, trying to pry it open with force. He shouted in the channel, brothers. There's a tank in the sky. Anyone who can still fly, head over here. Inside the tank, Hans's squad's faces twisted in fear. Don't come over here. Whoosh thud. When 13 fighters with their front cockpit canopies torn off landed one after another at the Bay of Pigs Beachhead Airport, Family Joy, standing at the airport edge using a holographic projection, gaped so wide he could fit 2 eggs in his mouth. They really did it, and they succeeded. Damn it. At this moment, Family Joy couldn't find any words to describe his feelings. Crazy? Audacious? All adjectives seemed so pale in front of this plan. And what was even harder to understand was that such a plan was actually fucking accomplished by them. This wasn't a miracle achievable just by not fearing death. It required extreme action capability, unparalleled imagination, and unwavering determination. Even at high altitudes, they had to stay calm to execute every nearly impossible move, and absolutely trust the Skynet controlling the drones. This was something people cultivated by profit-driven corporations, who discard everything for gain, would never understand. Because they're used to suspicion. Suspicion of colleagues, suspicion of AI, suspicion of themselves. They form competitive and conflicting relationships with everyone around them, long having forgotten what trust means. And those players tied to the pilot seats were now close to death. Many had already passed out and logged off, relying entirely on the Skynet to fly the planes back. Without an enclosed cockpit, the strong wind brought suffocation and low temperatures that tormented them half to death, even covering them in a thin layer of frost, leaving them without the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, cybernetic implants have a far greater tolerance limit for such harsh environments than the human body, otherwise they would have died when enduring the shockwave, which is what allowed them to survive successfully. Now they had to rely on the airport ground crew to unbind them from their seats, carry them down, and place them on stretchers for treatment. Server-wide achievement announcement, 20,000 feet in the air. Whether they failed or succeeded, all players earned this achievement. For now, this is the only reward Lin Miao could give them. Incredible. Family Joy swallowed hard. Such merit, if placed outside, honestly, even a top-class commendation wouldn't be enough for them. But right now, he was more concerned about these aircraft. He ordered the doorframe robots to stride on their 2 legs toward the nearest Nifeng 12. The azure blue exterior coating, the air intakes on both sides of the fuselage, the overall design looked more technologically advanced than the 2025 4th-generation fighters. This is the 4th-generation fighter the Cubans fly, feels quite a bit more advanced than our J-20. Despite being at a disadvantage in maneuverability, and not much stronger than the F-22 in supersonic or stealth capabilities, it was but equipped with several exaggerated technologies. A trivector thrust engine capable of vertical takeoff and landing, neural link control technology for more precise control of fighter maneuvers, and the ability to conduct electronic warfare solo without separate electronic warfare drone support. And an absurdly large payload limit and fluid dynamics design. These things aren't even found on 5th-generation fighters, let alone 6th-generation ones. But so many high-precision, cutting-edge technologies were collected together into such a piece of crap, just like those firearm designs completely designed for the sake of design. A waste of talent. A waste of talent. If the designers at the Aeronautical Design Bureau found out, they'd definitely want to kill these company members. Good. Great. All good stuff. The savages weren't too concerned about how these aircraft performed. They were happier that the players now had their own air force, allowing them to try more strategic approaches in the future, coordinating with ground troops for airstrikes against the enemy. Commander-in-Chief, 13 fighter jets a bit few, but we can keep at it. A few more raids and we can assemble a decent air force. Don't treat them like suckers and idiots. Savage took Audeo. After this, they'll definitely be on guard. Next time won't be such a good opportunity. The Cuban Air Force this time was planning to give melee tech a hard punch with their numbers, while leaving a few jets for the flying tanks later to claim kills, which is why they didn't launch missiles immediately. But even so, this round of drone forces could be said to have suffered heavy losses. To give the players as much opportunity as possible, the drones didn't even dare to fire their guns, using over 100 raiders to secure the chance to seize 13 attack jets. In terms of value comparison, it's only a small profit. These fighter jets also need repairs before they can be used. Not just repairs, but also our technical modifications. Plus, we need to train a batch of professional fighter pilots. Family Joy dismissed the player's idea of putting these jets to use immediately. Technical modifications? Savage asked strangely, we don't have the technology to modify this kind of fighter, do we? Even Ootekameru can only rely on Chimera parts for replacements, and they only arrived yesterday. Arezaka six-legged robot official setting, just not appearing in the game, and not named. Melee Tech exoskeleton armor, also official setting. It's true we can't handle Ootekameru, but fighter jets should still be within our technical scope. What? Nothing. Let's move them to the underground city first. I'll gather personnel. We might need to use some points to exchange with Melee Tech for the equipment and instruments needed for modifications. Shouldn't take too long, give me a week, just right time for you to train pilots. Normally, a week is absolutely impossible to train qualified pilots. In a normal training process, forget combat, you wouldn't even get to touch a real plane within a week. But for players with high-level mastery of the driver skill and cyberspace flight training software, a week is completely sufficient for them to become excellent pilots. Beeb. Savage, anything else you'd like to ask? But then Jutioyu suddenly sent an urgent private message. Jutioyu, good news, Painan, we've found the location of their command center. What did you say? Savage, a surprised exclamation again. Jutioyu and the others had been delivering meals and pressing bullets in the rear for a month, talent sending out a lot of high-value intelligence to the command center and fighting many brilliant surprise attack. Just unexpected this time they actually caught the trail of a big fish. Jutioyu, damn it, I was wondering why we hadn't seen any meals delivered to the command center for a month. Turns out these turtle bastards are eating alone, not sharing the same kitchen as the grunts. Glamorous woman, because you guys at the front fought so hard, their command center moved several times. This time, during the transfer, they slipped up and we caught them. Shuyu, my location has been sent. Savage, yours. Shuyu, glamorous woman and I have already infiltrated. We're right outside these guys' command post. Savage, a bit far, hey? Almost to Havinoa's. Jutioyu, let me tell you some good news. Our tank hiding spot is close to here, but there are too many remaining troops around. If we showing, we'll definitely get blown up. Savage, 6, fortunately the people who went with you aren't brother and I, otherwise you definitely wouldn't have sneak in. Jutioyu, stop nonsense. Hurry over and seize the opportunity for a timing attack. Don't you love catching these moments to drop 2 shiploads of troops? Savage, got it. I'll arrange it right away. After closing the communication channel, he called out to Family Joy, who was preparing to log off to arrange looking for someone. Hey, staff officer. He shared the intelligence from Jutioyu with the other, hoping for advice. You guys handle it yourselves. Family Joy turned around, looked at Savage, and sighed. Don't adoption my advice for such extreme tactics. Just go with your own ideas. Today, I'm convinced as expected of the elderly cannot understand young people. Players you can't view them by common sense. Doing so instead, it will reduce their ability to create miracles. Savage nodded. Seeing the other offline, he didn't force to stay, but turned to Commander-in-Chief. For this raid, let's arrange Kamen Rider and them. Any with their best at this kind of raid. Before he could finish, Commander-in-Chief interrupted, no chance. The Kamen Rider Corps has already returned to Night City. They're on vacation right now. What, but at this time? Savage was somewhat surprised. Commander-in-Chief shrug. Hat, who let their group favorite be over there? Better change teams. Tisk. Savage have no choice. How come all the high-level thugs just happened to went back at this time? Officer, natural curl they weren't interested in fighting and didn't come from the start. Brother and I said something about catching a big fish and has been watch every day. Katana Shrimp is now a reporter, combat level too low. Now the Kamen Rider Corps is back to frontline manpower shortage, and now we've lost over 30 high combat power. Chaldea and Super Earth are even more unable to spare manpower. Calculate carefully, it seems all the frontline combat capability now have each task. Sigh, then I'll take people there. Leave this place to you guys. Savage, I stretched my shoulders. Just right, I haven't fought in a while. Just in time to go and have some fun. Talking about assault 70 kilometers behind enemy lines to their command center as if it were holiday travel. Perhaps only players have such relaxation. Really? Commander-in-Chief surprised. The level is not high, and he knew this person was currently among the highest combat power in the players, but where is there a battlefield Commander-in-Chief rushing to the front lines or even behind enemy lines, raid on the enemy commander? Premature death. The general must cross the Chu River and Han border. They stormed to the entrance of the shogi game, grabbed their opponent, and beat them up. Do you know what it means for kings not to meet? Savage nodded. Yeah, just right. The exchange mall added a new Arezaka Gravity X armor. I want to give it a try. Leaving. Chapter 391, I've come to Cuba, and it's wonderful. In the Havana headquarters, Lancaster, sitting in front of the holographic map, was in a very good mood. the gloom of the past few days had vanished with the arrival of reinforcements. He even had the mood to have a maid pour him a cup of steaming black tea, sipping it while observing the state of the war. However, the more he looked at this holographic map, the more incredible he found it. A question constantly lingered in his mind: why? Why could this group of people disregard their own lives, charging through a sky full of artillery fire with high morale, fighting until they reached 100% casualty rate, literally fighting to the last man? Why, despite being at a disadvantage in numbers and equipment, could they always use maneuver warfare to stretch his troop deployments, forcing the garrisoned units to move? Yet, once they moved, the enemy would seize the opening, concentrating superior forces to wipe them out in a classic example of the few defeating the many. From a single infantryman to a 100-man company, they were like scattered stars when apart but a blazing fire when gathered. They had an endless supply of ideas. There was even a feat where just 3 men dared to launch a night raid on a company's position, causing the entire camp to descend into chaos. It was as if no difficulty was a challenge for them, forcing Lancaster to make all Cuban troops hunker down within their defensive lines, strictly forbidding any unauthorized sorties without orders. Could this effect be achieved solely through the use of drugs and brainwashing? Lancaster had seen brainwashed soldiers before. They usually displayed characteristics such as slow reactions, lethargy, and low intelligence. Even if they fought without fear of death, they couldn't play a decisive role and could only be used as cannon fodder. He scoured European military history books, trying to find a single clue from history, but all his hopes were dashed. In the books, he only saw one brilliant and divine general or marshal after another, who commanded with grand gestures, manipulating millions of soldiers to achieve miracle after miracle. Yet, none could explain the enemies he was facing. Why couldn't he do it? Or was the enemy's command so incredible that they could precisely control the actions of every single soldier? Unanswered questions brought irritability. His furrowed brows made the other officers at the command table afraid to even breathe loudly. Major General Ron, who ran into the tent, brought news of a situation that made him even more displeased. Ron pointed at the city that had previously protruded from the blue side on the holographic map, Dahai, and made a few gestures, deleting the last of the outer positions. His words were urgent: all of our outer perimeter positions have been breached. Just now, even the logistics lines were cut. Dahai has completely become a besieged city, and there are still 3,000 men stationed inside. Lancaster put down his teacup, picked up his baton, and said, "It's fine. Once the Black Forest paratroopers launch their attack, everything will be okay." A staff officer hesitated, looking up at Ron, unsure if he should report the Air Force combat report he had just received. Finally, after a slight nod from Ron, he said in a difficult tone, "Sir, the Black Forest, they..." The Black Forest reported that the frontline Air Force encountered a massive drone attack. The battle was fierce, and they failed to secure air superiority. Fearing heavy casualties during the drop, they did not proceed with the paratrooper operation. The Air Force side ultimately didn't have the heart to admit that their own fighters had been hijacked. They only said the losses were severe, reporting them all as combat losses, and imposed a gag order on everyone involved. 66. Snap. The baton in Lancaster's hand snapped in response. His facial muscles twitched incessantly, twisting as if he had been infected by a facial distorting daemon virus. His entire being was like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. He reached out with a trembling hand, tore off the tie around his neck, threw it to the maid nearby, and growled, "Patch in the holographic projections for the commanders of the Black Forest and the Air Force. Everyone except Ron, get the hell out of here." Hearing this, the others felt as if they had been granted a general amnesty, fleeing the headquarters without wanting to stay for a single second. Ron, however, really wanted to ask, "Can I leave too?" This young master from Europe was truly difficult to serve, spending all day berating him to his face. Before, he was saying Cubans were no good. Well, I see you Europeans aren't doing much better. If it weren't for the strength of the other's family and the fact that they were currently relying on European military aid, Ron would have shot him long ago. Soon, the headquarters was empty, with not even the maid remaining. The other 2 summoned officers were patched in. The Air Force major had a dead face that said, "I'm done, whatever," while the other Black Forest commander was much more respectful. After all, the other's cheap old man was the one paying. He was the benefactor and from an old money family, not someone to be easily offended. Snap. Lancaster angrily slammed his baton onto the map, shouting at the 2 newly arrived officers, "That was an order. The Black Forest paratrooper attack was an order. How could you ignore my operational plan just because you were worried about casualties?" He gnashed his teeth, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Has our European military become this cowardly? If the air battle was fierce, why didn't you ask Britain for help? Did the British SAS not bring their planes? And you, all the Cuban units are cowards too, from the officers to the soldiers, all disloyal, unrighteous cowards. Steiner spoke urgently, defending himself like a rapid-fire machine gun. Even if I had asked for help, those Brits wouldn't have sent their air force. They'd like nothing more than to see our army wiped out. Besides, the intelligence was leaked, and we had already been discovered. The deployment of enemy ground units was unknown. Braving a drop without air superiority would likely have. Stop making excuses. Seeing him dare to argue, Lancaster roared directly, "Trash. Cowards. Useless fools. All their troops are at the front, what kind of manpower do they have left to defend the rear? You're just useless fools with no sense of military honor. You've spent so much time in military academies and the army, but after leaving, all you remember is how to use a knife and fork and how to play with women. Is that it? Even my maid knows better than you that a master's command is absolute. Furthermore, besides yourselves, there were so many paratrooper decoys on the plains. Even if you took casualties during the drop, it would have been worth it just to expose the enemy's anti-air positions. You're just afraid to die. Do you know how many troops I've piled onto the front lines, just waiting for your paratroopers to get into position so we could launch a coordinated attack from within and without? A bunch of traitors who missed the opportunity. If he could eat people, he really would have wanted to devour this bunch of trash in one bite. Ron watched as Lancaster slumped back into his chair, panting, with no intention of continuing his tirade. Only then did he feel slightly relaxed. This incident truly had nothing to do with their ground forces, so Ron dared to speak up to smooth things over. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, he said with a smile. I think dwelling on these matters no longer has much meaning. The urgent task is to deploy on the front lines and break the enemy's encirclement of Dahaigui. I believe Colonel Steiner's army, even without dropping behind enemy lines, can still exert formidable strength at the front. Combined with the 2 elite British units, defeating Horizon Corporation won't be a problem. It was just a small failure, he was used to it. Facing Horizon Corporation, he hadn't seen many victories, they could only hunker down in their defensive lines and lose slowly. One of the 2 brigades in Havana had already been broken. The Black Forest units had only lost 1 tank and a vehicle squad. Although the Air Force losses were significant, with 13 fighters shot down, these losses could be fully compensated for with the addition of the British. Of course, this was assuming he didn't know the fighters hadn't actually been shot down, otherwise, he would likely have started cursing as well. Steiner's expression relaxed slightly as he said, I will order the transport planes to land at the airport nearest to Dahaigui and have my men rush directly to the front to test the mettle of those mercenaries. Ron was quite satisfied with his answer. That was the way, this young master responded to soft approaches but not hard ones, and one must never talk back when being scolded. Lancaster, whose temper had been figured out, indeed stopped cursing. After catching his breath, he asked, where are the 3 British units? Steiner said, Watchman International, Global Guard, and Aegis. Each of them has chosen a defensive line to head toward. They should arrive in a few hours. Once the assembly is complete, we can launch an attack as early as tomorrow. Lancaster nodded slightly, but then muttered again, drones. I didn't expect those guys to be hiding such a card. I've never seen them use these large drones to engage the Air Force at high altitudes before. Who would have thought? Ron grumbled, those bastards at Horizon Corporation probably have no idea how much stuff they're still hiding. The satellites caught them doing major construction on the beach, they might be preparing to build bunkers. We can't give them time for a war of attrition. We need to kick those sons of bitches out of Cuba as soon as possible so we can keep making big money, right? If we don't show those bastards what's what, they might even end up attacking us right here. He was halfway through speaking when a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared from the perimeter of the headquarters. The sharp sound of the siren left everyone in the tent stunned. What's the situation? Is it that group of drones from this morning attacking? No way, are the radars along the way all blind? Ron immediately rushed out to investigate, but it wasn't long before the sounds of intense gunfire and explosions erupted outside. Lancaster's normally calm demeanor was shaken by these sounds, he couldn't help but grow nervous, his eyes fixed on the door and his hands instinctively clenching. The mates also rushed into the command room at this time. However, this time they didn't maintain their previous delicate appearance, instead, they brandished rifles and stood guard by Lancaster's side. Having always stayed in the rear, he had never faced actual combat on the front lines. Not a single shell had ever landed within 1,000 kilometers of him, all personnel casualties and shifts in the defensive lines were only reflected on the holographic map in front of him. Until this moment, he had only truly touched the tip of the iceberg of war. Damn it, a Horizon Corporation unit is attacking. Ron stumbled back into the command room and shouted hurriedly, their firepower is fierce, and they're incredibly strong. The guard unit can't hold them back. Quick! Retreat! Lancaster was both shocked and enraged. How did they get here? They were so far from the front line, and there was anti-air radar all along the way. Did no one notice them? Ron thought for a moment and said, they have armed aerodynes. They must have used the aerodynes to fly low to the ground, avoiding radar detection to strike here. Lancaster was even more furious. What? Are your ground troops all blind? Did not a single person notice? Besides, there are 200 or 300 guards here. How many people could they possibly have in such an assault? Now is not the time for this, just go. Those who came are no ordinary people. Ron's face was filled with anxiety and a hint of terror. Lancaster didn't know what exactly he had seen, but he couldn't worry about that anymore. Go. He immediately led the mates out of the command room. Subsequently, the scene Lancaster witnessed truly made him understand what kind of people the opponents he had been fighting were. A massive dark shadow was lunging back and forth amidst the surrounding guard unit. Dozens, even hundreds of machine guns and rifles were firing wildly at that shadow. Electromagnetic rifles, smart rifles, everything was there. Even an armored car should have been blown apart by now. But the opponent didn't even bother to dodge those bullets, letting countless rounds rain down upon him. He didn't flinch or hide, the massive cybernetic implants installed on his body seemed to be some kind of magnetic device. All the metal slugs gradually lost momentum under the magnetic field he generated and dropped to the ground. Then, the man reached out and pointed at an IFV that was turning its turret to fire at him. With a squeeze of his hand, a red light marked the IFV, and in the next instant boom. An invisible matrix force field slammed violently into the IFV. The bulletproof metal armor was like a crumpled ball of paper before this power, shattering and deforming. Red blood even sprayed from the ruptures, revealing a soldier who had been half crushed into mincemeat. Seeing this scene, Lancaster's blood rushed to his head and his limbs went weak. He needed the maids to support him just to stand steady. His face was pale and his lips trembled. Go. Go. Fast. Then, a voice made his soul nearly leave his body. That sissy European in the white suit is over there. WRYYYYYYYY. Once I kill you, the Joestar family estate will be all mine. He looked toward the sound and found it was actually a blonde burly man with an arrogant, manic grin. Several throwing knives flew out with a flash of cold light. The sound of metal clashing rang out as a maid deployed her mantis blades to deflect the incoming knives. Take the young master and go. The other maids directly carried the limp Lancaster toward the Aerodyne. The entire camp was in chaos. Savage was leading 18 high-level players in a killing spree across the camp. In particular, he was wearing the experimental cyberskeleton produced by Arezaka. Its weight of nearly 5 tons felt as light as a feather under the anti-gravity device, not hindering Savage's mobility at all. The large-scale AoE force field couldn't be blocked even by armored vehicles or cover, crushing people and vehicles alike into flat pieces. He could even use the magnetic device to pull in all nearby smart weapons, then upload a hacking virus to control the firing programs, randomly locking and firing. In this kind of group battle, he was invincible, becoming a most efficient killing machine. In just 2 minutes of engagement, he had killed nearly 40 Cuban soldiers. Frankly speaking, if Atom Smasher had been wearing this suit back at Clouds, then even if the players could eventually kill him, they would have definitely suffered heavy casualties. During the slaughter, Savage didn't forget to ask in the channel, Shui Yu, glamorous woman, have you caught him yet? That's a big fish. Glamorous woman was struggling with the maid's entanglement. Although the opponent's Sandevistan wasn't as good as hers, their cybernetic implants were no joke, making it difficult to kill these elite mobs in a short time. The maids around that kid are too good at fighting. I lost him. Capture him alive. We need him alive. Don't kill him, this guy is worth a lot. According to the news, he seems to be the biological son of a major family in Europe. Capture him alive for ransom. The scene Shui Yu saw was even more exaggerated. Perhaps the maids sensed someone was after their young master, as they actually pulled out 2 ballistic shields. They used their bodies and the shields as cover to protect Lancaster as they retreated toward the Aerodyne. It was so ridiculous it made Shui Yu green with envy. Holy crap, what kind of winner in life is this? Fuming with anger, he pulled the trigger and blew a maid's head off with one shot. Her beautiful face was blown to pieces under the impact of the round. Blood, bone shards, and neural cybernetic implant fragments splashed onto Lancaster's face. He wiped it off, saw the white matter in his hand and the corpse with half its head missing, rolled his eyes, and fainted. The remaining maids immediately abandoned the corpse and continued fleeing with Lancaster without a moment's hesitation. At this time, Ron drove up in a tank to cover Lancaster's retreat. He ordered the gunner to turn the turret and aim at Savage, who was wreaking havoc. Damn it, I don't believe you can withstand a tank's main gun. Fire. A 50-ton tank was not something an IFV could compare to. The cyberskeleton's force field attacks were unlikely to shake heavy tank armor. The only things that could threaten a tank, besides missiles, were the large caliber main guns of other tanks. You only have 3 armed Aerodynes, which at most have a few rocket pods, and now you are locked on by our anti-air firepower. I'm going to kill you. However, to his surprise, someone fired before he did. Boom. A shell directly struck the rear armor of the tank Ron was in, piercing right through. The entire tank exploded, and the turret was blown off. As for Ron, nothing remained of him, he was blown everywhere. Haha. First blood. Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato drove their tank out from the rear of the camp, disrupting the entire command post's deployment and taking out the major general. Without Zhu Tiaoyu's tank, although the people Savage brought could cause a lot of chaos, they definitely wouldn't have been able to threaten these tanks. In the end, they likely would have only been able to retreat with their spoils. But with Zhu Tiaoyu, the situation was different, they had a complete chance to rout this entire unit. Shui Yu's voice roared in the channel, Zhu Tiaoyu. Quick, hit that Aerodyne. That guy is about to run off with the girls. Would I let him run? Zhu Tiaoyu laughed, immediately turned the turret to aim at the taking off Aerodyne, and fired. The shell accurately hit one of the Aerodyne's engines but didn't explode, it passed right through. One engine failed, leaving only 3, but it didn't stop it from continuing to ascend. It quickly exceeded the tank turret's elevation angle and flew off shakily. Damn. No way. Such bad luck. Zhu Tiaoyu looked at Potato beside him, who pointed at his own mouth, indicating he hadn't said a word. On the player's side, Savage could only deploy another armed Aerodyne to give chase. But regardless of success or failure, this raid had effectively taken out the Havana Army's command center. It would certainly be paralyzed for quite a long time, making it a great victory. This fanfiction is actively ongoing. Will update again once it has roughly 100 chapters. Latest chapter 391, I've come to Cuba, and it's wonderful.